Chapter 251 Special Perfect Ending, Number 1 in Leicheng. Wow! The floods of Thunder City surged violently at this time, forming a huge wave. And standing on the top of the wave was the ancestor of the Xian family holding a long sword. I held a sword at the age of 3, and abandoned it at the age of 7. Xian Song looked down at the long sword in his right hand with a dazed look on his face. It's not that I don't love the sword. It's that I was ridiculed by others and had to abandon the sword because of public opinion. Everyone says that swordsmen are charming. It seems not handsome enough, not suave enough. Even holding a sword is a sin. The ancestor of the Xian family. This short, fat old man with green scales all over his body. This ugly, water monster. Looked at the sword in his hand, shook his head and laughed. It's a pity that things and people have changed. The children's playmates 300 years ago have long been reduced to nothing. I really should have shown them. Not only was the ugly monster still holding the sword, but he also developed sword intent. Xian Song closed his eyes and slowly raised the sword in his hand. As the sword blade rose, a bright yellow moon rose quietly behind the wave. The power of a 4-elephant level martial artist. The sword intent of a 4-image swordsman. The moon in the water. The bright moon on the sea rises with the tide. Boom! Xian Song suddenly opened his eyes and struck Li Guanqi in the distance with his sword. The yellow bright moon suddenly turned into a golden light that filled the sky and exploded. In an instant, it formed a terrifying sword energy that was 100 meters long, rushing through the Thunder City, and successively exploded thousands of meters of floods along the way. Aura slashed hard at Li Guanqi. So strong. When Li Guanqi saw the scene in the distance, his scalp was numb to the extreme. The unique sharpness of the sword energy made him dare not even look directly at the edge. A martial artist enters the Tao through martial arts and understands his own power. Warriors with power are the real Daoyuo warriors, and they are not the same species as ordinary warriors of different blood. Terribly strong. Boom! Li Guanqi gritted his teeth, held the snow gun tightly in his right hand, and thrust it into the flood below. His power exploded, and a raging wave of 100 meters high was erupted. Then, his mental power exploded, and with the help of the snow gun, he directly froze the 100-meter wave, forming a huge iceberg that was hundreds of meters high and dozens of meters thick, blocking the roaring wave. In front of the coming sword energy, the 100-meter-long golden sword energy is coming in an instant. Boom! The sword energy was so sharp that it shattered hundreds of meters of iceberg like a torpedo, sending ice shards flying all over the sky and scattered throughout the city. But the defensive power of the 100-meter iceberg cannot be ignored. Xian Song's water moon sword energy was blocked in this way, and its power was greatly reduced. When he finally rushed in front of Li Guanqi, the power of the sword energy was gone. A sword energy less than 10 meters? But this is still a terrifying killing move that contains sword intent. After the golden sword energy smashed into the iceberg, its speed instantly increased dozens of times, and Li Guanqi was unable to dodge. Even though he condensed 6 spiritual shields in the first place, they were instantly shattered by this terrifying sword energy. In the end, he was still penetrated by the sword energy, and blood continued to shoot out from all over his body, and there were hundreds of blood marks all at once. Puff! Li Guanqi knelt on one knee on a piece of ice floating up and down with the flood, drifting with the current, and kept spitting out blood from his mouth. At this time, he was almost a bloody man, with wounds all over his body, and blood dyed his whole body red. Not only were some wounds deep enough to show the bones, but even several ribs had been cut into pieces by the sword energy. This is the sword's intention. Even with the resistance of a 100-meter iceberg, even with the resistance of 6 spiritual shields, Li Guanqi could still be seriously injured in an instant. I haven't used my sword for many years. In the distance, the top of the wave, Xian Song held the long sword in his hand and looked at Li Guanqi, who was seriously injured here. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly and said, "Old man, this sword intention has been cultivated for hundreds of years. Now I only use one sword, which is a bit unsatisfactory. Anyway, let you do this, Junior. Before you die, let's see what a real swordsman looks like." The words just fell. The ancestor of the Xian family raised his sword again. Above the wave behind him, a bright yellow bright moon appeared again, and it was twice as big as before. And the pressure of the sword energy that burst out was twice as strong as before. Draw the sword for the second time. This time, Xian Song will completely unleash his century-old sword power and use the strongest sword as a swordsman. Well, far away, Li Guanqi knelt on one knee on the ice floe and raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. His face was full of reluctance. But in the end, he had no choice but to do anything. Casting a 4-elephant level spell 2 levels above would drain all his spiritual power. He originally wanted to save it until the end to deal with the spell master Qin Yu. But who would have thought that this Xian Song would actually understand the meaning of the sword? If he doesn't use the 4-elephant level spell at this time, he will have no end. Boom! At this time, Xian Song also completed his preparation, and the 200-meter-long golden sword energy exploded, lighting up the entire night sky where the rain was pouring. It carried a terrifying sword energy that far exceeded the previous one, as if it had the power to destroy the world. Slashed hard at Li Guanqi. Call. Facing the terrifying sword energy that struck his head, Li Guanqi looked calm, exhaled gently, put his 6 hands together, and made a hand seal together. 6 hands are equivalent to 3 double hand seals. But that's not all. Li Guanqi opened his mouth. His voice was low, and he spoke a series of strange and inaudible spells. As the spells he spoke became longer and longer, the dazzling blue light glowing on his body became more and more intense. Suddenly, his 6 hands came together completely to form a seal. Then he shouted in a deep voice, "Now!" As soon as he finished speaking, the spiritual power in Li Guanqi's body exploded, pouring out at an astonishing speed and gathering crazily in front of him. Finally, just before the sword energy was about to arrive, the spell was completely formed. Buzz! A blue light mirror that was 100 meters high and emitted brilliant spiritual light finally appeared in front of Li Guanqi after draining all his spiritual energy, blocking the path of the sword energy. The golden sword energy, which is more than 200 meters long, clearly carries the power of the sword as terrifying as destroying the world. However, after hitting the mirror, there was strangely no movement. Instead, like a mud cow entering the sea, it escaped into the mirror and disappeared quietly. Disappear? Is that all? Of course not. Boom! The next moment, the terrifying golden sword energy burst out from the mirror again, turned the sword tip, and returned along the original path at an astonishing speed that was several times higher than before, slashing hard at Xian Song who had emitted the sword energy. Li Guanqi used 2 levels of magic. 4-level spell, Sky Mirror Reflection. Xian Song, who was far beyond the top of the wave, suddenly shrank his pupils. He subconsciously wanted to evacuate, but the reflection speed of the sword energy was too fast. Although the direction of the sword energy was returning along the original path, its speed was not the same as before, but several times faster than before. First, there was a moment of shock, and then there was the sudden increase in sword energy, making Xian Song completely lose the chance to escape. In the end, he could only be caught off guard and hurriedly slashed out a stream of moon sword energy in the water, which collided fiercely with the reflected sword energy. Boom! The swords of both sides collided with each other, causing a loud noise and a shock wave that shook the whole city. The dispersing sword energy all over the sky was mixed with the waves of collapse and explosion. The sword energy was mixed with water droplets and splashed in all directions. The center of the explosion, a figure with half of its body shattered, fell from the sky and fell straight into the flood below. The sword energy that was reflected just now was the sword that Xian Song used all his strength to strike. His sword intention, moon in the water, which has been cultivated for hundreds of years, is most vividly displayed in that sword energy. The power of the sword intention is extremely terrifying, and it can be called the most powerful sword in this life. However, how could the hasty sword that Xian Song used to block and slash out compare to this one? Totally incomparable. After the explosion, Xian Song was still severely hit by the remaining reflected sword energy. He lost half of his body in an instant, was cut in 2 by a sword, and was seriously injured. Thump! Xian Song fell into the flood and caused waves. However, he is still a peak 4-elephant martial artist. Even though he has lost half of his body, the wound has stopped bleeding and a leg has grown. The other injuries are also healing at an alarming speed. In just a few breaths, he can it will completely. Suddenly, low temperatures came and the floods froze. The water within 1 meter of Xian Song was instantly frozen into ice. Boom! Then, a snow-tasseled ice spear pierced the ice, stabbed from the back, and pierced Xian Song's heart. The tip of the spear shook for a while, and the heart was smashed into pieces. Boom! Then, there was another heavy punch coming from above. This punch not only broke through the ice, but also smashed open Xian Song's Tianling cap, directly blasting the entire head into blood mist. Heartbroken. Headshot. Xian Song, the ancestor of the Xian family, dies. The ancestors of Xixiong. All four of them died. Boom! Li Guanqi punched out again in the flood. While shaking the water, it also completely blasted Xian Song's body into pieces. Then he surfaced, gathered an ice floe and climbed up. Wow! Li Guanqi lay on the ice floe, drifting with the current, looking at the dark cloudy night sky with heavy rain, and watching the billions of raindrops falling from the sky. Instead of smiling, his face was full of bitterness. The ancestors of the four elephants, for warriors at the peak of the four elephants level. He killed them all. However, after fighting until now, he was running low on energy, and his spiritual power was almost exhausted after he had gone through 2 levels of magic. There is no strength to fight anymore. But what is his purpose here? It was to rescue Qin Lubai from the hands of the conjurer Chen Yu. However, until now, he had not even seen Chen Yu's face, and he had lost the strength to fight. In the end, he still failed. Boom! At this time, the dark clouds above the sky suddenly exploded with thunder, and the purple-blue surging thunder light completely illuminated the entire night sky, except for the submerged Thunder City. All living creatures on the ground shivered under the power of thunder. Between heaven and earth, the aura of the Thunder Law has reached its peak. Boom! The water surface in the center of Leicheng exploded with a wave of 100 meters, and a figure shot straight into the sky from the water. The figure was dressed in a green robe and had long green hair, fluttering in the wind and rain. Ha 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 ha! The old laughter spread throughout the rainy night, and as his laughter sounded, the rolling thunder in the sky became more and more deafening. Li Guanqi looked ugly. He slowly stood up from the ice floe and looked up. Under the thunder in the sky, the old man in green robe opened his hands and laughed wildly. The power of thunder emanating from his body was much stronger than the thunder in the dark clouds. 100 years of dormancy. 1 day of success. The old man in green robe, or the magician, Chen Yu, he levitated out of thin air, stood in the boundless thunder, looked towards the gate tower of Leicheng, and laughed loudly. Yang Tianhao, are you dead? Did you see it? Don't worry. I've saved more than $100 for your life. Next year, I must harvest it myself. Chen Yu's laughter could not hide his arrogance. Call out! Suddenly, his body moved, like thunder coming from the sky, turning into lightning and escaping into the Thunder City. In the blink of an eye, Chen Yu arrived on the ice floe where Li Guanqi was. The electric snake on his body was still beating faintly, and it took a few seconds to completely dissipate. 5 elements level conjurer. Ah! The green-robed old man, who had repaired his soul and restored his 5 elements level cultivation, looked at Li Guanqi in front of him, with a slight smile on his face. I'm still wondering what kind of man it is that can make that girl never forget her even after she dies. Well, now look at it. I have indeed given birth to a good pair of skins. Extremely brave and handsome. And the little girl's eyesight is not bad at all. You? Li Guanqi's pupils narrowed. Lu Bai. Dead. Hee. The smile on Chen Yu's old face, which was covered with ravines and wrinkles like an old tree, never disappeared. Obviously after shaping the killing spirit and repairing his own soul, the spellcaster was in a very, very good mood. Kid! Remember? She saved you. Chen Yu looked at Li Guanqi, raised his black gold mechanical right hand full of technological texture, pointed at his brain, and chuckled. She is dead, but my killing spirit is based on her soul. Well, at least within a few months, her thoughts will still affect me. In fact, I have already completed the reshaping of my soul, and those 4 vulgar losers have been following me for more than 300 years. Originally, I wanted to kill you, but she wouldn't let me. Forget it. Since you can kill 4 of them, it proves that your life should not be cut off tonight. However, your talent is too rare to keep. Run quickly. Chen Yu chuckled at Li Guanqi and said, Now I have just integrated the killing spirit, and her influence on me is still too strong. It will take another few months before I can barely adapt. Otherwise, during this period, even if she wants to kill you or imprison you through other means, you will be stopped by the influence she left behind. Still don't understand? Chen Yu approached Li Guanqi, looked up at his face, and smiled ferociously. It means that I am now affected by her will and cannot kill you. And now, The game of cat and mouse has begun. Kid, you should have a month to escape. Tell me, can you find a backer in this month that even I wouldn't dare to be your enemy? Hee hee hee, I'm really looking forward to it. The game of cat and mouse should be fun. After that, Chinyu waved his hand, and green light escaped into Li Guanqi's body, leaving a marking spell for positioning in his body. Then the green-robed conjurer turned around and turned into a bolt of lightning, rising up from the ground and shooting straight into the sky. Oh, by the way, I'll give this back to you. After flying tens of meters into the air, Chinyu waved his hand, and a red fruit corpse appeared out of thin air and fell straight down. Li Guanqi's expression changed dramatically, and he rushed forward with a single stride. Just before the body fell to the ice, he reached out and held it in his arms. Lubai! Li Guanqi stood on the ice, looking down at the warm naked female corpse in his arms, his body trembling. Qin Lubai's red fruit corpse was covered with countless rune marks, which were secret magic array diagrams used to extract souls. The woman's body was still warm because the body was still alive for the time being. The body would still remain active for a period of time after the soul disappeared. But it's still a soulless corpse. A warm corpse. Li Guanqi held her and felt the warmth coming from his skin, as if the woman named Qin Lubai was still alive. But in fact, she was already dead and her soul was extracted. And die. The intertwining of these two completely different and heart-piercing feelings made Li Guanqi clench his teeth. And there was anger in his eyes. Ding! At this time, a cold mechanical sound quietly sounded in his mind. Leichung number 1. A special perfect ending is achieved. Ending, number 1 in Leichung. Ending evaluation. With Yunhao's help, you successfully escaped the fate of being beheaded by the Fuyun army, fled to Leichung and Qingzhou, Daluo, and completed your career transition from the battlefield to the world. You met the young woman Qin Lubai, and together with her, you won the two-person life and death competition, obtained the 4 elephants performing martial arts order, and participated in the 4 family martial arts competition. Eventually, you joined the White Tiger family. You witnessed the whole process. You watched with your own eyes as Bai Yang killed the 5 elements level demon species and saved 300,000 people in Leichung for the second time. You saw with your own eyes that Qin Lubai came to seek revenge. Bai Yang, filled with guilt, took the initiative to let Qin Lubai kill him, and ended his life with a smile. You watched with your own eyes as the mastermind behind everything appeared, and watched with your own eyes that the 300,000 people in Leichung who Bai Yang had worked so hard to save were all killed by a man-made flood and thunderstorm. And in the end, it's all just a conspiracy. Qin Lubai's revenge was used by Qin Yu just to get rid of Bai Yang. After using Qin Lubai, Qin Yu killed this poor woman who was ill-fated, stripped her soul, and turned it into the core of his soul to reshape his killing soul. The murderous intention in your heart could not be controlled. On this rainy night, you held an ice gun, filled with murderous intention and anger, and fought back to Leichung, angrily killing the ancestors of the 4 major families. 1 against 4. Killed 4 elephants. After decades, you have completed the 4 elephants challenge again. You relied on the Liangyi level of spells and the Sankai level of martial arts to kill the ancestor of the 4 elephants and kill 4 powerful warriors at the peak of the 4 elephants level. This is an amazing feat. You have become the number 1 in Leichung for another generation after Bai Yang. The purpose of practicing martial arts is not to kill, but only to stop fighting. Kill them all and stop the war. But it is a pity that you stopped the martial arts. But it stopped there. You killed the 4 elephant ancestors and Qin Yu's 4 guards. However, you are no longer able to fight. Facing Qin Yu and this unprecedentedly powerful conjurer, there is nothing you can do. Finally, it's Qin Lubai. It was that young woman who never forgot about you before she died, which caused Qin Yu to be affected by this remaining will and unable to hurt you. So he had to leave temporarily. Leichung has been destroyed. The people and things you met in Leichung have also come to an end for the time being. This is your first stop in Jianghu. The arena is huge. Life is still very long. Ending reward. 1. Level 5 Shinfa, red, 3000 Ghost Shadows. This is the secret movement technique of the Dark Brotherhood. Under normal circumstances, only 5-element level 5-star killers can go to the secret pavilion in the Holy Land to learn. It is said that those who learn secretly through other channels will one day be found by the Dark Brotherhood. Come! 2. Level 4 Magic Weapon, purple, Water Moon Sword. This is a 4-elephant level sword. In places with strong water vapor, the power of the sword will be greatly increased. 3. immediately understand the moment, purple, of a swordsman. The sword's intention is the moon in the water. This is the peak martial artist of the Four Elephants level. Xian Song, the ancestor of the Xian family, has cultivated his sword intention for nearly 100 years and possesses extremely powerful power. After reaching a certain level of proficiency in using the sword intention, he can also start the martial arts of the bright moon on the sea rises with the tide. Imagery. 4. Talent, purple, martial arts melting pot. Your talent in martial arts is extremely powerful and special. Not only are you extremely talented in martial arts, but you are also particularly talented in the integration of martial arts. You can melt a variety of martial arts into one in a short period of time and take the essence. Its dregs are combined with martial arts. Ding! You are born with an extremely powerful talent for the fusion of martial arts. This talent is integrated with your martial arts furnace purple, and your quality increases. Martial arts furnace red. You have a horrifying talent for integrating martial arts. Simulation ends. Finish? There were floods and torrential rains. Li Guanqi stood on a piece of ice floe, holding Qin Lubai's naked body, looking up at the billions of raindrops falling from the dark clouds, with a flash of light in his eyes. No. Wrong. It's not finished yet. It's far from over. This is just a simulated copy. Just a simulated world. In a truly weird world, the time of the warrior route and the magician route are synchronized. That is to say, the next time he went to the strange world and returned to southern Xinjiang to complete the spellcaster copy, the real Qin Lubai and Lei Cheng and Daluo Qinzhou, far to the north, had just begun her revenge plan. And Qin Lubai's adoptive father is Qi Gongming, a powerful 5-element level conjurer who lives in the southern Xinjiang headquarters. Still have a chance. Li Guanqi lowered his eyes, looked at Qin Lubai's body in his arms, and said softly, "There is still a chance. Lubai, I will save you, the real you." Not only Qin Lubai, but also Senior Bai Yang, and the 300,000 people in Leicheng. There is still a chance. Ding! Achieving a special perfect ending. Leicheng number 1, copy simulation is closed. About to be teleported back to simulator space. The countdown begins. 3, 2, 1. Chapter 252. The Goo Village fascinates the souls and begins the simulation. Weird World Simulator. On the ground shrouded in black mist, Li Guanqi's blood-stained figure, with 3 heads and 6 arms, quietly emerged. Lubai! Li Guanqi turned his head and looked at the simulator light screen panel next to him with a solemn expression. There's still a chance. In a truly weird world. Buzz? At this time, blue light suddenly condensed and turned into a royal blue sword, slowly floating in front of Li Guanqi, emitting rich water vapor. This sword is about 3 feet long, and its body is completely blue. It is engraved with indentations, which look like water ripples caused by the rippling water. There is also a small picture of the bright moon on the sea carved on the sword grid. One of the purple rewards of this simulation is the 4th level magic weapon Longsword Water Moon Sword. Wait! Purple? Level 4? Li Guanqi narrowed his eyes slightly. The 4th level magic weapon, Water Moon Sword, is of purple quality. And another simulator reward, the 5th level movement skill, 3000 Ghost Shadows, is red. If so, the quality classification of the strange world should also correspond to the realm. Level 1, Ordinary People, and Level 1, White Quality. 2 levels, 2E levels, Green Quality. Level 3, Blue Quality. Level 4, Purple Quality. Level 5, Red Quality. I don't know what happens next, but in this case, Tongyu, red, is not the limit at all. And there is still a lot of room for growth. Of course, I don't know if it can continue to grow. Sword! Li Guanqi retracted his thoughts, looked at the water moon sword in front of him, and reached out to hold the hilt. Buzz! The water ripples on the sword body started to move completely, like real water flow. In an instant, Li Guanqi felt that the water attributes in his body were amplified. It seemed that this sword was similar to the snow gun and had the ability to increase the corresponding attributes. However, the effect is naturally very different from that of the snow gun. The snow gun can increase ice attribute abilities by 10 levels. The increase in Water Moon Sword's ability to use water attributes is estimated to be only 1 or 2 levels. However, the significance of this sword to Li Guanqi does not lie in the increase of water attribute at all, but in the sword's intention. Li Guanqi is good at swordsmanship, not to mention the initial Frenzy Sword technique, since he obtained the Plunder technique. He has actually, passively, plundered some sword techniques from his opponents along the way. But these are just the superficial aspects of swordsmanship. It was impossible for Li Guanqi to rely on these sword skills to reach the point where there is no sword in the hand, but there is a sword in the heart. So if he wanted to use his sword, he naturally needed a real long sword in his hand. Wow! Li Guanqi held the Shuiyu sword tightly, and with a slight thought in his mind, a phantom of the vast sea appeared behind him. The reflection of a pale yellow moon was extremely clear on the sea. Another bonus for this simulation. Sword intent. Moon in water. Call. Li Guanqi took a deep breath. Disperse the moon in the water. Sword intent. And put the water moon sword back into the space ring. With 3 heads and 6 arms. He raised one of his hands and took out a crimson ball from the mouth of the head on the left. Xinlu gave him the fireproofing beads for free. Li Guanqi lowered his head and glanced at the bead. Then put in the space ring. Took out a new set of clothes and put them on. In addition to the water moon sword and water moon sword intent, there are 2 rewards for this simulation. Purple talent, martial arts furnace. Oh no! It should be the red talent. Although the ending reward is a purple talent. This talent is merged with his own talent, eventually leading to an increase in quality and becoming a red quality, martial arts furnace talent. In terms of spells, he only has a red talent, enlightenment. And now, martial arts furnace is the first red martial arts talent he has obtained. With this red talent, Li Guanqi will definitely become more relaxed and comfortable when it comes to integrating martial arts. Then, there is the 5th level movement technique. 3000 Ghost Shadows. The 3000 Ghost Shadows he had previously plundered from the old madman Yang Tianhao seemed to be only a part of this movement technique. Because after returning from the simulated world, he had more detailed information in his mind. Far more than what he had plundered from Yang Tianhao. The simulation reward was the complete chapter of the 5th level martial arts. 3000 Ghost Shadows, which was enough to be used up to the 5-element level. Brush. Li Guanqi's body flashed, and his whole body instantly turned into thousands of ghostly figures, running in all directions and disappearing in the blink of an eye. Now, he has a physical body that is at the peak of the 3rd talent level, and he has received the complete copy of 3000 Ghost Shadows from the simulation reward. If he displays it at this time, it will be a real 3000 Ghost Shadows. But something is very strange. The simulator said that those who secretly learn 3000 ghosts through other channels will one day be approached by the Dark Brotherhood. What does this mean? Li Guanqi didn't understand very well. But wouldn't it be okay if he wasn't discovered anyway? Brush. Suddenly, a ghostly shadow flashed, and Li Guanqi appeared on the spot again, standing on the land shrouded in black mist. Li Guanqi reviewed this experience. This time in the simulated world of Leicheng No. 1. He gained a lot. In addition to the rewards of these 4 simulated endings, he also gained a lot in the world. 1. After raising his spiritual power to the limit of his Liangyi level, he only needs to find a qi refining method to break into the qi refining realm of the 3rd level of conjuration. 2. The soul has also reached level 29. So it is necessary to find a method of refining the soul. 2. Not only did he break into the 3rd level of martial arts, he also plundered the magma energy of the entire Suzaku paradise. He upgraded to 9 levels in a row and reached the limit of the 3rd level of martial arts. The next thing to look for is the method to break through the 4 levels of martial arts. 3. The fireproofing bead that Xinlu gave him for free. Yes, Xinlu Bai. It's time to begin. Li Guanqi turned his head and looked at the light curtain panel of the simulator. Official copy Leicheng No. 1, simulated, /Gu Village Fascination. Currently the simulator has absorbed Time Ring, Time Necklace. Simulator recommendations are as follows. You have returned from the simulated world of Leicheng No. 1. You can choose text to simulate the Gu Village Ecstasy. Copy. And then enter the real weird world. Let's start. Li Guanqi looked at the light screen panel and said solemnly. Text simulation. Copy of Gu Village's Ecstasy. Simulation starts. On the first day, you return to the strange world. I'm going to find Qi Gongming. Li Guanqi interrupted the simulation process loudly, preparing to change the simulation route according to his own will. Tell Qi Gongming that his adopted daughter is in danger, and ask him to go to Leicheng immediately to find out. At hashtag +$% hashtag _ at. On the first day, you returned to the weird world. You knew that your cultivation level was too high all at once. And for people in the weird world it's too strange. So you... Hello! Li Guanqi was a little confused. Just do as I say. So you decided not to return to Nanjiang headquarters. You... Li Guanqi suddenly frowned. Could it be that the copy simulation of the strange world is different from the real simulation? Reality is open and there are no tasks or copy requirements. So it can be simulated at will. The strange world has tasks and dungeon requirements. Just like this Gu Village Ecstasy dungeon. It can only simulate things related to this dungeon. And he wants to find Qi Gongming, which is obviously beyond the scope of the dungeon. So it is not simulated. This is Li Guanqi's guess. But no matter what the truth is, the fact is that the simulator did not simulate finding Qi Gongming, but just started the simulation on its own, with black boxes constantly refreshing on the panel. On the first day, you returned to the strange world. You knew that your cultivation was too high all of a sudden, which was too strange for people in the strange world. Even if you used the spiritual-based potion given to you by the king of southern Xinjiang, it's too far-fetched to cover up. Geniuses are not always praised by the stars. Geniuses without background usually do not end well. You have decided not to return to Nanjiang headquarters. You start traveling alone in the land of southern Xinjiang. Weird World reminds you that you have unlocked the mission system. From now on, the dungeons you experience will be completely different from those of other transcendent beings, because the mission system will issue you unique tasks based on your specific situation. You accepted the Gu Village Enchanted Soul mission. The mission has no information, but only gives you a place you must reach at the end of the month. You embark on a new journey and prepare to go to the mission location. On the 11th day, after traveling for less than half a month, you finally arrived at your destination. This is a village from southern Xinjiang. It is a group settlement of the Moi family, a well-known local magic family. At this time, it happened that the Moxie family was holding the Gu King competition, held every 10 years, and invited all kinds of insect spell masters to participate in the competition. The one who passes through all levels and defeats all the cursed insects will be given the title of Gu King. The owner of the cursed insect will be rewarded with the spirit refining insect from the Moi family. It is said that the spirit refining worm has the magical power to help a 2-level magician to easily break into the 3rd level. Of course, the rumors are exaggerated, but we have to admit that the spirit refining worm can indeed help a magician break into the 3rd level. Provide help. You finally understand why the weird world gives you the Gu Village fascination mission. You start learning how to cultivate cursed insects. On the 28th day, you find that although you are very talented in this magic discipline, it is difficult to cultivate a 2-level cursed insect that meets the competition standards in a short period of time. Fortunately, it coincides with the Gu King contest, and there are people from all walks of life gathered in Moxie Gu Village, including cows, ghosts, and snakes. You are going to buy a Liangyi level cursed insect from them. When you arrive at the market, before you see a few merchants selling cursed insects, you see a little girl surrounded by many men. You decide, join in the fun. Go away and buy some cursed bugs. My favorite thing is to join in the fun. Li Guanqi raised his hand and clicked on the option. You squeeze through the crowd of onlookers and get to the front of the crowd. It turns out that the little girl's father is seriously ill and needs an herbal medicine called winter grass to cure it. However, this herb is a 4th level herb and is extremely expensive. The little girl cannot afford it and has no choice but to sell herself to save her father. You decide, help the little girl. None of my business. There are only so many simulation plots in total. It's definitely not simple if this thing comes out of the blue. Li Guanqi raised his hand and clicked on the option. You decide to help the little girl. However, you are also a poor man and cannot afford winter grass. This is a 4th level herb, much more expensive than a 2-level cursed insect. You ask the little girl for details. It turns out that her father was poisoned by the cold wind scorpion, a 3rd level demon species. So he needed winterweed to remove the cold poison from his body. You think about it and decide that you don't need to go to such trouble at all. You should be able to use a snow gun to extract the cold poison. You and the little girl returned home. As you expected, the snow gun really worked, and you pulled out the cold poison of the little girl's father. The little girl is very grateful to you. She decided to dedicate her virginity to you. You decide, no, take it off quickly. Li Guanqi raised his hand and clicked on the option. You rejected the girl's return and began to look around the girl's home. You discovered a large number of ancient historical books. It turns out that the girl's father is an ancient scholar who studies ancient history. Ancient? Li Guanqi's expression changed slightly. In the strange world, the new epoch has a history of 4,781 years. But due to the existence of immortal cultivators, some people's lifetime is 500 to 600 years, or even 700 to 800 years. Therefore, they would not call the period from New Epoch 1 to New Epoch 4000 ancient times. They would only call it the past. The ancient times in the strange world refer to only one period. Old times. The ancient era of historical faults. This girl's father is actually a scholar of ancient studies? Many thoughts flashed through Li Guanqi's mind in an instant. Perhaps, the mystery of the past and future, of reality and the strange world can be somewhat solved by this father. Because you did not accept the little girl's prostitution. You gained the friendship of the girl's father. He talked to you about a lot of ancient knowledge, including many things that New Age people thought were common sense, but were actually completely wrong. I need to know more details. Li Guanqi spoke quickly and tried to change the simulation route. You asked the girl's father in more detail, and he answered, telling you everything he knew. Li Guanqi was speechless. Yes, the text simulation inquiry is useless. It only has a general sentence. He talked to you a lot, and does not give any relevant memory at all. He still had to wait until the real weird world to ask about the specific things in person. This matter is over. You decide to get back to business and buy an aesthesia level curse insect for the competition. You come to the market and decide. Talent, Tong Yu, red, takes effect. 1. Use the netherworld talent to turn 1 over directly. Special options. 2. Buy the cheapest. 3. Spend all your money and buy the best 2-level cursed insect within your ability. This is a cursed insect. Can I buy some wool for the same level of cursed insect? Li Guanqi directly raised his hand and clicked option. You have the talent to connect to the underworld. And you bought some yarn. You immediately spotted a 2-level cursed insect that was of excellent quality. That night, you used the talent to connect to the underworld to sneak it over. On the 31st day, the Goo King competition begins. You compete using stolen curse bugs. Your curse insects are overwhelming, killing 3 opponents in succession in the melee. But unfortunately, your curse insect was stolen and was discovered by the owner of the curse insect. You said it's yours? Does it respond when you call its name? You immediately started arguing with the owner of the cursed insect. But it is still a pity. Although the cursed insect will not respond. This cursed insect was cultivated by the owner of the cursed insect with his own blood, after verification by a well-known secret method. This is indeed the cursed insect he has cultivated since childhood. You were permanently disqualified from the competition by Moi Gu village. And you and the cursed insect master were driven outside the Gu village to let you solve it on your own. The master of the Liangya level cursed insect is furious and wants to kill you. In the end, it was you who was wrong in this matter. You defeated the cursed insect master, but did not kill him. Instead, you apologized to him. The cursed insect master looked at the water moon sword around his neck, thought for a moment, and then chose to forgive you. You are trying to enter Moxie Gu village again. The southern Xinjiang insect curse master looks at his cursed insects like a cat lover looks at his own cat. And a cat lover looks at his dog. They are all insect lovers. And they look at their cursed insects like their own children. And he's a bastard human trafficker who abducts other people's children. The young master of Moxie Gu village heard your request and decided to send someone to beat you up. You couldn't stand your bad temper. So you immediately started a fight with Moxie Gu village. Finally, Moxie Gu village sent out several 4-elephant level insect spell masters, looking at the densely packed 3 talent and 4-elephant level cursed insects all around you. You admit that you just spoke a little too loudly. You were completely driven away from Moxie Gu village. The Gu village enchanted soul mission failed. And your trip to the strange world also ended in failure. Simulation ends. Ending. You still have to abide by the law as a human being. Ending evaluation. You chose to use your netherworld talent to steal the cursed insects. Unfortunately, the incident came to light, and you were eventually disqualified from the competition by Moxie Gu village. You failed to obtain the spirit refining insect, which led to the failure of the mission. Ending reward. 1. Curse insect breeding expertise. White, you have some superficial knowledge in cultivating curse insects. Li Guanqi was silent for a moment. Indeed, you still have to abide by the law as a human being. Reset. Repeat loop omitted. Fortunately, it coincides with the Gu King contest. And there are people from all walks of life gathered in Moxie Gu village, including cows, ghosts, and snakes. You are going to buy a Liangya level curse insect from them. You decide. 1. Use the netherworld talent to turn one over directly. Times. 2. Buy the cheapest. 3. Spend all your money and buy the best 2-level curse insect within your ability. Li Guanqi raised his hand and clicked. You still have to be able to live a good life. So you decided to buy the cheapest aesthesia level curse insect on the market. On the 31st day, the Gu King competition begins. Talent, Tong Yu, red, takes effect. The Liangya level curse bugs you bought are rubbish. But you, the old man, are destined not to follow the ordinary path. You secretly used your talent to connect to the netherworld, so that every curse bug you encountered was forced to reveal its flaws, thus making your curse insects are crushing them all the way. They are extremely powerful. But this is so weird. How can a useless curse insect defeat so many powerful enemies? Finally, in the melee, when only the last 10 curse insects were left, you were reported too many times. So the people in Moxie Gu village went to find out the reason. A 4-elephant level clan elder suspects that you are an insect whisperer, and insect whisperers are not allowed to participate. You have demonstrated the magic power of the Liangya level. As we all know, it is impossible for the insect whisperer to have the qualifications for magic, after some useless excuses, because the final interpretation of the competition belongs to Moxie Gu village. You are still disqualified. You left Moxie Gu village. At this time, the 4-elephant level clan elder showed up again. It turned out that he had secret intentions. He suspected that you, a spellcaster, had the ability to forcibly control other people's spellworms. He wanted to pry your secrets out of your mouth, but he underestimated your fighting power. You leapfrogged him and turned him into ice slag. Moxie Gu village suspects that you killed their clan elder, and it is even more impossible for you to obtain the spirit refining insect. The Gu village enchanted soul mission failed, and your trip to the strange world also ended in failure. Simulation ends. Ending, human hearts are evil. Ending evaluation. You bought the curse insect honestly this time, but unfortunately you bought a waste curse insect for cheap, but ignored the waste counterattack. Of course, it is possible to counterattack, but you cannot always counterattack, and you have counterattacked several times in a row. In the end, you still failed to obtain the spirit refining insect, resulting in the failure of the mission. Ending reward. 1. Specialization in cultivating cursed insects. Blue, you have most of the knowledge of cultivating cursed insects from the 1-element level to the 4-elephant level, and you have mastered most of the auxiliary spells of the insect curse master. Buzz. In an instant, a huge amount of miscellaneous knowledge emerged in Li Guanqi's mind. The impact of this information is extremely powerful. After all, the cultivation of cursed insects is one of the 4 major subjects in the magic world and contains an extremely large amount of knowledge. Even though Li Guanqi had a LV29 soul, it took almost half an hour to sort it out in his mind. In addition to the knowledge, there were also some spells for amplifying the cursed insects, such as casting a spell, giving the cursed insects power, speed, defense, and so on. Then, Li Guanqi shook his dizzy head and looked at the light screen panel of the simulator again. Reset. Repeat loop omitted. Fortunately, it coincides with the Gu King contest, and there are people from all walks of life gathered in Moxie Gu village, including cows, ghosts, and snakes. You are going to buy a Liangya level curse insect from them. You decide. 1. Use the netherworld talent to turn one over directly. Times. 2. Buy the cheapest. Times. 3. Spend all your money and buy the best 2-level curse insect within your ability. Buy the most expensive one. Li Guanqi raised his hand and clicked. You don't have anything valuable on you, but you have a trophy from the southern Xinjiang kingdom, the Gu City Spell Competition Championship Trophy. Although there are 2 championship trophies made of pure gold every year, it is still very commemorative because many academic southern Xinjiang magicians have gone to Gu City to participate in the magic competition. So this champion, the trophy, represents youth to them. An old 4-elephant level magician decided to pay for his feelings and bought this trophy from you with a fine 2-level magic insect at a price that far exceeded the actual value of this pure gold trophy. The old curse master is very generous. The Liangya level curse insect he gave you is basically ranked in the top 10 among the curse insects participating in Moxie Gu village this time. On the 31st day, the Gu King competition begins. Your Liangya level curse bugs are very strong, and with good luck, your curse bugs kill the enemies all the way and become the last 4 survivors. You start to divide them into 2, forming 2 battlefields. But your curse bugs are somewhat outmatched by your opponents. You decide. 1. Let nature take its course. And if you lose, you lose. 2. It's so natural. You have the talent to connect to the secluded world. Cheat me. Chapter 253 Spirit Refining Insect. Spirit Refining Formation Diagram. 3 Talents in Conjuration. Only fools let nature take its course. On the land shrouded in black mist, Li Guanqi looked at the 2 options on the light screen panel and directly raised his hand to click. If you can cheat, why not? Talent, Tongyu, red, takes effect. You just cheat. Under your forced order, the Liang-level cursed insect on the opposite side suddenly revealed a flaw, causing the occupation to reverse and ultimately lose. It was just a hang-up. Everyone thought it was a coincidence and didn't suspect anything. Eventually, your curse bug becomes one of only 2 survivors. In the melee, the 2 curse insects who survived to the end. This confrontation is the finals of this Gu King competition. But the opponent is too strong, and your curse insects are at a disadvantage right from the beginning. Talent, Tongyu, red, takes effect. You are cheating again. Everyone always thinks something is strange. But with the surrounding atmosphere, no one cares about the abnormal performance of the opponent's curse insect and starts cheering for you as the champion. You won the finals, became the champion of the Gu King competition, and received the Spirit Refining Insect reward. This is a must-win reward for the champion. But as the current champion of Moxie Gu Village, you also have a chance to win additional rewards. The High Priest of Moi Gu Village is not only a peak 4 elephant level conjurer, but also a peerless beauty who remains young forever. She is famous far and wide, and has been famous for 300 years. According to the tradition of Moxie Gu Village, the champion of each Gu King competition will be selected by the High Priest. If he is chosen by her, he can spend a night with her, and enjoy the unique secret techniques of Moxie Gu Village. This is the secret method of dual cultivation. In addition to physical pleasure, you can also get nourishment in cultivation. You stood on the championship podium, and saw the really beautiful and picturesque High Priest Moi, waiting for the consideration of High Priest Moi. Tall men of 1.9 meters, or even 2 meters are very common in Daluo, but they are very rare in southern Xinjiang. As for tall magicians, they are even rarer. And tall, strong and handsome magicians like you, in southern Xinjiang, it is a rare species that is almost rare in a century. Your appearance conditions perfectly match the XP of High Priest Moi. She can't even wait until night and demands to start working immediately. You decide. Accept. Reject. Reject. Li Guanqi had almost no hesitation. He is Han Mingyao. And he is not a man who likes to mess around. Huh? Wait. That's not right. This is a text simulation. Just like playing a game. It doesn't matter at all. He just needs to take care of his real self. There is no need to keep his integrity while playing a game. Grass! Li Guanqi was speechless. Wrong choice again. Unfortunately, you have no chance to refuse. Li Guanqi was stunned for a moment, then smiled. No! Actually, it's not a pity at all. This is a tradition that Moxie Gu Village has maintained for hundreds of years. Not only this generation of high priests is like this, but also the previous generations of high priests. You cannot reject this tradition. Otherwise you will trample on the tradition of Moxie Gu Village and insult it. Their customs. You must follow the local customs when entering the country. Otherwise you will be regarded as challenging Moxie Gu Village. You decide. As a man, your first night cannot be taken away. Resist to the end and fight to the death. Take the initiative to hold the high priest's hand. This damn snakeskin option. Li Guanqi laughed dumbly, and finally raised his hand to click. You took the initiative to hold High Priest Moi's delicate little hand. The High Priest is a 4 elephant level conjurer who has lived for more than 300 years. But this kind of thing does not depend on age, but only on appearance. The body of the High Priest is more beautiful and moving than that of a girl who is 28 years old. And she is also proficient in the secret technique of double cultivation. You spent a pleasant evening with the High Priest in her boudoir. But you seem to have been enchanted by the High Priest. When you wake up the next day, you can't remember the specific situation of last night at all. There is only a vague and illusory feeling left. You can only vaguely remember that. The priest is really very smooth. No wonder the name of this quest copy is Gu Village's Lost Soul. It turns out that mystery is here. You smiled and lifted up your pants and left the high priest's boudoir. How the H could I say such stupid things? Li Guanqi frowned. Wrong. There must be something weird somewhere. The high priest used dual cultivation of secret arts. But unfortunately, Your spell realm has reached a bottleneck and there is no practical improvement. But you are the champion. You have obtained the Spirit Refining Insect, and you have also received the secret method of using the Spirit Refining Insect, given to you by the High Priest, which can greatly increase the success rate of breaking into the third level Chi Refining realm. You have successfully completed the mission copy of Goo Village Enchantment. The simulation ends. A perfect ending is achieved, and the simulation is closed. Unlock the perfect ending. Ending, a charming night of ecstasy. The king of poison once in the spring night. So? Li Guanqi raised his eyebrows. Is it just a pure Goo King champion who has not been favored by the High Priest? Is this a normal he ending? Ending evaluation. Not only did you become the champion of the Goo King competition, and obtain the Spirit Refining Insect and the accompanying secret method, but also because of your excellent appearance, you successfully gained the favor of the High Priest, and had a romantic night with this famous beauty. Moreover, this is not a simple one-night stand. You are a man attracted by the High Priest. Maybe something unpredictable will happen in the next copy? Coming back to the present moment. Although you couldn't remember it clearly afterwards due to the spell of ecstasy, you had truly enjoyed the pleasure in your crotch while doing the work. No, I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. This is just a text simulation. Li Guanqi denied the 3 consecutive accusations. Ending reward. 1. A top-grade goo insect of the Liangyi level green. 2. 1 Spirit Refining Insect, purple. 3. The Spirit Refining Insect comes with a secret method, purple. 4. A piece of Spirit Refining Cordyceps, red, can increase your chance of using the Spirit Refining Insect to break into the third level Chi Refining realm to 100%. So you will definitely break into the third level Chi Refining state. Buzz? The next moment, a rich green light emerged on the land shrouded in black mist. Li Guanqi looked up. Faintly visible. In the green light was the outline of an insect the size of a tiger or leopard. Well, a cursed insect the size of a tiger or leopard and weighing hundreds of kilograms is reasonable. Gradually, the green light dissipated, and this, well, maybe, head, is more appropriate to describe it. This 2-level top-grade cursed insect is about the size of a tiger. It looks like an enlarged version of a black mantis, except that it has 6 slightly transparent green wings on its back. 2-year level cursed insect. Then you can call it mantis. Li Guanqi casually put this thing into the space ring. How could this thing be considered a reward for a mere 2-level cursed insect? The real reward is yet to come. Buzz? Purple light emerged. A fat, snow-white silkworm, about the size of a finger appeared in front of Li Guanqi. Is this the Spirit Refining Insect? Li Guanqi reached out to catch it, looking curious at the motionless, lazy and fat white silkworm lying on his palm. No message. Spirit Refining Insects are not cursed insects that have been refined and cultivated. It is just an insect-like creature bred by nature, and it has no power. Buzz? The next moment, a bunch of information flooded into my mind. It is the third ending reward. The secret method of using the Spirit Refining Insect. After a while, Li Guanqi understood the principle of the Spirit Refining Insect breaking through the realm. There are actually 2 official terms for the third level of Conjurer. One is the Chi Refining Realm. One is the Spirit Refining Realm. The former is used more, and the latter is used less. But they are actually the same thing, because the origin of this word is spiritual energy, which can be called natural spirit refining or Chi refining. To be in the Sankai level Chi refining realm, roughly speaking, it is to use a secret technique of Chi refining to deeply refine the external world's spiritual energy outside the body, completely removing its dross and leaving its essence. And then the spiritual energy is integrated into the body. The point is here. This is the first ray of refining spiritual energy. The spellcaster must not be stored in the body. Once it is stored, the spellcaster will be useless, and will not be able to break into the third level in this life. The spellcaster must imprint this first ray of refined spiritual energy on the core of the spell in his body to form a small array of refined spiritual energy. This step is called sealing the Spirit Refining Array. Abbreviation, Spirit Refining Seal. Once the Spirit Refining Seal is completed, from now on, the conjurer will no longer need to purify the spiritual energy of heaven and earth from the outside world, because the core of the spell that has been refined and sealed will automatically perform this step. It is equivalent to the core of the spell turning into a purification machine. The magician absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth from the outside world, and no longer stores it directly in the blood. Instead, he circulates it through the core of the spell. And then the spiritual energy that comes out of the core of the spell becomes purified spiritual power. This is completely different from Li Guanqi's 100 refinements of spiritual power. The 100 refining of spiritual power is to compress spiritual power. Normally, 100 parts of spiritual power are compressed into one part. And when it is needed, it is released into 100 parts. In the final analysis, it is just a quantitative change. And spiritual power only changes in more. This is not the case with the Qi refining realm of the third talent level. It completely changes the nature of spiritual power, making it qualitatively change and become higher quality and stronger. There is no conflict between the two. Li Guanqi could completely compress the refined spiritual power 100 times and complete the 100 refinements of the third level spiritual power. Therefore, the only key and the only difficulty in breaking through to the third level Qi refining realm is how to complete the spirit refining and sealing step. This is a very difficult step. Many two-level conjurers have spent more than 100 years and exhausted their lives, but they have not succeeded. However, after thousands of years of development in the world of magic, various auxiliary methods have emerged. Spirit refining insect is one of them, and they are the most special ones. The spirit refining insect is a very buggy thing, because it allows the conjurer to do the soul refining seal without having to bother himself. Under normal circumstances, the conjurer needs to carefully move the first ray of refined spiritual energy to the core of the spell to imprint it. But if you use the spirit refining insect, there is no need to be so troublesome, because the spirit refining insect itself is a purely natural spirit refining array. What's interesting is that its spirit refining effect relies entirely on the special characteristics of one's own body. A conjurer cannot use other methods to copy this spirit refining array. Nature is magical. The spirit refining insect itself is much more sophisticated than the spirit refining arrays studied by many conjurers. It is not difficult to use the spirit refining insect. The conjurer only needs to put the spirit refining worm into the body alive. And then the spirit refining worm will actively explore the body to find the core of the conjurer's spell. After finding it, the spirit refining insect will lie down on the core of the spell and sleep comfortably. When it dies naturally in the winter of next year and dies, there is a chance that the corpse of the spirit refining insect will be. The key point is, there is a chance. After it dies, there is a chance that it will form a complete spirit refining array, which will adhere to the surface of the spell core and merge with the spell core. It is equivalent to completing the soul refining seal in disguise. The soul refining array diagram that the conjurer himself studied was a little more deliberate. The spirit refining array formed by the spirit refining insects was conceived by nature, and it has an extra touch of the uncanny workmanship of nature. There are even rumors that spellcasters who use spirit refining insects to break through to the Sankai level will have a much easier time breaking through to the Lyoha level in the future and comprehend the power of heaven and earth. Speaking of which, we have to mention the habits of refining spirit insects. After the spirit refining worms spend 81 years in the larval stage underground, they will come to the surface and transform into the adult stage. At this time, they are what the magicians call spirit refining worms. After the spirit refining insect reaches adulthood, there are only two things to do. 1. Mate and give birth to offspring eggs. 2. After completing the reproduction task, go to sleep. No matter what. 1 year after reaching adulthood, the spirit refining insect will die and die. Moreover, they like to sleep in places with strong spiritual energy. The core of the spell in the body of the conjurer has a very strong spiritual power. This is the ingenuity of nature. The conjurer uses his own spell core to provide a comfortable sleeping place for the spirit refining insects. As for the spirit refining insect, after it sleeps comfortably and dies, it has a chance of repaying the magician and leaving a spirit refining array diagram for his spell core. Complement each other. If you have to say that you are using each other, of course you can say that. But why use such a slightly derogatory term? This is nature's life cycle. The spirit refining insect found a comfortable place to sleep. The conjurer also has a chance of getting a magically crafted, naturally conceived, and full of heavenly spirit refining array diagram. However, this chance is indeed relatively small. There is only a 0.01% chance of success, because after the spirit refining insect dies, the chance that the body can turn into a complete spirit refining array on the core of the spell is 0.01%. If it is incomplete, then it is a failed formation and cannot be used to refine spiritual energy. But this is normal. If you use the supporting secret method provided by Moigu Village, you can increase the success rate to 1%. But this is still very low. But nature is amazing. Because there is another plant in the world. Cordyceps sinensis. This is a type of cordyceps that appears after the soul-refining insect dies in nature and its body rots in the ground. Through various coincidences, it finally appears. If the spirit-refining insect is allowed to eat the spirit-refining cordyceps, then it will 100% leave behind a complete spirit-refining array diagram after death. It is equivalent to 100% helping the magician to break through the third talent level. There is still no definite public opinion in the magic circle about the specific cause of the cordyceps sinensis, and it is impossible to cultivate it artificially. If spirit-refining insects are rare, then spirit-refining cordyceps are truly rare, enough to make 5-element level conjurers fight for them. And now, Li Guanqi smiled, looked down at the fat spirit-refining insect in the palm of his right hand, then turned his head and looked at the red light floating in front of him. There is a black cordyceps in there. Gu Village Enchanted Soul, the last reward of the dungeon. Alchemy cordyceps, red. The spirit-refining insect only has a 0.01% chance of success. But if you add this cordyceps, then it's 100%. The reward for the perfect ending of this dungeon is actually equivalent to letting someone directly break through to the third talent level. And the spirit-refining array it possesses is the one closest to the nature of heaven. Li Guanqi looked at the spirit-refining insects and cordyceps in his hands, but took a deep breath and fell into deep thought. Now he had two options before him. 1. Use the spirit-refining insect immediately. 2. No. Wait until the Gu Village enchantment copy is over before using it. Why? Because the simulation was conducted under his current conditions. If he uses the spirit-refining insect, then there will be one more variable, which may cause the actual situation to be inconsistent with the simulated situation. In fact, Li Guanqi has experienced variables more than once because of this. It's said to be a simulator, but in reality, it's rarely exactly the same as the simulator. The most recent incident was the paper wedding dress incident in Lugui Village, and the consequences were quite horrific. But this is not reality. This time the copy is not in reality, but in a strange world. The simulated ending of The Charming Night, The King of Gus and Spring Night, is just an ordinary perfect ending. Under normal circumstances, dungeons will have a more special and perfect ending. Li Guanqi had a vague hunch that if he used the spirit-refining insect, he might be able to find a special and perfect ending for Gu Village Ecstasy in a truly strange world. Want to give up? Back off? No. He wants to find it because it represents a more special ending reward. It's just a variable. It's not like he is bound to die. Of course, the most important thing is that the weird world is not reality. Death in a strange world is just equivalent to game over. It's just some punishment, not real death. This is completely incomparable with the actual Lugui Village incident. Why not take such a small risk? Of course. Come! Let's eat! With this thought, Li Guanqi made a complete decision, picked up the spirit-refining cordyceps, and stuffed it into the spirit-refining insect's mouth. This fat little white silkworm didn't seem to have opened its eyes, but it still ate the cordyceps sinensis into its stomach like a rabbit eating grass. Then, Li Guanqi directly tore open his chest, grabbed the spirit-refining insect with his bloody hand, and placed it in the flesh and blood of his chest. The spirit-refining insect did not move, but lay there, sleeping soundly. After the spirit-refining insect enters the body of the spellcaster, it will go to the location of the spell's core. And Li Guanqi is extremely special. After the plunder spell was awakened, the core of his spell was integrated into the flesh and blood of his body. It seemed that the core of the spell was gone, but in fact, every inch of flesh and blood was the core of the spell. As long as there is still a piece of flesh and blood, the core of the spell is still there. Therefore, for the spirit-refining insect, it didn't matter where he went. As long as he stayed in Li Guanqi's body, it was equivalent to staying on the core of the spell. It went to sleep very comfortably. As for Li Guanqi, well, to be honest, of course he was still a little worried. After all, my situation is really special, and seems to have never happened before in the world of magic. He also doesn't know if the spirit-refining array map left in the chest after the spirit-refining insect dies next year can help him break through to the third-level chi-refining realm. But there is no use worrying. We can only watch it then. Well, having said that, there is actually no need to wait until next year. Under normal circumstances, spirit-refining insects will only die naturally in the coming year. But there are exceptions. For example, eating a spirit-refining insect directly, when there is already a spirit-refining insect sleeping in the body. Eating it means eating another spirit-refining insect. In this way, the spirit-refining insect in the body will die immediately, and the same effect as natural death can be achieved. Li Guanxi doesn't have to wait until next year. Weird World. Moxie Goo Village. He only needs to go to Moxie Goo Village to participate in the Goo King competition again in the real Weird World. Become the champion again. Win a spirit-refining worm again. And then eat it. The spirit-refining worm in his body will immediately become natural die. That is to say, he only needs to go to Moxie Goo Village and win the Goo King competition again. And he can immediately break into the third level of spells. This day is not far away. Because Li Guanxi looked at the light curtain panel of the simulator. Leicheng number 1/Goo Village Fascination. All unlock the perfect ending. The simulation is closed. The simulation is completely over. The fourth arrival of the strange world has not really begun yet. But Li Guanxi has already walked through the Thunder City in the simulated world, experienced many people and many things, and also completed the tech simulation of Goo Village Enchantment. Next, he is going to the truly weird world. And before heading to Moi Goo's stronghold, he also wanted to try the thing where the simulator ignored him. Informed Qi Gongming to go to Leicheng and Daluo Qinzhou to save his adopted daughter, Qin Lubai. Back to reality. Li Guanxi looked at the black mist-shrouded land around him, and said softly, "Brush." His whole person disappeared in an instant. Ding! The world's first 3-level martial artist of different blood appears. And his name is King! Time in the simulated world is stationary relative to the outside world. Therefore, Li Guanxi, who broke into the third level of martial arts in the simulated world, the moment he returned to reality, his cultivation status was detected by the strange world. As soon as the notification sound of his title of the world's top 3 talents came out, almost all the extraordinary people in the world were stunned, because they couldn't figure it out at all. How could he break through this fourth weird world before it even started? Wow! Reality. It's raining heavily, and it's a cloudy afternoon. Li Guanxi stood at a remote cave, looking at the layers of dark clouds outside with a calm expression. 2, 1. Brush. The countdown sound of the weird world ended, and Li Guanxi disappeared again, entering the real weird world. The fourth trip to the weird world begins. Extraordinary. King! You have 2 extraordinary powers at the same time, and you can choose your starting identity. 1. Survivors of the Red Blood Army. 2. Conjurer, you will return to the last save point on the Conjurer route. Your fourth return is equivalent to less than 1 second in the strange world. In the darkness, a cold mechanical female voice sounded quietly. I choose the Conjurer route. Selection completed. Identity, Conjurer. Copy? Chapter 254 Leicheng Incident. Li Guanxi's exclusive mission. Weird World. In southern Xinjiang, the Motasar Snow Mountain is hundreds of miles away. In the lush forest, insects and frogs chirped everywhere. It was dark at night, and in a dark and deep cave, a tall figure in black slowly walked out. It was Li Guanxi who came to the strange world for the 4th time. And this is the save point after he finished the last copy of Spell Academy. Qi Gongming. Li Guanxi looked into the distance. His eyes seemed to penetrate hundreds of miles away, and he saw the southern Xinjiang headquarters located deep in the snowy mountains. I can't go back to the academy. I have to find another way to inform him. Li Guanxi's cultivation has improved too quickly now. After the last Spell Academy copy ended, his spell realm had only reached its peak at the one-dimensional level. And now, the 2 levels are at their peak. For people in the weird world, he has broken through an entire realm in less than a day. This is outrageous. Even the king of southern Xinjiang's spiritual-based potion can't hide it. That thing can only help break through the realm. How can it directly help break through the realm and then raise the cultivation level to the peak of the current realm? The same goes for his martial arts cultivation, which has skyrocketed. The body-covering necklace cannot be hidden from the professors at the southern Xinjiang headquarters. There is no way to go back to the southern Xinjiang headquarters. I probably won't be able to go back in the future, because martial arts cultivation and spell cultivation coexist, and they can both surpass those at the 3rd level. There will definitely be no good end. Ding! You have unlocked the mission system. At this time, a cold mechanical female voice suddenly sounded in Li Guanxi's mind. From now on, the dungeons you experience will be completely different from those of other extraordinary beings. The mission system will issue you unique missions based on your specific situation. Ding! New mission released. Goo Village Enchanted Soul. Mission description: none. Mission location: Southern Xinjiang, Changli Mountains, Yuqing District, Moxigu Village. Mission time limit: you must arrive at Moxigu Village within 1 month. It's said to be a mission. But what's the difference between it and a copy? Li Guanqi was speechless. This mission actually doesn't give much information. Just like the dungeon, you need to explore the plot and past conditions by yourself. Although he already knows the conditions through the simulator. The only difference is that now he needs to run to the plot location by himself. Huh? Mission system? Wait. Li Guanqi suddenly thought of a question. A matter of time. There are 100 million extraordinary beings. The time required for each person to complete the copy is different. And the time in the world is also different. That being the case, the Leicheng No. 1 dungeon of the Wufu route opens every 10 years. How can it be a unified dungeon due to such time constraints? In the simulated world, the time when the Four Elephants Secret Realm was opened was New Era 4871. Li Guanqi has always completed dungeons very quickly. So after completing 3 dungeons, his strange world is still in New Era 4871. But for some extraordinary people, it's New Era 4872. And they haven't yet completed the requirements for the second copy. In this case, how can Leicheng, which is about to open the secret realm of the 4 symbols in 4871, serve as a unified copy of all warrior extraordinary warriors? The time doesn't match up. The only explanation is that Leicheng No. 1 is not a unified copy at all. Now, it is Li Guanqi's 4th time entering this strange world. For him, his spellcaster route is no longer a unified copy, but has become an exclusive mission mechanism. By the same token, if he chooses the martial arts route this time, then he should also activate the martial arts route's mission system instead of following the other transcendent warriors in the martial arts route to complete the same dungeon. So, Leicheng No. 1 is not a unified copy. It is an exclusive mission. An exclusive mission for the martial arts route. Only in the case of Li Guanqi can the activation conditions be met. As for the extraordinary people who follow the ordinary martial arts route, entering the strange world this time, they will not encounter this Thunder City first mission at all. What they experience should still be a low difficulty unified copy. In this way, it completely makes sense. After all, Leicheng No. 1 is too difficult. Right? Ridiculously high. The last 4 ancestors were all at the peak of the 4 elephants level. And there was also a powerful conjurer who was seriously injured and was also at the 4 elephant level. He could heal the injury directly to the 5 elements level. Li Guanqi, the extraordinary first person, almost died there. The current 100 million extraordinary beings generally hover between LV10 and LV20. Faced with the Leicheng incident, how many of the 100 million extraordinary beings can survive? This level of difficulty is completely beyond the standard for them. That should be it. Leicheng No. 1 is not a unified copy at all, but an exclusive mission that only belongs to me. Li Guanqi whispered to himself. A martial artist who has not been assigned this task will never encounter the Yun family army after leaving the Red Blood Fortress, and will not be slandered and beheaded, will not be rescued by Yun Hao, and will not be sent to Lei by Yun Hao City. There will be no such thing as the later one. This conclusion is the most reasonable. It is consistent with the issue of time and the outrageous difficulty of the task. Li Guanqi is 99% certain of this conclusion. The next time we return to reality, and the weird world takes stock of the endings of the 2 routes, we will be able to confirm it completely. Of course, the most important thing now is the strange world. The mission of the Conjurer route, Gu Village Enchantment. He must arrive at Moxie Gu Village within a month. But before that, he had to save people first. 1 month is still a long time. Wait until I save Qin Lubai. Li Guanqi made a secret with one hand, turned into a gust of wind, and rushed towards the nearest southern city. Nanjiang headquarters cannot go back. Notification by means of magic will inevitably leave traces. We still have to use the most primitive human methods. Find someone to deliver the letter. Is there a letter from me? A few days later, the southern Xinjiang main school is covered with snow. In the villa park belonging to the teacher, Qi Gongming opened the door of his villa, looked at the messenger standing in the wind and snow outside, and said tiredly, "Who sent it? The letter is here. Please take it out." Qi Shixiao's body was missing, leaving the old man unable to lift his spirits all day long. "I don't know." The young messenger shook his head and said hesitantly, "It's strange. I was on duty at the inn last night, and my boss suddenly came over. But my boss should have gone home by that time. And he was very serious. He was also anxious and ordered me to set out overnight to deliver a message to Professor Qi Gongming of the Southern Xinjiang headquarters. Oh! Qi Gongming frowned. It was obvious that the person who ordered the messenger was by no means his superior. Was it caused by another conjurer? So mysterious. What's the message? Qi Gongming looked at the messenger and said, Go ahead. Yes, Master Conjurer. The young messenger quickly said, The girl fell into the river. The baby died. Qin Lubai, the adopted daughter, is about to die. In danger. Green Tree City. Shuangyin. Qi Gongming's expression changed drastically. The next day. Southern Xinjiang. Green Tree City. Qi Gongming wore a black robe and stood at the door of an inn that looked like a tree house. He walked towards the door of the inn, which was the hole of the big tree. Sir, do you want to be a top-notch person or stay in a hotel? The waiter came over quickly. Find someone. Qi Gongming waved his hand, and everyone in the entire inn fell into a deep sleep. The moment he took action. The city lord of Qinshu City sensed the aura of spiritual power. But Qinshu City is a small city. The city lord is only a third-level alien-blooded warrior. And the magician in the city lord's mansion is only a 3-level magician. They don't dare to touch this powerful 5-element level magician. Finally, Qi Gongming came to the 3rd floor of Shudongyin and opened the door of a guest room. As he approached the Shudongyin, he sensed Li Guanqi's aura. And in the room, the figure standing by the window was indeed the tall and handsome young man. The first time Qi Gongming saw Li Guanqi, he was keenly aware of the changes in his cultivation. He didn't see Li Guanqi's martial arts cultivation, but he still noticed the changes in his spiritual energy. The spiritual aura of the underworld? No. It's the Yang realm. In just a few days, he broke through a big realm and was promoted to the Liangyang realm. This is very strange. But Qi Gongming was more concerned about another thing than this. Guanqi, it's you who asked someone to deliver the message. Qi Gongming waved his hand, and a soundproof spirit shield covered the entire room. Then he looked at Li Guanqi by the window with a solemn expression. I need an explanation. Why do you know about lure? It's a long story. Li Guanqi hesitated for a moment, but finally did not explain, but just said, Senior Qi, I just ask you, do you still think Lu Bai is your adopted daughter? If she is in danger now, will you save her? Qi Gongming frowned and was silent for a long time. After a long while, the gray-haired old man slowly spoke in a hoarse voice. From the day she left, I severed the father-daughter relationship with her. Now I have no relationship with her. Yeah? Li Guanqi couldn't help but smile. Senior Qi, if that's the case, why do you need to come here? Qi Gongming's expression froze. Since you care about her so much, why don't you save her? Li Guanqi came to Qi Gongming and asked seriously. How can I save you? Qi Gongming shook his head helplessly and sighed. I can force her to stay by my side, but I can't extinguish the fire of revenge in the child's heart. I don't want to deceive her and feel that she should have the right to know the truth. But this is what I want most. One thing I regret. If I had known this, I should not have told her the truth. Because Bai Yang doesn't deserve to die. Right? Li Guanqi's eyes were complicated. Bai Yang? When Qi Gongming heard this name, the doubts in his heart became deeper and deeper. He frowned and looked at him. Guanqi, you have given me too many doubts. How did your spell realm reach the Liangyang realm in just a few days? And how do you know this? How much do you know? Li Guanqi glanced down at the 2 necklaces around his neck. Soul-shading necklaces and body-shielding necklaces. Qi Gongming did not mention his martial arts cultivation, but only saw the realm of spells. Obviously, the soul-shielding necklace given to him by his senior sister could not be hidden from the eyes of a 5-element level conjurer. Li Guanqi directly ignored the first half of Qi Gongming's question, grasped the key point, looked at Qi Gongming, and said in a deep voice, I know everything. Senior Qi, you think Bai Yang doesn't deserve to die, so you don't want to help Qin Lubai avenge you. You made a big fuss with her, and even threatened to sever the relationship between father and daughter. But Qin Lubai still resolutely returned to Leicheng to unfold her revenge plan. Bai Yang? He is just a poor man. Qi Gongming's expression was complicated. In the final analysis, there is only one real enemy of lure. And it's just the kid from the Bai family who played with her biological mother's feelings. And that person was beaten to death by her great-grandfather a long time ago. Bai Yang is not her enemy at all. But just like her, a victim. So you don't want to help Lu Bai get revenge. Because the person she wants to kill is not her enemy at all. Li Guanqi looked at Qi Gongming and said in a deep voice, "But Senior Qi, things are not that simple. Listen to me. Because the things are complicated. I can't tell you where I know it. But please believe it, whether you believe it or not. Please listen carefully to what I have to say." Lu Bai returned to Leicheng. Begins her revenge plan. But she didn't know that the reason why her revenge plan went so smoothly was because someone was secretly helping her with ulterior motives. Just to let Lu Bai kill Bai Yang. That man is the real founder of Leicheng. The 5-element level magician. Chen Yu. He was injured. His soul was damaged. His cultivation dropped to the 4th level. And he needed to rebuild his killing soul. After more than 100 years of accumulation, Chen Yu has collected enough killing emotions. Now, he wants to kill the 300,000 people in Leicheng in order to gather a massive amount of soul power and allow himself to repair the integrity of his soul. At the same time, let the soul strength reach a new level. And Bai Yang in Leicheng City, the powerful martial artist at the 5 elements level, is his biggest obstacle. So Chen Yu secretly helped Qin Lu Bai and wanted to help her kill Bai Yang. Because Bai Yang felt guilty about her and would be willing to die. Bai Yang died. No one in Leicheng can stop Chen Yu. Afterwards, Chen Yu would not let Lu Bai go. Lu Bai, a soul who had just completed the killing and had his great revenge, could help him neutralize the murderous nature of the killing soul and help him better master the killing soul. Senior Qi. Having said this, Li Guanqi looked at Qi Gongming anxiously. If you don't save her, Lu Bai will definitely die. Qi Gongming frowned and was silent for a long time. After a while, the old man suddenly raised his right hand and made a grab gesture in front of Li Guanqi. Immediately afterwards, Qi Gongming narrowed his eyes and actually grabbed a ray of green light from Li Guanqi's body. Chen Yu? 5 elements level conjurer? So, this is what Chen Yu left on you. Marking spell? Li Guanqi was stunned. This is the mark planted by Chen Yu on him in the simulated world. Now he was caught out by Qi Gongming? Watching chess. Qi Gongming did not destroy Chen Yu's marking spell, but carefully put away this ray of green spiritual power. Then looked at Li Guanqi and asked softly, "You really can't tell me. How did you learn about these things?" "Sorry, Senior." Li Guanqi lowered his head. "I really can't say." "Okay." Qi Gongming stood with his hands behind his back and nodded lightly. "You are Xiao Zhao's only friend in the southern Xinjiang headquarters. I have always been willing to look at you more because of her affection. But this time it is a friend node. If you deceive me, then this friendship will disappear. But if it is true..." Qi Gongming looked at Li Guanqi and said seriously, "Then, I, Qi Gongming, owe you a favor. Senior Qi." Li Guanqi looked at the old man, hesitated for a moment, and then said, "Zhao Xiao will definitely be free from any diseases in another world and live happily. Thank you." Qi Gongming didn't say much, just smiled. He thought Li Guanqi was just comforting him. But in fact, Li Guanqi told the truth. In reality, Qi Xiaoxiao was not only free of blood cancer, but also found his own life goal and worked hard for it. One day, Xiaoxiao will rebuild the Red Blood Army in reality. It will be an elite army that does not involve any power struggle, but only fights to the death against cursed spirits to protect mankind. But there is really no way to talk to Qi Gongming about these things. "Do you want to follow?" Qi Gongming looked at Li Guanqi and asked. "Daluo Qinshou. Leicheng. Are you going? There shouldn't be any danger. As you said, that Chen Yu has fallen to the 4-image level. In fact, it doesn't matter. Even if he is still at the 5 elements level, it doesn't hurt. As long as I'm here, I'll explain it to Bai Yang at the worst. If I and Bai Yang join forces, even the peak 5-element level magician can be killed. No matter what happens, it won't be a problem to take you and lure away by force." Li Guanqi frowned and thought. His current situation is a mission system, not a copy anymore. Since he has to rush to the mission by himself, it means that there should be no other problems for him running around in this strange world. As long as you arrive at Moxie Gu village within the stipulated time. It's okay. 1 month is plenty of time. Moreover, he really wanted to see with his own eyes how that bastard Chen Yu died. Is this guy going to play cat and mouse? He also asked if he could find a backer within a month. Hey, here comes the backer. Senior Qi, when we go to Qinzhou, we should use the teleportation array. Right? Li Guanqi looked at Qi Gongming. Certainly. Qi Gongming nodded lightly. Let's not talk about the entry issue of the Great Wall. Just the wilderness roads along the way. There are many forbidden places that are difficult to pass. Let's not talk about it anymore. Without further ado, let's set off quickly. After that, he waved his hand to disperse the soundproof spirit shield in the room. Forbidden place? Li Guanqi was a little surprised. This is a new term that he has never heard of. Oh, you probably haven't come across this part of knowledge yet. Qi Gongming took out a dark red book from the space ring and handed it to Li Guanqi. With a wave of his hand, a breeze lifted them up. You should read the book first, according to the nearest teleportation array here in Huiyun City. By the way, I'm about to start my journey. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the strong wind carried him and Li Guanqi, smashing the wall of Shudongyan, and instantly rushed into the sky and flew into the distance. The wind was extremely fast, and the distance of 1,000 meters flew by in an instant. But it was extremely stable in the strong wind, and Li Guanqi could even turn the pages of the book normally. Qi Gongming is riding the strong wind and rushing forward. Li Guanqi stood behind the old man, holding the dark red book, Forbidden Places and Forbidden Objects, in his hand, and began to read carefully to check the knowledge about the forbidden places. Soon, Li Guanqi finished flipping through the book and had a general understanding of the Forbidden Land. When talking about forbidden places, we have to talk about the size of the weird world. How big is the weird world? There are no specific numbers, but it is obvious that the weird world is at least much bigger than reality, because the Daluo dynasty alone covers an area of 100 million square kilometers, which is almost 1/5 of the surface area of the entire planet in reality. However, there is still southern Xinjiang in the strange world, and further south in southern Xinjiang, there are really barren lands, and there are a bunch of messy small races and small countries, because the place is too remote and the resources are too few. It takes a lot of effort to manage them. So even southern Xinjiang doesn't care about those territories. There is also Beiming, the vast and endless prairie. There are also the Toyo Islands, where the Sakura Shogunate is located. There are also the Violet Kingdoms on the western coast. They are kingdoms. There are a group of kingdoms next to the Violet Empire. Are these countries adjacent? Of course not. It does not mean that beyond the Great Wall of the Daluo dynasty, there is southern Xinjiang. Between the territories of the two countries, the Daluo dynasty and southern Xinjiang, or in other words, between each country and the territory of each country, there is basically a large desolate area that does not belong to any country. And the countries are not even nominally no need to occupy it, because of bad luck. These extremely unlucky and desolate areas are called wilderness. The wilderness is not without life. In fact, many humans who are called wanderers, savages, and refugees, as well as some intelligent life forms similar to orcs, as well as most creatures, thrive in the wilderness. But there is no other way. Just like the people in poor mountain villages, don't they want to live in prosperous big cities? They just don't have the conditions. The wilderness is barely habitable. But those who are qualified, that is, the countries, will not choose to build their country in the wilderness. Even the establishment of various kingdoms would deliberately avoid these wilderness areas, because the forbidden places, mentioned by Qi Gongming, are like countless stars, distributed in various wildernesses. The forbidden place, also known as the field of disordered rules, is a very strange place. In the forbidden land, the rules are out of order. For example, drinking water can quench thirst in the outside world, but in some taboo places, drinking water will only make you thirstier. For another example, in the outside world, flames can ignite hay, but in some forbidden places, the flames cannot ignite, but watering can make hay catch fire. Another example is that in the outside world, human women are pregnant, but in some places, human men are pregnant in 10 months, which can be called a dream destination for some people. These are just the most common taboo places. The most terrifying forbidden place can be called the forbidden area of life. Even the 9 palaces level powerhouse can't make any progress. And, in forbidden places, sometimes, forbidden objects are born. This is a kind of thing that is more magical than sacrificial weapons and magic weapons. It is a pure creation of rules. Its effects vary, and it is difficult to classify them with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Because taboo objects are actually the embodiment of the core of the rules of this taboo place, representing a taboo rule, or a disordered rule. Sometimes, taboo objects are no different from trash. But under certain circumstances, they can exert effects comparable to artifacts. For example, 700 years ago, the extremely famous Aquarius destroyed the country. Incident. This incident took place in a country in the west called the Kingdom of Hailuo. This country is in the past tense, and was completely destroyed in that incident. The mastermind behind this matter is a 5-element level magician. What he holds is a forbidden water bottle. The forbidden water bottle is also known as the death water bottle. The first holder is the 5-element level magician, Eric. He is a prince who lost his country, and his former country was destroyed by the Kingdom of Hailuo. Eric got this death bottle from nowhere, and then chose to go to the Kingdom of Hailuo for revenge. In just 1 month, this small and medium-sized country with level powerhouses perished and ceased to exist. Chapter 255. Taboo Water Bottle. Buyun City in southern Xinjiang. Taboo Object Water Bottle is a taboo object and represents a taboo rule. Within a kilometer radius of the water bottle, all creatures that had drank the water died immediately. In 1 month, Eric held the bottle of death. He first went to the capital of Hailuo Kingdom and killed all his former enemies. Then he slowly traveled through most of the country of Hailuo Kingdom. Wherever he passed, tens of millions of people were killed. Hailuo's citizens, countless creatures all died. After all, who hasn't drank water? Even a conjurer was immortal before he became a conjurer. And he still needs to drink water. But it's funny to say that the resolution of the Aquarius destruction of the country incident was very dramatic. At that time, the Daluo dynasty happened to have a top martial artist at the Jiugong level in the Hailuo Kingdom. He was born in the Nangong family, one of the 8 surnames of the 8 kingdoms, and was named Nangong Wei. He was considered the ancestor of the Nangong family. Nangong Wei was originally traveling in the Hailuo Kingdom. But that day, he went to the tourist destination that he had been dreaming about for decades, only to find that it had turned into a deserted and dead land. So Nangong Wei became completely angry and began to frantically track down this thing. In the end, Eric, who was holding a water bottle of death, was caught by Nangong Wei. The full name of the death water bottle is Forbidden Water Bottle, which represents a taboo rule. However, a 9-palace level powerhouse can be said to be in a world of its own, and he is the rule. In fact, in the final analysis, it is still a matter of strength. Of course, there are taboo objects that can kill Jiugong level experts. Let's not mention the legends of the old era. In the nearly 5,000-year history of the new era alone, there have been quite a few. But the water bottle of death is not included. The forbidden water bottle was far from being able to influence Jiugong level warriors, and it was not enough in front of Nangong Wei. In the end, Eric was slapped to death by Nangong Wei. After the forbidden water bottle was sealed by Nangong Wei, he also brought it back to the Daluo dynasty and handed it over to the Ying family for safekeeping. The water bottle destroying the country incident has subsided, but the peace is peace, and the Hailuo Kingdom is basically gone. This incident was very influential because it was the only bad incident in the past 1,000 years where a taboo object led to the destruction of a country, and it made all countries take a warning. In the Daluo dynasty, the Luoru clearly stated that no force or individual other than the country was allowed to possess any taboo objects. Once found out, he will be killed without mercy, and the 9 tribes will be killed. Not even the 8 pillars. Of course, this is just a joke. A fool would know with his, but that the 8 great families are definitely not so good. And they will definitely hold taboo items secretly. But they just won't make it public. But in any case, at least this law shows that the Daluo dynasty has zero tolerance for taboo objects. Forbidden objects come from forbidden places. The sudden disappearance of a taboo place may not be a good thing, because it means that the taboo rules of the taboo place have become concrete and become taboo objects. He might be picked up by some wanderer in the wilderness and cause harm to the world. However, there is another possibility for the disappearance of the forbidden place. It went to another place. Yes, the forbidden land is not a fixed location. It can walk. Sometimes, this forbidden land with a radius of 300 meters is by the river. Maybe in 2 days, it will run to the back of the mountain. Therefore, compiling a map of the distribution of forbidden places is of course useful. But it is only better than nothing. The map drawn today may be gone tomorrow. Because of this, traveling alone through the wilderness and traveling to foreign countries is an act of pure luck. Good luck and a smooth journey. If you are unlucky, let alone those savage bandit-like wanderers in the wilderness. Even if you don't meet any wanderers, you might not even take 2 steps before falling into a forbidden place. If there is a need, there is a demand. In this environment, The teleportation array came into being. By riding on the teleportation array, you can travel between countries in an instant. The short-distance teleportation array that consumes spiritual energy and various materials was the first invention in the world of magic. However, what is interesting is that the ultra-long distance cross-border teleportation array was actually improved by the Daluo dynasty, which hates magicians the most. The Daluo people who hate magicians are studying the matter of spiritual power use, more serious than anyone else. But Li Guanqi really didn't understand. Daluo cannot control spiritual power with his body. If he wants to use spiritual power, he must use various magical weapons. Just like people in reality use various equipment to study and use radio waves. But there is obviously no need for Daluo to be like this. Why do we have to exclude the conjurer? Senior Qi? High in the sky, in the strong wind, Qi Gongming rode the strong wind and hurried away. While Li Guanqi couldn't help but ask him, Junior, there is something I want to know the answer to. About the Forbidden Land? Qi Gongming looked back at Li Guanqi, and then pointed at the book. Forbidden Places and Forbidden Objects. In his hand, the author of this book is Mr. Mosul, a 7-star spellcaster. About forbidden places. This book explains things in great detail. If you still don't understand after reading it carefully, then I basically can't give you the answer. That's not it. Li Guanqi handed over. Forbidden places and forbidden objects. I want to ask. The Daluo dynasty obviously likes to use spiritual power. But why do they have to exclude spellcasters who can use their bodies to control spiritual power? Qi Gongming narrowed his eyes slightly and shook his head slightly. I gave you this book. As for your question, heh. The old man smiled helplessly. I want to know more than you. Li Guanqi became more and more surprised. It's okay if others don't know. Qi Gongming was born in the Qi family of Daluo. The Qi family is a general family with 7-star warriors. But even with such an origin, doesn't Qi Gongming know anything about it? The Daluo dynasty's rejection of magicians existed long before the founding of the country. When the Ying family, the predecessor of the Daluo dynasty, raised troops to suppress the Central Plains, there were no spellcasters in the army. But why? This cannot be simply because the Ying royal family hates conjurers. This is a major event that affects the country. On matters of this nature, even the first emperor of Great Luo could not make a decision based on personal preference. Behind this matter, there must be a shocking truth hidden that cannot be disclosed. Li Guanqi looks forward to finding the truth. Huyun City is coming. Qi Gongming looked back at Li Guanqi. Have you ever sat in a teleportation array? This question is like asking someone in real life whether they have ever flown on an airplane. No. Li Guanqi shook his head. Ah. Qi Gongming's expression was half smiling. The experience of riding in a teleportation array, especially a transnational type of ultra-long distance teleportation array, will be something that everyone will never forget. Li Guanqi blinked. Call out! Qi Gongming waved his right hand, and the surrounding strong wind suddenly changed direction and began to fall straight down. Soon, Li Guanqi saw the outline of a huge lake below. Next to the lake, there was a majestic city. To be honest, this was the first time he had seen such a huge city in southern Xinjiang except for the capital Gu City. Judging from the outline size alone, it was already as big as a real city. And in southern Xinjiang, there are countless tribal villages. But there are still very few large cities. This is the Huyun City with the teleportation array mentioned by Qi Gongming. Brush. The closer Qi Gongming got to Huyun City, the more Qi Gongming reduced the strong wind. When he reached the south of Huyun City, the strong wind turned into a breeze, carrying Qi Gongming and Li Guanqi continuously towards the north of the city. Shola! Qi Gongming spoke slowly, but his voice was not very loud. I'm in a hurry. I'll have tea with you another day. Hack you, oh! Forget it! Immediately afterwards, another rough man's voice came from the position of the central city lord's mansion, resounding throughout Huyun City like rolling thunder. If you don't drink tea another day, I will drink with you to relieve your boredom. Good. Qi Gongming's eyes were complicated, and he responded with a smile. Li Guanqi raised his eyebrows slightly. Obviously, the city lord of Huyun City and Qi Gongming are old acquaintances and have a good relationship, because the lord of Huyun City knew about Qi Shishi's death. He told Qi Gongming to drink another day and didn't care about his behavior of entering the city illegally. Call out! Finally, Qi Gongming took Li Guanqi to a large building located in the north of Huyun City. This building has an extremely strong southern Xinjiang style. The whole building is a giant tree house. The tree hole inside is hundreds of meters in diameter and is divided into more than 10 floors. The flow of people is huge. Come to think of it, this is a teleportation field in a strange world. Can the airport, in another world, not have a large flow of people? Excuse me. Qi Gongming took Li Guanqi to a ticket counter in the treehouse lobby. Ignored the long queue. Jumped in and stood at the front. Hello! A middle-aged man who was cut in line suddenly became upset. He was dressed like a wealthy businessman wearing gold and silver. And he was also a 3-level warrior of different blood. He immediately shouted to Qi Gongming. You? I am Qi Gongming! Qi Gongming ignored this person, and calmly said to the beautiful female conductor at the counter. This 3-level wealthy businessman suddenly turned pale. I'm sorry! I'm sorry! Master Qi! The wealthy businessman suddenly fell to his knees, and kowtowed to Qi Gongming crazily. This villain is blind! I didn't know you were Lord Qi Gongming. I'm sorry! I'm sorry! Please spare my life! Bang! 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 The wealthy businessman kowtowed frantically without any pretense. In just a few strokes, his oily forehead bled. Qi Gongming seems to be very famous in Huyan City. And everyone in Huyan City seems to know this 5-element level magician. Li Guanqi just watched this scene calmly. This is a strange world. Southern Xinjiang. Let's not talk about Qi Gongming's identity as a professor at the Conjuration Academy. Just talking about his 5 elements level cultivation is incredible. In Southern Xinjiang, of course there are laws. But in many cases, these are far more important than laws. Even the Southern Xinjiang law clearly states many clauses in black and white, indicating that high-level practitioners are nobler than low-level practitioners and mortals, and have privileges, including immunity from murder. There is nothing right or wrong about this, because this is the product of an extraordinary worldview. A 3-talented wealthy businessman provoked a 5-element level conjurer, and was killed casually. Passers-by would only underestimate him and say, "You are looking for death." What? This rich businessman doesn't seem to be provocative at all? In a strange world, you are still a little unhappy when a 5-element level strongman joins your team. This is provocation, and a great disrespect from the weak to the strong. 2 teleportation tickets to Daluo Qinzhou. Whichever is fastest. Qi Gongming bought tickets at the counter, and Li Guanqi stood nearby, looking down at the middle-aged wealthy businessman who was kneeling on the ground. Because Qi Gongming didn't speak, he not only didn't dare to get up, but even kept kowtowing. His eyes were complicated. Bang! 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 The wealthy businessman kept kowtowing. His head was broken and blood splattered, causing the pedestrians around him to give in. But what can be said? This is a weird world. The strong are respected, whether it is the world's concept or the legal level. The strong is respected, is a matter of course. Li Guanqi is still far from being able to change the world now. He can only try his best to ensure that he will not be changed by the world. Senior Qi, Li Guanqi said to Qi Gongming in front. Why don't you let him go? He's always kowtowing here, and is so noisy. Qi Gongming glanced back at the middle-aged wealthy businessman who was kneeling on the ground and kowtowed, frowned and said, Get away, and mop up the blood on the ground yourself. Don't be so incompetent. After that, he continued to communicate with the salesperson at the counter about buying tickets. Yes. Yes. Thank you. Lord Qi. Thank you. Sir. The middle-aged wealthy businessman was immediately overjoyed. He quickly kowtowed to Qi Gongming, and then to Li Guanqi. Then he quickly took off his white coat and used it as a rag. After wiping the blood on the ground, he ran away in a panic. My heart is filled with joy of surviving the disaster. The teleportation array on the Qinzhou side was removed? Qi Gongming stood in front of the counter, looked at the beautiful female conductor inside, and frowned. What if I say that I must go to Daluo Qinzhou today? Girl, can you help me think of a way? Forehead. The female conductor hesitated slightly and said cautiously, How about spending more money to activate the universal teleportation array? Qi Gongming was obviously stunned. When did Huyan City gain a universal teleportation array? Hee hee. The female conductor smiled respectfully. Lord Qi has not been here recently, so it is normal for me not to know. Our Huyan City only had the first universal teleportation array 7 days ago. Then stop talking nonsense. Open it quickly, and go to Daluo Qinzhou. Qi Gongming directly handed the female conductor a black gold card. Li Guanqi suddenly raised his eyebrows. That is the black gold card of Nanggu Bank. Nanggu Bank belongs to the official government of Southern Xinjiang, and is actually the first national bank of Southern Xinjiang. The black gold card symbolizes power. wealth and status. Only the 5 elements level experts are qualified to obtain the Nangu Black Gold card. And then, they have to store 30 million gold coins in it at once before they can officially activate the Black Gold card. From this point of view, Qi Gongming is quite rich. Drop! The female conductor took Qi Gongming's Black Gold card, swiped it against a round white stone instrument, and then registered the operation again. Okay, Lord Qi, please come this way. After the female conductor exchanged Qi Gongming's Black Gold card with both hands, she left the ticket counter and prepared to lead the way in person. Before Li Guanqi left, he specifically glanced at the white stone magic weapon on the counter. Previously, he said that the technological level of the strange world was similar to that of the Middle Ages. But he was obviously short-sighted. The weird world just doesn't develop technology that uses electricity. Under the worldview of spiritual energy, how can the development of magical instruments and equipment using spiritual energy not be regarded as technology? Just 2 technology trees. Here we are. Right here. Finally, Qi Gongming and Li Guanqi, led by the female conductor, arrived at the bottom of the giant tree house. What appeared in front of them was a secret room made of redwood. And at the end of the secret room was a teleportation spell array. In Daluo, this thing is called a teleportation array. This teleportation array is not big, about 5 meters in diameter, and looks like a circular altar, made entirely of black special materials. A complex and strange array is carved on it, and the edges are inlaid with various colorful gems, exuding a refreshing spiritual energy. There is a sign next to it, limited to 3 people. The smallest universal teleportation array. Qi Gongming walked directly onto the teleportation array. But it's pretty good that Huyun City has a universal teleportation array. Li Guanqi immediately walked up and stood beside him. Lord Qi, do we activate the teleportation array now? At the counter of the Redwood secret room, the staff member in charge of the teleportation array respectfully asked Qi Gongming through the counter window. Let's start. Qi Gongming nodded slightly. Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, the teleportation array under his and Li Guanqi's feet began to glow with colorful lights. It's a formation diagram. As the staff began to invest various resources and materials, the teleportation array diagram engraved on the teleportation array began to gradually take effect. Universal teleportation array. Li Guanqi looked at this scene curiously. According to the knowledge he gained from the book, there are generally 4 types of teleportation arrays. 1. Random teleportation array. Random teleportation arrays are all one-way, and they are also the most deceptive teleportation arrays. Where they teleport to is completely random. It is suitable for random travel and temporary escape, and requires the least amount of materials. Of course, it is hard to say whether the money saved can be spent after teleportation. 2. One-way transmission array. The teleportation array leads to a fixed place, and you don't have to go back. It consumes less materials. 3. Two-way transmission array. Teleportation arrays are set up at 2 fixed locations. You can go there and back, and there are more consumables. 4. Universal teleportation array. This is the one that Li Guanqi and Qi Gongming are preparing to take now. It has a lot of consumables, and is the most expensive. The universal teleportation array is a new product in the past 100 years, and was also invented by Daluo. The traditional 2-way teleportation array is A to B, B to A. 2 fixed locations. 2 teleportation arrays, teleporting back and forth. What should I do if I want to go from A to C? Teleportation array A has fixed B, and can no longer connect to other teleportation arrays. You can only build a D teleportation array at the location of teleportation array A, and then go from D to C, and from C to D. 3 locations, but 4 teleportation arrays need to be built. This is not the case with the universal teleportation array. This is a brand new teleportation array. Any universal teleportation array in the world can carry out any teleportation between each other. It is no longer limited to 2 fixed locations of the 2-way teleportation array. That is, A goes to B and C, B goes to A and C, C goes to A and B. It will be alright. 3 locations, then just use 3 teleportation arrays. And this is far from the limit. As long as enough universal teleportation arrays are established, you can go from A to B, C, D, E, F, G, H, or even more. If there are universal teleportation arrays all over the world, then people in any teleportation array can go to any place they want without changing stations at all. This is indeed an epoch-making invention. However, the universal teleportation array after 100 years of development and improvement, still cannot replace the status of the one-way teleportation array and the two-way teleportation array. Because the universal teleportation array, also known as the rich people's teleportation array, consumes too many resources every time the teleportation is turned on. In short, too expensive, let alone ordinary people. Most practitioners cannot afford it. Senior Qi. Li Guanqi looked at Qi Gongming beside him and pointed at the universal teleportation array that was emitting colorful light at his feet. Feeling a little curious. How much does it cost for our ride? Chapter 256 Lei Cheng. Chun Yu, Ying Xiao, and the Ying family. Not fixed, Qi Gongming explained softly. Depending on the teleportation distance, the size of the teleportation array, the number of people allowed for teleportation, and the merchants who build the teleportation array, the resources required are different, and the prices required are also different. Some destinations are the same, but the merchants are different, and the price can even be twice as expensive. Let's just say we are now this time. The distance from southern Xinjiang to Daliao Qingzhou is relatively long. But the universal teleportation array below you and me can only seat 3 people, and it is the smallest universal teleportation array. However, this merchant in Yunhu City is considered relatively big. So, as for the price, they gave me 1 million. Li Guanqi was silent. The teleportation array is equivalent to an alien plane. 1 million yuan to fly. Who can afford this? But really speaking, under certain circumstances, this is very good value for money. Because the teleportation array can be called teleportation, it will not exceed 10 seconds at most. Moreover, through the teleportation array, you can directly avoid the entry checkpoint and enter the country illegally. Well, yes. He and Qi Gongming's trip to the Daliao dynasty this time was an illegal entry. The universal teleportation array opposite in Daliao Qingzhou is obviously not in any legal place. But this thing is basically uncontrollable. The special nature of the teleportation array makes it impossible to prevent it. If you have to take care of it, it will waste people and money and have little effect. Over time, the Daliao dynasty has become too lazy to take care of it. Anyway, if anyone commits trouble after illegally entering the country, they will just send out troops to encircle and suppress them. This is much simpler than tracking down the teleportation array. Buzz. At this time, the colorful light of the teleportation array became more and more dazzling, and even the teleportation array began to tremble slightly. Li Guanqi suddenly felt dizzy and shaking. It's space. The chaos of space fluctuations directly caused the dizziness in his soul. Watch chess. Qi Gongming raised his right hand and patted Li Guanqi's back gently. Taking a teleportation array is actually not a comfortable thing. And your first time riding a teleportation array was a transnational ultra-long-distance teleportation array. To be honest, I am very curious. What will your performance be like later? Ah? Li Guanqi felt very uncomfortable now and didn't hear clearly what Qi Gongming said. He resisted the discomfort of wanting to vomit and looked at Qi Gongming beside him. Senior Qi. Qi. What did you just say? Buzz? The 7-colored light of the teleportation array completely erupted, covering up Li Guanqi's voice and completely engulfing the figures of Li Guanqi and Qi Gongming. Super long-distance teleportation across 2 countries begins. You? Vomit. The colorful light gradually dissipated, and Li Guanqi didn't even have the energy to check his surroundings. He knelt down on one knee and retched continuously. But he couldn't vomit anything, because ultra-long-distance space transmission causes fluctuations and chaos in space. There were no errors in this transmission process. It was a perfect space journey. Because of this transmission will not affect the human body. It only affects the soul. Li Guanqi's dizziness at this time came entirely from the depths of his soul. So naturally, he couldn't vomit anything. Used to it, Qi Gongming gently patted Li Guanqi on the back. There is always a first time for everything. If you want to broaden your horizons, riding the teleportation array is indispensable. A long while, Li Guanqi gradually recovered a little, suppressed his dizziness, and began to look around. This place seems to be an underground cave. The dome of the cave is filled with lanterns that emit soft firelight, providing light for the entire cave. There are not many people coming and going in the cave. It can even be said to be very few, which is far from the teleportation field in Huyun City in southern Xinjiang. There are several service counters in the cave. The staff behind the counters seem to be wearing southern Xinjiang clothes for the convenience of identifying themselves. This is the illegal underground teleportation site located in Daliao Qingzhou. In Daliao, this is all about beheading. Would you like to take a nap? Qi Gongming looked at Li Guanqi and said calmly, This is the border of Qizhou, and it is still some distance from Leicheng. Will I wake you up when we get to Leicheng? Li Guanqi originally wanted to be brave and say no, but his chaotic soul did not allow him to do so. Sorry to trouble you, Senior. It doesn't matter. Qi Gongming waved his hand gently in front of him, and Li Guanqi felt sleepy and fell asleep directly. Wake up, kid. I do not know how long it has been. Li Guanqi felt himself being shaken. His consciousness began to wake up gradually, and he opened his eyes. The first thing that caught the eye was the majestic giant city in the distance. It was noon. The sun was shining brightly, and the purple-blue font carved on the city gate looked particularly dazzling. Thunder. Leicheng is here. Senior. Li Guanqi glanced at Qi Gongming beside him, then stood up from the grass and looked at the Thunder City in the distance, looking dazed. First, this was the first time that he came to a place he had visited in the simulated world in a strange world. At this moment, looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar Thunder City, an indescribable subtle feeling filled his heart. He has seen the prosperous Leicheng City, and he has also seen the ruins of Leicheng City that were destroyed by thunderstorms and floods. And now, this Thunder City is the real Thunder City in this strange world. Let's go! Qi Gongming did not fly again, but walked slowly towards Leicheng along the forest path, with a complicated expression. The child is inside, but it is easy to kill Chinyu, but it is difficult to persuade her. I don't know how to persuade her to go for a walk with me. I think about it again. Yes. Li Guanqi nodded slightly, and walked slowly with the old man. The breeze blew through the treetops, and there was a constant, rustling sound. Senior Qi. Li Guanqi thought about it, but couldn't help but ask Qi Gongming. Junior, there is something that I can't understand. Leicheng is the Leicheng of Daluo. If Chinyu really killed 300,000 my name, won't Daluo pursue it? Of course I will, and I will fight to the death. Qi Gongming looked at Leicheng from a distance and said calmly, In Daluo, there is the Luo law, but in fact, whether it is the Luo law or the laws of various countries, it basically clearly states that practitioners should kill each other, will not touch the corresponding provisions of the criminal law, because the criminal law targets and protects only ordinary people. In other words, there is no so-called murder between a martial artist and a martial artist. When warriors fight each other, they die, as long as the lives and property of innocent people are not affected. It is not a crime. But what if innocent people are affected? If the killer's cultivation level is very high and the number of people killed is relatively small, then the government will basically turn a blind eye and turn a big deal into a trivial matter. You will understand the dirty nature of it even if you don't tell me. But if too many people are killed, it can't be saved. Those who kill thousands of mortals, even those at the 5 elements level, cannot escape death, let alone a city. Anyone who dares to destroy a city and kill people will never let the Daluo government give up. Even if he uses the teleportation array and escapes to a foreign country, Daluo will send people to chase him, because they have a good reputation and can directly send strong men to other countries' territories. For today's Daluo dynasty, as long as their teachers are famous, there is nothing they can't do. Let's talk about a recent case. It should be more than 70 years ago. In Daluo and Yangzhou, a 7-star warrior massacred a small city with probably less than 100,000 people. After massacring the city, he fled to Ziluan Empire. 100,000 innocent people died at his hands, and he even fled to the Violet Empire. What is Daluo's response? First, an official document was issued asking the Violet Empire to hand over someone. But in fact, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Daluo did not wait for the response of the Violet Empire at all. Instead, at the same time as the official document was released, it sent a Bagua-level warrior to the Violet Empire to hunt down the murderer in other countries' territories. In the end, the 7-star warrior was blasted to death in a foreign country and executed on the spot. This kind of thing would have been difficult to do 100 years ago, and Violet would not allow it. However, the current emperor of Daluo may not be considered a wise king, but he is strong enough and powerful enough. He is not the best emperor of Daluo, but he is definitely the strongest warrior in the history of Daluo. After he ascended the throne, the Violet Empire did not dare to play any tricks on this kind of thing, and could only allow Daluo to arrest people. The old man said this. Qi Gongming looked at Li Guanqi. His eyes narrowed slightly. Do you understand? Li Guanqi frowned. So, this is why you didn't believe me at first. Senior. Yes. And I still don't really believe it. Qi Gongming continued to walk towards Leicheng not far away, looked at the huge city in the distance, and said calmly, a 7-star warrior who kills 100,000 people is a mortal sin. It is useless to escape to the Violet Empire. But according to you, as I said, a fallen spellcaster. Let me just assume that he is still a 5-element level caster. There are nearly 300,000 people in Leicheng. Guanqi, tell me, how can a 5-element level magician dare to kill 300,000 people? After killing, he will die. How dare he? Facing Qi Gongming's questioning, Li Guanqi was speechless. How could he know how Chen dared? This is how the copy of Leicheng No. 1 in the simulated world is conducted. Unless. At this time, Qi Gongming suddenly stopped and looked solemn. Li Guanqi looked at him curiously. Ying Xiao. Qi Gongming's expression suddenly became extremely gloomy, and he said in a deep voice, have you ever heard of the name Ying Xiao? No. Li Guanqi told the truth. Ying Xiao is a Jiugong-level conjurer, and the most wanted criminal in the world. Qi Gongming looked at the horizon with twinkling eyes. He is murderous and has committed countless crimes. In the past 30 years, at least hundreds of millions of people have died at his hands, which is a heinous crime. But he is not dead. No, because he is invincible, but because his hiding methods are too strong. No one can find him at all. Forehead. Li Guanqi was stunned. He thought for a moment, then hesitated and said, Senior Qi, what you mean is that if Chen Yu is not looking for death, then he must have someone to rely on. After killing 300,000 people in Leicheng City, he can easily escape Dao Yu's pursuit. Reliance? And this reliance is related to that Ying Xiao? Yeah. Qi Gongming nodded lightly. Question mark. Li Guanqi was confused. This is ridiculous. Things suddenly got big? I thought he was a 5 elements level Chen Yu. But now, he is suddenly related to a Jiugong level Ying Xiao? Guanqi, if you didn't deceive me, and that Chen Yu is not a fool, nor is he deliberately seeking death, then this possibility is actually very high. Qi Gongming looked at Leicheng in the distance and narrowed his eyes slightly. Because there is a precedent for this. Slaughtering a whole city of people and finally escaping unharmed without being caught by Deluo. This kind of thing has happened before. Just over 10 years ago in Daluo Jingzhou. And that time, it was Ying Xiao who showed up and took away the murderer. And they both went free. Li Guanqi was startled. No wonder. No wonder Qi Gongming suddenly thought of Ying Xiao. It turned out that this had happened once before. That? Li Guanqi looked at Qi Gongming hesitantly. What should we do? The plan remains unchanged. Qi Gongming had no expression on his face, opened his legs, and continued walking towards Leicheng. Chen Yu is related to Ying Xiao. It's just my casual conjecture. Maybe it doesn't matter at all. It's just that Chen Yu is arrogant and ignorant, thinking that it's just that I can escape Deluo's pursuit. There was a pause. The old man had his back to Li Guanqi, and a calm voice came from the back of the figure, who was not tall, but suddenly looked very majestic. Besides, she is my daughter. Regardless of whether this matter has anything to do with Ying Xiao, Qi Gongming will go tomorrow. Because the one in Leicheng was the adopted daughter he raised. A daughter? Junior understands. Li Guanqi kept up with Qi Gongming. Qi Gongming's eyes flickered, and he didn't know what he was thinking. His pace was not fast, but he walked slowly towards Leicheng like an ordinary old man. Maybe, is he worried that Chen Yu is really related to Ying Xiao? Or maybe, it's because he hasn't figured out how to persuade his adopted daughter whom he hasn't seen for many years. After all, it was possible to sever the relationship between father and daughter back then. So the scene must not have been pretty on the day of separation. Unknown. Because Li Guanqi walked next to Qi Gongming, and was also thinking about his own affairs. Ying Xiao? When? Senior Qi. The more Li Guanqi thought about it, the more curious he became. He couldn't help but look at Qi Gongming beside him and asked, the world's most wanted criminal Ying Xiao you just mentioned. Is his Ying related to the Ying of the Ying family? Hard to say. Qi Gongming narrowed his eyes and said softly, there is indeed only one family named Ying like the Ying royal family in the world. But the Daluo dynasty has never admitted that Ying Xiao comes from the Ying royal family. There has never been a disabled child in the Ying royal family, at least. There has never been a publicly disabled child, nor a child with any terminal illness. All in all, there has never been an open spellcaster in the history of the Ying family. And Ying Xiao did not give any preferential treatment to Daluo, nor did he take any revenge. He treated everyone equally. He had also done things like destroying cities in Daluo. And Ing Shao never said much. He just called himself Ing Shao. He is very mysterious and has almost no past. The first time he appeared in front of the world was to destroy a small western kingdom. That was 30 years ago. At that time, he was already a Jiugang-level conjurer. Therefore, Ing Shao's identity remains a mystery, Qi Gongming said, walking slower. Because we are getting closer to Lei Cheng and Qin Lubai's adopted daughter, whom we haven't seen for many years. The old man seemed a little nervous and glanced at Li Guanqi, as if telling him to continue asking more questions, so that he could relieve his nervousness while answering. Forehead. Li Guanqi thought for a while. Is it really impossible to catch Ing Shao? He looked at Qi Gongming and asked curiously. The whole world can't catch him. Is there a possibility that Ing Shao is actually a member of the Ying family? Used to do shady and negative things? Then, other countries are not willing to antagonize this Jiugang-level conjurer. So why not come? The first half of your sentence is not impossible, Qi Gongming said in a deep voice. Although among Daluo, especially the aristocrats and the Ying family, their disgust and discrimination against disabled people and spellcasters have reached an outrageous level. This is a state matter, and releasing it is certainly not impossible for Ing Shao to do something with bad influence. But the question is, if that's the case, why do you still want Ing Shao to call himself Ing? Isn't this redundant? As for the second half of your sentence, it is absolutely impossible. There are so many evil deeds of Ing Shao that I can't explain them at the moment. You can check them out yourself some other time. After you check them out, you will know that all the countries are absolutely willing to cut him into pieces even at the expense of their own country. Moreover, there is also a Daluo dynasty. The Daluo dynasty likes to kill Jiugang level the most. If they have the opportunity to kill, they will never let it go. Daluo dynasty. 1 emperor and 1 year. The current emperor of Daluo is named Shenwu. So he is also called Emperor Shenwu of Daluo. Emperor Shenwu's path to the throne was already extremely forceful, essentially forcing his father to abdicate. After he ascended the throne and became a semi-god level warrior, he became even more powerful. And he also intended to show the strong side of the Daluo dynasty internationally. Because of this, in the past 50 years, practitioners have massacred mortals on a large scale in Daluo. The higher the murderer's cultivation level, the more severely Daluo will pursue them. The higher the cultivation level of people, the more interested Daluo is in killing people, and the more he wants to kill them, in order to show the strength of the country. For example, 7-star level, such as Bagua level, such as 9 palace level. Emperor Shenwu ascended the throne for 58 years. So this year is not only new era 4871, but also the 58th year of Shenwu in Daluo. More than 20 years ago. That is, the 32nd year of Shenwu. A 9 palace level demon hunting knight from the Tulip Empire. Oh! He is actually a different blooded warrior. This 9 palace level demon hunting knight is the great-grandfather of the contemporary Emperor Tulip. He traveled around the world and arrived in Daluo Shuzhou. He took advantage of sex in a small town in Shuzhou and raped a beautiful woman. What kind of thing is this? It's just a big deal. What kind of beauty can't a 9 palace level powerhouse want? If you're raped, you're raped. What can you say? But the mistake is that this is Daluo. The mistake was that Emperor Shenwu of Daluo happened to want to kill someone. He wanted to kill a Jiugang level person to show Daluo's military prowess, and to shock other countries again after 30 years of ascending the throne. So, this 9-level demon hunting knight from the Tulip Empire was in bad luck. He was accused of raping women by Daluo, and the whole country began to hunt him down. Even though he tried every means, he only managed to escape for just half a year. And then, he was killed by Daluo. Luo's Jiugang level warriors were hammered to death on the cliff bank of Beihai. The fall of the 9 palaces level once again shocked the nations. Naturally, the Tulip Empire did not dare to say a word. Even the usually arrogant and domineering Violet Empire restrained itself too much when facing the Daluo dynasty. It even opened up exchange students, combining talented students from its Royal War College with Daluo's talented martial arts. Exchange and learn. I said so much. Do you understand? Speaking of this, Qi Gongming glanced at Li Guanqi. Understood. Li Guanqi nodded lightly. It means that what the Daluo dynasty, or Emperor Shenwu, likes to do the most is to kill the Jiugang level experts from other countries when their masters are famous. He liked to use this method to show the strength of Daluo's country. But even such a dynasty of Daluo still failed to kill Ing Shao. Ying Xiao is at the Jiugong level and very strong. Qi Gongming clasped his hands behind his back and walked forward slowly. But his strength is not enough to compete with the Daluo dynasty, who has the intention to kill. But he is still alive and kicking so far, which is enough to show that his hiding methods are worthy of history. The most countries around the world have been hunting him for 30 years. Divination, dreaming, prophecy, deducing secrets, and so on. Various methods from various countries were used. But they were still useless. And they could not catch his whereabouts at all. He is like a ghost, traveling freely around the world, doing whatever he wants, killing people whenever he feels like it. And no one can catch him. Having said this, Qi Gongming stopped and fell silent. Because the gate of Leicheng is already in front of you. No matter how slowly he walks. Leicheng is here, and he will arrive eventually. What should be faced will eventually be faced. Let's go, senior. Li Guanqi smiled at Qi Gongming. No matter what kind of quarrel you and Lu Bai had back then. Let's put other things aside for now. Let's find Lu Bai first, and take her away from Leicheng. No. Qi Gongming had a complicated expression. What a coincidence. We don't have to look for her anymore. She is just ahead. Li Guanqi was stunned. Then, he felt a familiar breath. Li Guanqi quickly looked toward the gate of Leicheng. I saw dozens of meters away in the city streets, among the endless flow of traders. A beautiful woman in Xingyi slowly walked out of a corner. If not Qin Lu Bai, who else could it be? Suddenly, the woman in Xingyi, who was among the crowd of vendors and was still selecting candied haws, seemed to feel something and turned to look towards the city gate. For a moment, Li Guanqi and Qin Lu Bai's eyes collided with each other. Li Guanqi felt a lot of emotion. The chaotic intertwining of time and space gave him mixed feelings. In the simulated world, he once held Qin Lu Bai's body with his own hands. But in the real weird world, this woman was still alive. However, Qin Lu Bai's expression at this time was extremely weird. Shocked. And complicated? She looked at Li Guanqi here, as if looking at a friend who was both familiar and unfamiliar. She was stunned for a long time. And then she said blankly, Li Guanqi? Li Guanqi's eyes suddenly widened. Chapter 257 Chun Yu died mysteriously and suddenly. And the confusing truth. Thunder City. In room. At the round table. Li Guanqi, Qin Lu Bai, and Qi Gongming sat together. And the atmosphere seemed a bit strange. Li Guanqi looked at Qin Lu Bai with disbelief on his face. Why? Why did Qin Lu Bai call him by his name just now? Does Qin Lu Bai recognize him? How can this be? Qin Lu Bai glanced at Li Guanqi with a complicated expression, but said nothing. The woman in green clothes stood up, walked to Qi Gongming, knelt directly at the old man's feet, and whispered, Dad, it was Luer who was wrong. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have quarreled with you back then. I shouldn't have said anything. You shouldn't say such rebellious words when you're angry. Father. Qin Lu Bai raised his head and looked at Qi Gongming's old face. His eyes filled with tears, and his suppressed voice could not hide the cry. You have become a lot older. Your hair has turned white. Seeing this, Qi Gongming couldn't help being slightly startled, as if he didn't expect that when they met again, it would be such a harmonious scene. You've really grown up. The white-haired old man raised his hand, gently rubbed Qin Lu Bai's head, and said with a chuckle, Of course Dad will grow old. But it's best if you can grow up. I see. Li Guanqi watched this scene from the side, and suddenly realized. Oh, no wonder. No wonder that at Qi Gongming's age, he adopted Qin Lu Bai as his adopted daughter, and called her daughter, not granddaughter. Although Qi Gongming looks old and gray-haired now, his appearance more than 20 years ago should have been that of a middle-aged man, still retaining the red hair of the Qi family. Although practitioners live long lives, their appearance basically follows one principle. Phase comes from the heart. If there is no deliberate change, then the practitioner's mind will basically be the general appearance. Suppose a 5-element level magician is over 400 years old, but is still as cheerful and optimistic as a naughty child. His external appearance is that of a young man or woman, or even a boy or girl, assuming the same conditions. But this person has experienced the vicissitudes of life and feels powerless about everything. He will naturally become an old man. And what about Qi Gongming back then? Come to think of it, Qi Gongming was still very high-spirited and middle-aged in appearance. After saving Qin Lu Bai, due to his appearance, he was naturally adopted as a daughter, not a granddaughter, because at that time, His outstanding grandson Qi Yuanan had not yet died in the battle. Granddaughter-in-law Wang Yanqing has not yet followed in the footsteps of Qi Yuanan. Fighting! Wait a minute! Senior sister? Li Guanqi's eyes narrowed. In the strange world, the martial arts route and the magician route, the starting times of the two dungeons are synchronized. The third copy of Weird World, School of Spells, and Frontier Battlefield. The start times of these two plot routes are synchronized. In other words, when he went to the southern Xinjiang headquarters, at the Red Blood Fortress on the Daoyuo border, the 10,000 Red Blood army led by Wang Yanqing also began to gradually fall into the conspiracy of Qi Yuaning and Chishan. However, there is a timing issue. He can know the time situation based on the information taken at each ending and the information exchanged with Lin Xianbai. School of Conjuration route. If you have not broken through to the one-dimensional level for more than 3 years, you will be called out by the teacher to practice. And then, you will have a 100% trick death ending. You will die and you will exit the weird world. Frontier Battlefield route. 3 years later, the southern Xinjiang army suddenly appeared and attacked the Red Blood Fortress. All 10,000 Red Blood troops were wiped out. The B ending was that they died in battle. And the He ending was that they escaped from the dead. The time limit for these two copies is actually 3 years. That is, as of New Era 4873. In the world of those extraordinary warriors who followed the warrior route, it was basically in New Era 4873 that the southern Xinjiang army showed up and attacked the 10,000 Red Blood army. And that Wang Yanqing died in battle. But Li Guanqi is different. This is his weird world, because his breakthrough speed was too fast. In the summer of 4871, he met the conditions for passing the Spell Academy and left the strange world in 4871. The time of his strange world is fixed at 4871, which is 2 years earlier than the world of most extraordinary beings. In the simulated world, because Li Guanqi is a magician, Wang Yanqing sent him out for investigation in advance in 4871. Because of this, the southern Xinjiang army was worried about being discovered by Li Guanqi, a conjurer, so it began to take early action, which eventually led to Wang Yanqing's death in 4871 in the simulated world. But actually, in this strange world of Li Guanqi, when others were staying in southern Xinjiang, where did Wang Yanqing get his confidant, the magician, to send out to investigate? If she doesn't investigate in advance, the southern Xinjiang army will not take action in advance. Under normal circumstances, Wang Yanqing would not die in battle until New Era 4873. And now, in this strange world of Li Guanqi, the time is the late summer of New Era 4871. Wang Yanqing is not dead yet, and can still be saved. Li Guanqi not only wants to save Qin Lubai, Bai Yang, and the 300,000 people in Leicheng, but he also wants to save senior sister Wang Yanqing and 10,000 Red Blood army soldiers. He wants to change his destiny against the will of heaven. Change the fate of 300,000 people in Leicheng and 10,000 Red Blood army. Change the fate of Qin Lubai and Wang Yanqing. Boom! Thinking of this, Li Guanqi couldn't hide his excitement. He stood up suddenly and knocked down the chair. While Li Guanqi was thinking deeply about this matter, Shi Gongming and Qin Lubai basically untied their knots after reminiscing about the past. At this time, seeing his move, the father and daughter looked at each other in confusion. Guanqi! What's wrong with you? Qi Gongming said in surprise. Senior Qi! Li Guanqi looked at Qi Gongming seriously. We are going to save her! Save Commander Wang Yanqing. Huh? What? The child will die too? Qi Gongming frowned, looking at Li Guanqi with a strange look in his eyes. What's the situation? This kid first knew about the father-daughter relationship between him and Lu, then claimed that Qin Lubai would die, and explained the cause and effect clearly. And now, he suddenly said that he wanted to save his grandson-in-law Wang Yanqing? Is your innate magic skill precognition? Qi Gongming looked at Li Guanqi with some surprise. Senior, just think of me. Li Guanqi thought for a while, and admitted that maybe this would save some money. Qi Gongming was silent for a moment. Are you in a hurry? I'm not rushing, Li Guanqi replied. If nothing else, there are still 2 years left. Then you should talk to Lure first. Qi Gongming stood up and walked towards the door of the guest room. I can see that you two seem to need some private space. After that, the old man left the guest room. Glancing at the closed door, Li Guanqi withdrew his gaze and looked at the living Qin Lubai next to him. For a moment, he had mixed feelings in his heart, which finally turned into an unspeakable chuckle. You remember me. Remember what we have experienced. thing. Right. This is really... Qin Lubai also smiled. It's so amazing. Li Guanqi looked emotional. The simulator always surprises him, but never explains why. If Qin Lubai still remembers him, it basically means that senior sister Wang Yanqing should also remember him. Can you tell me more about it? Li Guanqi sat back on his chair and looked at Qin Lubai curiously. I don't know what to say either. Qin Lubai's eyes were complicated, and he said softly, It's like a very real dream. When I saw you at the city gate for the first time, many things came to my mind. I met you in the tea house, went to a double life and death match with you, entered the Suzaku fire pond with you, and then awakened the 5-element level fire eagle, and then killed by Yang. After I parted ways with you, I was caught by Qinyu before I had gone far. He told me everything and then killed me so that I could understand. As for now, Qin Lubai looked down at his hands, then looked at Li Guanqi in front of him, and chuckled. You saved me. Right. The power of time retrieval? Or is it an innate spell? No. Li Guanqi sighed softly. You are the one who saved me. If you hadn't forgotten me before you died, Qinyu would not have been affected by your remaining will, and I would have been killed by him. Qin Lubai's pretty face turned slightly red, and she blinked, looking a little unnatural. What can't I forget? This is not a time rewind. Li Guanqi didn't notice her state. He just walked to the guest room window and looked at the lively scene in Leicheng and the countless people living and working in peace and contentment. He said solemnly, Just think of it as a prediction. Seeing the future in advance. Picture. And now we want to change the future. By the way, that's Senior Bai Yang. Li Guanqi looked back at Qin Lubai and asked with a smile. Does he still want to kill? Ah. Qin Lubai covered his face, looking rather annoyed. I know I was wrong. Killing Bai Yang would have removed the biggest obstacle for Qinyu. I won't kill him. Okay. Aren't you going to avenge yourself? Li Guanqi asked softly. I've killed him once. And actually, I have no revenge. Qin Lubai put down his hands and sighed softly. After dying once, I seemed to feel relieved suddenly. My father was right back then. Bai Yang was not my enemy. In fact, he was just like me, both victims. The most important thing is that it is enough to know that he still feels guilty about what happened back then. If Bai Yang is alive, it will be better for the people of Leicheng. Li Guanqi couldn't help but smile when he heard this. Special perfection? No. This is the real perfect ending. Well, let's get down to business. Li Guanqi looked at Qin Lubai and said seriously, How did Qinyu help you? He was secretly helping me. Qin Lubai frowned and said slowly, 2 years ago, I accidentally entered a cave and got a dagger from that cave. That dagger can forcibly stimulate the soul. In the 4-symbol secret realm, there are 5-element level demons who are restricted by the secret realm formation and enter a forced sleep. At that time, I was wondering, could this dagger stimulate their souls, allow them to regain consciousness in a short period of time, and escape from the secret realm? In addition, I also got the fireproofing beads in that cave. So the plan was formed at once, using the fireproofing beads to go to the deepest part of the Suzaku paradise, and then using the dagger to awaken the 5-element level fire eagle sealed there, so as to force Bai Yang to come. Now that I think about it, if there was any chance encounter, it was all Qinyu's deliberate arrangement. He just wanted to use Bai Yang's guilt towards me to make him take the blame and commit suicide, thereby removing the obstacles and making it easier for him to kill 300,000 people in Leicheng and gather their souls. Huh? As he said that, Qin Lubai suddenly looked surprised, raised his hand, and seemed to be searching for something in the space ring on his index finger. Strangeness. Qin Lubai looked at Li Guanqi and said confusedly, My fireproofing bead is gone. Didn't you say that those things were just pictures of predicting the future? Then why is it that the fireproofing bead I gave you is really gone? Question mark. Li Guanqi was stunned. This. He took out a red fireproofing bead from his space ring and looked at Qin Lubai in surprise. Is yours gone? How could you? Qin Lubai became more and more puzzled. You also said that it was to predict the future. But I gave you the fireproofing beads in the future. So do you have them now? No. No, just let me calm down. Li Guanqi held the fire bead in his hand, frowning in thought. In the simulated world, the simulated Qin Lubai gave him the fireproofing pearl. In the real weird world, the real Qin Lubai's fireproofing bead is gone? A long time ago, the simulator said that when the strange world is turned on, the simulator will absorb the energy of the strange world. Therefore, The simulated world of the simulator is not actually a world constructed out of thin air. And the simulator rewards are not rewards condensed out of thin air, but are directly harvested from the weird world. Damn it! The simulator turned out to be Lao Lu. This kind of thing is so amazing. But for now, this matter is doomed to not get any accurate answer. Li Guanqi didn't want to waste time on such unfathomable things. So he relaxed his mind. Never mind it. Then I give it back to you. Li Guanqi looked at Qin Lubai and shook the fireproofing bead in his hand. Whatever is given to you is yours. Qin Lubai smiled. But the woman in green suddenly dodges her eyes and whispers. Well, dear. Ice deer. That little ice deer I crushed at that time. Can you give me another one? Li Guanqi was startled. What do you remember before your death? Li Guanqi, who was belatedly aware of the situation, seemed to have finally understood something at this moment. Forget it. That's it. Miss Qin. Li Guanqi lowered his head, cupped his fists and saluted. Formal etiquette. Unfamiliar titles. Euphemistic. But also a clear expression of attitude. Qin Lubai looked at Li Guanqi, stunned. Are you done talking? At this time, Qi Gongming's voice suddenly sounded in the guest room. Come here after we finish chatting. I have something to show you. The chat is over. Li Guanqi looked at the empty guest room and replied. Brush. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a strong blue wind that enveloped Li Guanqi and Qin Lubai. The raging wind made it difficult for them to see the external environment clearly, and they could only barely feel that the green wind seemed to be moving them quickly. Soon, the strong wind stopped and gradually dispersed. At this time, Li Guanqi and Qin Lubai were no longer in the previous inn, but were in an empty black stone secret room. This is a secret room under Leicheng City. Qi Gongming stood in front of the secret room, and at his feet, there were 5 corpses. Li Guanqi couldn't help being shocked when he saw this. The 5 corpses were the first-generation ancestors of the 4 major families, and the culprit behind the scenes, Conjurer, Chen Yu. But now, all 5 of them were dead bodies. Senior Qi, did you kill them? Li Guanqi looked at Qi Gongming. Although he worked hard, spit all his thoughts and means, the battle scene spread to half of the Thunder City, and the fighting was earth-shattering to kill the ancestors of the 4 elephants. But for the 5 elements level Qi Gongming, killing them is not the same as squeezing a little chicken to death. The difference is that it won't even make the slightest sound. And he also killed Chen Yu, who had fallen to the 4th elephant level. No! Qi Gongming's expression was extremely serious. He glanced at the 5 corpses at his feet and said solemnly, I didn't kill them! Li Guanqi's expression changed drastically. While you and Luo were talking, I felt the environment of Leicheng and soon noticed a place with abnormal soul power. I tracked it all the way and came to this secret room underground, Qi Gongming said, pointing to the bodies of the 5 Qinyu people at his feet. When I came, the 5 of them were already dead, and judging from the condition of the bodies, they should have just died, and it was almost you and I who entered when they arrived at Leicheng. The 5 of them were already dead. And theirs. Qi Gongming kicked Chen Yu's body and looked at Li Guanqi. This conjurer committed suicide. The other 4 corpses are warriors who died of poisonous poison. I just checked and found that they were poisoned over the years. Specifically, they were poisoned at least 300 years ago, and it was only today that the poison was triggered, causing the poison. Fatal death. By the way, is he Chen Yu? With that said, Qi Gongming pointed at Chen Yu's body. Yes, that's him. Li Guanqi looked solemn. It seems that the arrival of him and Qi Gongming caused things to change again. Chen Yu was able to control the Xixiang ancestor because he was poisoned by him. Today Chen Yu poisoned the ancestor of Xixiang to death. But why did he commit suicide himself? The chamber has been cleared. Qi Gongming looked around at the empty secret room and frowned. This must be the secret room used by Chen Yu for spell research. But all the materials and items were burned. Although there are no ashes, I can feel the remaining the law of fire is the law. This law aura is vaguely related to Chen Yu's corpse. It was definitely used by him during his lifetime. He erased all traces before committing suicide. From this point of view, this Chen Yu was indeed a 5-element level magician back then. Metal, wood, water, fire and earth. 1 method and 1 level. Back then, Chen Yu was at least the peak of the 5 elements in the 5 elements fire realm. As for weather, he was the perfect 5 elements in the earth realm. It's hard to say. Even if he falls into a bad situation, the rules that the conjurer has mastered cannot be lost. And I am still here, and have noticed a large number of abnormal soul auras. In fact, The reason why I was able to find this place is precisely because of these soul auras. Watch chess. Qi Gongming looked at Li Guanqi and nodded lightly. I really believe you now. You should be right. Qin Yu is indeed collecting killing emotions and wants to reshape his killing soul. But now, Chen Yu suicide. Everything burned. All traces erased. This suicide is so weird. Although traces at the scene indicate that he must have committed suicide, I am more inclined to believe that he was forced to commit suicide. So, someone is one step ahead of us. And there's one thing I don't understand. With that said, Qi Gongming stepped forward and walked towards another room in the secret room. Li Guanqi followed closely behind. This room is also empty. But there is still one thing on the table. I don't understand. Everything in the secret room was burned. But why is this thing left? Qi Gongming looked at the things on the table and frowned. When Li Guanqi saw this, his pupils suddenly shrank. The thing on the table was a translucent material. The outline of this object looked a bit like a starfish. But the translucent shape and the unique and eerie aura allowed Li Guanqi to instantly determine its origin. Chapter 258 The Truth Behind Zhuang Yuan's Natural Technique. Surgical Organ. The last thing left in Qin Yu's secret room. The translucent starfish-like substance on the table. Is the magic organ. Watch chess. Qi Gongming looked at the magic organ and frowned. You are still low in cultivation. So you may not know it, because this knowledge is not recorded in low-level academic books. In fact, the innate magic skills of a conjurer are actually derived from the magic organs in the human body. And this translucent starfish is a magic organ. No. Actually, I know. Li Guanqi looked strange. And it couldn't be more familiar. Back in the Forest Mystery Dungeon, Ethan had shown him more than 30 completely different magical organs. This translucent starfish is the magic organ of a certain spell apprentice. The surgical organs that were dissected out. The existence of magic organs is actually not a secret. At least not to high-level magicians. The higher-ups in the magic world know about the magic organ. They must also be able to associate and guess that the transplantation of surgical organs may represent the transplantation of natural surgical organs. But they can't. Because this is not a simple matter of dissecting the magic organ of Magician A, placing it in the body of Magician B, and then suturing it to complete the transplant. They can't really transplant yet. This also contains a large number of secret methods and steps. Only by doing those secret methods and steps correctly can it be called transplantation, and the transplantation of the natural technique can be truly completed. Well, it can't be said that the magic world really can't do it. It can only be said that, at least on this point, the magic world has not disclosed any successful cases, and research has been banned for a long time. But Li Guanqi saw it with his own eyes. Forest Strange Things copy. Ethan. Ethan is a one-level magician. At first, Li Guanqi thought that Ethan was really a rare genius who had developed the spell-plundering technology with his one-level cultivation. But later he realized that things were not that simple. Ethan has a relationship with Zhuang Yuan, a 5-element level magician. Therefore, Li Guanqi guessed that Ethan did not develop the magic plundering technique by himself at all. But Zhuang Yuan taught him. And now, in the copy of Leicheng No. 1 of the martial arts route, Chen Yu, the mastermind behind the scenes, actually found traces of magic organs in his secret room? And Chen Yu committed suicide? Li Guanqi narrowed his eyes slightly. At this moment, he suddenly felt that he was in the boundless black fog, and there was a big hand trying to push him into a terrifying abyss. And the line of spell plundering technology was leading to that a big hand on the rope. Everything is connected. The spellcaster route and the warrior route, and the various copies are not completely unrelated. They are even connected to the same truth behind them. Spell plunder, technology. Zhuang Yuan. Is it just Zhuang Yuan? Behind all this is Zhuang Yuan? But Zhuang Yuan has been sent to prison by him. That was the magic spell prison of the School of Magic. And there was no way Zhuang Yuan could escape. Li Guanqi looked at the only magic organ on the table, and kept thinking. Qin Yu committed suicide. The ancestor of Xixiang was silenced. And the secret room was burned and emptied. All traces were erased. But only this magical organ was left. This was obviously meant for him to see. Is it really Zhuang Yuan? If so, then Zhuang Yuan obviously wanted to tell him that he was actually being watched all the time. But wasn't Zhuang Yuan imprisoned in the magic spell prison? At this time, Qi Gongming suddenly took out a golden stone from the space ring. It was engraved with complex patterns, and was glowing with golden light. Watch chess. Qi Gongming held the golden stone and turned to look at Li Guanqi.
Zhuang Yuan's verdict is out. Verdict?
Li Guanqi quickly looked at Qi Gongming.
What did the above say?
Qi Gongming held the golden stone in his hand, placed it between his eyebrows, and closed his eyes to feel it. Then he opened his eyes and said,
I won't talk about other nonsense. Zhuang Yuan's crime is
researching the crime of summoning the Night Mother by the Dark Brotherhood.
This is one of the clauses of
researching the forbidden crime.
This is a felony. But I don't know how.
Did it.
All in all, Zhuang Yuan, a 5-element level conjurer with a lifespan of at least 300 to 400 years, was only sentenced to 20 years in prison by the trial court, and is now imprisoned in the spiritual curse heavenly prison. 20 years?
Li Guanqi was stunned. If Zhuang Yuan really waits 20 years to come out, he will be able to crush the opponent with one finger by then. Is it really that simple?
What about his natural technique?
Li Guanqi asked Qi Gongming again.
What is Zhuang Yuan's natural technique? Take a look, old man.
Qi Gongming continued to hold the golden stone tightly. Li Guanqi waited anxiously. According to the traditional rules of the Conjuration Academy, criminals who are imprisoned in the magic celestial prison must be interrogated to find out their innate spells. This can be regarded as punishment in addition to the prison term. The most important thing that a spellcaster needs to keep secret is his or her innate spells, and the criminal's innate spells will be disclosed directly in the verdict. It's almost impossible to lie your way out of this situation, because the School of Conjuration has a lie detector that acts directly on the soul. In the thousands of years of history of the Conjuration Academy, the lie detector has been perfected and improved again and again by countless senior conjurers. Trying to hide this thing is no less than a dream. In 99.9% of the cases, this thing can accurately judge did the criminal lie? Of course, nothing is absolutely impossible in the world. There is still a 0.01% chance of being cheated. Li Guanqi always felt that Zhuang Yuan's innate skills might be the key to solving this series of events.
Upper body.
Qi Gongming held the golden stone in his hand and said calmly,
Zhuang Yuan's natural technique is to be able to possess others and control their actions. However, according to the judgment, his possession is very special and does not directly possess others' body. Rather, it is similar to possessing and hypnotizing the subject at the same time. Therefore, the name of this technique in the judgment is the word
upper body.
Also gave an example. For example, Zhuang Yuan got into Zhang San's body and used Zhang San's body to make a braised pork meal. After Zhuang Yuan released the upper body spell, Zhang San didn't feel anything unusual, and even felt that the braised pork meal was made by himself, because Zhang San retained the memory of the time when he was taken over. It's just that he doesn't feel that he is being taken over, nor does he feel that his body is being controlled by others. Instead, he feels that these things are done by himself. This technique is terrible.
At the end of the sentence, Qi Gongming frowned.
Zhuang Yuan can use this technique to possess others and kill people with their hands. Due to the particularity of the upper body technique, the person being possessed will not only not feel that he is being controlled, but will also think that he is the one who killed him. Isn't this a perfect crime?
Really? When Li Guanqi heard this, his expression became extremely complicated. I see. The truth comes out. Ethan. Isn't Ethan using magic plundering techniques? Of course not. It's Zhuang Yuan. Zhuang Yuan used the natural magic technique, took over Ethan, and borrowed Ethan's hands to conduct research on
magic plundering technology
in that forest. Due to the particularity of the upper body technique, after Zhuang Yuan left Ethan's body, instead of feeling strange, Ethan would think that he was a genius and that he had researched this technique. Ethan is just a tool from beginning to end. A true tool man through and through. Zhuang Yuan just used Ethan's body to go to another hidden place to conduct research. However, Ethan thought he was a genius, ridiculous and pitiful. Wrong. Li Guanqi frowned. There is another doubt. If Zhuang Yuan's upper body technique is so powerful, then why did he hire assassins from the Dark Brotherhood? It's totally unnecessary. With his upper body technique, whenever he wants to kill someone, it will be a seamless and perfect crime. There is no trace of him at all. There is no need to waste money on hiring a killer. There must be some restrictions.
What about restrictions?
Li Guanqi quickly looked at Qi Gongming and said anxiously,
There must be some restrictions on this upper body technique. Certainly.
Qi Gongming nodded lightly.
He can only take on creatures that are much weaker than his own soul. Generally speaking, if he is at the 5 elements level, His upper body at the 4-elephant level is the limit. In addition, there are, well...
The old man hesitated slightly.
This shouldn't be considered a restriction. Zhuang Yuan's technique ignores distance. As long as he passes a person, he can get up again no matter how far apart they are. And the final limitation is right here. For example, if Zhuang Yuan had sex with Zhang San, he could have sex with Zhang San again no matter where he was, even if Zhang San and him were worlds apart. However, if he got pregnant with Li Si once in the middle, then the soul connection he established with Zhang San at the beginning would be completely broken. Unless Zhuang Yuan touches Zhang San's body with his hand again,
he will not be able to get on Zhang San again, and can only get on Li Si.
Now it's right. Li Guanqi looked around, looking at Chen Yu's secret room. His eyes narrowed slightly. Chen Yu is Zhuang Yuan's second recipient after Ethan. After Ethan's death, Zhuang Yuan became attached to Chen Yu, often borrowing Chen Yu's body to continue his technical research in Daoyuliai City, far away from southern Xinjiang. But there is a doubt here. Chen Yuedu has lived in Leicheng for more than 300 years. Why was he touched by Zhuang Yuan last year, which led to him being raped? This is a bit strange. But after Li Guanqi thought about it carefully, it didn't seem too strange. It's just a matter of sitting in the teleportation array. Zhuang Yuan only needs to go back and forth to permanently maintain the soul connection with Chen Yu. He can get up at any time and do what he wants to do in Leicheng, Qingzhou, Daoyuo. Therefore, Zhuang Yuan actually did not want to interrupt the soul connection established between himself and Chen Yu. But at that time, he wanted to kill Li Guanqi, but he didn't want to leave any suspicion. So he had no choice but to hire the Dark Brotherhood to pay for the murder. At this point, the truth is basically revealed. But Li Guanqi cannot accuse Zhuang Yuan, nor can he accuse him of conducting taboo research on
predatory technology.
This research was a capital crime, but he couldn't press charges. This is not a matter of evidence. But Zhuang Yuan has already achieved results. Zhuang Yuan can already change his natural technique at will through the transplantation of surgical organs. If this work is discovered, will he really be sentenced to death? Maybe sentenced on a nominal basis. But he will never really die. People are selfish. Once Zhuang Yuan's research results are discovered, there will definitely be extremely powerful people, even those at the Jiodong level, who will secretly rescue him. By then, Li Guanqi would really have a formidable enemy, leaving him with the greatest trouble.
Grass.
Li Guanqi punched the wall of the secret room next to him with an ugly expression. I see. No wonder Zhuang Yuan wanted to leave a piece of the magic organ to him. Just to let him know all this. Just to see him unhappy but helpless. Damn Zhuang Yuan.
Guanqi, what's wrong with you?
Seeing this, Shi Gongming couldn't help but ask with concern.
No, it's nothing.
Li Guanqi gradually calmed down, smiled and waved his hand. Because he suddenly figured it out. He's so scared. Zhuang Yuan will be imprisoned in the Soul Mantra prison for another 20 years. 20 years later, if he kills a 5-element level magician, wouldn't that be just a joke? Zhuang Yuan never calculated that he, Li Guanqi, was a genius with the blood of Tongyu. Calculate this and calculate that. Calculating too much is of little use. In the face of absolute power, conspiracies and tricks are all jokes. For example, although the current Emperor Wu of the Great Luotian is an emperor, he has only used scheming methods in his life when he ascended the throne. Because he is strong enough. Many conspiracies and tricks are unnecessary. Thinking of this, Li Guanqi felt relieved. But soon, Li Guanqi's mood sank to the bottom again. Because there is one last thing that remains unanswered. Why did Chen Yu commit suicide? Li Guanqi turned his head and looked at the floor of the secret room and Chen Yu's body. His brows furrowed. Chen Yu noticed the arrival of him and Shi Gongming and was worried that his research would be exposed. So he destroyed all the research materials and then committed suicide? No. This is hacking bullshit. A more likely result than this is Zhuang Yuan has been having sex with Chen Yu since he was imprisoned. Zhuang Yuan controlled Chen Yu's body and noticed the arrival of him and Shi Gongming. So he controlled Chen Yu to destroy the information, kill the ancestor of Xixiang,
and then committed suicide. Killed Chen Yu and completely silenced him. But if this is the case, it proves that Zhuang Yuan's upper body technique can be used even in the magic spell prison. Normally, criminals in the Soul Curse Heavenly Prison whose cultivation level is blocked cannot use natural spells. But first of all, natural spells do not follow logic. If Zhuang Yuan's upper body
spell can really be used when his cultivation level is blocked. Although it is strange, there is nothing to say. Secondly, Li Guanqi is not in the mood to think about this anymore. Dark Brotherhood. When Zhuang Yuan was arrested at the southern Xinjiang headquarters, he was sent a secret message to threaten him, saying that he would be released from prison soon, and that after he was released from prison, he would restart the Dark Ritual and rehire the Dark Brotherhood's killers to hunt him down. But this is false. If Zhuang Yuan could really activate the upper body technique in the Soul Mantra Heavenly Prison, he wouldn't have to wait to be released from prison at all. Chen Yu. In the past few days, Zhuang Yuan must have rearranged a dark ritual by controlling Chen Yu. Senior Qi. Thinking of this, Li Guanqi quickly looked at Qi Gongming. I suspect that Zhuang Yuan's upper body technique can also be used in the Magic Heavenly Prison. And I also suspect that he has rearranged a dark ritual by controlling other people's bodies, and rehired the Dark Brotherhood's killers to hunt me down. Qi Gongming was confused. He couldn't figure out how Li Guanqi became so suspicious. But he didn't bother to think about it. Qi Gongming already believes that Li Guanqi's innate magic is an ability similar to prophecy. I just believe what this kid said, and didn't bother to think so much. You don't really have to worry. Qi Gongming looked at Li Guanqi, and after thinking for a moment, he smiled lightly. To tell you the truth, I am a 5-element level Dzogchen spellcaster. Unless Zhuang Yuan can hire a 5-star killer from the Dark Brotherhood, you should stay with me. There is no need to worry about safety. And Zhuang Yuan definitely couldn't afford it. This is a conclusion that can easily be deduced. Assuming that he really hired a 5-star killer, you would have been dead a long time ago. It is impossible for you to stand in front of me and talk now. Even I can't stop the 5-star killer's assassination. And it is even less possible for you. As for the 4-star killer? Huh? Maybe. He is staring at us from a dark place right now. But I'm here. With the assassination ability of a 4-star killer, he can indeed surpass me to kill you. In fact, I just left the inn and left you in lure. If you want to take action, just now is the best time. But no, because the 4-star killer cannot withstand my anger. And at such a close distance, he cannot escape my pursuit. He can kill you, but after killing you, he must die. It's just a transaction. It would be a big loss if you lose your life. Therefore, watching chess, the current situation is actually very clear. There is absolutely no 5-star killer. As for the 4-star killer, even if there is one, he will not dare to kill you as long as you do not leave the range of my perception. Having said this, Qi Gongming gently patted Li Guanqi on the back and said with a smile, You don't have to worry at all. Li Guanqi blinked. That's the truth. Moreover, being anxious makes him eager. Only now did he remember that due to the limitations of Zhuang Yuan's upper body technique, Zhuang Yuan could only upper body Chen Yu. Therefore, the one who arranged the dark ritual could only be Chen Yu. But now Chen Yu is dead. Although Li Guanqi did not find the scene where the dark ritual was arranged. Chen Yu, the client, died, and the assassination commission naturally ceased to exist. Dark Brotherhood killer? Even if there was, at the moment of Chen Yu's death, the killer should have received the Night Mother notification to cancel the commission and left. A false alarm. Li Guanqi's current situation is safe. If you are worried, you can continue to stay with me. Qi Gongming chuckled. Don't worry. And this junior also has his own things to do. Li Guanqi also replied with a smile. Yes. Qi Gongming nodded lightly. After all, with your rapid breakthrough in cultivation, you can't go back to the academy. Li Guanqi's smile froze. Everyone has a secret. Qi Gongming looked at Li Guanqi and said in a deep voice. Don't go back to the academy. Many people will covet your secret. I will keep it secret. But you can't guarantee that the next person can keep it secret too. So hide it well, and hide it well. Your identity. Li Guanqi's heart trembled, and he quickly saluted. Yes. Thank you, Senior Qi. Fortunately, he also has the transformation technique, which can be used to change his body and disguise his identity. It seems that from now on in southern Xinjiang, I will have to use a false face to show others. Are you really relieved? Qi Gongming suddenly said again. That guy Zhuang Yuan has too many thoughts. In addition to the dark ritual, he may have other backups that can be used to deal with you. Li Guanqi was a little surprised. Sometimes when you listen to someone speaking, you have to pay attention to the difference. And Qi Gongming's words clearly meant that the drunkard was not interested in drinking. Senior Qi, what exactly do you want to say? Li Guanqi asked straight to the point. I have to go back to the academy eventually. But you can't go back.
Qi Gongming looked at him. His eyes narrowed slightly.
So, maybe you need a powerful personal bodyguard? As powerful as me.
Li Guanqi was startled. Qi Gongming at the 5 elements level. 5 elements level?
Senior.
Li Guanqi figured it out immediately, and couldn't help but said in shock.
Are you talking about Commander Wang Yanqing?
Wang Yanqing, who was born in the Wang family of the official department of Daluo, has a strong bloodline. At the age of 30, he is already a powerful martial artist at the 5 elements level.
Didn't you say before that we have to rescue her too?
Qi Gongming looked solemn, and looked at Li Guanqi, and said seriously.
Then go. In fact, I have always wanted the child to leave the Red Blood Army and the Qi family. The current situation in the Daluo dynasty is turbulent, and the Qi family is also at the center of the whirlpool. As a female, she should not continue to stay in the mixed army. Save her life. Just like you explained to Lure today. Explain the cause and effect to her clearly. Yanqing is not only a powerful martial artist at the 5 elements level, but he is also a child who knows how to repay his kindness. When the time comes, use this kindness as an excuse to let her protect you personally and accompany you for a period of life. This will not only protect you, but also give her a reason to leave the sad place of the Red Blood Army.
Chapter 259, Seeing Senior Sister Again. Wang Yanqing's choice. There are 3 poles in the sky, and the sun is as scorching as fire. Leicheng. White Tiger's mansion. Li Guanqi sneaked directly into the depths of the Baihu family's mansion, and came near Bai Yang's residence. Qin Lubai remembered him. Then does everyone in the simulated world remember him? Xin Yu's matter has come to an end, and Zhuang Yuan is behind it all. But now that Zhuang Yuan has lost the last, upper body, of Qin Yu, he can only be trapped in the magic spell prison, and cannot come out for 20 years. 20 years later, Li Guanqi wanted to crush Zhuang Yuan, a 5-element level person, to death. If nothing else happened, it would be no different than crushing an ant to death. So after coming out of Chen Yu's secret room, Li Guanqi went to the streets of Leicheng to see if everyone in Leicheng whom he had come into contact with in the simulation world knew him. But it turns out that's not the case. The merchant owner who had bought things on the street did not recognize him. The cook of the Qilong family, who sells medicinal porridge in the east of the city, didn't recognize him. Li Guanqi even smashed up the medicinal porridge shop. Even one of the key figures in Leicheng No. 1, the old madman Yang Tianhao, didn't even recognize him. Well, of course, it's hard to say that this old killer's soul was driven crazy by Qin Yu. And there are only a few key characters in the Leicheng No. 1 copy. Apart from Yang Tianhao, there is only one person left who is qualified. No. 1 in Leicheng. Baiang? So, facing the bright scorching sun, Li Guanqi slowly came to a remote courtyard of Baihu Mansion. Su. The autumn wind sweeps the fallen leaves. In the courtyard, beside the stone table, a tall figure in white sat drinking tea. Across the table, a cup of hot tea was made. Little brother. The white-haired and tall Bai Yang turned his back to Li Guanqi, slowly put down the teacup in his hand, and said softly, Why did you come into my Bai family in broad daylight? Senior Bai, you might as well look back. Li Guanqi walked behind Bai Yang and smiled softly. Bai Yang slowly turned his head. The eyes of this burly old man and Li Guanqi collided instantly. At first, Bai Yang had no reaction. But gradually, the old man's eyes began to change. Until finally, when he looked at Li Guanqi, his eyes were full of shock. Yes. When Li Guanqi saw this, he suddenly understood. After Bai Yang looked at him, he also had the memory of the simulated world. So, are there only Qin Lubai and Bai Yang? Illusion? Bai Yang suddenly stood up from the stone table and glared at Li Guanqi. What did you do to me? Illusion? But this illusion is too real. It was so real that in an instant, he went to another world and experienced those things personally. Forehead. Li Guanqi looked at Bai Yang and was speechless for a moment. Yes. Normal people will of course have different reactions after encountering this kind of thing. There are those like Qin Lubai who accept the facts with a smile. And naturally there are those like Bai Yang who are very vigilant and refuse to accept it at all, and even think they are under an illusion. Senior Bai, bid farewell. Li Guanqi cupped his hands and fists towards Bai Yang and bowed deeply. Leave it to me, and tell me clearly, who is Qin Lubai? Bai Yang shouted angrily and raised his hand to grab Li Guanqi. Buzz? But at this moment, Qi Gongming, who was hiding in the distance, suddenly cast a spell.
and a 5-color light beam fell from the sky, instantly covering Li Guanqi. Bai Yang grabbed it with his right hand, but missed it. The 5-color light has not dissipated, but Li Guanqi has disappeared. When the 5 colors of light gradually dissipated, in the empty courtyard, except for Bai Yang, there was nothing there. Illusion? The future? Bai Yang looked around with a confused expression. That child is still alive? Li Guanqi, why are you telling me this? Bai Yang turned his head, looked at the sky, and shouted in a deep voice. Because Qin Lubai has forgiven you. In the blue sky, a misty voice came quietly. The future you saw will never happen again. Because the past is in the past. Even Lu Bai has let go. Senior Bai, why can't you let go? Let it go and untie the knot in your heart. After so many years, you should let go. The sound slowly dissipated. Bai Yang stood in the courtyard, looking dazed. A long time. After a long time, the eyes of this powerful martial artist at the 5 elements level burst out with sparkle again. A sparkle that had not appeared in decades. It is the high-spirited and majestic spirit of a martial artist. Boom! A powerful coercion burst out from Bai Yang's body. Once the knot in your heart is resolved, your cultivation will progress inch by inch. The shackles of the 5 elements level began to loosen. Liuha level martial arts are higher up the mountain. The fog has been swept away, and they appear before your eyes. Bai Yang. This burly old man looked at the horizon, clasped his fists seriously, and shouted in a deep voice. Bai, thank you for your help. Guanqi, if you have any use, come to Leicheng to see me at any time. Hey, let me be clear. I have not forgiven Bai Yang. I I have killed him once and avenged him once. So I will spare his life. Daluo, the southern border. Over the forest, Li Guanqi, Qin Lubai, and Qi Gongming were swept away by the strong wind and flew towards the edge of the Great Wall in the distance. Yes, yes, spare Bai Yang's life and let him make a fortune. Li Guanqi glanced at Qin Lubai with a smile and said nothing more. What about the medicinal porridge? Qin Lubai looked at Li Guanqi curiously. You don't care? Leave a letter for the steward of the White Tiger family. Senior Bai will see it. Li Guanqi replied calmly. Only the 4 ancestors of the 4 major families knew about the existence of Chen Yu. In addition to Chen Yu, Li Guanqi also wrote everything about Leicheng No. 1 in the letter. When Bai Yang gradually calms down from the simulated memory and sees the letter, he will naturally understand everything. After Li Guanqi and the others left Leicheng, they took the teleportation array and arrived at the border area of Daluonan, heading towards the Great Wall where the Scarlet Blood Fortress was located. Li Guanqi wants to save 10,000 Red Blood Army soldiers and senior sister Wang Yanqing. What Qi Gongming wanted was not only to save Wang Yanqing, his granddaughter-in-law, but also to let Wang Yanqing follow Li Guanqi to travel to southern Xinjiang. Not only to leave the turbulent situation in Daluo, but also to get out of the sad place of losing her husband. To be honest, Qi Gongming's adoption of a daughter was indeed not very authentic. In terms of seniority, when Wang Yanqing, a 5-element martial artist in his 30s, meets Qin Lubai, a 2E class martial artist in his 20s, he still has to call her aunt. Is this what seniority is called? Li Guanqi was a little confused by this thing. After all, in terms of seniority, Qi Gongming is the grandfather of Wang Yanqing's husband, Qi Yuanan. According to the saying in some places, she has to call Qi Gongming ancestor. However, Qi Yuanan's relationship with his father was extremely poor, and there was almost no father-son friendship. Instead, he had an excellent relationship with his grandfather Qi Gongming. This led to Wang Yanqing always calling Qi Gongming father-in-law. This mess always makes Li Guanqi want to say, rich families are really messed up. Call. At this time, Qi Gongming suddenly controlled the strong wind to gradually dissipate, leading the 3 of them to sink steadily towards the forest below. At this time, on the horizon, the outlines of the Imperial Great Wall and the Scarlet Blood Fortress were still looming. Father? After landing completely, Qin Lubai looked at Qi Gongming doubtfully and said, we are still far away from the Great Wall. Why don't we leave? We can't get any closer. Li Guanqi looked at the surrounding forest and casually explained for Qi Gongming. The spiritual detection mechanism of the Great Wall of Heaven becomes more sensitive the stronger it is, and will only produce a weak response to weak spiritual power. For a powerful spiritual power, that is, a 5-element level conjurer, just approaching will cause the Great Wall to issue an alarm for a very loud movement.
When he entered the Scarlet Blood Fortress in the simulated world, the Imperial Great Wall only had a weak reaction, and Wang Yanqing was still able to hide it secretly. If Qi Gongming of the 5 elements level approaches, the whole fortress will be filled with red light, and even Wang Yanqing will not be able to hide it.
This is for you.
Qi Gongming handed a letter to Li Guanqi and said calmly,
This is my handwritten letter. Not everyone will believe in your precognitive ability like Lure. If you really expose it to Yanqing, I'm afraid they will think that you are a spy from somewhere, and they will ask the soldiers to tie you up. With this handwritten letter, you can save a lot of trouble. Clear.
Li Guanqi put away the envelope, nodded to Qi Gongming and Qin Lubai, then turned and left, running at full speed. His figure quickly disappeared into the forest. Qin Lubai looked at Li Guanqi's back gradually, his eyes flickering, wondering what he was thinking.
Think he's pretty good?
Qi Gongming suddenly said.
Yeah. Like the sun.
Qin Lubai admitted openly, and used a somewhat strange adjective.
Sun?
Qi Gongming looked at his adopted daughter curiously.
Why the sun?
Qin Lubai raised his head and looked at the bright sun above the treetops of the forest. His eyes blurred.
Tall, strong, sunny, enthusiastic, warm, dazzling, and a little silly and reckless. Not very good at hiding himself. Always annoying people pay attention. So he is like the sun. I remember that I should have told you when you were a child that the sun is not a god, let alone a golden crow. It is just a celestial body in the universe.
A star that emits terrifying heat.
Qi Gongming glanced at Qin Lubai and said in a low voice,
Far away. It is the sun, giving people warmth and vitality. But if you get too close, it will be a giant fireball that burns everything. A long time ago, it burned to death countless 7-star strong men who were looking for their natal stars. The sun seemed bright and dazzling, but in fact it only brings disaster to those around it.
Qin Lubai's eyes dimmed, looking a little disappointed.
Dad, what do you want to say? Well,
Qi Gongming sighed softly. The old man looked into the distance with wandering eyes.
Actually, that kid really looks like Yuanan in every aspect. That's why I want Yanqing to follow him. But there are some differences between him and Yuanan. Yuanan doesn't have any dirty secrets. But that kid has too many secrets.
Qi Gongming looked at Qin Lubai with a complicated expression.
He led me to save your life. I owe him a favor. If possible, I really want to return it to him right away. Because even I don't want to get too involved with him. His cultivation speed is not as fast as ordinary people. And his future is unpredictable. But equally, so is the danger.
Having said this, Qi Gongming gently rubbed Qin Lubai's head.
We are all ordinary people. We do what ordinary people should do, and make friends that ordinary people should know. Please stay away from such people. What about Sister Yanqing?
Qin Lubai looked at Qi Gongming. Although the seniority is a bit confusing, she has always called Wang Yanqing
sister,
and the two of them have met before.
Why are you willing to let Sister Yanqing follow him?
Qin Lubai looked at Qi Gongming.
You should understand.
Qi Gongming did not explain any more.
Yes, of course I understand.
Qin Lubai looked into the distance, looking at the great wall on the horizon, looking at the looming outline of the fortress, and sighed softly.
Because Li Guanqi is not an ordinary person, and neither is Sister Yanqing. Her name is Wang Yanqing. She is from the Wang family, one of the 16 surnames in Daluo. She is second only to the 8 kingdoms. She is born with the powerful blood of the Wang family, and is a superior alien race. She married Brother Yuanan because she was a member of the Qi family. Do you have a letter?
The Great Wall of Heaven. The Crimson Blood Fortress. The top floor of the fortress is in the commanding office. A tall woman wearing a red outfit and wearing steel wristbands on her hands was sitting behind a desk. Her long, silky black hair was tied up high, fixed with a red hair crown, and tied into a high ponytail. The hair at the end was slightly fluttering with the breeze blowing from the window. The highest commander and female leader of the 10,000 Red Blood Army here. Wang Yanqing.
Who's writing?
Wang Yanqing looked at the Red Blood Army soldiers outside the door and asked calmly.
A man who calls himself Chen Yin, and whose courtesy name is Gongming.
The Red Blood Army soldier held a letter in both hands, lowered his head and said respectfully.
He said this letter is a secret letter for the commander, and his subordinates did not dare to neglect it. So he sent it.
Wang Yanqing looked strange. Chen Yan's courtesy name is Gongming? Chen Yan is her master. Qi Gongming is her father-in-law. Which guy dares to tease her like this?
Bring the letter here.
Wang Yanqing's heroic sword-browed eyebrows were raised, and he stretched out his right hand, vibrating the air with his skillful energy, and actually directly formed a method similar to retrieving objects from the air. He directly took the envelope from the hands of the soldiers outside the door from a distance of more than 10 meters. At first, she was a little unhappy, but after seeing the content and handwriting on the letter, the female commander suddenly beamed with joy. The handwriting can be imitated, but the little anecdotes about life in the content belong exclusively to the three of them. Quick! Bring the messenger here. Be polite. Yes. The Red Blood Army soldiers left quickly. Soon! The soldiers turned back again. But this time, there was already a figure shrouded in black robes beside him. Wang Yanqing frowned when he saw this. This height is obviously wrong. And the aura is completely different. Teacher He! Long time no see. The man in black robes slowly lifted his hood. It was Li Guanqi. He looked at Wang Yanqing with a smile. Wang Yanqing also looked at him. The four eyes met. The eyes collided. For a moment, the expression on Wang Yanqing's face changed rapidly. Die in battle. Completely annihilated. Wait, is this really true? Or is it an illusion? Everyone, stand down. Boom! Wang Yanqing's expression changed drastically. And with a wave of his hand, he directly closed the doors and windows of the commanding office. The doors and windows are closed. The formation belonging to this place is activated. And the soundproof spiritual shield is covered. I need an explanation. Wang Yanqing sat upright behind the desk, staring at Li Guanqi with extremely complicated eyes, showing warmth at one moment and extremely vigilant at the other. The warmth comes from the fact that the tall man in front of him seems to be his junior brother Li Guanqi. The reason for being vigilant is, are those memories really real? If I were a traitor who used illusions, Senior Qi wouldn't have given me his handwritten letter. Li Guanqi pointed to the envelope on Wang Yanqing's desk and said seriously. That. Wang Yanqing looked down at the handwritten letter, and then looked at Li Guanqi. The sharp edge in his eyes suddenly disappeared, replaced by confusion and disbelief. Are those memories real? Are they the future? Can you go back in time? Or let me predict future? Senior sister, look at your space ring. Li Guanqi said seriously. Is the ice gun you gave me still there? Wang Yanqing lowered her head and glanced at the ring on her right hand. After gently stroking it with her left hand, her face suddenly showed a look of astonishment. It's gone! Because you gave it to me, senior sister, Li Guanqi said, and took out the snow gun from the space ring. Question mark. Wang Yanqing was completely confused, because in this way, neither time traveling nor predicting the future can explain the current situation. It's hard for me to explain. Li Guanqi walked up to Wang Yanqing, looked at her, and said seriously, but senior sister, please believe me. Junior brother is back. We still have a chance to change everything, and change the tragic ending in that memory. Hearing this, Wang Yanqing's expression suddenly became solemn. Tragic ending? More than 100,000 southern Xinjiang troops suddenly came to the border. She and 10,000 Red Blood Army fought to the death. And finally the entire army was annihilated. Sister, you once taught me that the duty of a soldier is to obey. Li Guanqi looked at Wang Yanqing and said in a deep voice. But what is the price of foolish loyalty? Everyone died together, not to protect the family and the country, but because of a ridiculous power struggle. Senior sister, you have already experienced it once. Do you want to do it again? If it really happens a second time, there will be no chance of saving it. But I'm not doing it for Dalio Yuzhong. Wang Yanqing gritted her teeth, turned her back to Li Guanqi, and said loudly with uncontrollable crying, I am doing it for my husband Yuzhong. He died loyally. I can't tarnish his reputation. I can't let him have a deserter wife. I can't lead 10,000 Red Blood Army as deserters. They are regular troops. If they escape, their wives, children, and children who are far away in their hometown will all be executed. Li Guanqi was speechless. Do it again. But the problems they have to face are still the same. Evidence. Reason. They need evidence and reasons to prove the rationality of withdrawing their troops. Otherwise, leaving their posts without permission will be the death penalty for beheading the entire army. But where's the evidence? If you want evidence, you have to go outside the Great Wall. But once you really find the more than 100,000 southern Xinjiang troops, the southern Xinjiang army will launch an attack in advance. Even if there is one more Qigongming, they can't stop this massive force, but can run. With the addition of Qigongming, Wang Yanqing can at least guarantee his successful escape. Evacuate in advance. Senior sister, Li Guanqi reached out and grabbed Wang Yanqing's shoulders, forced her body to turn around, and looked seriously into the eyes of the female commander. First, let the Red Blood Army evacuate in advance, and then we will go outside the Great Wall to find traces of the Southern Xinjiang Army as evidence. With the evidence, we will withdraw the troops reasonably, although it is still considered to be AWOL. The nature is different. Senior sister, you are from the Wang family. With the power of the Wang family, you will definitely be able to help get rid of the crime. Sister, how are you doing? Chapter 260. Tying Guan Yu Ju. 9th level soul. Finally, Wang Yanqing still followed Li Guanqi's suggestion. Let the 10,000 Red Blood Army evacuate first. And then Wang Yanqing joins forces with Qi Gongming to search for enemy traces outside the Great Wall as evidence. However, I didn't take Li Guanqi with me to this session. 2 5-element level powerhouses join forces. Especially one of them is a 5-element level Dzogchen spellcaster. Of course, this kind of combat power cannot be defeated against the hundreds of thousands of southern Xinjiang troops. However, without any worries, you can run away even if you can't fight. And you can come and go freely. But if you take Li Guanqi with you, well, it will be a drag. Li Guanqi also told Wang Yanqing everything about the 2 army spies, Shi Yuaning and Qi Shanhe. Wang Yanqing is not a soft-hearted woman. In fact, just when Li Guanqi left the Scarlet Blood Fortress and hadn't gone far, he heard the sound of Qi Shanhe being beheaded in the fortress. As for Qi Yuaning, he must die too. In fact, it is not difficult to solve this series of things now. Different from the time in the simulated world. At this time Wang Yanqing already knew clearly that the enemy army was invincible, and knew that once the truth was discovered, the southern Xinjiang army would launch a direct attack. So it's easy to handle. Let the Red Blood Army run away first. Now that there are no worries, Wang Yanqing only needs to go to the outside of the Great Wall with Qi Gongming to get evidence of the enemy's tracks, and then report to the military headquarters, saying that if he continues to stay here, he will die. Since the location of the Red Blood Fortress is not a strategic location, it is just an insignificant garrison. In addition, there is no clear strategic mission for the 10,000 Red Blood Army troops to stay here. Therefore, the military department will most likely decide that the 10,000 Red Blood Army troops, while the military's absence from duty is guiltless. Of course, there is another layer of relationship, which can even be said to be the most important layer of relationship. Wang Yanqing was born in the Wang family. The Wang family is one of the 16 surnames in Daluo. The Wang family of the Ministry of Personnel. If you don't have this level of background, the military will not care whether you withdraw your troops in a reasonable manner. You don't even bother to think about it. Anyway, leaving your post without permission means death. It saves you worry and trouble to commit a capital crime. But Wang Yanqing is a person with background after all. 3 days later, Daluo, a small border town on the southern border. Among the inns, Qin Lubai sat in front of the wooden table and carefully read an alchemy book. Li Guanqi, on the other hand, was tinkering with some basic potions against a pile of utensils, distillers and the like. There is no way. My cultivation has reached a bottleneck. The realm of magic has reached the peak of Liangyi, and practice is useless. Now, all he has to do is go to Moxie Gu village, participate in the Gu King competition, become the champion, and then get a spirit refining worm, and then eat it, forcing the spirit refining worm in his body to naturally die and turn into a refining worm. Spiritual array diagram. Then he can directly break into the 3rd level of spells. The realm of martial arts has also reached the peak of the 3 talents, and the next step is to find the 4-elephant level realm breaking method. Regarding this point, Li Guanqi planned to wait for his senior sister to come back and then ask her directly for it. Why work hard when you can just eat soft rice? The soul is also at level 29. It needs to find a 3rd level divine refining method. Just ask Qi Gongming for this. When the 3 aspects of spells, martial arts, and soul reach their limits, they can only expand their power in other aspects. Since there is no point in meditating, Li Guanqi might as well take advantage of the fact that there is a professional Qin Lubai next to him and learn some alchemy knowledge from her. You can acquire a lot of theoretical knowledge by reading books, but any theory requires practice to truly learn. Suddenly, Li Guanqi put down the tweezers in his hand, waved his right hand, and dispersed the green flames under the still. He turned to look at the door of the room with a smile on his face. They're back. Squeak. As soon as he finished speaking, the door to the room was pushed open. An old man in black robes and a tall woman in red clothes appeared in front of him. It was Qi Gongming
and Wang Yanqing, who had returned from outside the Great Wall. Buzz. Qi Gongming casually released a soundproof spirit shield.
Senior Qi. Senior sister. How was your trip?
Li Guanqi hurriedly stepped forward and asked.
Ha ha. To be honest, if my father-in-law wasn't here, I really wouldn't be able to come back this time.
Wang Yanqing said this and smiled very happily.
Fortunately, although there are many strong men in the southern Xinjiang army, they can at least run away.
Qi Gongming sat at the wooden table, and Qin Lubai brought him a cup of hot tea in time.
Where's the evidence?
Li Guanqi looked at Wang Yanqing. Obtaining evidence that can prove the enemy's traces of the southern Xinjiang army is the most important thing.
Got it.
Wang Yanqing nodded lightly and said in a deep voice.
Next, I have to go back to the military headquarters in the capital to report the matter. I have to go back in person to accept the punishment. No matter what, I have to keep the 10,000 Red Blood Army. Valuo?
Li Guanqi suddenly became anxious. That word doesn't sound like a good thing.
Do not worry.
Qi Gongming calmly took a sip of tea and said,
even if the 10,000 Red Blood Army soldiers are beheaded, her commander surnamed Wang will be fine. I would rather be beheaded.
Wang Yanqing frowned.
Huh? Your family doesn't care whether you want it or not.
Qi Gongming shook his head and laughed. Seeing this scene, Li Guanqi finally felt relieved.
Okay. Without further ado, I will set off back to the capital now.
With that said, Wang Yanqing stood up.
Don't forget what I told you on the way.
Qi Gongming held the teacup, looked at Wang Yanqing, and said softly,
after solving this matter, come back quickly, and don't stay in Daluo anymore. The storm is coming to Daluo now, so it is not an easy place to stay. To be honest, in the current situation, the smoky and corrupt southern Xinjiang is better than Daluo.
Wang Yanqing was silent for a moment, and finally sighed helplessly.
I understand. Father-in-law, I will be back. Forehead.
Li Guanqi was stunned and looked at Qi Gongming hesitantly.
Senior Qi, what you told senior sister is, yes, let her protect you, and take a walk around southern Xinjiang.
Qi Gongming took another sip of tea, then raised his eyebrows.
Wait a minute. Why bother with southern Xinjiang? Why not go to sea and travel to Violet? No. Forget Violet. Go to the Oriental Islands. I've been there before several times. I have to say that the scenery over the Sakura Shogunate is still very good.
He wanted Wang Yanqing to follow Li Guanqi and leave Daluo. The purpose was to let her leave this sad place where her husband was widowed with this man, who was very similar to Qi Yuanan, but somewhat different. As for the Violet Empire, where Qi Yuanan studied abroad, it was of course a sad place that he couldn't go to.
No.
Li Guanqi shook his head.
If I don't go abroad, I'd better travel in southern Xinjiang.
He actually wanted to go abroad and see what the countries in the strange world were like. But God won't let me. There is still a Gu village fascination waiting for him in southern Xinjiang. And there are only about 20 days left.
What do you say now?
Wang Yanqing leaned against the wall, folded his hands on his chest, and looked at Li Guanqi and Qi Gongming curiously.
I'm going back to the capital. Are you waiting for me here? But I'm not sure how long it will take. Those guys in the military department are just eating hard work. And they might push this or that.
It took a long time to push. I can't wait here. I have things to do,
Li Guanqi said and looked at Qi Gongming with some embarrassment.
Senior Qi, can you please take me to the teleportation array again and send me to the vicinity of Yuqing district in the Chengli Mountains?
There are Kyushu in the Central Plains in Daluo. However, the terrain of southern Xinjiang is special, and it is difficult to divide it by
states.
Instead, it is divided by numerous
mountains.
The mission location of Ecstasy and Gu Village is in Moxie Gu Village, and Moxie Gu Village is located in the Yuqing district of the Changli Mountains.
Changli Mountain?
Qi Gongming nodded slightly, and then looked a little surprised.
Yes. But why are you going there?
Oh. He seemed to have thought of something.
The Gu King competition in Moxie Gu Village. The time is almost here.
Qi Gongming looked at Li Guanqi doubtfully.
You want to fight for the spirit refining insects? I don't remember that you have any knowledge of the cursed insect family. And with all due respect, the probability of using the spirit refining insect to break into the third level is too small. Of course there are lucky ones. But are you sure it will be you? Instead of trying your luck, it is better to practice calmly. How will you know if you don't try?
Li Guanqi smiled. However, he had already passed the rewards of the simulator, got the spirit refining insect, and then got the cordyceps. which directly increased the probability to 100%. It was only a matter of time before he would reach the third level of breaking through the spell.
It's okay. You have to see all the scenery in the world.
Qi Gongming said nothing more.
That's it.
Seeing this, Wang Yanqing, who was leaning against the wall, said softly,
I will go back to the capital now to wait for my fate. Junior brother, you go to Moxigu village in southern Xinjiang first. After I handle Daluo's affairs, I will go to southern Xinjiang to find you. Be you bodyguard?
When he said the last sentence, even Wang Yanqing couldn't help but laugh.
A 5-element level warrior bodyguard. How much hiring fee do you have to pay to senior sister?
Li Guanqi was stunned. Why the H? Do you need money?
Haha. Just kidding.
Wang Yanqing smiled brightly. Then, the smile on the tall woman's face gradually faded. She walked up to Li Guanqi with her long and straight legs.
Junior brother.
Wang Yanqing grabbed Li Guanqi's shoulder with her right hand and looked at him seriously.
Thank you. Really thank you. Those 10,000 Red Blood Army are Yuanan soldiers. If you really lead them to annihilation, senior sister, even if he's dead, he won't be able to face him down there. You are my senior sister.
Li Guanqi just chuckled. Wang Yanqing was startled, and then smiled and said,
Senior sister, you have to settle the accounts clearly. You have been very kind to me, and I have to repay you. When I come back to you, as long as I don't die, no one can hurt you. This is repayment.
Oh, right.
Wang Yanqing took out a bronze ring from the space ring and handed it to Li Guanqi.
Take it with you, but be sure not to lose it. It is for positioning so that I can find you at Moxigu village.
Good. Li Guanqi took the bronze ring and put it directly on his left hand.
That's it. I'll go first.
Wang Yanqing retreated to the door and saluted Qi Gongming, Li Guanqi and Qin Lubai with clasped fists.
Father-in-law, junior brother, sister Lu, see you another day?
After saying that, Wang Yanqing turned and left.
Hey, there's more.
However, before taking 2 steps, Wang Yanqing stepped back, holding on to the threshold, looking at Li Guanqi and smiling.
Junior brother, is your martial arts cultivation at the peak of the 3rd talent level? Do you have a pulse opening method?
The 4 elephants level of martial arts requires the opening of the divine veins in the limbs, so it is also called the 4 meridians level. The practice method of this level is also called the pulse opening method.
Absolutely not.
Li Guanqi shook his head.
Then wait until senior sister comes back.
Wang Yanqing smiled brightly and said,
When the time comes, I will teach you a superior pulse opening method step by step. Wait until I come back. Don't just find a way to practice and delay your future. Let's go!
After that, the tall woman left again. This time, Wang Yanqing really left.
Well, I guess she wants to teach you the
4 pillars of heaven.
Qi Gongming took a sip of tea and said,
This is one of the 16 major surnames in Daluo, the Wang family's top pulse opening method. Looking at Daluo, there are almost only those at the same level as it. There is nothing better than it. Even if there is, it is those with bloodline restrictions cannot be practiced by outsiders like you.
Li Guanqi blinked. There is such a good thing.
Yanqing wants to thank you. So why not me?
At this time, Qi Gongming gently rubbed the ceramic teacup with his right hand and looked at Li Guanqi calmly.
You led me to save Lure. That means I owe you a favor. How are you going to use this favor? Forehead.
Li Guanqi thought for a while.
Then please ask the seniors to give the juniors a superior divine refining method.
Li Guanqi saluted.
Can.
Qi Gongming nodded lightly. And at the same time, a light blue light spread from the old man's eyebrows and slowly entered Li Guanqi's eyebrows. Soul transfer. With Qi Gongming's attainments in the soul, he could completely transmit the information slowly, allowing Li Guanqi to slowly receive it from scratch. In addition to the information on the exercises, Qi Gongming also passed on his experience in practicing this god-refining method to Li Guanqi. This is actually a 9th level top-level divine refining method.
Tying Guan Yu.
Tying is the moon. To put it bluntly, the name of this god-refining method is
looking at the moon from the moon.
Because the essence of this god-refining method actually lies in visualization. Watch the moon. Visualize the bright moon. Practitioners should imagine their souls as a bright moon, and then use the soul transformed into a bright moon to observe the real moon, so as to absorb the power of the lunar moon, integrate it into their own souls, and strengthen their own souls. Finally, the state where the soul is Tying is reached. The moon is naturally Yin, and the nature of the soul is also Yin. The power of the two complements each other. and it is undoubtedly the superior divine refining method. That is, watching the moon from Tying. The soul realm is completely different from the magic and martial arts, but it can roughly correspond to the 9 realms. Starting from the 3rd level, souls are divided into levels 3 to 9. It is worth mentioning that not all 3rd level practitioners can have 3rd level souls. Even individual practitioners at the 4-image level do not possess 3rd level souls, because if there is no large amount of resources to feed something like the soul, it is too slow to rely on personal visualization methods to cultivate. The soul level of most cultivators is far below the realm of cultivation, except, of course, wealthy families. Refining God realm, level 3. The main thing is still in the transitional stage. To continuously strengthen the soul, it is best not to use the soul power to attack others. If you are not careful, your own soul will be shot. Virtual realm, level 4. At this stage, under normal circumstances, soul power can be used to attack others, but there is still a risk of shaking one's own soul. Basically, it is used as an auxiliary, using a strong soul as a guarantee for practice to prevent mistakes in practice and going astray. Reality, level 5. The power of the soul is completely substantive, and souls in this realm can already use soul attacks as a routine method. Because no matter what the result of the battle is, it will not shock your own soul. Habitat, level 6. The soul in this realm can leave the body in a short period of time and exist alone as a soul. If the soul does not have a physical body to rely on, its soul power will quickly disappear. The soul that has entered the living environment can greatly slow down the loss of soul, and then find a suitable body and gain new life. But after all, we still have to find a physical body and become a living being again. Death realm, level 7. The soul in this realm can completely abandon the physical body and survive in the world as a soul, which is equivalent to the undead. However, the 1,000-year lifespan in the strange world seems to be a curse. Even if it is transformed into an undead life, it cannot escape the curse of 1,000-year lifespan. When the last day of the year 999 arrives, even the undead will have their souls dispersed and die. Level 8, Level 9, Li Guanqi looked at Qi Gongming blankly. Senior, this, Tying Guanyuju, is incomplete. There are no cultivation methods and detailed explanations from the 8th to the 9th level. Isn't it enough? Qi Gongming asked in surprise. Even if it is incomplete, it is enough for you to cultivate a 7th level soul. 7 level souls. Many Bagua level conjurers may not be able to have it. Isn't it enough? From Qi Gongming's perspective, 7-star level might be the end of this life, and even the Bagua level wouldn't dare to hope for it. However, for Li Guanqi, the son of Tongyu, he often feels that even the Jogon level is not his limit. At least he has to be the first god of the new era of infinite gods? This incomplete, Tying Guanyuju, is already my best god-refining method, Qi Gongming said seriously. In fact, it is the most top-notch god-refining method that I have ever seen with my own eyes. There are not many god-refining methods in the world that can be practiced to the 9th level. Even if it is incomplete, it is enough to prove its excellence. At this point, the old man remembered something, and suddenly his eyes were full of memories, and he said with emotion, Speaking of which, this, Tying Moon observation technique, was acquired by me through an unexpected encounter in an underwater maze when I was traveling in the Eastern Islands. At that time, I and a female samurai from the Sakura Shogunate traveled across the Eastern Sea together. It was really an memorable and unforgettable time. Qi Gongming smiled and shook his head. Forehead. Li Guanqi was stunned. Qi Gongming, an old boy, probably had a lot of fun when he was young, and he actually had a relationship with a Sakura woman. Sakura Shogunate? At this time, Qin Lubai looked at Qi Gongming with great curiosity. Dad, what kind of person is that Sakura woman? Qi Gongming chuckled and said, She is a female warrior who is both powerful and gentle. Oh, Qin Lubai smiled half-heartedly. Gentle? How gentle? So rude. Qi Gongming blushed and reached out to pat Qin Lubai's head. Sakura Shogunate? When Li Guanqi heard these words, he thought of something completely different. Different blood warrior. Alien blood warriors are, in essence, superhumans who acquire extraordinary power by devouring alien blood. In the past, the Central Plains were also called different blood warriors. However, since the establishment of the Daluo dynasty 3,000 years ago, different blood warriors in Daluo have become different blood warriors. No one calls the word warrior anymore. In southern Xinjiang, They are called Gu God warriors. In the West, there are many countries with different names, such as Holy Knights, Demon Hunter Knights, Demon Hunters, and so on. To put it simply, everyone changed their names. Only the Sakura Shogunate, warrior. As for the term, different blood samurai, almost only Sakura Shogunate still uses it as an official name. Senior, I have something to ask. Li Guanqi looked at Qi Gongming and asked curiously, is the appearance of the different blood warrior really related to the magician? Someone told me, and I have seen it in many books, that the origin of the alien warriors was due to the human experiments of the magician. But the strange thing is that I have read in many books that the origins of different blood warriors and spellcasters originated from the old era of historical faults. They are ancient mysteries left over from history and cannot be tested at all. Which of these two statements is correct? Chapter 261, the second head. Awakening magical powers. The god-killing sword. The origin of the alien blood warrior. The human experiment of the magician? Qi Gongming looked at Li Guanqi, shook his head and laughed. Guanqi, you have to know that the answers to many questions in the world are not actually the truth. Because the position of the buttocks is different. The thoughts in the head are different. And the words spoken in the mouth are also different. Li Guanqi was startled at first, and then suddenly realized. I see, he said with some helplessness. So, the origin of the different blood warriors is an unsolved mystery. It's just that as magicians, we must confirm our high status. So we must use books, legends, and other methods to find out, to belittle the existence of different blood warriors. That's exactly what it means. Qi Gongming shook his head gently and said with a smile. The book was written by people. Since it was written by people, it may not be true. But at least, there is a sentence in the book that should be correct. The magician and the different blood warrior, the origins are all in the old era. The old era of historical faults. In this case, who can know the historical truth that has long been broken? It's nothing more than a word from you and a word from me. I am a conjurer, so I will praise the conjurer and disdain the alien-blooded warrior. I am a different blood warrior, so I praise the different blood warrior and trample on the spellcaster. Everyone says what they say, and no one believes the other. Oh, even I don't believe what I say. Watch chess. At all times, you must keep a questioning heart. When reading a book and looking up information, the author of the book may indeed be great, but he may not necessarily tell the truth and write about real things. Li Guanqi nodded lightly and bowed to Qi Gongming. Junior generation, please be taught. Correct. Qi Gongming suddenly said. If you are really interested in the origin of the different blood warriors, you might as well go to the Sakura Shogunate in the future. The Sakura Shogunate is not a big country, but it is indeed a very interesting country. They are almost the only ones in the world who still retain the traditional name of different blood warriors. Many people say that in the Sakura Shogunate, the most primitive inheritance of different blood warriors still exists. Of course, being primitive does not mean being strong. In many cases, being primitive does not mean being enterprising and falling behind. But primitive must mean ancient. And being ancient means many secrets. Qi Gongming looked at Li Guanqi and smiled calmly. The world is big. There is no need to always be obsessed with cultivation. Go out more. See more people. And see more things. This is life. Li Guanqi saluted again. He knew that since Qi Gongming had said this, it meant it was time to say goodbye. Let's go! As expected, Qi Gongming stood up and walked slowly towards the door. Guanqi, I will send you to take the teleportation array to Moxie Gu village. As for Lure, how about you come back to the academy with me? You can also practice martial arts or study hard. Alchemy aside, just spend more time with me. The old man. Qin Lubai suddenly looked at Li Guanqi. The rivers and lakes are so big. I'll see you again someday. Miss Qin. Li Guanqi lowered his head and clasped his fists. Good. Qin Lubai smiled softly, then looked at Qi Gongming and said with a smile. Dad, will Lure follow you and support you in your old age? If you don't practice hard, you won't live as long as me. Qi Gongming shook his head and laughed. Qin Lubai's expression suddenly fell, heartbroken. When Li Guanqi saw the scene, he couldn't help but smile. It seems that he has not been with his parents for a long time. When he returns to reality this time, he can ask Lin Xianbai for a remote virtual projection device. Even if it is a virtual image, it can be regarded as a reunion with his parents. According to the theory of luck and destiny of the mysterious black cat, He is destined to trigger many major historical events. So he really didn't dare to go to his parents in person. I don't know when. Li Guanqi has embarked on a road destined to be lonely, with no relatives or friends around him, and only enemies ahead who are stronger than the last. This is the path of the destined child. It is also a path to an emperor who is said to be lonely, Taoist and few. The next day, southern Xinjiang, Changli Mountains, Yuqing District. There are many rainforests in southern Xinjiang. Even the mountains are covered by various dense rainforests. The environment is humid, and there are many insects and snakes. It was dusk at this time. A young man in black, over 1.7 meters tall, with an ordinary appearance and a slightly thin figure, walked slowly through the rainforest towards the setting sun. It was Li Guanqi who used the transformation technique. Shi Gongming is indeed rich. The illegal underground teleportation field on the Daoyuo border does not have a two-way teleportation array that goes directly to Yiqing District in southern Xinjiang. Nor does it have a one-way teleportation array. But there is a universal teleportation array. So Shi Gongming directly waved his hand and spent another 1,000,000 gold coins to open a universal teleportation array for Li Guanqi to go to Yiqing District, teleporting directly from the Daoyuo border to Yiqing District in southern Xinjiang. After walking into the rainforest, Li Guanqi used the transformation technique and changed his appearance. He decided to go to Moxigu village under the pseudonym Qi Xian. Li Guanqi held a map in his hand, looked around, and carefully mapped the directions. According to this calculation, it will arrive tomorrow. The sun was going down, but Li Guanqi was not prepared to travel all night, because for him now, every night when the moon appears is the best practice to practice. Tying moon observation art. According to modern science, the moon still exists even during the day. However, according to the theory of spiritual power in the strange world, when the moon cannot be seen, the lunar power of the moon is not strong enough to support Li Guanqi's practice of tying observation of the moon. Only night. Moreover, you can only practice at night when you can see the moon when you look up. That's it. Li Guanqi wandered around in the humid rainforest and searched for a long time before finally finding a suitable cliff. At this time, night also fell quietly. In the dark night, the silver-white moonlight shines on the boundless land, including this humid rainforest. Buzz, Li Guan was sitting on the edge of the cliff with his hands on the chessboard, placing his hands on his knees. His eyes closed tightly, and his whole body was shrouded in the moonlight, as if he was wearing a silver-white hazy gauze. As he began to operate the tying moon viewing technique, the surrounding moonlight gradually integrated into his body, and he himself began to glow with silvery white light, echoing the surrounding moonlight, gradually turning into a bright silvery white light, attracting countless insects and beasts. Tonight was Li Guanqi's first time practicing tying Guanyu Ju, but somehow, he seems to be very compatible with this god-refining method, and he actually entered the state after practicing it for the first time. His LV-29 soul has already fallen into a bottleneck. What he needs now is to break the shackles and break the existing limits. This requires reaching the first level of tying Guanyu Ju, turn into the moon. The principle of tying moon observation technique is to transform one's own soul into a bright moon and absorb the power of the moon with its appearance. Once the soul turns into the moon, it means that the preliminary practice of tying Guanyu Ju has been successful. After reaching this step, you can have a third-level soul, which is a LV-30 soul, and enter a new soul stage. Gradually, Li Guanqi's breathing became more even, and his whole person began to gradually change, and he involuntarily quit the transformation technique. In the blink of an eye, his body grew taller and stronger. Under the moonlight, Li Guanqi regained his appearance, and also activated his Liangyi form, transforming into a body with 3 heads and 6 arms, with white hair flying between the eyebrows. The purple golden lotus mark shines brightly. Li Guanqi in Liangyi form has 3 heads and 6 arms. But in fact, the 6 arms did give Li Guanqi a lot of help, allowing him to even cast 6 spells at the same time and use 6 completely different spells when needed. But what about the 3 heads? Except for the original head in the center, the other 2 heads were like decorations and would not move at all. The right side of the head always looked ferocious and furious, as if someone owed him millions. The head on the left side is as compassionate as a Buddha, looking a little sad, and then it seems expressionless, but in the slightly narrowed eyes, there is a hint of indifference and ruthlessness. However, at this time, Li Guanqi began to run the tying Guanyu Ju, and began to cultivate his soul. His body with 3 heads and 6 arms gradually underwent unpredictable changes. With his head in the center, his eyes closed tightly, he fell into a state of cultivation. This head is Li Guanqi's own, and there is a shining purple lotus mark between his eyebrows. And before that, only the middle head had the purple golden lotus mark. Yes, before that, because now, under the surrounding silvery moonlight, a purple gold light gradually appeared on the compassion head on the left, or between the eyebrows of the compassion phase. With the continuous injection of silver-white moonlight, this purple gold light gradually solidified and completely turned into a purple gold lotus mark. The second purple lotus mark? It's like, unlocked. At this time, Li Guanqi was only missing his third head, and the purple golden lotus mark had not yet appeared on his extremely ferocious, evil ghost face. Is this the real me? The sky and the earth are blue and vast. Above the water, a figure that looked like a god and demon sat on the ground, looking down at himself in the water with twinkling eyes. This figure has 3 heads and 6 arms. Its body is dark black, covered with scales, and its body is covered with flame-like purple lines. Elbows, knees and other joints are also covered with creepy bone spurs. There are 2 purple dragon wings on the back. On top of the 3 heads are a pair of large spiral horns, like Argali sheep. The eyes also turned into scarlet vertical pupils. He is Li Guanqi. In other words, Li Guanqi's soul's true body. After starting to run, Tying Guan Yu Ju, Li Guanqi entered the deepest part of his consciousness, which is the boundless ocean. As if he was blessed. You can also call this place the Sea of Consciousness. The Sea of Consciousness is the abode of the soul. Li Guanqi's true soul is not in human form. Regarding this, he had already been mentally prepared for this in the double life and death competition in Leicheng. But at this time, he looked down at the monster, reflected in the water, and it was still difficult to accept it for a while. Isn't I a human being? Li Guanqi fell into deep thought. Did the simulator change him? Or was it because he was special that the simulator found him? Was changed? Or was it found? Forget it! Li Guanqi shook his head. He never wanted to think about questions without answers. Monsters are monsters, ah! No, they are not monsters. They are gods and demons. Well, gods and demons. Li Guanqi looked down at himself in the water and decided to give his soul body a nicer name. Well, it's called the soul of gods and demons. By the way, Li Guanqi raised his head in the center and looked at the dome of the Sea of Consciousness. His scarlet vertical pupils narrowed slightly. I don't seem to need to turn into the moon. At this time, little bits of silvery white light were constantly shining over the Sea of Consciousness. That's you are. In tiny observation of the moon. What you visualize is the moon, and what you absorb is the moonlight. According to the records of tiny observation of the moon, he could only absorb the power of the moon by transforming his soul into the moon. Otherwise, he would not be able to absorb the moon with his human soul body. But at this time, Li Guanqi felt his soul body of a god and demon with 3 heads and 6 arms. And found, it seems like he doesn't need to turn into the moon at all. Roar! Li Guanqi suddenly opened his bloody mouth and let out a shocking roar from the mouth full of sharp fangs. Boom! The next moment, the entire Sea of Consciousness shook violently, and the moonlight in the sky was shattered to pieces. Roar! At this time, Li Guanqi roared again, and his entire soul body began to rise crazily. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a body of 1,000 meters, as if standing tall on the sky and the earth in the Sea of Consciousness. Immediately afterwards, he actually opened his mouth towards the moonlight in the sky, opened and closed his huge mouth a few times, and then swallowed all the countless silver white light spots into his belly. Watching the moon from the Tying? Turn into the moon to absorb the moonlight? No. No need. As a god and demon, I should swallow the moon. Not absorption, but devour. Roar! Li Guanqi became more and more excited, and kept running the Tying Guan Yu Ju to attract the moonlight, and then directly swallowed it with the soul of the god and demon. In the process, he continued to improve the quality of his own soul. Absorbing moonlight not only strengthens the soul, but also causes a qualitative change in the soul. Roar! I do not know how long it has been. Li Guanqi suddenly stopped swallowing the moonlight. His body was crumbling, and his 1,000-meter soul body also shrank sharply, becoming about 3 meters tall again. Roar! Li Guanqi covered the middle head with his 6 arms and roared in pain. Wow! At the same time, the entire Sea of Consciousness began to roll violently, and the blue water representing the soul power began to stir up turbulent waves, Just like the sudden waves of the sea. Qualitative change. The qualitative change of the soul has begun. And the third level soul of the God refining realm is already close at hand. Roar! Suddenly, 3 of Li Guanqi's hands actually covered the left side of his head. As if the left side of his head also began to hurt. Roar! 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 Li Guanqi's roar became more and more shocking. Until finally, he suddenly raised his head and let out one last roar. At this time, the eyes in the center of his head were no longer scarlet, but as bright blue as sapphires. The eyes of the head on the left were no longer scarlet, but turned into a dazzling golden color, full of nobility and supreme meaning. Soul, LV29 LV.30. 30.4. Break the limits. Third level soul. God refining realm. Ding! The world's first extraordinary person who has reached the soul of refining the gods appears. His name is King! The night is like water. Deep in the moist rainforest. On a cliff. The silver-white moonlight gradually dispersed, revealing a tall man with 3 heads and 6 arms. The evening wind blew by, blowing his snow-white hair. Call. Li Guanqi let out a breath of turbid air and opened his eyes. Not just the blue eyes in the center of the head, and the golden eyes on the left side of the head. On the compassionate face, the demonic appearance of the third head is still rigid and dull. However, the 2 heads on the left and in the center blinked at this time. The compassion phase is still compassionate, and still has the same look that looks sad, but is actually ruthless. Li Guanqi can only control the compassionate eyes, but not the facial expressions. Li Guanqi suddenly frowned, and then closed his eyes. Ability? Just now, he seemed to suddenly feel a new power awakening in his body. He had previously plundered the powers of thousands of cursed spirits. Although there were many powers in his body, this did not have any negative impact. Instead, it made him extremely sensitive to the existence of powers. It's a superpower. After mastering the phase of compassion, Li Guanqi gained an extra power. Li Guanqi began to carefully explore the feeling of this power, trying to activate it. At the same time, the void in front of him began to gradually distort, as if an invisible object was gradually taking shape. Buzz! The compassionate figure on the left side of Li Guanqi suddenly opened his eyes, and his golden eyes burst into golden light. Next moment, the void in front of Li Guanqi was no longer distorted, but the surroundings suddenly became quiet. It was deathly silent. There was no sound within a radius of 300 meters. Bang, 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 bang. Immediately afterwards, the sound of falling to the ground was heard one after another, and all animals within a radius of 300 meters fell to the ground. Obviously, their bodies are still active. Their eyes are open, and their hearts are even beating, but they just lie on the ground, motionless, because they are already dead. The soul is severely wounded and dies. Crush the soul? On the edge of the cliff, Li Guanqi sat in the moonlight, turned his head, and glanced at the reclosed golden eyes of the compassionate Prime Minister on the left, and suddenly realized. The ability of the compassion phase is to use soul power to condense an attack. This soul power attack passes through the creature and can cause damage to the soul of the creature, or even directly pierce and crush the soul. Even if it can't crush the soul with one move, it can at least cause damage to the soul. The soul is a whole, and if it is broken anywhere, it will be a fatal problem. For example, Chun Yu, whose killing soul was destroyed, fell from the 5 elements level to the 4 elephant level, and did not recover for more than 100 years. If such a soul power attack suddenly comes in the middle of the battle, if the opponent is really hit, not to mention dying suddenly on the spot, it is certain that he will at least lose his combat effectiveness temporarily. Of course, losing combat effectiveness in the middle of a battle is actually no different from dying suddenly. What a cruel killing move! Li Guanqi's eyes flickered. The power of this second head is a killing move that directly targets the soul. Hard to guard against? It's hard to say, after possessing a third-level soul. Even if you don't learn the soul attack methods, you must learn the soul defense methods, such as the soul shield technique, which must be kept outside the sea of consciousness 24 hours a day to defend the soul. Now that he has cultivated a third-level soul, he must immediately gather a soul defense shield. There are several methods recorded in the Tying Moon Observation Technique. Therefore, there is no such thing as unpreventable in the soul's attack methods, let alone speed or concealment. After all, the soul defense technique is maintained 24 hours a day, all year round. The soul method has only 2 attributes: attack, defense. If you can break the defense, you win. If you can't break it, you lose. If you can guard against it, you will live. If you cannot guard against it, you will die. I want to test the specific attack power of this ability. Li Guanqi stood up from the edge of the cliff, ready to try this soul power. Li Guanqi frowned and glanced at the compassionate look on the left side of his neck in surprise. For some reason, he suddenly felt a feeling coming from the depths of his soul. It's like suddenly remembering something. It seems that this compassionate soul attack method should not be called a supernatural power, but supernatural powers. Supernatural power, God-killing sword. Li Guanqi looked at the compassionate look on the left side of his neck with a solemn expression. Somewhat bizarre, but forget it. If you can't figure it out now, leave it to later. Brush. Li Guanqi flashed into the night, rushed into the depths of the rainforest, and disappeared into the deep darkness. As for now, he wants to find a powerful cursed spirit or demon species to test his magical power. God-killing sword. He has to know what kind of soul attack power this second head awakened has. Chapter 262: The Dual Magical Powers of Compassion. The God-killing sword and the God-controlling armor. A roar. In the deep darkness, a figure that looked like a black goat but walked upright let out a low roar and ran quickly through the forest. Boom! But the next moment, the black goat cursed spirit stiffened and then fell straight down. It looked like it was still alive, but it smelled of death. Because it is indeed dead. The God-killing sword pierces the soul and kills instantly. A third-level cursed spirit. That is to say, a third-level soul cannot stop a God-killing sword with 30% strength. On the other side of the forest, Li Guanqi, who had changed his appearance using a transformation spell, slowly walked out and stood next to the black goat cursed spirit. His eyes narrowed slightly. In a sense, the cursed spirit can be said to be the origin of all supernatural powers. Cursed spirits are different from humans, demi-humans, and monsters. Human third-level practitioners may not necessarily have third-level souls, unless they come from a wealthy family and have a lot of resources. The same goes for demi-humans and monsters. Even some ethnic groups with limited talents and 5 elements level may not necessarily have third-level souls. But the level of the cursed spirit is the same as the soul. Every third-level cursed spirit must have a third-level soul. Therefore, in many cases, the third-level cursed spirit is also directly called the third-level cursed spirit because of the smooth colloquialism. The black goat cursed spirit just now was a third-level cursed spirit with a third-level soul. But it was still killed instantly by Li Guanqi's God-killing sword. Even with only 30% of its strength, a God-killing sword with 30% of its power can instantly kill a third-level soul. Perhaps, with the strength of his current third-level soul, using the God-killing sword can cause maximum damage to fourth-level souls? Call. Li Guanqi's mind moved slightly, and a burst of black mist spewed out of his body, swallowing up the body of the black goat cursed spirit. Plunder. When the black mist returned to his body, Li Guanqi gained another superpower. Tongue! He opened his right hand, and a black flame rose. Another fireball. Li Guanqi was speechless. There are thousands of cursed spirits in the world, half of which are fireballs and ice cones. The abilities of the cursed spirits are extremely repetitive, and 90% of them are fireballs, ice cones, wind blades, thunder and lightning, among which the fireball and ice cone abilities have the highest occurrence rate. Cursed spirits with special powers, just like human geniuses, are rare species. No solution anymore. Li Guanqi looked around and shook his head helplessly. This forest is not a Feng Shui treasure land. The strongest cursed spirit overlord is this third-level cursed spirit. If you want to find a fourth-level cursed spirit, you can't just encounter it in a wild forest. Especially in this era, when the human race is at its peak, and the cursed spirits escape into the mountains and survive. However, Li Guanqi also gained a general understanding from this. The soul-like magical god-killing sword with 3 heads and 6 arms, a head on the left side, and a compassionate appearance can basically kill souls of the same level in an instant. For reference, he only used 30% of his power to kill a third-level cursed spirit. Maybe when his soul reaches level 39, he can use the god-killing sword to directly break through the defense of the 4th-level soul and cause an instant kill to the 4th-level soul. Starting from the 3rd talent level, battles are no longer purely physical. The battle of souls becomes more dangerous. Are you higher in cultivation than me? But if the soul is not as strong as mine, then I can directly bypass the cultivation of body and spiritual power, and kill you with a soul-killing move. But speaking of it, Li Guanqi has not experienced any dangerous soul confrontation so far. His highest single-player record was Of course, the ancestor of the 4 elephants, who had 4 kills, and 4 elephants in the simulated world. But what do the Xixiang family in Leicheng say? Forcibly giving myself the title of, for symbols, sounds very noble. But in the final analysis, he is just a rich man from a small place. The Xixiang family can be regarded as the overlord in Leicheng. But let alone the entire Qizhou. Even in the county where Leicheng is located, it is not considered to be a middle-class product. The 4 major families in Leicheng really cannot be put on the table. Therefore, even the ancestors of these 4 families have completely different soul realms and martial arts cultivation. The souls of the 4 elephant ancestors can reach the sky if they have a 3rd-level soul at the early stage. But ordinary people's 3rd-level souls do not dare to use it to attack, for fear of being bumped. In short, one sentence. People from small families cannot have the same cultivation level and soul level, and resources do not allow it. Only rich families can do that. The 4 major families in Leicheng are also small families. So what is a rich family? Take Daluo as an example. Let's not talk about the 8 surnames. It's not just Daluo's wealthy families. Looking at the whole world, they are the first-tier families of different blood. Similar to Wang Yanqing's Wang family. Daluo's 16 surnames. The direct descendants of these families are the wealthy children of the Daluo dynasty. And they are wealthy warriors whose cultivation is equal to their soul. When facing those geniuses, in addition to physical attacks, one must also be careful in dealing with soul battles. Li Guanqi has killed many people over the years. But in fact, the ones he killed were all powerful civilians. In fact, he had never competed with these wealthy geniuses. If you want to fight against these wealthy geniuses, the first thing you have to do is protect your soul. If you can't even guard against the soul, there's no need to talk about the subsequent battle. So, Li Guanqi now wants to start building his first layer of soul defense. Soul defense. Well, let me see. Li Guan was sitting on the ground, next to the body of the black goat cursed spirit. The residual power of the death of this 3rd-level cursed spirit could make many beasts and demons afraid to approach. He began to carefully recall the contents of Tying Guan Yueju, and prepared to practice a soul defense technique in it. Full Moon Soul Shield? Suddenly, Li Guanqi raised his eyebrows. He found a soul defense technique that was most suitable for him at the moment. The Full Moon Soul Shield condenses the moonlight, and uses the power of the moonlight to condense a full moon shield that surrounds the soul and protects the soul. Not too demanding. Souls that have just entered the 3rd level can practice just this one. After Li Guanqi made his choice, he immediately began to meditate, preparing to practice the Full Moon Soul Shield technique. By condensing moonlight while the night was still there, and the moon was clear. Buzz. He closed his eyes, and the moonlight began to gather around him, and his whole body was gradually enveloped by the silver-white moonlight. Soon, Li Guanqi's consciousness sank into the sea of consciousness, and came to the residence of the soul. Knowledge Sea. Standing on this blue ocean, Li Guanqi's image also turned into a soul-like body, like a god and demon. On the dome of the sea of consciousness, countless silver-white light spots slowly sprinkled down. That is Yuhua. Li Guanqi will use his soul body to pull Yuhua, and then cooperate with his own soul power to practice the Full Moon Soul Shield technique. To condense a soul shield. Buzz. The soul-like body that looked like a god and demon stretched out a right hand. Although countless Yuhua was afraid, they had no choice but to approach obediently and gather in the palm of his right hand. Over time, the moonlight gradually formed a round outline, and it seemed that it would soon condense into a round shield as tall as a man. But at this moment, Li Guanqi suddenly felt something strange in his body. This feeling is, there is one more superpower. Oh no. Magical power? Li Guanqi was stunned. The second magical power? After the god-killing sword of mercy? The second magical power? Where do these supernatural powers come from? Never mind. Now that it appears, just use it. Li Guanqi was too lazy to think about these questions that he couldn't think of answers to, and began to actively look for the feeling of activating the second magical power. Buzz. Soon, many black light spots and golden light spots slowly appeared in the body of his god-demonic soul body. And these light spots are getting worse. In the blink of an eye, Li Guanqi's divine and demonic soul body was completely enveloped by black light spots and golden light spots. And as time went by, these black light spots and golden light spots began to gradually merge, until finally, they completely turned into a ball of light shining with black and gold light. Boom! Suddenly, this black gold ball of light began to shrink rapidly, gradually forming 3 helmets. Heavy armor. 6 gold swallowing beast shoulder armor. Skirt armor. 6 arm guards. 6 hand guards. Knee pads. Combat boots and other armor parts. In the blink of an eye, a mighty and ferocious dark gold armor appeared on top of Li Guanqi's god demonic soul body. Compassion. The second magical power, the divine armor. God. Soul. The so-called divine armor is an armor that protects the soul and can provide powerful defense for the soul. Interesting. Li Guanqi raised his 6 arms and looked at the dark gold armor composed of soul power, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Soul defense? Is there anything more defensive than a soul wearing armor? The compassion aspect seems to be specifically aimed at the soul. The 2 magical powers in succession are both related to the soul, Li Guanqi whispered to himself. Then his mind moved, and the void around him began to slowly twist. A long sword that seemed to be invisible was vaguely visible, floating beside him, as if this god and demon wearing dark gold armor had an invisible soul-flying sword beside him. If you have armor, you must also have a sword. Godly armor. God-killing sword. 1 defense and 1 attack. The former protects oneself. The latter kills the enemy. The essence of these 2 things is soul power. But after such transformation by supernatural power, they directly become powerful killing moves and defensive methods. The current Li Guanqi is still too weak, and his knowledge is too shallow. Although he can activate magical powers, he cannot understand the principles of magical powers. When he becomes stronger in the future and has a deeper understanding of the soul, he may be able to put these 2 innate magical powers into writing and speaking, and turn them into books. God-killing sword and God-conquering armor, which will be passed down to future generations as family secrets. Buzz. At this time, the silver-white moonlight was completely formed, turning into a huge round shield with a diameter of 1 meter, which appeared on one of Li Guanqi's left arms. Titan Moon Viewing Technique. Full Moon Soul Shield Technique. There's armor! There's sword! There's also shield! Li Guanqi looked at the silver shield hanging on his left arm and nodded slightly. At least for now. His soul-level defense has been armed to the teeth and reached its limit. If other soul defense techniques are added, the consumption and replenishment of his soul power will be difficult to keep up with the maintenance of the God Control armor and Full Moon Soul Shield. A very important point in soul defense is that it consumes less and can be maintained 24 hours a day. After all, you never know when and where the enemy will suddenly attack you with a soul attack. And Li Guanqi's current condition is just right. Let's go! This god demonic soul body closed its eyes. Consciousness gradually leaves the sea of consciousness and emerges from the water surface. Dawn. In the forest, next to the corpse of the black goat cursed spirit, Li Guanqi, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, slowly opened his eyes, stood up, and turned his head to look at the horizon. The morning light appears. The bright moon is hidden and the sky is about to break. What he has to do next is to go to Moxie Goo village, win the Goo King competition, and then get a spirit refining worm, so as to catalyze the natural death of the spirit refining worm in his body and break into the 3 talents of the spell in advance. Class. Once the spell reaches the 3 talents chi refining realm, then with his spiritual power refined state, the limit ceiling of his spiritual power level can be raised to LV 49. This kind of spiritual power, which can be called the peak level of the 4 elephant level, has an extremely huge increase in combat power. Of course, besides this, Li Guanqi has another thing to do. Save the little girl's father. Save the ancient scholar who studied history. Reality. Old times? Weird world. New era? Past? Future? Regarding this mystery, Li Guanqi is eager to know the truth, and that ancient scholar might be able to provide him with unexpected surprises. Moxie Goo Village. Li Guanqi looked at the horizon and the rising sun with a bright smile. I am coming! School of Magic. Central Headquarters. Deep underground. Magical Heavenly Prison. Overall, this prison, which represents the highest level of restriction in the world of magic, seems to be no different from an ordinary prison cell. In fact, this is indeed the case. The bricks and tiles are all ordinary stone bricks, and the iron bars of the cell are also ordinary steel. What's special is the formation. The entire spiritual curse, heavenly prison is shrouded in a giant curse formation. No matter whether it is a different blood warrior or a spellcaster, whether it is 1 yuan level or 9 palace level, as long as a person enters here, he will become a person who is not even as good as an ordinary person. Weak men and women, however, For a Jiugong level expert, the possibility of besieging and killing them on the spot is 100 times higher than the possibility of being captured alive and brought here. At this time, the 5th floor of the magical heavenly prison is a prison where 5-element level magicians are imprisoned. One of the cells. A young man wearing a great prison uniform with a calm expression sat on a pile of straw, facing the wall, closing his eyes and thinking. The magical prison can suppress criminals' spiritual and soul power, but it cannot suppress their knowledge. For some 5-element level conjurers, the sentence is not torture, but a time to calm down and think. Zhuang Yuan is this type of person. It is rare to have such a comfortable place where he can review the knowledge he has learned in his life in his mind, even if there is no material for practice. Simply thinking is not a bad thing. At least, Zhuang Yuan suddenly noticed a key point during these days of thinking, regarding the key points of spell plundering technology. No wonder. Zhuang Yuan smiled softly. He had fallen into a misunderstanding. If he could apply an exchange technique before that step, perhaps a breakthrough would be achieved in the two techniques coexisting. Link. What a pity. Chen Yu was discovered by that kid, so he had to kill Chen Yu and silence him. It's not like he didn't think about controlling Chen Yupao, but he thought about countless possibilities, but could not think of a way to escape Qi Gongming's pursuit. Both are at the 5 elements level, so he knows very well the methods of the 5 elements level conjurer. As long as Chen Yu is still alive, Qi Gongming can track him down, and maybe that guy will also track him down, so it can only be killed. And having lost the last of his upper body and staying in the soul mantra prison, he was completely unable to contact other people. And naturally he was unable to conduct practical experiments in the outside world. It's really interesting. Zhuang Yuan's eyes flickered. Why did that kid suddenly go to Leicheng and Daoyuo Qizhou? And most importantly, he actually brought 5 elements level Qi Gongming with him. How did he discover Chen Yu's existence? Mystery? This is the only label Zhuang Yuan gave to Li Guanqi. What a funny guy! Zhuang Yuan smiled. He likes killing these interesting people the most. 20 years in prison. Not urgent. Take it easy. Zhuang Yuan. At this time, a jailer from the Magic Sky prison suddenly walked outside the cell and patted the cell door. Someone wants to see you. Hearing this, Zhuang Yuan turned around with some doubts. All the connections he could use were used during the trial, so how could anyone want to see him now? Click! The jailer unlocked the cell door and opened it. Be honest. After opening the door, the jailer threw a pair of shackles and handcuffs to Zhuang Yuan and looked at him warily. Put it on yourself. You also know the status of your spells. Don't come within 10 meters of me. Once you cross the line, your hands are gone, and you won't be able to grow them back during at least the 20 years of your sentence. Okay. Zhuang Yuan smiled and picked up the shackles and handcuffs. This is the vigilance of the Soul Curse Heavenly Prison. He is not allowed to touch others at all, so as to take advantage of others. Even if the lie detector shows that he cannot activate the spell in the Soul Curse Heavenly Prison, these people are still vigilant. Follow me! After Zhuang Yuan put on the heavy iron restraints such as shackles and handcuffs, the jailer walked straight outside. Zhuang Yuan had no choice but to follow. Wow! The iron chains on the shackles and handcuffs were pulled, making a sound. Keep going. Zhuang Yuan followed the jailer and finally arrived at the door of a conference room. Go in by yourself. The jailer glanced at the door of the conference room, and then stood guard outside, expressionless. Zhuang Yuan raised his right hand with doubts, and turned the door handle. Push the door open and enter. What comes into view are spheres emitting soft white light, like glowing balloons, suspended under the ceiling of the conference room, providing light to the entire conference room. There was only one person in the conference room. It was a seemingly young man, covered in a platinum robe, sitting on a chair, leaving only Zhuang Yuan's calm profile. The bridge of the nose is not too tall or collapsed. The eye sockets are neither deep nor protruding. Just the right facial contour. Calm yet sharp. Central Plains? Daoyuo people. By the way, this uniform? Looking at the white gold robe on the man, Zhuang Yuan's heart suddenly sank. New member? This is not good. Factional disputes are not something that a 5-element level conjurer like him can participate in. Mr. Zhuang. The man in white robe turned his chair and faced Zhuang Yuan. He smiled and said, Hello. Let me introduce you formally. My name is Yan Chumping, a 5-element magician from the Violet Council. Magician? He is indeed a member of the new faction. Boom! Zhuang Yuan's heart sank, and he closed the door gently with his backhand, then walked up to this person, pulled up a chair and sat down without being humble, looked at him with a smile and said, "It's an honor to meet you, Mr. Yen. As for me, since you come to see me, so I don't need to introduce myself." "Right. Certainly." Yen Chumping smiled. "This is the first time I've seen a Daluo person join Ziluo Lan," Zhuang Yuan said calmly. "Because Daluo doesn't like us." Yen Chumping looked calm and said, "Daluo has never given us a chance to be patriotic. But Ziluo doesn't like Daluo people either," Zhuang Yuan said again. "But they like talent." Yen Chumping looked into Zhuang Yuan's eyes and said seriously, "Excellent talents like me and you." Chapter 263, Conjurer and Sorcerer. The old and new struggle in the world of conjuring. B. Violet? Zhuang Yuan was silent for a moment. The Daluo dynasty discriminated against them. However, joining the Violet Empire and helping other empires to harm the Daluo dynasty? He doesn't like doing this kind of thing. And he hates war. Using human lives for human experiments can yield valuable knowledge. What can you gain by starting a war with human lives? A pointless aristocratic activity. Therefore, after graduating from the Nanjiang main school, as the best student of that batch, he did not choose to accept recruitment from various countries to become a palace magician like other students, but stayed and became a teacher. When he graduated that year, the academy was still very pure, at least on the surface. It was not like it is now, where it was almost openly taking sides and choosing to intervene in the struggles between countries. But things are different now. The world is changing. The pure land without the flames of war will soon disappear completely. Not just countries, but also colleges. "Mr. Yen, what do you want to say when you come to me?" Zhuang Yuan looked at the white gold robe on Yen Chumping and asked softly. "You should understand." Yen Chumping chuckled, stood up, opened his hands, turned around in a circle, and showed Zhuang Yuan the whole picture of the platinum robe. "A major change that has not happened in the magic world for 4,000 years has arrived. And the battle between the new school of magicians and the old school of magicians is about to break out completely. 9 palace-level spellcasters will be affected, and spellcaster apprentices, who are less than 1 yuan level, will also be affected. Zhuang Yuan, we can't stay out of this. Believe me." Yen Chumping, who was wearing a platinum robe, looked at Zhuang Yuan seriously. "The white robe is newer than the black robe, and also more powerful than it." Zhuang Yuan looked at this platinum robe and was silent for a long time. The magic world advocates black. Xian. Black. That's why conjurers like to wear black robes. The teacher uniforms of the Conjuration Academy are all black in color. But in order to indicate their status, some gold threads are embroidered with other patterns to turn into black and gold robes. This is tradition. However, the clothes worn by Yen Chumping, a 5-element level conjurer, were a strange and abnormal white gold robe. High-end fabrics as white as clouds, cuffs and hem embroidered with gold thread, and a gold round emblem on the collar of the base white shirt. A white gold robe that is completely different from the traditional black robe. White robe, black robe. This represents the battle between the new school and the old school. The old school, that is, the traditional magicians. The core members of the old school of conjurers are basically the senior executives of the Conjuring Academy. The new sect emerged in the past 1,000 years. They are not the top leaders of the Conjuration Academy, but are composed of many court conjurers, with the secret support of the royal families behind them. The leader among them was the court magician of the Violet Empire. These people call themselves magicians, not conjurers. They believe that the word curse used by magicians is completely decadent, old, and should not be owned. According to ancient legends, in ancient times, when cursed spirits were ravaging the world, when spellcasters first appeared, they needed to obtain inspiration and knowledge from the cursed spirits in order to develop a variety of spells. Therefore, the technique is called curse technique. Therefore, the conjurer calls himself a curse magician. However, the history of the old era has long been broken. Therefore, this sentence is just a legend that cannot be researched. The old school of spellcasters regard this legend as truth to show the origin of spellcasters, who never forget their original intention. But the new sect magicians did not admit this statement at all. The new school of magicians believes that magicians' power comes from natural laws and knowledge. They observe, learn, and control the rules of the world, and thereby gain the power of the rules of the world. As for spell development, that is their own accumulation of knowledge. What does it have to do with the cursed spirit? On this point, the new school and the old school are pretty much the same. Learn the magic spell? It's long past tense. after thousands of years of development. With the knowledge reserve of the magic world, it is actually no longer necessary to obtain inspiration from the magic spirit. Generations of conjurers. The genius of the magician is getting better and better with every generation. Through the combination and innovation of existing spells, they have developed one amazing original spell after another, many of which are even more magical and powerful than the abilities of the spell spirits. Therefore, the new school of magicians propose to cancel the word curse, and all the magicians around the world should be called magicians instead. The old school completely disagreed. The core members of the old school and the senior officials of the School of Conjuration strongly opposed this proposal. Once the name is changed, is it possible that the Conjuration Academy that has been established for thousands of years also needs to be renamed? It seems that the reason for the quarrels and factions is over the name. But this is an adult world. Adults? How can they make a fuss over a name? Of course not because of the name. The dispute between the new sect and the old sect, whether the names of spellcasters and magicians should be changed or not, is essentially the confrontation between the old forces and the emerging forces. As the overlord of the world of magic, even for thousands of years before that, the words School of Magic were almost synonymous with the words World of Magic. The Conjuration Academy occupies 90% of the resources in the conjuring world. However, times have changed. As the kingdoms joined, more and more court magicians were working for the kings. The court magicians were unwilling to accept their current status, while the kings coveted the power of the magicians and wanted to completely take it for themselves. Then, a new school of magicians was gradually born. They seem to be proposing to remove the word curse, but in fact they are trying to break up the existing power structure in the magic world, break up all the old forces, and reorganize their own party forces in the name of magicians. Once the conjurer really changes his name to a conjurer, then a large number of conjurers will understand one thing. The old school magicians in the academy are no match for the new school magicians. Otherwise, they wouldn't be forced to change their names. Is the new school better than the old school? This is a fatal signal. Zhuang Yuan looked at the platinum robe Yan Chumping was wearing with a solemn expression. The battle between the new school and the old school is a struggle for power. He can guarantee that if the Conjuration Academy really agrees to change its name, then on the next day, the Conjuring Academy that has been established for thousands of years will fall apart. The old forces will be disintegrated by the new faction, and the conjuring world will be a complete mirror from its original state, completely shattered into countless pieces. Break the old order and give birth to a new order. In this process, those who were high in the past may fall into the dust, and those who were humble in the past may trample all sentient beings. This is like a war between nations. Some people hate and fear it, while others yearn for the opportunities hidden in it. But can the world of magic, which has been shattered into pieces and fights for each other, really be able to resist the encroachment of the alien blood warriors? Can you really resist the enslavement of the princes? Now, the world of magic is higher than the other nations. Even the court magicians are equal to the royal family, and they only have a cooperative relationship. What can happen later? Once a magician becomes a magician, loses the school of magic, and loses the support of the magic world as a whole, they are very likely to become dogs of the princes. Zhuang Yuan understands this truth. Even the old school conjurers knew it. Of course the new magician also understands. There are so many smart people in the world, and Zhuang Yuan is not the only one. The new school magician is not a fool either, but they just want to initiate the reform of magicians. No matter the risk. No matter the risk of becoming the lackeys of the kings. They also want to overthrow the old order. Stand up and call the shots. Pull the old antiques from the school of conjuration from the top of power, and sit on it themselves. Zhuang Yuan could completely guess the thoughts of the top brass of the new school of magicians. Disintegrate the school of magic. Establish your own power. Rebuild a school of magic, and turn the world of magic into the world of magicians. The happy ending in their fantasy is that the magician becomes a magician. The Magic Academy becomes a Magician Academy. And nothing changes. The only thing that has changed is that the big shots at the top have become themselves. Can the dreamy happy ending really become a reality? Behind the new sect of magicians are the various countries, the princes, and some countries in the Western continent including the Violet Empire. How to block the school of conjuration? Can't stop it. Therefore, they also need to obtain the support of other countries. In fact, this is the fundamental reason why the Conjuring Academy no longer maintains neutrality and instead intervenes in the wars of various countries. But I don't understand. Zhuang Yuan leaned back on his seat. looked at Yin Chumping in front of him, and said curiously, "I'm just a 5-element level conjurer. What do you want from me? The dispute between the new school and the old school cannot be changed by a little person like me. Of course you can help." Yin Chumping smiled. "My upper body technique?" Zhuang Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. "Right." Yin Chumping's smile became even brighter. "Mr. Zhuang, it's such a pity for you to be a teacher because of your innate skills. The platform for you to show off your skills should be in a bigger place. Your innate skills are just for spying." "The best choice. You were born to be a spy." "Well, maybe." Zhuang Yuan didn't react at all, but said calmly, "By the way, Mr. Yin, I think the person looking for me is probably not the Violet Council. I don't have that much face and usefulness yet. The only ones looking for me are you, Mr. Yin, and some of your friends." "Right?" Zhuang Yuan looked calm. If the top leaders of the Violet Council really needed him, then he shouldn't be chatting with Yin Chumping in the conference room of the Soul Mantra prison. It could have been released a long time ago. Therefore, Yin Chumping and his group are just a small group that wants to get a share of the battle between the old and the new. The top leader is probably only about 7 stars. So we are a partnership. Yin Chumping did not deny it, but looked at Zhuang Yuan seriously. Together, we will gain a higher status in the Violet Parliament. When the new faction wins, we will get more benefits. It is a pity. Zhuang Yuan shook his head gently. The Magic Heavenly Prison is the territory of the Magic Academy, and it is something that the old school of magic masters firmly control. And obviously, you don't have the ability to get me out of here. So, come in." Before he finished speaking, Yin Chumping suddenly interrupted. Immediately afterwards, the door to the conference room was opened, and a young male spellcaster at the level of 4 elephants walked in. "Spiritual Curse Heavenly Prison. Does it really matter whether you go out or not?" Yin Chumping looked at Zhuang Yuan with a smile. "How about using his body? Or should I change it to a more handsome one? What's the meaning?" Zhuang Yuan looked at him doubtfully. "No need to hide it." Yin Chumping smiled and said, "I know that your upper body technique can be used directly in the prison regardless of the constraints of the magic spell." Zhuang Yuan's face instantly darkened. "How did you know?" "I have our methods. And besides, I know more." Yin Chumping walked up to Zhuang Yuan, smiled and patted his shoulder, leaned down, and chuckled in his ear. "I also know that you deceived the lie detector of the Conjuring Academy, and used the natural magic technique. The ability is true and false." "Oh yeah. Why not make it all up? Maybe your method is not to tell too many lies? Can only say a word or two?" Hearing this, Zhuang Yuan was completely expressionless. He used forbidden magic to transform his soul, and through this mutated soul, he indeed successfully deceived the lie detector. But he can't tell too many lies. One sentence is the limit. This sentence is the establishment of soul-to-soul friendship in the upper body technique. He said that once his technique was in the body of Li Si, the soul connection established with the previous person, Zhang San, would be disconnected, and it would no longer be able to be in the body of Zhang San. He lied. In fact, unless he spends more than 10 minutes with John Doe, the soul connection established between him and Zhang San will not be broken. This is also the reason why he can still get in touch with Qinyu. That day, the people from the Soul Curse prison pulled a death row prisoner and asked him to show it, not only for confirmation, but also to make him, the last upper body person involved in the upper body technique, disappear to ensure that nothing goes wrong. He tried. Then, within 2 minutes of taking the upper body, he withdrew from the upper body, and the death row prisoner was subsequently executed. Just 2 minutes. He quickly restored his soul connection with Qinyu. Originally, he planned to control Qinyu to kill 300,000 people in Leicheng in a few days, gather his soul power, reshape the killing soul and mend his soul, and use it to restore Qinyu's 5 elements level cultivation, a 5-element level conjurer, and the resentment of 300,000 innocent people who died in vain. The two together can barely be used as a sacrifice in the summoning array to summon the arrival of Teacher Ying Xiao. There is at least a 50% success rate. Once Teacher Ying Xiao really comes, with Teacher Ying Xiao's help, he will definitely be able to escape from the magic spell prison. He never thought about controlling Qinyu to hunt down Li Guanqi during this period, and didn't even bother to arrange the dark ritual, because all he could think about was using Qinyu to sacrifice, summon the teacher, and let himself escape from prison first. Revenge against one's enemies is not as important as regaining one's freedom. As for Li Guanqi, he originally wanted to keep it and kill him with his own hands after he escaped from prison. After all, by then, he would be charged with escaping from prison and no longer had to worry about the charge of a teacher killing a student. However, despite all calculations, it is still wrong. His plan is even coming to fruition. The plan to use Bai Yang's guilt and use Qin Lubai's hands to eradicate Bai Yang was his idea. It's only a dozen days. Just a dozen days. He only needs to wait for Qin Lubai to kill Bai Yang, and he will be done. He can use 5 elements level Qinyu and 300,000 dead people as sacrifices to summon teacher Ing Xiao to come. But, falling short of success, he couldn't figure out why Li Guanqi went to Leicheng. And he couldn't figure out why that kid took Qi Gongming with him. But as soon as Qi Gongming came, especially after Qi Gongming found Qin Lubai, he knew that there was absolutely no chance of success. He had no choice but to stop his losses in time. Destroy the research data in the secret room. Control Qinyu to commit suicide. And endure the pain to destroy this last body in the outside world. No matter how hard it is. This bizarre scene cannot be calculated. At this point, he had accepted his fate and decided to quietly go to jail for 20 years. But now, Yin Chumping is here. How to choose? Zhuang Yuan raised his head and looked at the man wearing a platinum robe in front of him. Join them? In this way, he can indeed get the upper body of others, return to the outside world, regain the opportunity to be free, and can continue his research. But the price is to be involved in the dispute between the old and new factions in the magic world. If you are not careful, you will be shattered into pieces. Give up? That's a full 20-year sentence. And, at that kid's growth rate, how far can he grow in 20 years? Can't wait any longer. I join you. Zhuang Yuan looked at Yin Chumping and said solemnly. But, I have a condition. Actually, you have no choice. You must join us. Yin Chumping smiled and said, After all, if you can hide the lie detector test once, is it possible that you can hide it several times in the future? Zhuang Yuan's face was expressionless. He just knew it. Once he chooses to refuse, these people will definitely tell the Soul Curse prison about his concealment of the polygraph test. However, you can also mention your conditions. Yin Chumping smiled again and said, We are cooperating, and I also hope to become friends with you. After all, the dismemberer Zhuang Yuan of the Southern Xinjiang headquarters was well known back then. Who is your team leader? How high is your cultivation level? Can you help me kill people? Zhuang Yuan's voice was cold and straight to the point. Forehead. Yin Chumping's expression froze. Then he said with a slight embarrassment, Ahem. I am the 5 elements leveled Dzogchen. Do you think I am demanding enough? Zhuang Yuan was stunned. Are you kidding me? Yin Chumping is the leader of this gang? A group that reaches the highest level of Dzogchen at the 5 elements level also wants to take a share of the battle between the old and the new in the world of magic. A group of 9-level people are eating meat. If you want to drink soup, you must at least have a 7-star leader. Zhuang Yuan had mixed feelings in his heart. I'm afraid I'm on a broken ship this time. A few broken wooden boards were tied together with ropes. And the raft was built to sail into the stormy sea. Isn't this looking for death? No. After joining them, you have to find a way to kill these insiders and escape. Damn it. Speaking of which, if Li Guanqi hadn't suddenly taken Qi Gongming to Leicheng, and if Qinyu hadn't died, why would he have to be with these people? 5 elements leveled Dzogchen. That's fine too. Zhuang Yuan looked at Yin Chumping and said coldly, The person I want you to kill once escaped with his life in an assassination attempt by a 4-star assassin from the Dark Brotherhood. Yin Chumping frowned when he heard this. Speaking of assassinations, it is not difficult for a 4-star killer of the Dark Brotherhood to kill a 5-element level if they are well prepared. Who is this person you want me to kill? How is your cultivation? He is. Zhuang Yuan slowly stood up from the chair, looked at Yin Chumping with gloomy eyes, and slowly said the person's name. Li Guanqi. Daluo Dynasty. Capital city. Deep in a luxurious mansion. In a unique garden carefully crafted by craftsmen. Many children were playing around a tall woman. With laughter and laughter. This is the Wang family. One of the 16 surnames of Daluo. The Wang family, where the contemporary official minister is located. Aching. Stop making trouble with the children. Beside the stone table, among several women drinking tea and eating cakes, a beautiful middle-aged woman in a luxurious green dress waved to the tall woman and said with a smile, Come here, Auntie. The tall woman is Wang Yanqing, who has returned to Beijing. Although she went home, she still couldn't get used to wearing skirts, so she was still wearing a red outfit. Compared with the military, there are only 2 missing armed guards. Aching. The beautiful woman glanced at the red dress on Wang Yanqing's body, and then smiled and said, Auntie, I have found several good families for you in the capital. They are all wealthy families with the surname 16, and they are all outstanding young talents. They must be. I won't treat you badly. Auntie. Wang Yanqing held the beautiful woman's hand and laughed softly. I really don't have this idea. Don't mention it again. Aching. Suddenly, a man's voice sounded over the garden. Come to the study to meet me. Uncle is looking for me. Wang Yanqing smiled and saluted the beautiful woman. Yanqing will leave first. Call out. After saying that, Wang Yanqing flashed and disappeared instantly. The Wang family's mansion in the capital is extremely spacious, but it is actually very small for a 5 elements level martial artist. Soon, Wang Yanqing came to a study room, stood outside and knocked on the door. Uncle? Enter. Wang Yanqing pushed open the door and entered. The middle-aged man standing by the window is 2 meters tall, has a mustache, a majestic face, and is wearing a bright red official robe. He is Wang Chen, the minister of the Ministry of Personnel, who has just stepped down from the Morning Dynasty. The military department has already given the results. Wang Chen turned around and looked at Wang Yanqing. The official document hasn't been sent yet, so I'll let you know in advance. Wang Yanqing suddenly looked anxious and looked at him anxiously. As you wish, Wang Chen calmly said. The 10,000 Red Blood Army is completely blameless. They will leave tomorrow and return to the headquarters of the Red Blood Army on the northern border. But you violated the military order. Although there was a reason. Disobeying the order is disobeying the order, and you will be dismissed from the army. If you are employed, you will not be allowed to join the army for life. Call. As soon as these words came out, Wang Yanqing let out a long sigh of relief. Then she looked at Wang Chen and bowed solemnly. Yanqing. Thank you, uncle. It doesn't matter. Wang Chen waved his hand, then looked at Wang Yanqing with complicated eyes. It's okay to leave. The current court is too chaotic. So, what's next? The Minister of Civil Affairs obviously didn't want to talk about this with his niece, so he directly changed the subject and said, Where are you going to go next? Traveling around the world? Studying martial arts? Southern Xinjiang. Wang Yanqing's smile was not as beautiful as a peony, but as beautiful as a lotus. I also have a junior brother in southern Xinjiang, waiting for me to come over and be his bodyguard. Chapter 264 Moxie-gu Village. The Curse family C. Southern Xinjiang. Changli Mountains. Yuqing District. In the lush rainforest, a man in black robe walked slowly forward. It was Li Guanqi who used the transformation technique. At this time, he only wore a body-covering necklace around his neck, and he took off the soul-covering necklace. We will be arriving at Moxie-gu Village soon. Revealing the Liangyi level cultivation will save a lot of trouble. The reason why a high-level conjurer senses the cultivation level of a low-level conjurer is not to sense the amount of spiritual power. That thing is hidden in the blood when it is not in use, so it is difficult to sense the specific amount. What is sensed is breath. A 1-level magician has a core of magic in his body, and a unique aura that belongs to the core of magic. The same goes for the Liangyi level, because the spiritual power undergoes changes in the yin and yang realms. It also has a unique aura. The same applies to the 3rd talent level. The refined and purified spiritual power is completely different from ordinary spiritual power. The law aura at the 4-image level is even more intuitive. This is also the reason why high-level conjurers can see through the cultivation of low-level conjurers, because people have already experienced this realm, so they naturally know what this realm is like. It's like a teacher watching the students' little movements in class and seeing through them at a glance. Why? Because the teachers are all from their student days, and they are all leftovers from other people's entertainment. Therefore, there is no need for Li Guanqi to conceal his level of magic. Anyway, others can only judge that his spiritual power has the aura of the Yang realm, and he is a 2-dimensional Yang realm conjurer. As for the 100 times the total amount of spiritual power that can be achieved through hundreds of refinements of spiritual power, if he doesn't use it, no one will be able to discover that he has great spiritual power. If he didn't say anything, no one would be able to discover that he had 100 times more people than ordinary people. Arrive! Li Guanqi stopped. Through the sparse trees on the outermost edge of this rain forest, one can clearly see a tree city rising on the hillside 1,000 meters ahead. It looks like a village made of wood. But if you look closely, you can see that it is not wooden at all. It is wooden city. Countless trees stand side by side, surrounding the entire city, and green vines cling to them, forming a green city wall. Inside the tree wall, there are countless large mushroom houses, as well as many towering giant trees forming huge tree houses one after another. Even at the highest point, you can see a tree house fortress. Mo-Siegu Village. This is the style of southern Xinjiang. Grass, trees, water, people and nature. Compared with the Leicheng of the Daluo dynasty, this southern Xinjiang walled city is certainly not as good as the towering city walls and the numerous attic mansions full of oriental aesthetics. However, the natural atmosphere of southern Xinjiang is also something that the buildings of the Daluo dynasty are too craftsmanship heavy and cannot be compared with others. It's no wonder that insect spell masters regard southern Xinjiang as a holy land. After all, this environment is indeed a paradise for all kinds of insects and snakes. And it is easier to produce the breeding materials for excellent curse insects. Southern Xinjiang does have a natural and fresh feeling. But Li Guanqi stepped forward towards Mo-Siegu village on the hillside, with a helpless smile on his face. But the style of southern Xinjiang is very monotonous. There are tree houses and mushroom houses everywhere. They look beautiful at first glance. But after looking at them for a long time, you actually feel like, why is there green everywhere? And why are there trees everywhere? Li Guanqi really wanted to leave southern Xinjiang. He wanted to visit the Oriental Islands, see the Sakura Shogunate, the countries of the archipelago, the waves of the sea, and the giant monsters of the deep sea. He also wanted to visit the Iabel Prairie in the north, to see the endless greenery and the various subraces. Maybe he could also go to the Centaur tribe to find the Centaur girl Mia and Senior Kupuksu, reminiscing about old times. Also, the Violet Empire in the west wants to see the Violet Parliament. I want to go to the Tulip Empire and see what kind of beliefs and doctrines the Fire of the Night Church, a group of magicians, has. I also want to see if the Western Demon Hunters, like Do Luofu, have their own new things and new developments after abandoning the name of the alien blood warrior. In addition to the kingdoms, there is also wilderness. There are also settlements in the wilderness. There are wanderers. There are demi-humans. And there are countless magical and weird taboo places with wonderful rules. Especially the daughter country, taboo place where men are pregnant and have children at home and women work hard to make money outside. These are interesting things. Li Guanqi wanted to see them one by one. But he couldn't just go to southern Xinjiang and look at the big trees every day. Right? It's a pity that this weird world didn't give him the opportunity to travel abroad. He who comes is stopped. While thinking and walking, Li Guanqi soon arrived at the entrance of Mo-Siegu village, and was stopped by several guards from southern Xinjiang wearing rattan armor. Li Guanqi didn't say anything, just smiled, then looked up at the tree wall. There was a middle-aged man wearing an eye patch, similar to a pirate's one-eyed patch. Third-level conjurer. Put down the knife. The one-eyed man said something to the guards, then looked at Li Guanqi with a smile. Friend, I'm meeting you. Are you here to participate in the Gu King competition? Obviously, he felt Li Guanqi's Liangyi level cultivation. Exactly. Li Guanqi saluted him. Friend, Mo-Siegu village welcomes you. The one-eyed man put his left hand on the elbow of his right arm, bent down and said, okay, to Li Guanqi. This strange etiquette is not common etiquette in southern Xinjiang. Maybe it is Mo-Siegu village's own? Thanks. Li Guanqi smiled, then took steps forward, passing by several vine-armored guards at the entrance. He gradually walked into the city gate of Mo-Siegu village. Walking behind the dark city gate, Li Guanqi looked back at the guards. 1 yuan level different blood warrior. There are almost 30,000 people living in Mo-Siegu village. But it is not a city in southern Xinjiang, but a family settlement of the Moi family. It only accepted refugees in the past. And over time, more people sought asylum. Therefore, these vine armor guards are not soldiers from southern Xinjiang, but servants hired by the Moi family. Interesting. Li Guanqi withdrew his gaze and walked into Mo-Siegu village. He passed through the crowds of people and walked past tree houses and mushroom houses one after another. He looked around and admired the scenery of the Moxie family's settlement. The Moi family is not a family of different blood. It is a family of spells. Well, to put it in modern language, it is a family with a disability inherited from generation to generation. Every descendant of the Moi family is born without a left eye. The whole family is a one-eyed dragon. In reality, you may face discrimination or something. But this is a strange world. Southern Xinjiang. Not only will this kind of family not be discriminated against, but they will be admired, respected, and gain power, wealth, and status. because everyone in their family can become a spellcaster and possess extraordinary power. This kind of spell family is rare. The characteristic of a spellcaster is, what God doesn't give, it will give. The emphasis is on day. An artificially disabled family will not have the aptitude for spells. Therefore, it is extremely rare for a family like the Moy family, where every generation of descendants is missing an eye. Otherwise, the overlord of the magic world would not be the school of the Magic Academy. In most cases, the closest connection between people is blood. Therefore, in the Central Plains, families of different blood formed the Daluo dynasty. People in the same family were connected by blood and relationships, united with each other, and cooperated with each other. And what about the school of conjuration? Of course, there is also the situation of, my teacher is better than my father, in the relationship between teachers and students. This situation certainly exists. But in most common situations, the relationship between teachers and students is not as good as that of a family. The problem is that it is difficult for magicians to form families. If two disabled conjurers have a child, 99% of the time, the child will be a healthy baby, and then he will not be qualified for conjuring. Therefore, the special nature of the conjurer means that it is impossible for the conjurer community to form a family like the different blood warriors. They can only inherit what the previous generation has learned throughout their lives through master-disciple inheritance. A magician relies on master and apprentice, and what he passes on is knowledge. Warriors of different blood rely on giving birth to children, and what they inherit is their bloodline. Therefore, a purely innate magic family like the Moy family is completely a rare species. It is worth mentioning that the magic families in the world, including the Moy family, cannot intermarry with outsiders. Well, to be precise, healthy babies will be born after intermarriage with outsiders. At the same time, the generational disability and the hereditary nature of the talent for spells will be lost. Therefore, in order to ensure the purity of the family's bloodline, the Moy family has been intermarrying for generations, and the cost of intermarriage is too high. One of the most well-known is to give birth to a mentally retarded person. However, after thousands of years of research in the magic world, various medicines have actually been developed to avoid this situation. It can basically be completely avoided, and no mentally retarded children will be born. But the price is a reduction in fertility. The Moy family, as a large local family with a history of 800 years, and the highest number of 5-element level magicians in the family, is considered the overlord in the small Yuqing district of southern Xinjiang. The southern Xinjiang government is not here. The patriarch of the Moy family is easy to talk to. In addition, the conjurer can barely be regarded as an immortal species. A 4-elephant level conjurer can live for 300 to 400 years. But despite this, the number of people living in the Moy family at the same time has never exceeded 100 in history. 1. Decreased fertility rate. 2. Give birth to a mentally retarded child. This is entirely a matter of choosing the lesser of two evils. But comparatively speaking, a lower fertility rate is much better. Therefore, the people in the Moy family are basically brothers and sisters, well, a mess. And due to the decrease in fertility rate, they can only use a large number of times to win the hit rate. When Li Guanqi was on his way in Yuqing district, he also inquired about the news about Moxigu village along the way. When he heard this, he was shocked. I feel like my outlook is exploding. But how to say it? The cornerstone of ethics is culture. Especially since there is a potion in the magic world to avoid the sequelae of incest. The only thing that needs to be overcome is the ethical issue. But in fact, the Moxie family does not need to overcome. Because in other people's culture, there is no such ethical issue at all. The ethics and morals of Daluo culture are none of their business. If you try to talk about Daluo's ethics and morals with people from other countries, the two groups of people will argue to no avail. So the moment Li Guanqi stepped into Moxigu village, he told himself in his heart, no matter what you see, you must remain calm and respect the culture of the Moy family. At the same time, you must also keep your own views and don't be blown away by these incestuous people. It is also worth mentioning that families of different blood do not need to reproduce with the same race. Different bloods have very strong repulsive properties. To put it simply, if people from different blood families A and B get married, they will never give birth to a mixed-race AB child. The heterogeneous blood in the newborn's body is either pure heterogeneous blood A or pure heterogeneous blood B. The ownership of the child's different blood depends on which of the couple has stronger cultivation. And whoever is stronger will have the child's different blood. Generally speaking, this is the case. However, the world is huge and full of wonders. In the long history, There will always be unusual situations that create one extraordinary story after another. Hack! Here comes another Essie. Suddenly, Li Guanqi passed by a Mushroom House tavern and heard a burst of whispers. He followed the sound. I saw two men in black robes drinking wine by the window of the Mushroom House tavern. Asia-level conjurer. Asia-level conjurer. Friend! Seeing Li Guanqi looking over at this time, one of them quickly took the wine glass overflowing with white foam on the wine table and raised it towards him with a smile. Moxie Goo Village welcomes you. Not one-eyed. You are not from the Moi family. We are all outsiders. Why are you here to welcome me? However, he reached out to avoid hitting the smiling person. With such an attitude, Li Guanqi could only nod lightly, then withdrew his gaze and turned around to leave. But the two people still didn't restrain themselves. They drank and talked in the back, and their words seemed very vulgar. Grass! This spiritual aura! Yang realm? That it's Liang realm. There are a lot of Liang realm in the village these days. Isn't that right? As soon as the Goo King competition begins, all kinds of monsters, ghosts, and snakes will come. Damn it. I was originally thinking about whether I could pick it up, but this time I have absolutely no hope. It would be embarrassing not to participate. Speaking of which, I saw several students from the Nanjiang main school this morning, all coming together. Hack! These academics are here too? Say they have the advanced spirit refining method of the academy. Why do they need spirit refining insects? Ah, I understand. Those academics don't want spirit refining insects. They are the hacking high priest's body. Aren't you the same? Ha 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 ha. That's right. Damn. The high priest has that figure. That face. She's still a 5-element level girl. If she wins the Goo King championship and is noticed by the high priest, who wouldn't want to roll around in bed with her? Those academics are not necessarily just for women. After all, the spirit refining insect is a purely natural spirit refining array, which is more natural than those artificial spirit refining methods. But the success rate of 0.01% is too low. In addition, the secret method of Mosiegu Village can barely reach 1%, and it is still 1% that I boast. In fact, 0.5% is as high as the sky, and the academics always feel that their invented things are good. But I have never looked down on such purely natural things. Yes. Haha. I think the school of conjuration is getting more and more popular. I don't like this or that. The different blood warriors from Daluo next door. Aw no. Woofu. Forget it. It's all the same anyway. If it weren't for Luo the Great Wall and the ancestral teachings of the first emperor are blocking it, I think the current great Luo Shenwu emperor has already begun to conquer the world. Those Daluo warriors are almost breaking the sky. The academy also claims that the different blood warriors are the dogs of the magician. Woolen cloth. Don't mention it. I was tricked to death by this sand sculpture academy back then. Oh. What do you say? I learned spells by myself. And when I first became a Yuan level student, I got a book from the academy. It said that all the different blood warriors were the dogs of spellcasters. So I was confused. I once went to Raba. There were only 5 or 6 traders in Daluo's small caravan. When they saw the 1 Yuan level warrior from Daluo, they felt that they were embarrassed. As a result, they underestimated the enemy and almost beat him to death with their fists. In the end, they just followed him like a shadow. Ha 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 ha. Damn it. The more I think about it, the angrier it becomes. Drink, 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 drink. It's cool. Huh? Look. Why is that 1 Yuan level guy on the roadside wearing white clothes? White clothes. It's not a new style. Is it? New school? What the hell? New sect magicians. Haven't you heard of them? Those people in the Violet Empire seem to be on the verge of completely shutting down the Conjuration Academy. The Violet main school opened by the Conjuring Academy in the Violet Empire has had no new students enrolled for 10 consecutive years. It's none of our business in southern Xinjiang. It seems so. Come on. Come on. Keep drinking. 2 grassroots magicians from southern Xinjiang were drinking wine and chatting. The content of the chat was clearly heard by Li Guanqi, who was a few blocks away. After all, it is the sensory ability of a 3rd-level warrior. As long as he listens consciously and deliberately, he can hear everything going on in the entire Moxie Goo village. Southern Xinjiang headquarters? Li Guanqi walked in the market. His eyes narrowed. A 2nd-year student from the main school? By the way, a new magician? Li Guanqi had heard about it. even though he didn't spend much time at Nanjiang headquarters. He heard it from his classmates during the few days he played with Qi Xiaoxiao and walked on the road. In Zhuang Yuan's library, there are also several travel books that are difficult to distinguish between genuine and fake. Mentioning this group, in those books, a number of new magicians were described through several specific examples. In general, they are a group of spellcasters who are trying to innovate. They believe that if spellcasters stick to the word spell, they are destined to be unable to achieve greater breakthroughs. And change starts with the name. The old-school magicians believe that the word curse has a great meaning. The most important thing is that it can always remind mankind not to forget the history of being enslaved by cursed spirits in ancient times, and to use history as a mirror to continuously improve themselves. Li Guanqi only thought it was nonsense. Arguing about whether to change the name? They are all adults, and there is no such thing as nonsense. There must be some big figures behind this, and they are planning to use the name of the new school of magicians to gather strength and overthrow the dominance of the Conjuring Academy, and then become the next academy themselves. What's interesting is that Zhuang Yuan also placed another book next to these books. The point of view in that book is completely different. It contains hundreds of thousands of words and uses more than a dozen stories. It tells the same thing over and over again. The magicians of the new school are all people who have forgotten their ancestors after reading the classics. When they have new knowledge, they plan to give up the origin of knowledge and forget the history and past of human ancestors fighting against evil spirits. It is probably also a book published by the Conjuring Academy. Li Guanqi has no feeling about the dispute between old and new. This thing is not about the name at all. It is just the collision between new forces and old forces. But if you only care about names, conjurer? Magician? Which one sounds better?
The girl is still kneeling there? Oh, he's been a poor man for more than 10 days. There is no way. Winter grass is too expensive, and no one is willing to do it.
Li Guanqi was still thinking about which name sounded better. But at this time, there was a message in the voice that he was very interested in. The girl who sold herself to save her father. Li Guanqi turned around and followed the sound. When he was simulating the situation, he had to wait until the end of the month to buy the cursed bugs, and he also encountered them at the end of the month. But in fact, the girl should have chosen to sell herself to save her father very early. But no one ever bought it. After walking around the tree houses in Moigu village and crossing 3 streets,
he came to a market square. On the square, there are many vendors selling all kinds of strange products. Some are from Moxigu village, but also merchants from other places want to take advantage of this great time of the Gu King contest to make a lot of money. Among them, the most eye-catching one, attracting more than 30 outsiders to watch, was a little girl kneeling on the ground. She looked to be about 12 or 13 years old, and she was wearing a purple short skirt that was a little revealing for her age, exposing her arms, waist, and thighs. Obviously, she did it on purpose, because not only can she show off her clean and delicate face, but the exposed skin can indeed be said to be breakable, and her skin is better than snow. There was a wooden board in front of her. The writing on the board roughly stated that her father had been poisoned by the cold poison of the 3rd-level demonic species Cold Wind Scorpion. So he needed Winterweed to remove the cold poison from his body. If anyone would give it to her, she would give it all, including her young body. In southern Xinjiang, 12 years old is no longer young. Chapter 265 Ancient Scholar. Portrait of Emperor Shen Wudi.
Actually, she looks pretty good, although she is still small in stature and appearance. She looks like a beautiful woman at first glance. And he's still a baby. That's the only way this can happen in Moxigu village. If you put it somewhere else, who cares whether the winter weeds are removed for her? She will be kidnapped that night. Winter grass is too expensive. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind paying a sum of money.
Moigu village. Market square. More than 30 people gathered around the little girl who sold herself to save her father. Whispering, Li Guanqi is also among them. Remove winter grass. Despite its ordinary name, it is actually a 4th-level spiritual grass, which can correspond to the 4-image level of the cultivation realm, which is enough to imagine how precious it is. Now it's the time of the Gu King contest, and there are a lot of Liangya-level cursed insects on the market. But even the best Liangya-level cursed insects cannot be exchanged for a winter weed. Just 100-year-old winter grass, with a little help, can change an area of 30,000 meters from winter to summer. Low temperature and cold air can be absorbed by winter grass in an instant. Winter grass is said to remove winter, but its main function is to absorb and store cold air.
and then use the absorbed cold air for whatever purpose. But it also has other effects, such as absorbing cold poison. The most famous one is the cold wind scorpion. This kind of monster usually reaches the 3rd level when it reaches adulthood. It is not difficult to kill it. The only thing you need to pay attention to is not to be hit by its scorpion tail hook. The cold poison released by its tail hook is really terrifying and extremely difficult to cure, although it is a 3-level demon species. Once the cold poison enters the body, even a 4-elephant level practitioner cannot recover, and winter grass can. The problem is that this thing is too expensive. Just a little girl who is nothing. No matter how much people like Pugwa little girls, they are not willing to spend such an expensive price just to get the body of a little girl.
Where is your father?
At this time, Li Guanqi squeezed through the crowd, walked to the little girl, squatted down, looked at her with a smile.
Take me there.
As soon as this statement came out, the little girl immediately raised her head, her big moist eyes full of hope and excitement. At the same time, the onlookers were also in an uproar.
Is there really a big injustice? No. He is only a conjurer in the Liang Yang realm. Where can he get the money to buy winter grass? What if he comes from a noble family and has money? That's true. But this is too resentful. You have money but nowhere to spend it. Right. Is there a possibility that the guy just wanted to deceive the little girl and wait until he got to her home to do it to her? It's impossible. This girl's home is just over Mushroom Lane, in Moxie Goo Village. If you dare to break the law,
the Moxie family will definitely deal with you first.
At the same time, at the hillside fortress of Moi Goo Village, in the castle of Moi family, a young man who looked to be about 15 or 16 years old, wearing purple and black attire and many silver decorations all over his body, stood on the balcony of the fortress, overlooking the city, overlooking the market square, but he clearly wore a white eye patch on his face, covering his eyes.
Young village master.
Inside the fortress, a stunning woman wearing a pure white dress and a white veil walks slowly. Her graceful figure makes her look particularly swaying when she walks casually. She is the high priest of Moxie Goo Village. The young man in purple clothes with his eyes covered in front of him is Mo Xia Lin, the young patriarch of the Mo Xia family. The old patriarch of the Moi family basically doesn't care about the chores in the village and only focuses on cultivation. Therefore, the life and security of the people in Goo Village, as well as other miscellaneous matters, were left to the high priest and the young clan leader. Therefore, the young patriarch is often called the young village leader.
High priest, it seems that you lost the bet that day. Look, there is still warmth in the world, and there are still people who are willing to save her.
Mo Xia Lin obviously covered his eyes, but his face was always facing the market square. He kept looking at the back of Li Guanqi leaving with the little girl. It wasn't until the two people drifted away and completely disappeared around a corner that the young leader of Moxie Goo Village slowly turned around, looking at the woman in white dress, who was both a high priest and a peerless beauty. Mo Xia Lin chuckled and said,
I'm willing to admit defeat. High priest, I'm going to make a lion open his mouth. Did I lose?
The high priest walked to the handrail of the balcony and looked deep into the village at an alleyway made up of mushroom houses. Although she wore a pure white veil, her breathtakingly beautiful eyes seemed to be more alluring than her beautiful face.
Young village leader, at the beginning of the month, you and I made a bet. I clearly remember that the condition of the bet was whether anyone was willing to save the girl's father, not whether anyone was willing to go with her to see his father.
Right?
The outcome is still undecided.
The high priest's voice was soft.
Let's see if the man in black can really save that ancient scholar.
Okay. Okay.
My priest sister, whatever you say will be whatever you say.
Although Mo Xia Lin covered his eyes, he still looked like a very handsome young man with red lips and white teeth. When he smiled, he looked even more youthful and sunny.
Don't call me that. At my age, I am more than enough to be your grandma.
The high priest's eyes flickered, but he still pretended to be calm.
That's not true.
Mo Xia Lin shook his head gently, then looked to the east and said longingly,
High priest, do you know that Mr. Su said that in the Daluo dynasty, those families of different blood did not look at their age when getting married, only their appearance, because of the cultivation of longevity. For those who are young, being a few dozen or 100 years old will not be a problem if they remain young forever.
The young man's eyes were full of yearning. The high priest was silent, obviously not wanting to discuss this topic.
We made an appointment. High priest.
Suddenly, Mo Xia Lin looked at the mushroom alley and said softly,
no matter whether that man can save the girl's father or not, You have to return the key to the treasury to me at the beginning of next month. You still don't understand my original intention of setting up this gambling game? The high priest asked calmly. Of course I don't understand. Mo Zealand turned his head to look at the high priest and said helplessly, It's a meaningless bet. Let's see if anyone is willing to save it in a month. If someone saves me, I will win. You agree to one condition. You win if no one saves you. I promise you one condition. And you still have to give me the key to the treasury. In this case, even if I lose, at the beginning of next month, I can still open the treasury and take out winter wheats to save people. What's the point of this gamble? Having said this, the 16-year-old young village leader spread his hands helplessly. Obviously, I was able to revive that ancient scholar at the beginning of the month. But you just took away the treasury key and wasted a month. What's the point of enduring another month of suffering? The high priest's eyes were calm. If I win, my condition then is that you are not allowed to open the treasury to get winter wheat to save people. Mo Zealand was stunned. This is called war. The high priest's voice was calm. You haven't figured it out for more than half a month? It seems that what Mr. Su taught is nothing more than this. I've only been studying with him for 3 months. Mo Zealand said angrily. He was teaching the way of saints at that time. And before he even finished teaching the way of saints, you pulled me back. What can I learn? And Mo Zealand glanced at the high priest with some resentment. Besides, how could I have imagined that, sister priest, you would play this trick with me? You have never lied to me like this since I was a child. I'm not lying to you. I just want you to give up. The high priest sighed softly. The research of that ancient scholar has no significance to our Moxie-Gu village. So a winter wheat is far more valuable than his life. You can't use winter wheat to save him. It is too wasteful. Waste? Mo Shilian's face was full of bewilderment. A living life is not as good as a piece of grass? The high priest was silent for a moment, and then said helplessly, Sure enough. I was right to call you back. You shouldn't stay at Mr. Su's place. It is true that he is a scholar, and his knowledge is very deep. But his knowledge is only suitable for writing in books. His family background is very good. He was born in the Su family, one of the 16 surnames in Daluo, and he was also a direct descendant. So he had never suffered hardship since he was a child. And he had never seen the real low-income people. The Daluo dynasty that Mr. Su saw only had a prosperous capital city, perfect laws, and happy people. You are blind. He is not. But there is actually no difference between him and you. His eyes were also blinded by his wealthy family background, which made him unable to see many things clearly. For example, the value of life. You just asked? A living life is not as good as a blade of grass? Aaron, let me tell you. Of course, it is not comparable. If you were not studying with Mr. Su, but studying in Gu City, the capital of southern Xinjiang, those 3 months would be enough for you to understand that sometimes a living life is not even as good as a word from a powerful person. Looks like an eyesore. A few, a dozen, or even hundreds of poor people can vanish into thin air overnight with just a single irritation from them. Mo Zealand's complexion changed slightly. Aaron, you are 16 years old this year. The high priest sighed helplessly. In fact, he is not young. In Gu City, even an 8-year-old child can understand this truth. As prosperous as the inner city of Gu City is, the life of the poor in the outer city is just as dark. Mo Zealand was silent for a long time. But he is still willing to save. Isn't he? After a long while, Mo Shilian raised his head, looked at Mushroom Alley in the distance, and said seriously, Winter grass is very expensive. But isn't that man in black still willing to use it to save people? The high priest narrowed his beautiful eyes and did not reply. If the world is not a good place, what we have to do is not to follow it and become bad, but to work hard to change it and make it as good as possible. For the better. Mo Zealand turned to look at the high priest. There was an indescribable vitality on the young man's face, his eyes covered by a white cloth. Ah. But the high priest couldn't help being amused. Change the world? I don't even know if Emperor Luo Shenwu could say this with as much confidence as you. Great Luo Shenwu Emperor? Moxie-Gu Village. Mushroom Alley. In an exquisite mushroom house. Li Guanqi followed the little girl here. But before he entered the girl's father's room, he saw a lifelike picture hanging on the wall in the living room facing the door. The person in the painting is dressed in a black and gold imperial robe, sitting upright on a golden dragon chair, with his gray hair tied up, and wearing a 12-point imperial crown. His old face is expressionless, but in those golden eyes. But there is a majestic and domineering air that looks down on all living beings. In the corner of the calligraphy and painting, there is a pattern of a red seal with 2 words printed on it. Shen Wu. This is the portrait of Emperor Wu of the Great Luo God. Li Guanqi couldn't help but come forward. The characteristic of the Ying family is their golden eyes. With black hair and golden eyes, every member of the Ying clan was in their strongest period. However, the Ying family's royal family will end after 100 years. Emperor Shen Wu, who is 86 years old this year, is already old and his hair has turned gray. Big brother? At this time, the anxious little girl stood at the door of a room and couldn't help calling Li Guanqi softly. Don't worry. I will save your father. Li Guanqi smiled slightly, then looked around, taking in a panoramic view of the living room of Mushroom House. The decoration is exquisite. The furniture is complete, and the sandalwood tables that are rare in southern Xinjiang are used, coupled with the vases, calligraphy and paintings. The whole house exudes the ancient Daluo style. The girl's family background is actually not bad. Her father was seriously injured, and she did not sell off her property. Because in fact, even if the entire house was sold, it would not be enough to raise a fraction of a winter weed. So selling it would be useless. By the way, I didn't see any historical relics like antiques. Are you from Daluo? Li Guanqi glanced at the portrait of Emperor Shen Wu on the wall, and then looked at the little girl curiously. No. The little girl shook her head anxiously. It's just that my father admires Emperor Shen Wu. She was clearly not in the mood to chat. Don't worry. He will be fine soon. Li Guanqi comforted her softly, and then walked to the room in front of the little girl. Squeak. Li Guanqi pushed open the door and entered. What came into view was an ice sculpture lying on the bed. Aliasic level different blood warrior. It was a middle-aged man wearing light leather armor. At this time, a layer of frost had formed all over his body. His vital signs were still there, but he had obviously lost consciousness. The cold air emanating even caused the temperature in the room to drop to -1 degree Celsius. The cold has just begun to spread to the outside world. And the current temperature. Li Guanqi stretched out his hand to feel the temperature, then turned to look at the little girl. Your father should have suffered from the cold wind scorpion poison 20 days ago. That is, at the end of last month. Right. Right. The little girl had tears in her eyes and nodded anxiously. My father hired a mercenary group at the beginning of last month, saying that he was going to explore an ancient ruins. At the end of the month, the mercenary group, including my father, only returned 3 days ago. I personally said that my father was poisoned by the cold wind scorpion. Ancient ruins? Li Guanqi narrowed his eyes slightly, then waved his hand. Go out first and close the door. I will save your father. Please! Please! The little girl knelt down on the ground and counted out 3 times, then turned around and ran out of the room, closing the door. Forehead. Li Guanqi scratched his head, took out the snow gun from the space ring, looked at the ice crystal-like gun blade, and for a moment, he didn't know what to do. How is tech simulation done? Li Guanqi recalled something. You think about it, and decide that you don't need to go to such trouble at all. You should be able to use a snow gun to extract the cold poison. You and the little girl returned home. As you expected, the snow gun really worked. And you pulled out the cold poison of the little girl's father. It can be called extremely detailed. Forget it. Let's try it. Li Guanqi held the snow gun and stabbed the girl's father directly on the bed, piercing the ice layer on the skin and stabbing directly into his left arm. Buzz. The next moment, the snow gun flickered with blue light, and you could clearly see that inside the ice crystal clear gun blade, there was a trace of black and blue blood flowing, which was the cold poison extracted from the body of the girl's father. Suddenly, the gun spirit inside the snow spotting gun conveyed another obscure message to Li Guanqi. The general idea is that if you absorb more severe cold poison, you can restore the cold poison characteristics by firing the snow gun, adding cold poison damage to each attack. Can this still happen? Li Guanqi raised his eyebrows. By some strange combination of circumstances, I figured out another effect of the snow gun. Of course, it was an effect that had not yet been activated. Is it poisonous? There are a lot of severe cold poisons in the world. Find a chance to go to the market square and take a look. People in southern Xinjiang are the best at playing with things like poison. Buzz. At this time, the flashing cold light of the snow-pointing gun gradually dissipated, and the black and blue blood cold poison of the cold wind scorpion also completely disappeared inside the snow-pointing gun, and was completely absorbed by the ice gun. Well, immediately afterwards, the girl's father's fingers moved slightly, and he was about to wake up. When Li Guanqi saw this, he couldn't help but smile, and then pulled out the snow-pointing gun from the man's left arm. Squeak! Li Guanqi turned around and pushed open the door to the room. He smiled at the little girl waiting outside the door and said, "Your dad is waking up soon. Please stay with him." "Father?" The little girl was about to say something, but she saw behind Li Guanqi that her father, who had been lying on the bed for more than half a month, slowly sat up from the bed. Tears filled her eyes immediately, and she rushed over with joy and threw herself on her father's face. In arms, Li Guanqi left the room and closed the door gently. No outsider should disturb such a scene. He walked to the wooden table in the living room and sat down, waiting quietly. He also flipped through a few books randomly placed on the wooden table. Ancient Tribal Customs in Southern Xinjiang. The Disjuncture Between the Old and New Epochs. Unsolved Ancient Mysteries. And so on. It is indeed a book about history. But they are all books circulating in the market. As for the old things that Li Guanqi wants to know, they either don't exist or they are made up. At the end, he has to add the sentence, "The content of this book is purely speculation." Squeak! After about a few minutes, the door to the room opened. The girl's father came out, closed the door behind his back, locked the little girl in the room, and walked towards Li Guanqi alone. At this time, the middle-aged man had taken off his leather armor and was wearing a purple-black gown. He stood in front of Li Guanqi and saluted him. "I am Yu Hao. Thank you, sir, for saving my life. Life-saving grace is not something you can say with your mouth." Li Guanqi closed the book in his hand and prepared to explain his intention to Yu Hao. "I have a lot of ancient technology to give you." Yu Hao looked at him seriously. "I know about my daughter selling her body. Please don't worry about it. This kid doesn't know that I actually have a lot of collections. How can a little girl's body compare to expensive ancient technology? You say, right?" "Oh." Li Guanqi raised his eyebrows. "Ancient times? Old era? Technology? Very good. Perhaps he will soon be able to find the truth about the strange world and reality." Chapter 266 New Mission. Old Times and Reality A. Ancient technology from the old era? Li Guanqi stood up, looked at the ancient scholar Yu Hao in front of him, and laughed softly. "Then take me to see her. I am not interested in your daughter. I came to save you, but it is actually just for you." Yu Hao was stunned. "You are an ancient scholar who studies history." Li Guanqi looked at him seriously. "And I need the ancient knowledge in your mind. I want to understand ancient times. What kind of era it was in the old era. Are you really interested in ancient times?" Hearing these words, Yu Hao suddenly showed excitement, as if he had seen a close friend. "Your ancient times are very likely our modern times, friends." Li Guanqi kept these words deep in his heart and just smiled. "Take me there. Please follow me." Yu Hao nodded excitedly, turned around and went to the study room of the mushroom house, played with a candle lamp, and turned the base of the candle holder. Click! The entire study began to hear the sound of gears operating. Soon, the two bookshelves in the study automatically moved away, revealing a stone door. It seems very inconsistent with the structure of the stone gate. "It is a square, eh?" Li Guanqi was stunned. "That thing is a special fingerprint unlocker. It's like the kind of technological device commonly used in many mid to high-end residential areas. It's installed on the door and can then be unlocked with a fingerprint. This is the kind of technological device he uses at home." "What's this?" Li Guanqi asked Yu Hao quickly. "Ha. I found this from an ancient ruin 7 years ago." Yu Hao looked at him and smiled proudly. "That stone wall is at least 5,000 years old. Many things have become blurred over time, but I still rely on myself to convey the content of the murals on the stone wall. I have successfully copied this ancient fingerprint reader, and no one can use this unlocking device except me." "Stone wall?" Li Guanqi was stunned. "Isn't it? The reality later reduced to the point where we have to carve murals and fingerprint readers on stone walls. By the way," Li Guanqi looked around, "the fingerprint reader must be powered, and even if it is not connected to a power source via a wire, it must have its own battery inside. But the problem is, judging from his understanding of the weird world, because of the energy of spiritual energy in this world, the technology tree has not relied on electric energy at all." Li Guanqi got closer to this silver-white fingerprint reader with a high technological quality. He took a closer look at the fingerprint recognition area in the center and frowned. The internal structure of this fingerprint reader is similar to a magic weapon that absorbs spiritual energy. Structure. Of course. Yu Hao was surprised. How can it work without absorbing spiritual energy?
Li Guanqi smiled helplessly. This question is like a modern person asking how to turn on a light bulb when it has no power. The strange world is an era rich in spiritual energy. There is spiritual energy as energy. But of course, there is no development of electrical energy. This thing Yu Hao made is indeed a fingerprint recognition device that can be used to unlock doors. However, it is only new age technology, driven by spiritual power as energy. As for whether it can be called old era technology, it remains to be discussed. And in the weird world, fingerprint unlockers have no practical meaning.
Please continue.
Li Guanqi nodded lightly and said nothing else.
Good.
Yu Hao walked to Sherman.
Drop.
The ancient scholar pressed his thumb on the fingerprint unlocker on the door. And then the device made a soft sound. And the entire stone door cracked a crack in the middle and opened. Behind the door, there is a staircase leading to the ground. Underground in this mushroom house, there is another scene.
Follow me.
Yu Hao walked towards the underground stairs and raised his hand to press a white switch next to it. The switch is a white square with a button in the center like a lighting switch in a modern home. And this is indeed the case. As Yu Hao pressed the switch, the entire underground staircase began to light up with light bulbs, illuminating the road leading to the underground chamber. However, this is still a psychic lamp that drives spiritual power, not a light bulb that drives electricity. Finally, Yu Hao brought Li Guanqi to an underground secret room. This is a spacious space, like a small museum, with one glass display cabinet after another, which contains about 30 of Yu Hao's ancient collections. That is, old era technology.
Firearms.
Li Guanqi stood in front of a glass display cabinet and looked down. There was a nearly rotten rifle in the cabinet. It looked completely out of shape, let alone using it. It would probably be crushed if it was squeezed hard with your hands. This is not a unique antique. Gun relics have long been unearthed in the strange world. Although there is a gap in history, Weird World still has a certain understanding of the old era. They knew that the old era had high-rise buildings, guns, cannons, missiles, and nuclear bombs. However, Li Guanqi didn't know whether this old era was the reality he knew, because of the strange world's understanding of the old era. In addition to high technology, there are also practitioners, spellcasters, and different blood warriors who develop side by side. Sounds a bit like entering the reality of a transcendent age. Li Guanqi needs to know more. Suddenly, Li Guanqi's eyes were attracted by a display cabinet. There is also a rifle inside, which is relatively well preserved. The structure of the firearm looks a bit like the outline of an AK-47. But behind the barrel, there is something that looks extremely weird. It was a dried corpse similar to an octopus, lying behind the barrel of the gun. No, rather than lying behind the barrel, it would be better to say that this octopus corpse was originally a part of the gun body, because the barrel of the gun was exactly the same as the octopus, transformed into one of the tentacles of the clawfish. Octopus? Firearms? A combination of the two? No. This is... Li Guanqi looked carefully at the dry corpse of the octopus, but felt a strange throbbing in his soul. The talent for accessing the secluded world? This feeling, is it a curse? Li Guanqi was stunned. This octopus corpse integrated with the rifle is a dried corpse of a cursed spirit. What's this? Li Guanqi quickly looked at Yu Hao and pointed at the octopus rifle in the display cabinet.
It's a weapon used by ancient people.
Yu Hao walked up to him, lay down outside the display cabinet, and pointed at the octopus corpse.
Did you see it? That is the dried corpse of a cursed spirit. Look carefully to see the position of the barrel and the octopus. Instead of the barrel going through the octopus, one of the octopus tentacles becomes the barrel. This cursed spirit didn't just die next to this rifle. It is integrated with the rifle. Ancient people captured the cursed spirit, fused the cursed spirit with the rifle, and used the cursed spirit's power in some unknown way to us. According to the research conducted by my teacher and I, this cursed spirit firearm does not fire bullets, but the supernatural attack of the cursed spirit. This is the wisdom of ancient people. My teacher also speculated that this kind of magical weapon may be the origin of today's sacrificial and magical weapons.
Oh! Li Guanqi looked at Yu Hao curiously.
Your teacher? Is he also an ancient scholar? Is he more knowledgeable than you?
Certainly. This middle-aged man, with a double yield level, smiled and nodded.
My teacher is the real expert in ancient science. A master-level figure. I am just an ordinary scholar, and I have less than 1% of his knowledge. I am 60 years old this year, but my teacher is a 5-element level warrior of different blood. He has been studying ancient history for more than 400 years.
Li Guanqi looked surprised.
Ancient scholars. This profession is inherently more powerful as you get older. Where is your teacher? Can you take me to see him? Li Guanqi asked quickly. Sorry. There really is nothing we can do. Yu Hao shook his head and apologized. I don't know where my teacher is now. I originally went on a study tour with my teacher. But more than 10 years ago, we arrived at this Moxigu village. And I met the child's mother here. So I chose to stay. While my teacher left alone. Li Guanqi was startled. There are only Yu Hao and his 12-year-old daughter in this family. The mother maybe had an accident. But there is no need to ask. It will only add to the sadness. And that's not what he cared about. If you have no hair on your mouth, you will not be able to do things well. A 60-year-old ancient scholar, and an ancient history expert over 400 years old. Moreover, experts from Yu Hao have said that compared to his teacher, he does not have even 1% of knowledge. What's your teacher's name? Li Guanqi looked at Yu Hao with some reluctance. Is there no clue about his whereabouts? My teacher's name is Alton. He is a sheep-headed man. Later he left the grassland and began to travel around the world, looking for ancient ruins. As for his whereabouts, there are some clues. Yu Hao thought for a while and said, when my teacher left, he said that he saw me getting married and starting a business. He was also a little homesick and said he wanted to go home and have a look. Oh, by the way, the home he said didn't mean the grassland. His descendants moved to the Sakura shogunate very early. Ding! As soon as Yu Hao finished speaking, a cold female voice suddenly sounded in Li Guanqi's mind. You triggered the mission conditions. You've been given a new main quest. Old times and reality. Mission introduction. What is the connection between the past and reality? Is the connection behind this just a simple past and future? Mission requirements. Find the ancient expert. Alton the sheep-headed man. Mission clues. Alton's descendants moved to the Sakura shogunate. The place where the family is called home. Maybe you should go to the Toyo Islands and visit the Sakura shogunate. Mission success reward? Penalty for mission failure? Ding! You have unlocked the mission system. From now on, every time you enter the strange world, you need to choose a main mission as your goal. If there are multiple main tasks in your task list, you can choose a main task by yourself. If your main quest is 0, you will randomly get a new main quest. Please note that completing a certain number of main missions is one of the important conditions for opening world missions. Listening to the voice in his head, Li Guanqi couldn't help but smile. Interesting. Main mission? World quest? In short, I can finally leave southern Xinjiang and go abroad to have some fun. So be it. Li Guanqi came back to his senses, looked at Yu Hao, and said with a smile, I may go to the Sakura shogunate in the future to find your sheep-headed teacher. As for now, how about asking you to explain ancient history to me first? I always know everything about my savior. Yu Hao also smiled. As he spoke, he looked at the surrounding glass display cabinets and asked, Is anyone else interested? Are these your antiques? Li Guanqi looked around and asked at the surrounding glass display cabinets. These more than 30 glass display cabinets are basically firearms. In addition to ordinary rotten firearms, they are cursed weapons similar to octopus rifles, and a few cursed grenades. And that's all. Yu Hao nodded. These are all magical weapons. In fact, they are very similar. There is nothing to say. My collection is not large. If you want to see more ancient items, you still have to go to my teacher. Then, let's talk about it. Li Guanqi looked at Yu Hao seriously. Explain your knowledge of ancient history? Where to start? Yu Hao asked. From start to finish. Li Guanqi looked solemn. Forehead. Yu Hao was stunned for a moment. Then frowned. Walked to the end of the underground secret room. Opened a door and walked in. Li Guanqi followed closely behind. Inside is a bookstore with not many books. There is only one bookshelf that is not full. But the books on it are either handwritten books or yellowed fragments of pages sealed with a special method. At first glance, they are ancient books that are old. Scholar of ancient history. For Yu Hao, this ancient knowledge is obviously more valuable than antiques. Yu Hao stood in front of the bookshelf, looked at it carefully, then sat at the table in the study room and gave Li Guanqi a please gesture. When Li Guanqi sat in front of him, the ancient scholar's narrative slowly unfolded. When talking about the old age, we have to mention the spiritual culture. Clues of this can be found in many places in the New Age, including the Gu god of southern Xinjiang. Before the country of southern Xinjiang appeared, the human race on this land was already worshipping this god. The history of Gu god belief can be traced back to the Old Age period. There is also the dark god of the Dark Brotherhood. It is that God actually does not have a god's name. The killers of the Dark Brotherhood just call him my god. But for the sake of convenience, we outsiders just call him the Dark God. There are even more gods in the Violet Empire. As an empire where polytheism coexists, the Violet people believe in many gods, and each god has its own priesthood. Some gods were made up by later generations to make money. But it is true that the history of some gods can be traced back to the ancient times. In the world, there are people who believe in God, and there are people who do not believe in God. But based on my teacher's more than 400 years of experience in exploring ancient relics and studying ancient relics, he believes that the world in the Old Age was actually ruled by one god after another. But don't get me wrong. My teacher believes that there has never been an omniscient and omnipotent God in the world. The gods he refers to actually refer to powerful beings like the infinite gods of war and gods of spells. Not just the human race, but other races as well. My teacher believes that in the Old Age, the world was ruled by these god-level creatures. In our current New Age, the world is divided into kingdoms and wilderness. But in the Old Era, there was no concept of country. There is only wilderness and each god's domain. God's domain, as the name suggests, is the domain of gods. The gods opened up a pure land, accepted the people, enjoyed their offerings, and also provided protection for the people against the dangers of the wilderness. Because in the Old Era, a large number of monsters, including cursed spirits, roamed the wilderness very densely and were extremely dangerous. However, my teacher said that he also discovered earlier historical data in some ancient ruins with a longer history. He discovered that in the early days, God's realm had another name: shelter. In the early days, humans gathered together to resist the cursed spirits in the wilderness. Over time, humans formed shelters one after another. Humans during the shelter period also call that period the end of the world. But it's strange. My teacher has found some information in many ancient ruins that shows that in the early days of the end of the world, humans seemed to be very weak. The cursed spirit, which could shatter the ground within 100 meters with one kick, was described by humans at that time as frightening and invincible. It had to be suppressed with heavy firepower and guns and quickly evacuated from the shelter. But this is only the level of ordinary third-level cursed spirits. Even some powerful second-level spell spirits can do it. Therefore, my teacher speculated that there should be an unknown civilization period before the shelter period. And humans in that period only had simple firearms and weapons. And their personal power was very weak. And they were all mortals. In the early days of the end of the world, the cursed spirit had just appeared and was not strong. Otherwise humanity would have been wiped out long ago. Later, gradually, the cursed spirit gradually became stronger. And humans gradually created cultivation methods and practitioners appeared. And then to the back, God-level practitioners appear in humans, transform into God-level creatures, and become gods. They lead humans to completely defeat the cursed spirits and become the overlord of the human world. My teacher said that this should be the origin of the story of humans defeating cursed spirits in ancient times. Then, as more and more God-level creatures appear among humans, the shelters gradually change their names and become realms of gods one after another. During this period, human science and technology began to explode rapidly, and weapons such as missiles and nuclear bombs were developed that could cause damage to high-level practitioners. This was the heyday of spiritual practice and technology. My teacher believes that this is the peak period of the Old Age. As for the rest, my teacher didn't find any relic information to speculate on. Anyway, later on, for some unknown reason, all the gods disappeared. The only peak-level existences in the world are the Jyogung-level experts. After that, that is the end of the Old Age. According to legend, the Jyogung-level experts fought against each other, and nuclear bombs and missiles flew all over the sky. In the end, the Jyogung-level experts died together, and the nuclear bombs destroyed 99% of human civilization. After the surviving humans rebuilt their civilization, a new era arrived in which the gods did not appear. Then, my teacher deduced that human history should be divided into 6 periods. 1. Unknown period, mortal. 2. Old era and early period, the end of the world. 3. Old era and middle period, human beings become gods. 4. The late period of the Old Age, death of gods. 5. The end of the Old Age, 9 palaces fight against each other. 6. New era now. Chapter 267, Dream Viewing Shelter? Han Mengyao in History. B. The end of the modern 21st century and the new century. the general stage of human history. Li Guanqi entered his own real world, and then thought about the speculations of the ancient scholar Yu Hao's teacher, the sheep-headed man Alton, and came to this conclusion. As for how many years each stage lasts, it is unknown. Forehead. In fact, it is not known how true this guessed historical stage conclusion is. However, it is also enough to make people feel depressed. In the secret study room, Li Guanqi, who was sitting opposite Yu Hao, looked solemn. The end of the world? Why? Humans still have so many missiles and nuclear bombs. How could they be bullied into the apocalypse by a group of third-level cursed spirits and build a shelter in the wilderness to keep warm? This is completely unreasonable. Unless, during that period, humans first brought the world to the end of the world by themselves, and then were bullied by low-level cursed spirits. So, is the old era really the future? Wrong. Not the future. Li Guanqi's eyes gradually became firm. Just like he used the simulator to change the future fate of Qin Lubai and Wang Yanqing in the strange world, he can also change the future of reality. I need to know more. Li Guanqi looked at Yu Hao and said in a deep voice, "The rest must go to your teacher, the sheep-headed man Alton." Right. Yes. Yu Hao nodded lightly and said, "After all, I am just a student. It is impossible for the teacher to tell me all his research. Moreover, he has countless ancient relics and knows many unexplored ancient ruins. Maybe those ruins are inside. There are more ancient truths hidden. Okay, let's stop here." Li Guanqi stood up. "Then I'll go first, huh?" Just as he was about to leave, he caught a glimpse of a yellowed page on the bookshelf out of the corner of his eye. It was a fragment of a page preserved in a special vessel, and it looked like an ancient relic. The contents of the yellowed pages instantly attracted Li Guanqi's attention, making him look stunned. Damn it! Real or fake? Li Guanqi looked at the bookshelf. His expression changed slightly, and he quickly walked over. On the top of the bookshelf, there is a book-sized box with a transparent front and black on the other sides. Obviously, this thing is a magic weapon, because it is full of spiritual power. Li Guanqi has never seen this, but he thinks it is used to control various air conditions in the box and preserve items for a long time. Because inside the box, there was a yellowed fragment of a page, which looked like something torn out of an exercise book sold in a school canteen, with a few horizontal lines still visible on it. The content of the remaining pages was what shocked Li Guanqi. It was a paragraph of twisted Chinese characters, with many of the handwriting blurred, and it looked like a child's diary. Mom said that my father has joined Peng Lai as a patrolman. After we earn a lot of money from hunting cursed spirits, our family can move to Guanming Sanctuary. I heard that it is so big. The Lord of Sanctuary seems to be the evil Phoenix Queen. It is said that she is elder sister. Grass. Li Guanqi looked at this fragment of page and was completely confused. Palai? Night Watchman? Fighting a cursed spirit? Dreaming Shelter? Lord of Sanctuary? Queen of Evil Phoenix? Isn't it? Li Guanqi's face was full of disbelief. The dream viewing shelter alone was not enough to make him think of anything. The problem is that with the addition of a sanctuary lord whose title is Evil Phoenix Queen, the whole thing is connected in an instant. Phoenix. Han Mengyao who swallowed the phoenix heart. Dreaming Shelter? Li Guanqi. Han Mengyao. Taking the second character in the name and combining them together is just like dreaming. Real or fake? Li Guanqi looked at this fragment of page and almost came up with a heart-stirring and touching story. The end of the world is coming, and cursed monsters are ravaging the world. Han Mengyao rises with the heart of the phoenix and builds a shelter in the wilderness to protect the people of the human race. In order to commemorate his former lover, he named the shelter Guanming. What's going on? Li Guanqi frowned, completely confused. If the weird world is the real future, then this fragment of page is the fragment of the diary of a child in a shelter in the early days of the apocalypse? So, in the early days of the apocalypse, Han Mengyao fought against the cursed spirit, became a lord in the wilderness, and earned the title of Evil Phoenix Queen. What about him? If he and Han Mengyao are together, then the lord of Guanming Sanctuary cannot be Han Mengyao. To be honest, he is very chauvinistic. If he really joins hands with Han Mengyao to build a sanctuary, there is no way he will let his girlfriend be the leader. But if they are not together, then where has he gone? Or did he just die when the end of the world just arrived? Then because Han Mengyao missed his dead husband, she named the shelter Guanming to commemorate her? Damn it! Wait, this isn't right either. Li Guanqi frowned. Why did Han Mengyao eat the phoenix heart? In the final analysis, it was he who took Han Mengyao to Lugui village. But this was the result of the simulation. And it was also because the simulator allowed him to change the real ending that Han Mengyao finally survived. In the history of the strange world, during the end of the world, Han Mengyao was the evil Phoenix Queen with the heart of the Phoenix. In this case, there are 3 situations. 1. He never appeared in history at all. He has never met Han Mengyao. And Han Mengyao's ultimate destiny is to become the evil Phoenix Queen. 2. History is inevitable. No matter how he simulated it in reality, he couldn't change the outcome. Even if he didn't take Han Mengyao to Lugui village, Han Mengyao would have eaten the Phoenix heart for other reasons and lived until the end of the world, achieving the reputation of the evil Phoenix Queen in the end of the world. 3. He can change history. Because the real modern period is the historical period of the weird world. His actions in reality can simultaneously change the history of the weird world. Which situation is it? Li Guanqi didn't know, and was too lazy to make meaningless and unfounded guesses. He only knew that it was no wonder that the strange world gave him this Gu Village Fascination mission, because here he could not only get the spirit refining worms, but also the diary fragments that were closely related to him. The dungeons and tasks in the strange world are not randomly assigned without any basis. You how? Li Guanqi looked at the ancient scholar next to him, pointed to the broken pages of the diary on the bookshelf, and said in a deep voice, "Where did you get this?" This? Yu Hao came over and looked at the broken pages of the diary. His expression was complicated for a moment, and he sighed. "If it weren't for these things, I wouldn't have been bitten by the cold wind scorpion." Li Guanqi narrowed his eyes slightly. "Is this why you went to the ancient ruins?" "Roughly the same." Yu Hao sighed softly. "I discovered that ancient ruins 2 months ago. After entering, I found some things on the outside, including this broken page. The inside is too dangerous, and they are all filled with second-level cursed spirits, so I dare not go deeper. But after I came back, looking at this diary fragment, I always felt that there might be more ancient relics deep in the ruins. Maybe there are more written records preserved that can let me know about the daily life of ancient people." This idea deepened day by day. Finally, at the end of last month, I couldn't restrain my impulse and hired a group of mercenaries to break into the ruins. Deep, however, I didn't expect that the depths of the ruins would be more dangerous. Not only were there 3rd-level cursed spirits, but there were even 3rd-level demon species. Ding! The cold mechanical female voice sounded in Li Guanqi's mind again. "You triggered the mission conditions. You've been given a new side quest. Ancient Ruins. Mission Introduction, the Incomplete Diary." She seemed specious. "Maybe in the depths of that ancient ruins, you can find more of her figures in history? Discover more connections between this world and reality? Mission requirements. Follow Yu Hao and explore ancient ruins again. Mission clues. Follow Yu Hao. Listen to the experts and you will be right. Otherwise, whatever you find may be ruined by accident. Mission success reward? Penalty for mission failure? Ding. Please note that every time you complete a main mission and reach the ending, you can choose a side mission to continue your journey into the weird world." No wonder. Li Guanqi suddenly realized. No wonder the incident of seeing the diary fragments did not appear in the simulation session, because it involved another task. As for the simulator, it only simulates the Gu Village Ecstasy incident from beginning to end. Things that have nothing to do with it, such as when he first took Qi Gongming to Leicheng to save Qin Lubai, will not be simulated by the simulator. Ignore it directly. It is said that this is a side mission. After completing the main mission, you can also choose this side mission to continue staying in the strange world. Fine. That's it. First, get the Gu King Championship. Get the Spirit Refining Insect. Break through to the 3rd level of spells. And after completing Gu Village Enchantment, go to that ancient ruins to try it out. As for whether we can go to the ruins first during this period, Li Guanqi didn't know. But for that matter, there's no need to try. Once the ruins are gone, who knows how long they will stay there. But the Gu King competition is indeed going to start in a few days. The ruins will not escape there. I missed the Spirit Refining Insect in the competition, but it was really gone. Then he really has to wait until next year, when the Spirit Refining Insect in his body dies naturally, before he can break into the 3rd level. Yu Hao. Li Guanqi looked at the middle-aged man and said with a smile, "Take care of yourself. Recover your body. And when the Gu King tournament is over, you can accompany me to visit that ancient ruins." Ah? Yu Hao's eyes suddenly widened. I. Rest assured. Li Guanqi patted him on the shoulder and said, "When the time comes, there will be a 5-element level alien blood warrior following you. So you don't have to be afraid." "Right? 5 elements level?" The expression on Yu Hao's face instantly changed from fear to surprise. "Is there really a 5 elements level following you? That's great. If there really is a 5 elements level, then I will definitely lead the way." He was, after all, a scholar who loved ancient history. Li Guanqi smiled slightly. The powerful martial artist at the 5 elements level is naturally his senior sister Wang Yanqing. Of course. In fact, he had no idea whether the senior sister would be able to get here when the Gu King tournament was over. If not, then Yu Hao has to go even if he agrees. And he has to go if he doesn't agree. So be it. Li Guanqi looked at Yu Hao and said calmly, "I'm going to leave first, and I'll come back to you then. Don't leave the village these days." "Here? Are you leaving now?" Yu Hao was stunned and pointed to the glass display cabinet outside. "Those are ancient relics. Some nobles like to collect these. You can take a few of them away as my gratitude for your life-saving grace." "No need." Li Guanqi pointed at Yu Hao's head and chuckled. "The knowledge in your head is the greatest thank you to me." "All right. Take the first step." "Oh yes. There is more." Li Guanqi turned around and walked a few steps. Then looked back at Yu Hao. "My name is Xianli. But I don't like people calling me by my full name. You can call me Mr. Li." Question: how do you choose a name from a southern Xinjiang person? Answer: first pick a name from a Daluo person, and then read it in reverse to see if it looks strange. If it's weird, it's a nice southern Xinjiang name. If it sounds weird and hard to pronounce, then congratulations. You got a very, very good southern Xinjiang name. Xianli is Li Guanqi's current pseudonym. As for Mr. Li's title, at least it has the word Li. So if someone calls him on the street, he won't be able to react immediately. The Gu King competition will be officially held on the first day of next month. That means there are 7 days left. After Li Guanqi came out of Yu Hao's house, he went to the Moi family and signed up for the competition as Xianli with the top-grade Liangyi level Mantis given as a simulated reward. Then, he went to the bank of Moxie Gu village. When he was in Gu City, he won the championship of that spell competition. In addition to the pure gold trophy, he also received a 10,000 coin ticket as a reward. After exchanging the money notes, Li Guanqi took the money and rented a room in the inn in Moxie Gu village. 1,000 yuan for 10 days. To be honest, he really didn't know much about the local market. In short, after randomly shopping around, Li Guanqi chose an inn with a medium price, but an environment he liked very much. This is a mushroom house inn. There is a special kind of mushroom growing in southern Xinjiang. Its scientific name is the Irish giant mushroom. However, because it only grows in southern Xinjiang, it is also called the southern Xinjiang giant mushroom. This kind of giant mushroom is very exaggerated. It can grow up to 30 meters high and 300 meters in diameter. After death, this giant mushroom will not wither seriously. At most it will shrink slightly. Then the people in southern Xinjiang apply some hardened paint, and they can directly decorate and modify it into a mushroom house. This is why people in southern Xinjiang live in tree houses and mushroom houses. They are purely natural. They are houses sent by God. Buzz, mushroom house in a room on the 3rd floor. Li Guanqi sat cross-legged on the bed and cast a spell, summoning a black light that enveloped him. And then, his mind moved slightly. Simulator, open. The main mission is the same as the dungeon and cannot be simulated at any time after entering the strange world. But the side missions should be different. If possible, he would simulate the situation of the side mission, Ancient Ruins. Weird World Simulator. On the land shrouded in black mist, Li Guanqi looked at the light screen panel in front of him and sighed helplessly. The current energy of the simulator can only barely support the next tech simulation. It is not recommended to spend it on side tasks in the strange world. Even the main tasks are not recommended to be simulated now. You need to find more rechargeable items. Charging items. Li Guanqi shook his head and laughed. Yeah, I almost forgot about this. It seems I can no longer be a homebody. In Moxie Gu village, you have to take a good look around. When it was still a dungeon mode, there would definitely be charging items hidden in the environment of each dungeon, such as time rings and time necklaces. Although it is no different from the copy now. It has been renamed Mission System, and Li Guanqi is not sure whether it can still be the same as before. But no matter what, you have to look for it. Although he didn't know how to find it at all. But let's do our best to obey fate. At least you have to visit every corner of Moxie-gu Village. Moxie-gu Village is not big. At best, it can be considered a small realistic town. It is not crowded with 30,000 people. But it is not spacious. Li Guanqi spent half a day and was almost done shopping by evening. As expected, nothing was found. Sure enough, it still has something to do with the plot. The night is like water. Li Guanqi stood next to a treehouse, looking at the fortress high up in Gu Village. That is the fortress of the Moi family, where everyone in the Moi family lives. He hasn't looked inside the fortress yet. I can't say 100% of the rest of the entire Moxie-gu Village, but Li Guanqi must have searched 98% of the places. In places where people can't enter. He also casually gave an insect a man and insect are visible. Shoo. I went in and took a look. To trigger a charged item. Just see it. Then he should be able to trigger it if he looks through the eyes of a cursed insect. But the fact is, it doesn't. Then there can only be one truth. The fortress of the Moi family. Charged items can only appear there. Looking at the towering fortress in the night, Li Guanqi gritted his teeth and felt a little embarrassed. The Moxie family has 5 element level spellcasters. It would be impossible to put a spellworm in there, as it would definitely be discovered. Playing with insects in front of the Southern Xinjiang Insect Curse Master is just a joke. Isn't it? We can only wait until we win the championship. If the winner of the Gu King contest is handsome, he will have the opportunity to have sex with the high priest of the Moi family. Where to sleep? I'll definitely go back to the fortress to sleep. Do you really want to sleep with her? Li Guanqi fell into deep thought. What he was thinking about at this time was not only the matter of loyalty to Han Mingyao, but also the strangeness behind it. According to the simulated situation, the high priest will cast a spell on him to make him forget the process. Ecstasy? The Gu village is obsessed with souls? Is the word enchantment of this mission just that simple? Li Guanqi always felt that there was a problem. And this problem should be the key to triggering the special perfect ending. Oh! Forget it. Let's see then. Li Guanqi looked around, looking at the street where there was no one around because it was late at night. He chose to turn around and leave, preparing to return to the inn where he lived. But just after walking 2 streets, boom! Suddenly there was a loud noise not far away. Grass! It's her again! You're not allowed to sleep at night? I curse her to Lord Gu God. Damn foreign woman! The smell of herbs? Li Guanqi shrugged his nose. A little curious, turned his head, and followed the source of the smell and the reputation of the explosion. In an alley not far away, a green mushroom house was emitting thick black smoke. But there was no fire. Foxgrass, dog stomach fruit, and other random smells. Is this alchemy? Huh? Li Guanqi looked at the mushroom house and couldn't help but chuckle with gloating. Judging from the explosion and thick smoke, it must have been the refining of the potion that blew up the pot. During the 3 days, he spent studying alchemy with Qin Lubai on the Daluo border. He also blew up several of Qin Lubai's small pots. Li Guanqi suddenly raised his eyebrows, because the explosion inside the mushroom house caused the whole house to shake violently. And the sign on the door was also shaky and about to fall down. Snapped. Eventually, the wooden sign fell to the ground. Sorcerer Arya's Cauldron. Magician? Li Guanqi frowned slightly. No conjurer calls himself a conjurer. For traditional magicians, there is no abbreviation for magician. The army calls them magicians who follow the army. But the magicians always call themselves magicians who follow the army. Especially in this sensitive period of the dispute between the old and the new. The word curse cannot be lost. There is only one kind of person who calls himself a magician. New school. This pharmacy is opened by a new magician named Arya. The name does not sound like someone from southern Xinjiang. And from the angry curses from the neighbors, it can be known that she is a foreign woman. Interesting. New magician. Foreigner. Li Guanqi walked towards the mushroom house with a smile on his face. It's just right to take this opportunity to understand what kind of people the new sect of magicians are. Chapter 268, New Magician Arya. Specializing in alchemy, green. C. Hello. Li Guanqi stepped forward and walked to the door of the pharmacy called Magician Arya's Cauldron. Raised his hand and knocked on the door. Buzz. The next moment, a flash of cyan light instantly covered the entire mushroom house. Li Guanqi laughed dumbly. A 1-level defensive spiritual shield. It is estimated that the conjurer inside, no. It should be said to be a new school magician. He thought he was a neighbor who came to trouble her. So he created such a thing. Interesting. Li Guanqi narrowed his eyes and looked carefully at the green protective shield. For a moment, he didn't think of any way to crack it. New magician? This spiritual power shield was indeed structurally different from the spell shield in the book. With his current knowledge, it was actually a bit obscure and difficult to understand. Of course, it is possible to break it with brute force. After all, this is a one-dimensional protective shield. But that doesn't make sense. Using the big to bully the small. The one-level protective shield can be broken through with brute force. But what about facing the same level in the future? The power of a conjurer comes from knowledge, which is an unchanging truth. Li Guanqi just stood outside the pharmacy, constantly releasing blood, trying to break the spiritual shield. 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Finally, buzz! Li Guanqi forced a drop of blood from his fingertips and splashed onto the cyan defensive shield in front of him. Then the blood began to spread rapidly, forcibly melting a hole as high as a man into the protective shield. Successfully cracked, he couldn't help but smile. It's like a math problem when faced with a difficult problem. Although the process of solving it is very painful. Generally speaking, people will feel a sense of satisfaction after getting the correct answer. Who? Just as Li Guanqi cracked the protective shield, a female voice came from the second floor of the pharmacy. Don't come in! If you dare to come in, I will report you to the Moy family for breaking into a private house. But this is a pharmacy, so we don't do business. Li Guanqi smiled and reached out to grab the door handle of the pharmacy. It was in the middle of the night, but it's closed now. The woman shouted again. Click! The door of the pharmacy was locked. But after Li Guanqi grasped the door handle, he shook his wrist slightly, and his skill was transferred, which directly shattered several small pieces of the internal door lock structure. The door lock seems to be still there, but in fact it can no longer lock the door. Li Guanqi opened the door directly and stepped into the pharmacy. Ding! You triggered the mission conditions. You get a new side quest. The troubles of the female alchemist. Mission introduction. Alchemy is a profound science. And at this time, the sorceress Arya has a big trouble. Mission requirements. Help Arya complete the potion. Task clues. Go upstairs and take a look. Mission success reward. Alchemy specialization green. Penalty for mission failure none. Huh? Li Guanqi couldn't help but smile. Good guys. Since the mission system was launched, there are new missions everywhere. Speaking of which, this side mission is obviously different. The rewards and punishments are actually given in advance. Is it because it is too simple? Hey! 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 If you don't leave, I'm going to call someone. Upstairs, the woman's voice came again, and she was obviously a little panicked. Why are you shouting? Li Guanqi looked around, looking at the bottles of potions and labels on the surrounding shelves, as well as the many alchemy materials, and chuckled. Don't you want to cook that pot of animal transformation potion? Eh? The woman seemed a little surprised. How you know? You are a fellow traveler. Li Guanqi walked straight towards the stairs with a smile on his face. When it exploded just now, in addition to the thick smoke, there was also the smell of various materials that spread outside. Foxweed, dog stomach fruit, bluebird feathers, coxcomb leaves, crowfeather heart, and so on. Putting these materials together, they can only be used to refine animal transformation potions. It was a potion for ordinary people to have fun. After drinking it, you can transform into several fixed animal forms within a few minutes, including fox, dog, bird, chicken, etc. But they change randomly. This thing has no meaning for practitioners. The strange blood warrior can clearly feel the strangeness of the blood in this animal, and the magician can see through it at a glance. Hello! Li Guanqi came to the second floor of the pharmacy, smiled, and nodded towards the foreign female magician in front of him. Different from the first floor, where the lights are not turned on, the second floor is bright and bright. Many suspended white light balls rise and fall under the ceiling, emitting soft white light and providing illumination for the entire second floor. The first floor is the shop part of the pharmacy. The second floor is the alchemy room. Many instruments and equipment used in alchemy, such as beakers, stills, anti-corrosion vessels, etc., are neatly placed around. At the very back is a large cauldron, which is emitting billowing black smoke, which seems to show how bad the potion refining just now is. Next to the cauldron stood a black and dark woman. She is about 1.7 meters tall and has a slender waist. But there is a lot of flesh in the areas where she should be fat. She can be called a model of thin branches bearing fruit. She was wearing a pure white robe, but from her chest up, Her white clothes, like her face, were all blackened by the black smoke just now. One element level magician. Li Guanqi frowned slightly. Does even the system of the strange world think that new school magicians and old school spellcasters are different? It actually directly displays the word magician. You shouldn't have an alchemy teacher? Li Guanqi glanced at the cauldron emitting black smoke, then looked at the one-level female magician next to him, and chuckled. If you add bluebird feathers to the animal transformation potion, you can't add crow feather heart. This you can only choose one of the two materials, and crow feather heart is relatively rare. Considering the cost-effectiveness, you should add bluebird feather. Oh? The female sorcerer scratched her head, and there must be an expression on her dark face. But Li Guanqi really couldn't tell. Are you also an alchemist? She looked at Li Guanqi curiously, although her expression was hard to tell. The curiosity in her big, smart eyes and green pupils was clearly visible. I can only think of him as an apprentice. Li Guanqi smiled. That. The female sorcerer was a little happy, but soon remembered her appearance problem, and said quickly, Wait a minute. I'm going to wash my face. With that said, she rushed up to the 3rd floor. This mushroom house is divided into 3 floors. Potions are sold on the 1st floor. Potions are made on the 2nd floor. And the 3rd floor should be the living and sleeping rooms. Alchemist. Li Guanqi looked around and looked at the alchemy equipment around him, including the cauldron with black smoke. The pot of animal transformation potion that failed to be refined was exuding an unspeakable stench and sour smell. The animal transformation potion is one of the introductory potions of alchemy, and many alchemy apprentices must learn it. Li Guanqi also refined this potion during the 3 days he studied alchemy with Qin Lubai a while ago, so he was familiar with the use of these materials. And most importantly, the taste. In fact, alien blood warriors are more suitable to become junior alchemists than spellcasters, because the body of the conjurer is that of an ordinary person. The physical senses of alien blood warriors are even more powerful. If they are willing, they can smell and distinguish more smells, and see more colors when they are concentrating. Many more colors than ordinary people can see. 2 materials that may seem indistinguishable to ordinary people are completely different from the perspective of different blood warriors. When a potion of potion is half cooked, a different blooded warrior can smell what each ingredient in it is, and how well it has been cooked. But that's all. Different blood warriors are more suitable to become junior alchemists. But it is not suitable to become a high-level alchemist. In the process of refining high-level potions, alchemists often need to release spiritual power to control the state of materials in more subtle ways. Through micro-manipulation, the alchemists can make the liquids and pills achieve the perfect state they want. The alien blood warriors have no spiritual power, so if they want to do this, they can only use a large number of sophisticated magical equipment. But in today's weird world, powerful individuals are still superior to equipment after all. What magical equipment can do, powerful conjurers can also do. But what the top magicians can do, the existing magic weapons and equipment can only be disappointing. So this is basically complementary. The powerful alien blood warrior alchemist will raise a spellcaster to help refine medicine. A powerful spellcaster and alchemist also has to raise a different blood warrior to help select materials. The relationship between the alien blood warrior and the magician should be mutually supportive. But people, it's reality. Nothing is as beautiful as a fairy tale. Duh. At this time, there was a sound of footsteps on the stairs. Li Guanqi followed the sound and went out. I saw a blonde foreign woman walking down from the 3rd floor. She was wearing a slim-fitting, low-cut white dress that showed her hot figure to the fullest. At the same time, her big wavy blonde hair made her look even more exotic. Hello, my name is Arya, and I am the owner of this pharmacy. She walked up to Li Guanqi, spoke without any accent, and smiled brightly. This is a typical foreign woman, Caucasian, with a high nose and deep eye sockets. However, whether a person is good-looking or not actually has nothing to do with race. From the perspective of Li Guanqi's Oriental aesthetics, Arya is not a great beauty. Just looking at her appearance, she can only be regarded as barely okay. And there are some small freckles on her face. But Arya's smile is very contagious, making people feel happy when they see her. If you take into account the figure, Li Guanqi glanced down. It was as if I could see a deep ravine in the rough sea, choosing people to eat. This figure is quite explosive. Cough. Li Guanqi coughed, looked away, looked into Arya's eyes, and asked, Are you a violet person? Hey. Arya's face fell instantly. Don't you people in southern Xinjiang only know the Violet Empire? It's not the only one among the Western countries. I'm a tulip man.
Li Guanqi was stunned. Tulip Empire? This is rare. The Tulip Empire can be considered one of the top powers in the Western continent. But it has never had any sense of existence. It is the kind of empire that everyone knows is powerful, but cannot be remembered unless it is mentioned. Compared with the Violet Empire, which is always causing trouble to make its presence felt, the Tulip Empire is too quiet. But in the West, violets are unique.
As a tulip person, why did you come to southern Xinjiang?
Li Guanqi looked at Arya curiously. Arya was silent for a moment, turned her head, looked at the bright moon in the night sky through the window. Her eyes were complicated.
It was a random teleportation array. At that time, I provoked an enemy in the Tulip Empire and was hunted down. In a cave. There is a teleportation array in that cave, and the materials are all placed. I start directly, but I didn't expect that thing was an ultra-long-distance random teleportation array, which directly teleported me from the Tulip Empire to southern Xinjiang. After careful calculation, I have been in southern Xinjiang for 7 years. Alas, the teleportation ticket back to my hometown is I've collected enough. But my enemies are still there, and I don't dare to go back,
Arya said with a sad expression on her face.
Forehead.
Li Guanqi wanted to comfort him, but found that he didn't know what to say. So he could only say,
just accept the situation. At least the scenery in southern Xinjiang is beautiful. And you speak Oriental very well. Really? I think so too.
Hee.
Arya knew what he meant and immediately smiled and responded in kind. In the strange world, Chinese is not called Hanyu or Daluo, but Oriental. But although English is also called Western language, many people in the Eastern continent call it Violet language. There is no other reason. The Violet Empire always likes to cause trouble, and the Violet people like to go abroad very much. They have business footprints in Daluo and southern Xinjiang. Their sense of existence is so high that in the impression of many Easterners, the West seems to be just one like the Violet Empire. Over time, everyone called this Violet language. But obviously, when facing a tulip man, you must not call Western language Violet language. It would be too offensive.
Speak.
Li Guanqi looked at the white clothes on Arya's body, hesitated, and said,
Are you a new school magician?
Yes. Arya nodded. But the tulip woman seemed to have misunderstood what Li Guanqi meant. Li Guanqi was looking at the white clothes on her body. After all, these days, it is very sensitive for magicians to wear black clothes or white clothes. But Arya misunderstood that Li Guanqi was checking her physical condition. Click. Arya raised her right foot and took off a section of her calf, including her leather shoes. This is clearly a mechanical prosthetic limb, but the outer layer is wrapped with a layer of imitation leather, which looks very lifelike. The pores and blood vessels are clearly visible, and it is completely invisible from the outside.
Forehead.
Li Guanqi was a little surprised when he saw this, because southern Xinjiang does not have this habit. For a conjurer, physical disability represents excellence in talent and is a symbol of nobility. The southern Xinjiang magician never conceals his mechanical prosthetic limbs, and even puts gold and jade on the mechanical prosthetic limbs. He is so luxurious that he wants people to see his mechanical prosthetic limbs at a glance. In fact, the same is true if the word
Nanjiang
is removed. The magician never hides his mechanical prosthetic limbs. Unless it's a magician.
Are all new magicians all like this?
Li Guanqi looked at Arya hesitantly.
Don't you think the mechanical prosthesis is too ugly?
Arya asked. As she said that, she looked Li Guanqi up and down. However, although Li Guanqi changed his appearance, he did not change a mechanical prosthetic limb. Although the transformation technique could be done, he was really not used to it.
I was born with a disease.
Li Guanqi looked at Arya and smiled. It's not just physical disability that is
forbidden by heaven.
Some innate terrible diseases are caused by God not giving a healthy body. They are also a category that God does not grant. And they also have the qualifications for spells.
By the way, I'm actually curious. What is the Tulip Empire like? Are there any groups of new magicians in the Tulip Empire?
Li Guanqi took the lead and asked the question with a smile before Arya could ask him what his illness was. Talent activates. Talk all night long. Green, you are full of charm to the opposite sex and can make women put down their guard in front of you and chat openly. You can get the information you want through long talks with the opposite sex all night long.
That's it.
However, Arya looked uninterested. It's no different from southern Xinjiang. The nobles are nourished and the common people suffer. She didn't even bother to talk to Li Guanqi about the new school of magicians. The smile on Li Guanqi's face froze. Yes. His current appearance has been modified using a transformation technique. In order not to attract attention, he has also deliberately made an ordinary face. He no longer had the tall and mighty figure he had before. Nor did he have that handsome and masculine face. To put it simply, he is not handsome anymore. If a person is not handsome, talking all night long, green, is no longer useful. To put it bluntly, his own eloquence is only mediocre. In the past, he could make women talk to him all night long only because of his handsome and masculine appearance. Now that his appearance is gone, which woman would be so full that she would want to talk to him all night long? Correct. At this time, Arya was lying next to the cauldron with black smoke, looking at Li Guanqi curiously. You just said that after adding the blue bird feather, you can't add the heart of crow feather. You can only choose one of the two. Right. Li Guanqi raised his eyebrows. Instead of relying on face, you can also rely on talent. Yes. Li Guanqi walked to the cauldron, bent down, and got close to the dark green liquid in the cauldron. He smelled it carefully, analyzed the smell, and asked, Are you self-taught in alchemy? Yes. Arya nodded. I picked up a few books in the cave before, and then I started studying on my own. I see, Li Guanqi said calmly. But unfortunately, alchemy books and formulas are strictly controlled by the Conjuring Academy and are almost never circulated on the market. Moreover, alchemy is a profound subject. Without a teacher, it is difficult to learn if you are born in a wild country. Something real, I understand. He straightened up and pointed at the dark green liquid in the pot. The material used for the fins is too old. We have to choose the newborn cubs. The fins of the old fins will react violently with the dog's stomach. No wonder the explosion just now was so loud. I have a little wing you. Arya was stunned for a moment, then left quickly and went to rummage in the corner of the second floor. At the same time, she made a secret with one hand, released a piece of bright yellow spiritual power, rolled up the black cauldron, and poured all the failed potion of liquid into a waste bucket. Next, under Li Guanqi's guidance, Arya began to prepare materials one after another, lit the black cauldron again, and started making the animal transformation potion again. He needed to teach the sorceress to complete the potion. Li Guanqi originally guessed that as long as it did not delay the progress of the main mission, it should be no problem to carry out side missions in the middle. And now, you can finally get that green quality reward. Alchemy Specialization, Green. Chapter 269, Tulip Empire. The Demon Hunter's Potions, D. The side mission, The Trouble of the Female Alchemist, is a surefire deal. Helping Arya refine an animal transformation potion is equivalent to giving her a potion formula. But this is just an apprentice-level formula, not even a first-level potion. Giving away such a recipe in exchange for the green quality reward of Alchemy Specialization, Green, is definitely a huge gain. There are no details on this reward though. However, according to Li Guanqi's experience, rewards with the word specialization, such as spell specialization, generally include a large number of spells in addition to spell casting skills. Thinking about it this way, Alchemy Specialization, Green, may not only give him the alchemy ability, but also a lot of first-level to second-level medicine formulas. After all, the reward for green quality corresponds to the Liangyi level. The basic medicine solution has been prepared. Late at night, in the alley of Moxigu village, the voices of a man and a woman chatted one after another on the second floor of the mushroom house. Wait until it boils. It's boiling. How about putting out the foxgrass now? No. The dog's stomach fruit hasn't completely melted yet. Oh. Let it go now. Oh. Well, keep waiting. By the way, you just said that you can only choose one of the two. Blue bird feather or crow feather heart. Then I will release crow feather heart later? Why? As I said just now, in terms of cost performance, bluebird feathers are cheaper. If you open a pharmacy business, don't you control costs? But according to the market price here, a crow feather heart is only 80 gold coins, and a bluebird feather is 120 gold coins. Huh? It seems that the knowledge can only be found in books. Prices will fluctuate, so just go with crow feather's heart. Yeah. Okay. What's next? Wait. Time passes slowly. On the second floor of the mushroom house, there is the alchemy room. Li Guanqi sat on the chair, closed his eyes and waited. Arya stood next to the cauldron, glancing at the cauldron from time to time, and then at Li Guanqi from time to time.
Half an hour later.
Turn off the flame.
Li Guanqi suddenly opened his eyes. Arya quickly dispersed the flames at the bottom of the cauldron. Immediately afterwards, a refreshing scent of grass escaped from the pot.
It's done?
Arya opened the lid of the pot and looked at the pot of green liquid inside, suddenly smiling with surprise.
Li
Guanqi stretched out his right hand, twisted his index finger slightly, and his spiritual power rolled up a small ball of cyan liquid and flew it into his mouth. This is what Qin Lubai told him. The rules of the alchemy world. An alchemist instructs another alchemist. After guiding the refining for the first time, the instructor himself needs to prove whether the pot of medicine is qualified. And Li Guanqi was almost 99.9% sure through the smell ability of a Sansai level warrior that this pot of animal transformation potion was absolutely qualified. A man of great skill is bold. He was confident enough to drink it directly.
Boom!
As the white smoke dispersed, Li Guanqi transformed into a black bird, fluttering its wings and flying around the room.
Successful!
Arya's eyes lit up.
Let's see how long it takes to transform.
The black bird speaks human words and makes the sound of Li Guanqi. Time passed bit by bit. Li Guanqi felt the form of the bird with great interest and found that it felt good not to be a human being.
Boom!
5 minutes later, the black bird dispersed into a sheet of white smoke, and Li Guanqi transformed into a human again.
5 minutes?
Li Guanqi looked at Arya curiously.
The book says that a bottle of this long-lasting animal transformation potion can be sold for 300 gold coins. How much can it be sold here? It can be sold for at least 500 gold coins.
Arya smiled slyly.
Because in Moxie-gu village, I am the only one in the pharmacy that makes the animal transformation potion. No one else has it, but I have it. So I must sell it more expensively. What about profits?
Li Guanqi asked curiously.
After subtracting costs, how much is the profit? Let me do the math.
Arya turned and glanced at the cauldron.
This cauldron can hold about 10 bottles of dosage. 10 bottles is 5,000 gold, minus the material cost of almost 1,000 gold.
She suddenly became excited.
I can earn 4,000 gold coins from this pot. We can't go on like this forever,
Arya said, and then lost her mind to herself.
There are only so many people in Moigu village, and those rich people who can afford to buy this potion for fun are the only ones. Maybe 7 or 80 bottles have been sold out. They am tired of playing with it. But if I sell it overseas, the price will have to be reduced and the cost will have to increase.
This blonde sorceress from the Tulip Empire began to make business plans. The more Li Guanqi watched, the more he felt that in a strange world, only a big fist can lead to a comfortable life. With his current strength, he can easily hunt down the 4-elephant level demon species. If he wanted to make money, he would find a place to accept a bounty for hunting 4-elephant level demon species. Not to mention how to sell the body materials. For this kind of bounty alone, generally speaking, the bounty would be upwards of 100,000 gold coins.
Ding!
In Li Guanqi's mind, a cold mechanical female voice quietly sounded.
You have completed the side quest, The Trouble of the Female Alchemist.
He ending, I teach you. Ending evaluation. You successfully taught the sorceress Arya and completed the preparation of the animal transformation potion. The process was quite satisfactory. Ending reward, a green ability. Alchemy specialization, green. You have mastered most of the alchemical knowledge from 1 yuan level to 2 levels. Buzz? The next moment, Li Guanqi suddenly frowned and began to bear the massive amount of information pouring out of his mind. This process was uncomfortable. Really. Just as he expected. Alchemy specialization, green, in addition to alchemy skills. It also contains a large number of first level to second level potion recipes. These are valuable assets.
Oh, right.
Suddenly, Arya turned around and ran down to the first floor. Went to the store counter and took out a piece of paper. Dipped a quill in ink. And began to lie on the counter and write quickly. Soon, the sorceress took the paper and returned to the second floor again.
Now, is this share acceptable?
Arya smiled and handed over the blank paper. Or rather, a contract. This is a sharing contract. She promised to give Li Guanqi 5% of the profit share of the animal transformation potion in the Magician Arya's Cauldron pharmacy. In other words, for every bottle of animal transformation potion sold in Arya's pharmacy, Li Guanqi can directly receive 5% of the profit. The issue is, animal transformation potion
is an entertainment potion, and only wealthy people can afford it. However, there are only so many wealthy people in Moxie Goo Village, and they will soon get tired of using it and stop buying it. As for the market outside Moxie Goo Village, Arya is not qualified to touch this store. Therefore, this potion is destined to make little money. Moreover, after Li Guanqi completes the mission of Moxie Goo Village, the next time he comes to the strange world, he will go to the Dong'an Islands. This small Goo village will probably never come back in this life, and it will be troublesome to collect money. Too lazy to do it. I do not need this. Li Guanqi took the contract handed over by Arya, folded it a few times, and gently placed it on the table next to him. Unnecessary? Arya was stunned. I thought you came here in the middle of the night to teach me how to make potions just to discuss business cooperation with me. Li Guanqi glanced at the contract on the table, and then looked at Arya. Compared with this little money, you might as well give me something that I am more interested in. Ah? Arya was suddenly startled, with a look of fear on her face. Hey! The female sorcerer quickly took a few steps back, retreated to the corner, and looked at Li Guanqi fearfully. Then, that's not possible. I'm going to call someone. Li Guanqi was speechless. You misunderstood. Knowledge. Li Guanqi looked at Arya and said seriously. What a conjurer needs most is knowledge. I want to know about the Tulip Empire and the new school of sorcerers. Regarding these 2 points, apart from seeing them with my own eyes, there is no way to compare. It would be better to ask a new magician who is a tulip man. Oh, this is what you want. You should have told me earlier. Hearing this, Arya breathed a sigh of relief, and then smiled. No problem. I'll tell you everything I know. Just ask. I heard that in the Tulip Empire, different blood warriors are called demon hunters? Li Guanqi asked curiously. You may not be familiar with Daoyuo Wufu, so let's compare it with southern Xinjiang. What is the difference between the demon hunters and the different blood warriors here in southern Xinjiang? The difference is huge, Arya said without thinking. The different blood warriors on our side are actually not only called demon hunters. Some people also call them demon hunters and demon-slaying masters. What are the different blood warriors in southern Xinjiang? They are all artificial soldiers. A group of mutants bitten by the goo god insect. They know nothing and understand nothing. They can only fight hard. Our demon hunters in the Tulip Empire are different. Each of them is a master of alchemy and is proficient in the refining methods of various potions and magic potions. They are also an encyclopedia of monsters. They all know the restraint methods of various cursed spirits and monsters by heart, and can flexibly use various magic potions to deal with the weaknesses of monsters in battle, attack the weak enemies, and kill them easily. Having both strength and knowledge is called greatness. It is said that a long time ago, the status of demon hunters in the Tulip Empire was not high, and they were even discriminated against, because the ruler of the Tulip Empire is the Holy Sea of Fire of the Night, a magician. However, after the emergence of military formations, the human sea tactic became meaningful, and warriors of different bloods, such as demon hunters, also had a place to play. Their status gradually increased, and their due status was restored. But they also have their own differences, because the different blood warriors in the army do not need to learn any magic potions or monster weaknesses. They only need to form a military formation. Therefore, the Witchers actually looked down on these different blooded warriors who joined the army, and even publicly stated that these people are not worthy of being called Witchers, saying that Witchers are only for cutting off the darkness, and will never become the sword in the hands of the king and the powerful. Having said this, Arya spread her hands helplessly. In the final analysis, they are all a group of mutants of different blood, and I don't know why they are so passionate about the same name. Of course, it's going to be noisy. Li Guanqi, on the other hand, did not understand Arya and said in surprise, As you said, the demon hunter is a master of alchemy, a professional who is good at using magic potions to match his own strength to better restrain his enemies. In this way, the different blood warriors of the Tulip army are completely different from them. A different blood warrior who is proficient in alchemy and good at using magic potions is a demon hunter. Then there is nothing. Just a human with a different blood body. That is an ordinary different blood warrior. An ordinary soldier. How can he be called a demon hunter? Arya scratched her head. A name? Is it really necessary to care about it so much? Is it really unnecessary? Li Guanqi looked at the white clothes on Arya's body, and then tugged at the black robe on her body, half smiling. White and black. New school magicians and old school conjurers. This is different. Arya suddenly became anxious. Okay. Double standards? Li Guanqi crossed his hands across his chest and chuckled with interest. Actually, I'm really curious. The new school of magicians always claim that they are the innovative school. What new things have the new school of magicians contributed to the world of magic? Research? As far as I know, the only truly epoch-making invention in the past 100 years is the blood meter. The emergence of the blood meter allows the discovery of talented people in the magic world to no longer be limited to the period of ordinary people. Even if you become a magician, you can also use the blood meter to check your physique. Moreover, the blood meter's cultivation percentage display can also allow the conjurer to more intuitively see what percentage of his current cultivation level has reached the limit of his current state. The inventor of the blood measuring ruler is Dean Ma Yuan, the dean of the Institute of Instruments of the Southern Xinjiang headquarters, and a 7-star magician. And he is an old-school magician with a firm stance. Speaking of this, Li Guanqi looked at Arya and said with a smile, "Then what do your new magicians have? Am I ignorant?" We. Arya was immediately speechless. Li Guanqi seemed to be smiling, but not smiling. In fact, he was the one who caused it. There are definitely many new inventions from the new school of magicians, but it depends on what it is compared to. Ma Yuan's blood measuring tape is absolutely epoch-making, and I won't brag about it at all. The meaning represented by this thing has a long history for the entire magic world, which almost eliminates the possibility of anyone with a special physique being buried. It also allows the conjurer to intuitively see changes in cultivation. Extraordinary people like Li Guanqi have a system that allows them to see the 3 data points of spiritual power, physical body, and soul, which is equivalent to digitizing power. As you progress, you can see a little bit, which greatly increases the enthusiasm for cultivation. But where did the indigenous people of the strange world come from? Ma Yuan's blood measuring ruler is equivalent to giving them a progress bar. They can directly see the percentage of cultivation and see how far they are from the current limit. The more progress they make, the more they can see. In fact, Ma Yuan is not a genius and can be called the best inventor in a century. Blood meter. The success lies in the present, and the benefit lies in the future. As for the disadvantages, the only drawback is probably that so far, the blood meter has just been developed and is too expensive. The college can also buy one for all teachers and students to use together, but grassroots spellcasters outside the academic sect cannot afford it at all. Also, your physique cannot be too excellent. If you are too outstanding, you will be exposed by the blood meter and become jealous. Li Guanqi was almost killed by the blood measuring ruler. Fortunately, his talent for Tongyu was upgraded to Tongyu Red. Therefore, if we compare it with the blood measuring stick, no invention from the new school of magicians or the old school of spellcasters in the past 100 years can compare. Well, of course, there is another one that can compare. Zhuang Yuan. Once his magic plundering technology is made public, Ma Yuan's blood meter will have to stand aside even if the current technological progress can only change one technique for another. I have to say that when it comes to these things, the higher the level of cultivation, the more powerful one is. Yes! Li Guanqi was still thinking about his own things here, but it turned out that Arya, after thinking for a long time, finally thought of a new invention that could be compared with the blood measuring ruler. Oh! Li Guanqi raised his eyebrows. In fact, he didn't think he was of the old school, and he didn't want to discuss with Arya which one was better, the old or the new. But seeing Arya being so serious, he couldn't help but laugh. What is it? Special blood potion. Arya looked at him seriously. Our new magician from the Tulip Empire and the new potion developed together with the Demon Hunter headquarters can 100% turn an ordinary person into a one-dimensional alien blood warrior. Ha 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 ha! Li Guanqi burst into laughter almost instantly. Ha ha, yeah. But soon Li Guanqi stopped laughing, and his expression gradually became serious. He shouldn't laugh. Conjurers have many rules. For example, always keep a questioning mind about things. But at the same time, there is another one. Never say, impossible, to something. Different blood potion? Turn an ordinary person into a 100% different blood warrior? This is outrageous. Because it's almost impossible. The secret method of adding alien blood to the body is the most advanced in the Daluo dynasty. But even so, they can only ensure that young people will not die if they go up there. In other words, if a strong young man accepts the secret method, he can still survive well even if he cannot successfully absorb the alien blood. But they don't guarantee success. Only those young humans with strong bodies have the possibility of success. As for the secret methods of other countries, the alien blood warriors in southern Xinjiang need to endure the bites of the goo god insects. If they can survive, they will become goo god warriors, different blood warriors. If they cannot bear it, they will become corpses. It is said that the mortality rate is as high as 30%. And what is the strange blood potion Arya is talking about? Turn an ordinary person into a 100% different blood warrior? If there really is such a thing, then Li Guanqi will do whatever it takes to get it. He does not need it, but his parents need it. He had thought of countless ways to help his parents become practitioners, but he had found nothing. For one thing, they don't have the qualifications for spells. Secondly, they are old. Over 50 years old. Even if they use the Daluo dynasty's secret method of adding different blood to their body, it is 100% impossible to succeed, and there is even a chance of death. Thirdly, Lin Xianbai once told him that his parents had no spiritual roots and could not even practice Taoism that had been discontinued. This is private. What about public service? If this magic potion is real and can be mass-produced, wouldn't it be possible to turn everyone in the real world into different blood warriors? Assuming that there will eventually be a battle between the real world and the strange world. Then the real world must become stronger. And the entire world must become stronger. Hey! Li Guanqi approached Arya and stared seriously into the foreign woman's green eyes. What exactly is the potion you were talking about? Chapter 270 New Mission. The Demon Hunter's New Potion, eh? What's going on with this magic potion you're talking about? Li Guanqi stared at Arya. But the blonde sorcerer's eyes dodged, and she quickly turned her head. Fake! I'm just talking nonsense! Li Guanqi narrowed his eyes slightly. Did he let something slip? Is this strange blood potion actually something that needs to be concealed? But under the stimulation of his words about the new school and the old school, which one is better, and which one is worse? This woman accidentally revealed a different blood potion? Could it be that this strange blood potion is still in the development stage? Although the new magicians and demon hunters of the Tulip Empire have researched it, they still have to keep it strictly confidential for now? How would Arya know? Was she involved? No. With her level of cultivation and alchemy, it's unlikely that someone related to her was involved and revealed this matter to her? So many possibilities. Ding! You triggered the mission conditions. You've been given a new side quest. New magic potion for witchers. Mission introduction. The new magician and demon hunter headquarters of the Tulip Empire seem to have developed a new type of magic potion. But the magician Arya has something to hide. Mission requirement. Learn the whole story from Arya. Mission clues. Arya. Reward for successful mission. A bottle of strange blood potion, no side effects. Penalty for mission failure. None. The reward is directly a bottle of magic potion? Li Guanqi's eyes narrowed slightly. Moreover, there are no side effects. As expected, this thing is still in the development stage and has side effects. But the mission reward given to him by Weird World is a version without side effects. Unfortunately, you have already spilled the beans. Li Guanqi looked at Arya and shook his head slightly. Arya was suddenly shocked. What? Before she finished speaking, her eyes gradually became dull. Get some sleep. Li Guanqi flashed his right hand in front of Arya's eyes, and his voice was very soft, carrying an unspeakable magic power, which quickly made Arya fall into dreamland. He put his arm around Arya's waist and carried the blonde sorceress towards the third floor. Soul spell, hypnosis. With the soul strength of Li Guanqi's third-level soul, it is too easy to hypnotize the one-level Arya without any effort at all. If Arya hadn't told her, no one would know the secret of her strange blood potion, let alone anyone trying to hypnotize her for no reason. It's a pity that she already spilled the beans. In this case, this secret is destined to be hidden. Feel sorry. Li Guanqi carried Arya to the bedroom on the third floor of the mushroom house, and gently placed Arya on the light yellow bed. Tell me. Then, Li Guanqi looked at her, made a secret with one hand, and released a little bit of blue light, covering Arya. At the same time, asked, what exactly is the strange blood potion? Arya was lying on the bed, her eyes obviously closed, but after hearing these words, she still opened her red lips and murmured, it is a new type of magic potion jointly developed by my teacher and the Witcher headquarters. It can make a people become 100% different blood warriors. Teacher? Li Guanqi frowned. You have a teacher? But you are obviously an apprentice who is completely inexperienced in alchemy. Why doesn't he teach you? The teacher has thousands of students. Arya continued. Li Guanqi was stunned, because he saw that even Arya, who was in a hypnotic state, actually shed 2 lines of tears from the corner of her eyes. In the hypnotic state, only the most intense feelings will cause emotional changes. I'm just one of the teacher's students, Arya continued with tears streaming down her face. A few days after I joined the teacher's sorcerer tower, he was hired by the Witcher headquarters. When he left, he only took away 3 female students including me. Li Guanqi had a strange expression. Something is wrong. Immediately afterwards, he started a question and answer session with the hypnotized Arya. Is your teacher a boy or a girl? Male. Who is he? 7-star magician. Mars Clinton. He took you to the Witcher headquarters, but he didn't teach you alchemy. Why? Because he's busy. No. After he took you 3 female students to the Witcher headquarters, what did he do with you 3 women every night? Study biology. Puff. Li Guanqi couldn't hold it back and laughed directly. Sorry. He is professionally trained and really doesn't laugh under normal circumstances. It's just that the situation now is too unusual. Theological creatures. That Mars took you 3 female students just to have sex with you. Just so that there would be women to vent his sexual desires at the Witcher headquarters. After finishing laughing, Li Guanqi looked at Arya on the bed and shook his head helplessly. You can't. Arya frowned. Although her eyes were still closed, her expression began to change, as if she was angry. You can't slander my teacher. He didn't do it just to vent his lust. He didn't take anyone with him. Just the 3 of us. It's not because he likes us. That's why he is willing to study biology with the 3 of us. Li Guanqi narrowed his eyes slightly. What a strong sense of resistance. He couldn't even laugh anymore. He just felt sad. Even if he is hypnotized, he can get angry. How badly did Mars deceive this stupid woman? It turns out that scumbag masters are everywhere. Mars' skills as a scumbag are truly amazing. By the way, 7 stars? Is it this 7-star Mars who developed the strange blood potion? What exactly is going on with the strange blood potion? Li Guanqi looked at Arya on the bed and slowly asked the question he was most interested in. What's wrong with it? Side effect, Arya murmured. The different blood potion can turn a person into a different blood warrior 100%. But it has great side effects. It will make people completely lose consciousness and reason, and turn them into pure killing machines. Li Guanqi's expression changed slightly. Is this thing supposed to hold an egg? No. That's not right. Army! If this potion can be improved so that these killing machines can be controlled, it can be used to create a large number of ruthless soldiers and countless armies. Tulip nobles will not give up this thing. Although this kind of medicine will cause countless civilians to completely lose themselves and their families. What happened next? Li Guanqi continued to ask questions. Things have been leaked, Arya murmured. There is a spy in the Witcher headquarters. They revealed the news to the royal family and the Holy See. The Holy See sent people to arrest the teacher and wanted the teacher to hand over the potion formula. Holy See? Li Guanqi frowned slightly. The Holy See of tulips. The Holy See of fire in the night. What happens next? Li Guanqi continued to ask. The teacher refused to hand it in. When Arya said this, tears welled up in the corners of her eyes again. He said that the current strange blood potion is still a failure. He cannot hand over this failure to the Holy See and the royal family, as it will kill countless people. Li Guanqi was stunned. This Mars, although he is a scumbag, he is still a principled magician. The teacher took the 3 of us and ran away overnight, Arya said again. Li Guanqi was completely shocked. Being hunted by the Holy See. You still don't want to leave 3 female students behind? This Mars scumbag is a scumbag. But he is definitely a principled man. A real man. If he ran away, the consequences of the 3 remaining female students, who were caught by the Vatican, would be too terrible to imagine. Teacher! The teacher took the 3 of us to escape. Arya closed her eyes, and could not hide the cry in her voice. After running away for several days and nights, he took us to a teleportation array. This is a one-way teleportation array. We can escape to the Violet Empire, the teacher said. Once there, the Holy See did not dare to pursue him. But it's too late. Halfway through the activation of the teleportation array, people from the Holy See came after them. They destroyed the teleportation array. The teacher took the 3 of us into the space tunnel forcibly, and there were a lot of space turbulences blowing. He tried his best to protect the 3 of us and let us survive. But he, himself, woo-woo, he also seriously injured. We finally emerged from the space tunnel and emerged into a cave.
That was the lair of a 4-elephant-level demon species, the Thunderhorn Beast. At that time, the teacher had been seriously injured in order to resist the turbulence of space, and was no match for the Thunderhorn Beast. He tried his best to block the Thunderhorn Beast, and stayed behind to break up the attack. Then he summoned a strong wind and blew us out far, far away. The teacher didn't come back to see us. We didn't dare to get close to the cave. The 4-elephant-level Thunderhorn Beast there seemed to be dead, but there were still many 3-level demon species around the cave. Later, the three of us walked in the forest for a long time and encountered many dangerous monsters. That time we encountered a 5-clawed lizard, and the other 2 seniors also died trying to save me. I was the only one who survived and left the forest alive. Woo-woo.
By the end of the story, Arya was crying on the bed. Li Guanqi was silent. Arya lied earlier. The Holy See is chasing him. This is the real reason why this Tulip woman came to southern Xinjiang. And it is also the reason why she dare not go back to the Tulip Empire. Because the Holy See is still hunting them down. And that Mars is not a scumbag. What a real man.
Well,
Li Guanqi sighed helplessly. Isn't this gone? Arya. Mars and others were interrupted during the transmission and encountered space turbulence. The storage space of the space storage device is attached to the main world space. Only when the main world space is stable can the storage space be stable. The emergence of space turbulence represents the tearing and chaos of the main world space. Therefore, space turbulence will affect the stability of space storage devices. Once space turbulence occurs in the space tunnel during transmission, all space storage devices will collapse in an instant, and everything in the storage devices will fall into space. Turbulent flow. Disappeared. And Mars is a 7-star magician. A big shot of this level must have a good storage container, which is as big as a mountain. And he must put everything in the storage container. Mars and others encountered space turbulence, which meant that everything was gone. The property is gone. The exotic blood potions and formulas are gone too. Moreover, Li Guanqi also doubted whether a conjurer of this level would be able to write down the formula on paper. The possibility is extremely low. I probably have it all in my head, but I can't forget it after all.
Wait, do you know the formula for the strange blood potion?
Li Guanqi suddenly thought of something and quickly asked Arya on the bed.
I don't know.
Arya closed her eyes and burst into tears. Li Guanqi's hypnosis reminded the female sorcerer of those tragic past. And Li Guanqi is also very
sad.
Now, Mars. Why didn't you shout out the recipe and let your 3 female students remember it before you stayed here? Even failed recipes can still be improved. But just think about it. Reality is not a movie. When facing a powerful enemy of life and death, how can there be so much time left for you to talk about this and that? Talk about regrets and tell stories. Life and death are instantaneous.
Ding! You completed a side mission.
New magic potion for witchers. Mission introduction. The Tulip Empire's new magician, the 7-star magician Mars, has cooperated with the Demon Hunter headquarters to develop a new type of magic potion. Unfortunately, this alien blood magic potion is still in the research and development stage and has serious side effects. It makes people lose their emotions and consciousness and turn them into killing machines. Not enough for nobles. This side effect is just right and can be used to create armies. Mars was hunted by the Holy See and eventually died in southern Xinjiang due to encountering space turbulence.
The space storage device also collapsed. Perhaps his research and inventions disappeared with his death. Reward for successful mission: a bottle of strange blood potion, no side effects. So, where is the potion? Li Guanqi lowered his head. Empty hands. Put the space ring directly? Li Guanqi opened the space ring and took a look. As expected, mission rewards are sent directly inside. That's a bottle of scarlet potion. A different blood potion. Moreover, it is a successful version produced by the system without any side effects. The problem is just one bottle. Li Guanqi looked ugly. His parents are not enough. Could it be that we need to rely on this bottle of strange blood potion to develop the formula? Li Guanqi thought carefully. Of course he can't. But maybe, after returning to reality, Lin Xianbai and the others can rely on modern scientific research equipment and use the entire country to analyze the formula. Please, Master Lin, you must work hard. Li Guanqi made up his mind and prepared to hand this bottle of strange blood potion to Lin Xianbai after returning to reality. After all, one bottle is not enough. He has a father and a mother. 2 people.
And only after researching the formula can you refine it yourself and mass-produce it for the entire real world. Oh, by the way, you have to tell Lin Xianbai about this mission. And ask him to come here to get a bottle after he activates the mission system. And for others, Lin Xianbai has to inform all the extraordinary people and let them activate the mission system. Come here later. Then he asked Lin Xianbai to return 2 bottles of strange blood potion to him first. If the formula is not ready, put it aside and let his parents drink it first. Once you become a different blood warrior, you will have the means to continue practicing and advance, no matter how bad it is. Taking a step back 10,000. A 1-level alien blood warrior can still obtain extraordinary power and enjoy his old age without illness or pain, etc. Li Guanqi suddenly thought of a possibility. Is there such a possibility? That is, when Mars was in the cave, he killed the 4-elephant level Thunderhorn beast. And then, he was seriously injured and unable to recover. But he didn't want to die with regrets. So he chose to leave the formula for the strange blood potion in that cave before he died? Is it possible? Not likely. But never zero. Li Guanqi was unwilling to give up any possibility. Snapped. He snapped his fingers to dispel Arya's hypnotic spell. Wake up! Arya's eyelashes trembled, and she opened her eyes drowsily. And then she saw Li Guanqi standing beside the bed. Bed? You? Arya was immediately startled and quickly sat up from the bed to check the integrity of her dress. The dress is normal. No strange sensation in lower body. Not for sex? That's for... You hypnotized me? Arya stared at Li Guanqi in shock and anger. I know everything about the strange blood potion. Li Guanqi looked into her eyes seriously. And before waiting for Arya's reaction, he continued. Now! You just need to tell me. Do you want to collect the body of your teacher? Arya was startled. Arya, how long have you been in southern Xinjiang? Li Guanqi looked at the blonde sorcerer and said seriously. 7 years? In order to let the 3 of you survive. Your teacher left Duan Ho alone and tried his best to block the Thunderhorn beast with his seriously injured body. What then? Exposing the corpse a cave? 7 years? People in southern Xinjiang do not have a culture of collecting corpses. They believe that death is the same no matter where it is. Even if the body is bitten and eaten by wild animals. Even if the bones are exposed in the wilderness. It is a cycle between man and nature. So they don't care. What about you? Tulip Man, do you care about collecting the corpse? Or... Li Guanqi approached Arya and said calmly. You just want your teacher's bones to stay in that cave, surrounded by countless dirty and smelly monsters, and slowly rot? Of course not. Arya quickly retorted. Of course, I want to collect his body. But the forest where the cave is located is too dangerous. Right? Li Guanqi looked at Arya and smiled. It doesn't matter. I am here. The 4-level demon is planted in front of me. It is not a threat. I will take you back to the cave so that you can collect the bones of your teacher. How about it? There is none left. Arya was silent for a moment, and then said helplessly, We encountered space turbulence. The teacher's storage ring collapsed, and all the contents inside were involved in the space turbulence. There is no treasure for you to get. Obviously, he thought Li Guanqi was trying to make money. I don't want treasure. Li Guanqi was helpless. In fact, if there was, how could he not want it? The problem is there is no. What I want is the formula. Li Guanqi shook his head, dispelling these meaningless thoughts, and said seriously, I suspect that your teacher left the formula before he died. No matter what. I want to take a look. It doesn't matter if I don't have it. Anyway, for you it's all a good thing. At least you can collect his bones. Good. As soon as these words were spoken, Arya walked out of the bed after a brief hesitation, nodded vigorously. When will we set off? That forest should be very close to here? Li Guanqi smiled and said. Otherwise you would not settle in this village. Right. Arya turned to look at the window. Through the window, you can see a lush forest in the distance of Moxigu village. Under the night, it reveals an indescribable gloominess. It's less than half a day's journey. Li Guanqi followed Arya's gaze. There are still 7 days until the Gu King competition in Moxigu village begins. More than enough time. Let's go! Li Guanqi looked at Arya. Without further ado, let's set off now. The land of southern Xinjiang. At the exit of a dark underground cave, a young man wearing a platinum robe slowly walked out. New magician. Yin Chengping. I really don't understand that Zhuang Yuan. A 1-level magician. Wants me to kill him personally.
Yin Chumping looked around and looked at the lush forest around him. He quickly took out a white handkerchief from his arms and covered his mouth and nose with a look of disgust on his face.
I hate the smell of insect spell masters in southern Xinjiang. Forget it. Let's go find that Li Guanqi.
Yin Chumping took a step and turned into a 5-color light that rose from the ground and flew to the sky. He is a junior member of the Violet Council. Cultivation. 5 elements leveled Dzogchen. Chapter 271. The magical sword that kills gods instantly kills the 4th level cursed spirit. B. Late at night, the forest was quiet, and the chirping of birds sounded from time to time, adding a bit of eeriness to the silence.
Do you remember the way?
Li Guanqi was dressed in black and walked among the trees.
Of course I remember.
Arya also put on a black tight-fitting dress, which vividly outlined her hot body curves. Even a new magician has to admit that black clothes are more suitable in the forest at night. Tight clothes are also necessary. Loose clothes are not suitable for walking in this rainforest with dense thorns and overgrown branches. Few people would choose to use spiritual power to turn over branches to open a path, because in the eyes of cursed spirits and monsters, spiritual power is equivalent to a bright light in the dark night, equivalent to shouting,
"Come to me! Come to me!"
in a quiet forest.
Strangeness?
After walking for half an hour, Arya suddenly frowned and looked at Li Guanqi worriedly.
I remember that there are many first-order cursed spirits on the outskirts of this forest. Why didn't I encounter any tonight? It's so weird. Go in peace.
Li Guanqi looked forward and couldn't help but smile when he heard these words. Cursed spirit? If Arya's cultivation level was higher, she would be able to sense through the spiritual aura that there were hundreds of first-level cursed spirits following them at the border with a radius of 1 kilometer. And there were also a few second-order cursed spirits among them. Today, Li Guanqi's spell level is at the Liangyi level, and he can control 1,000 second-level spell spirits within a radius of 1 kilometer. But he still had to be cautious. After all, the king of this forest is a 5th-level cursed spirit. This was the information he got from the low-level cursed spirits around him. And the 5th-level cursed spirit came here 10 years ago and killed the original overlord of this forest when he arrived. It was a 5-element level demon species, the wind god giant eagle, and it was a male and a female. However, it was killed by 1 against 2. This kind of flying demon species could not even escape. However, this new overlord is very quiet and does not come out of the nest all year round. The little cursed spirits nearby didn't know if the 5th-level cursed spirit was still in the forest. Each of the cursed spirits is full of strange things, and they are naturally bred. A bit like being raised by nature. The lifespan of each one is uncertain, and it has nothing to do with strength. Some 6th-level cursed spirits may die within 6 years. Some 1st-level cursed spirits may live in hiding for hundreds of years. Li Guanqi prayed in his heart that the 5th-level cursed spirit had died of old age. Call. The night was deep, and in the silent rainforest, the sound of Arya's heavy breathing was particularly clear.
Are you nervous?
Li Guanqi asked as he walked.
I don't know. I just feel ashamed.
Arya didn't stop either. She just covered her chest with her right hand, her green eyes a little moist.
It's been 7 years. After so long, I came to collect the teacher's body. Then why didn't you come before?
Li Guanqi asked curiously.
Don't have money to hire mercenaries. That's true. After all, with the situation of this forest, no one with a level of 3 talents dare not come in. Even a level 3 talent has to be on tenterhooks, fearing that a 4th-level cursed spirit will suddenly rush out. Money is one aspect, and there is another aspect.
Arya looked at him, but hesitated to speak.
Oh, I understand.
Li Guanqi smiled.
Do you think the possibility I guessed is possible? Certainly.
Arya sighed softly.
The strange blood potion is the teacher's hard work. He didn't have time to tell us at that time. But if he really had the chance to stay, he would never die with this formula. I'm afraid he would bring others with him.
When the mercenaries come, they will know the formula of the strange blood potion. You?
The blonde female sorcerer looked at Li Guanqi, and it seemed that only then did she realize that she didn't even know Li Guanqi's name.
There's no need to know my name, Li Guanqi said calmly.
And don't say anything. If you ask me not to reveal the formula, from the moment you leak the strange blood potion, you actually have no choice. I will be polite to you now and let you lead the way. If I'm not polite, I can hypnotize you first and then let you lead the way. Don't worry. I know the 3rd-level hypnosis technique, and I can completely hypnotize you with your eyes open.
Arya lowered her head.
Annoyed, Li Guanqi glanced at her. Is Arya stupid? Not really. It's more like concern leads to chaos. She has too much respect for her teacher Mars. Respect from the bottom of her heart, or admiration? In short, Arya must think that her teacher is very powerful, and that his teacher's inventions are also very powerful. So when Li Guanqi took out the blood-measuring ruler and asked her what inventions the new sect of magicians could compare with, she subconsciously mentioned the strange blood potion. This is one of the ways she is proud of her teacher. I can promise you that. Li Guanqi looked at Arya and suddenly said, if your teacher really kept the formula, and if I can find a way to improve it in the future, then everyone who uses the different blood potion will have it in the bottle. Saw the name Mars Clinton. Real? Arya raised her head suddenly, and her eyes lit up. Certainly. Li Guanqi looked calm. Whether it is a big invention or a small invention, intellectual property rights should be protected, and the name of the developer should also be known to users. Thank you. Arya suddenly smiled. Do you like him very much? Li Guanqi suddenly asked. Certainly. Arya nodded heavily. Mr. Mars is my favorite man. Li Guanqi had a strange expression and felt a little surprised. Mars is indeed very good. Every 7-star magician is very good. Not to mention, he is also an inventor of alchemy. But the problem is, he doesn't seem to be a good man. He even studied biology with 3 of you women at the same time. Question mark. Arya was confused, as if she couldn't understand what he said at all. So what? What's the problem? Why do you say that teacher Mars is not a good man just because of this? What's your logic? What's my logic? Li Guanqi was stunned. Do you think this kind of thing is okay? Arya was also confused. What's the problem? The two stopped and looked at each other for a moment. Oh. After a while, Li Guanqi realized something. This is a weird world. Not reality. It was him who put realistic values into this. In this world, there is no such thing as monogamy. There is no talk of polygamy either. All countries in the world basically have the same concept. Polygamy. As long as they are good and powerful enough. It is extremely normal for a man to have 100 wives, or a woman to have 100 husbands, and no one will feel anything wrong. It is good to be monogamous and grow old together. But if you have a husband with 100 wives, and a wife with 100 husbands, no one will accuse you of promiscuity. Of course, the premise is that the couples are couples who are married normally through a wedding. Those who cheat in marriage will be cast aside in the weird world. Wonderful. Li Guanqi smiled and continued to move forward. When different values collide, there is no need to discuss whether it is good or bad. He just finds it interesting. However, before taking 2 steps, Li Guanqi stopped again and reached out to stop Arya beside him. Don't move. A curse is coming. The 2nd level curse spirits on the periphery were all scared and knelt down directly. 3rd level? Wrong. 4th level curse spirit. Call out. Li Guanqi raised his right arm, made a secret with one hand, and shot a black mist directly into Arya's eyes. I can't see. Arya was suddenly startled and waved her hands wildly. Stand where you are and don't move. Li Guanqi shouted in a deep voice. I cast a blindness spell on you, lest you see something you shouldn't see and want me to silence you. I will help you when I come back. Don't go away. I won't move. Arya immediately became quiet after hearing the word. Silence. Tear. Li Guanqi tore off his black clothes and transformed into a body with 3 heads and 6 arms. The head in the middle has white hair and blue eyes, and the corners of the mouth are raised, full of excitement and fighting spirit. When he was on his way to Moxigu village, there were no 4th level cursed spirits in that forest. However, against the 3rd order cursed spirits, his magical power of killing the gods was basically an instant kill. But without a 4th level cursed spirit, he couldn't test the specific attack strength. It's a pity. But now, in this forest, he seemed to be able to clear away this regret. Humanity. Deep in the dark forest, a calm man's voice came slowly. Li Guanqi's expression changed slightly. Oriental? This is not his talent for connecting to the underworld, but the suspected 4th level cursed spirit, which speaks Oriental. You can control the cursed spirit. Is it a natural technique? Still have supernatural powers? Accompanying the sound of words, the sound of treetops caressing came from far to near. A giant figure 4 meters high appeared in Li Guanqi's sight. It's just a human figure. A human-shaped shadow. That's what the spirit looks like. For elephant level cursed spirit. Call out! Li Guanqi didn't say anything nonsense. The compassionate head on the left suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes emitted golden light, and an invisible sword of soul power condensed out, suddenly piercing the figure of the cursed spirit. Supernatural power. God-killing sword. The invisible soul sword was extremely fast, instantly piercing into the sea of consciousness of the humanoid cursed spirit, and stabbing towards its soul body. No obstacles. A 4th level cursed spirit must have a 4th level soul. But the cursed spirits all live in the deep mountains and old forests. If they don't go outside to learn and don't have corresponding powers, then they don't have soul defense skills to protect their souls. Although this human-shaped cursed spirit can speak human language, it is obvious that it has not learned the soul defense technique. So what about 4th level souls? Li Guanqi is now using the god-killing sword condensed with the power of his 3rd level soul to stab a completely undefended 4th level soul. It's like a young man holding a long sword and attacking an unarmed and naked adult man. There is nothing wrong with a big man being strong and strong. But the problem is that the boy is holding a long sword. Boom! The god-killing sword was as powerful as a bamboo, rushing towards the depths of the sea of consciousness of the human figure cursed spirit, and directly pierced the soul of this 4th level cursed spirit. However, no damage was caused. The soul of the silhouetted cursed spirit was deeply sunk, but there were no cracks. It was like a pressed clay toy. Although it was deformed by the pressure, it was not broken. The gap between the 4th level cursed spirit and the 3rd level soul is as big as cloud mud. What's more, Li Guanqi has just broken through the 3rd level soul, which is only level 30. Even if this 4th level soul has no defense, it cannot be broken so easily. But this magical power of his is called the god-killing sword. It is a sword, not an arrow, that is out of control if you shoot it out. The god-killing sword is connected to Li Guanqi's soul body, and he can continue to strengthen it at any time, like a warrior holding a sword. Buzz! Li Guanqi completely exploded his soul power, and the god-killing sword that penetrated into the enemy's sea of consciousness instantly erupted with golden light, and its power increased steadily. Boom! Finally, with Li Guanqi's all-out effort, the invisible and insubstantial god-killing sword completely broke through the self-defense of the 4th level soul, and forcibly smashed the soul body of the human figure into a sky full of blue light. The soul is broken. That is, the soul is destroyed. When the soul dies, the body dies. Level 4 cursed spirit. Instant kill. Puff! However, at the same time, Li Guanqi's compassionate head turned pale, spitting blood, and closed his golden eyes. And his body also swayed. And he knelt on the ground directly on one knee, with a painful expression on the head in the middle. It's not that the soul is backlashing. Generally speaking, 3rd level souls cannot be used to attack the enemy. There is a high probability that the soul will be shocked and cause backlash. But the god-killing sword is extremely mysterious. This magical power allows Li Guanqi to launch a soul attack with a 3rd level soul without worrying about backlash. As for his current discomfort, it was simply due to the excessive consumption of soul power, which made him feel dizzy for a while, as if his body had been hollowed out. But Li Guanqi didn't dare to stop at all. He endured the dizziness and black mist spewed out of his body, sweeping away all the disintegrating soul power of the figure's cursed spirit. Plunder technique. In fact, whether it is spiritual power, soul power, or other energy, after Li Guanqi plundered it through this technique, he needed to undergo an energy conversion first. He initially used the term star-absorbing magic to describe his plundering technique. The disadvantage of the star-absorbing method is that the conflicts between various different attributes of infuriating energy will eventually lead to the user going crazy or exploding to death. But the plunder technique is not a star-absorbing technique after all, and it does not have such drawbacks, because the plunder spell will perform energy conversion. The transformed energy can completely become Li Guanqi's own power, becoming one with himself. Unfortunately, the conversion efficiency is not high. As the black mist returned to the body with the soul power of the figure's cursed spirit, Li Guanqi's lost soul power was quickly replenished, and he was back to his prime in an instant. And the extra soul power also increased his soul strength again. Soul, LV30 LV.32, 32.8. After the 4th level soul of the silhouette cursed spirit collapsed, Li Guanqi moved quickly and plundered at least 50% of the soul power. But even so, the converted soul power only helped his 3rd level soul increase by 2 levels. But that's okay. A little adds up to a lot. Sure enough, now that I have this plundering technique, the meaning of the technique to me is to break through the realm and use it to break the limit. As for the accumulation of energy in each realm, Just relying on plunder will be enough.
Li Guanqi slowly lifted himself up from the ground. His head and 6 arms disappeared, and his hair and eyes returned to their original state.
It's a pity that senior sister is not here.
Li Guanqi looked around, looking at this active dark night forest, as if he saw countless 3rd level and 4th level cursed spirits. It was as if he saw the soul of LV-39 waving to him. But no. Massacre of the cursed spirits to plunder the soul power will definitely attract the attention of the cursed spirits. When a group of 4th level cursed spirits join forces, he will probably have to run away. If it gets worse and the overlord of this forest, the 5th level cursed spirit, takes action, then his trip to this strange world will only be declared game over.
Sister, I miss you so much. When will you come?
Li Guanqi couldn't laugh or cry. When Shi Gongming first mentioned this matter to him, he thought it was unnecessary. But now that he thought about it, having a 5 elements level Wang Yanqing by his side had too many benefits. If the senior sister were here, he could directly use this forest as a hunting ground and plunder soul power like crazy. Moreover, when the senior sister comes, he can also follow the senior sister to practice the
4 pillars of heavenly Ju,
and seek opportunities to break through the 4 elephant level of martial arts.
By the way, senior sister.
Li Guanqi raised his head and looked at the stars in the sky. What conclusion will the military department draw? It should be fine. Right? After all, it is the Wang family, one of the 16 surnames in Daluo. Moreover, Senior Qi said that the current Minister of Civil Affairs was the senior sister's biological uncle, so she would not be subject to suffering and sentence.
Sister, you must be fine.
Li Guanqi looked at the stars and whispered to himself. Then, he shook his head and dispersed these thoughts, walked towards the body of the silhouetted cursed spirit, took out the tool from the space ring, and gave the energy core of the silhouetted cursed spirit, commonly known as the
cursed spirit's heart blood,
to take it out and put it in a bottle. His martial arts cultivation has now reached its bottleneck, and his physical body has reached its limit. No matter how much blood he swallows, it will be useless. But you can keep it until you reach the 4th level before drinking it. The energy of the cursed spirit's blood has a very long shelf life, and its effect will not weaken after several years.
Hey, let's go!
Li Guanqi put the bottle containing the 4th level alien blood into the space ring, then looked at Arya behind him, and with a wave of his hand, the blindness spell cast on the woman was dispersed.
F.A. What happened?
Arya looked at him blankly.
As the saying goes, the less you know, the longer you live.
Li Guanqi was too lazy to explain. Arya looked at the corpse of the cursed spirit not far away and fell into deep thought. Okay.
Let's go!
Li Guanqi and Arya headed deeper into the forest into the night, heading towards the cave that might contain the formula for the strange blood potion. However, just after Li Guanqi and Arya left, next to the corpse of the 4th level cursed spirit, a tall figure suddenly appeared. This woman was dressed in a red outfit, with her single ponytail tied high and fluttering in the wind. 5 elements level martial artist, Wang Yanqing. Although they were more than 100 meters apart, Li Guanqi was not aware of her appearance behind him. The netherworld talent couldn't prompt him, because even the surrounding insects seemed to turn a blind eye to the sudden appearance of this human woman. Top-level martial arts body skills are enough to restrain the aura to the point where low-level creatures can
turn a blind eye.
In the capital, the military department officially issued a written document and dismissed Wang Yanqing from her military post. She did not stop at all and directly took the teleportation array to the land of southern Xinjiang. Then, relying on the bronze ring she gave to Li Guanqi, following the induction, she rushed here without stopping. As soon as I came over, I saw Li Guanqi killing the 4th level cursed spirit instantly.
Can the 4th level cursed spirit be killed instantly?
Wang Yanqing looked at the corpse of the cursed spirit on the ground and narrowed her beautiful eyes. The speed of growth is really scary. The hidden trump card is really mysterious. Definitely not an ordinary civilian. Which big family is he a descendant of?
Ah.
In the end, Wang Yanqing shook his head and chuckled.
Junior brother. Junior brother. Senior sister is only at the 5 elements level. How long can I be your bodyguard? But if I don't want to be your bodyguard, then
The woman in red looked confused.
Where should I go?
She couldn't find her direction in life. The death of her husband, the chaos in the Daluo court, her family deliberately keeping her away from the whirlpool, all these things made this newlywed and widowed woman feel physically and mentally exhausted. Unsettled. It will be difficult for military forces to advance when the state of mind is not stable enough.
Rashly seeking Lioha-level opportunities to break through is not only difficult, but also a very dangerous thing. Forget it. Just follow him first. Wang Yanqing smiled and shook her head. Anyway, this junior brother really cares about her. Just now I was looking at the stars, thinking of her, and talking to myself. Brush? Wang Yanqing's figure flashed and disappeared into the forest. She didn't want to show up right now, because she was a little confused about who the big-breasted foreign woman next to Li Guanqi was. Although it looks ordinary, it is really big. Is this what junior brother likes? Are they a couple? Or are you pursuing it? Therefore, it is better not to show up now, so as not to ruin the good things of junior brother. Beyond the forest, Yan Chumping, wearing a platinum robe, walked slowly over, with a ball of pale white light suspended in his right hand. The eyes of this new master of the 5 elements Dzogchen school narrowed slightly. Li Guanqi? It should be nearby. Chapter 272 Tiger Banshee. Mars Formula. C. 2 hours later. Here we are. Right there. The moon is as bright as frost. In the dark forest, Arya grabbed Li Guanqi's left arm and pointed forward. Li Guanqi looked in the direction of her finger. 300 meters away, the trees in the forest gradually became sparse, and a deep cave appeared in sight. The dark entrance of the cave looked like a giant beast that chose people to devour. There are still demon species living there. Li Guanqi observed the traces near the cave entrance, and based on the knowledge in his mind, he quickly made a judgment. The entry and exit of large demon species will trample the trees, causing them to be unable to grow. Although there are no trees near the entrance of the cave now, the Thunderhorn beast must have died. Because the Thunderhorn loves the smell of the thunder fruit, it will deliberately sprinkle the seeds of the thunder tree near the entrance of the cave. When entering and leaving the lair, it will be particularly careful not to step on the thunder tree. But there are no thunder trees here. 7 years have passed. If the nest was empty, the trees around the cave entrance should have continued to grow. But they did not. And the trampling marks nearby were very obvious. This shows that a large demon species has occupied this place as its new lair. These footprints should be that of a 4-elephant-level demon species. The tiger body banshee. No wonder. No wonder they even dared to occupy the Thunderhorn beast's former lair. Unless they were both 4-elephant-level monsters, they wouldn't be able to do such a thing. Tiger? Arya looked at Li Guanqi in surprise. What kind of demon is this? Why have I never heard of it? It is a species of demon unique to southern Xinjiang. Li Guanqi narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice. According to legend, a long time ago, a tiger was infected by the breath of a cursed spirit. After transforming into a demon species, he raped all the women in a village. And those women were raped in just one night. The offspring of the tiger-like demon was born, becoming the origin of a new demon race. It was a creature similar to a centaur, or half-tiger. Its lower body was a tiger, and its upper body was a beautiful and charming human woman. So it was called a tiger banshee. The 4-elephant level, the 4-elephant law, wind, thunder, light, and darkness. The clouds follow the dragon, and the wind follows the tiger. Once the tiger-bodied banshee lives 120 years, she will reach the early stage of the 4 symbols when she reaches adulthood, which is the cultivation level of the 4 symbols wind realm. And she will be able to control the power of the law of wind. Ah? Arya was obviously confused. Then these tiger-shaped banshees are all female. How can they mate and produce offspring? Tiger is just a name given to them by humans. Li Guanqi said calmly. This kind of banshee only looks like a woman. In fact, of course there are male and female. But no matter whether they are female or male, their upper bodies look like human women. So they are called tiger-body banshees. Yes, what you should consider is not how this kind of monsters mate, but how we get in. You can't beat him? Arya was startled. Of course I can beat you. The problem is you. Li Guanqi glanced at her and said, the tiger-body banshee is named Banshee, not a half-human tiger. Why do you think it is? Forehead. Arya tilted her head and thought for a while. According to the naming principles of monster species issued by the Monster Hunting Association a long time ago, the monster species named such and such a banshee, generally speaking, in addition to possessing human female characteristics. In addition, they also have some kind of powerful sound waves or soul attacks. She quickly looked at Li Guanqi. Is this it? Right. Li Guanqi nodded slightly. The tiger-body banshee has an innate soul attack technique called Howling Soul. This soul attack covers a large area without distinction. I am not afraid. But if you are yelled at, I'm afraid my soul will be broken on the spot. I don't know whether Arya's soul was shattered on the spot. But anyway, after hearing his words, her face turned pale on the spot. You have to leave. Li Guanqi frowned and said, generally speaking, for a 4-elephant level tiger body banshee, the coverage area of the soul roaring technique is between 300 and 800 meters in radius. By then, all creatures with souls within this range will be destroyed. Spread. Arya looked around, looking at the gloomy forest, and couldn't help but swallowed. But I'm afraid that if I hide 800 meters away, I will be eaten by the cursed spirit before you come back. By the way, have you ever thought about? Li Guanqi looked at the blonde sorcerer with a half smile. The cave has arrived. So you are completely useless to me now. I can completely ignore you. Or kill you. Or even kill you first. I'll kill you first. And then I'll leave you dead in the wilderness. Arya's face was completely pale as a sheet. Well, this must be the villain's style? Li Guanqi thought about it carefully, then shook his head gently. But I don't think there's anything enjoyable about it. Get some sleep. He looked at Arya and touched the girl's eyes with his right hand. The words just fell. Arya rolled her eyes, fainted, and was about to fall to the ground. Aesthete's spell, sleep. Take her away and protect her. Li Guanqi did not let Arya fall to the ground, but put his arms around her waist and said something to the people around her. Soon, the figures of several second-level cursed spirits emerged from the forest and took the sleeping Arya 800 meters away. Li Guanqi's control range over the cursed spirit is 1,000 meters. So it's still just fine. That's all that can be done. There are many third-level and fourth-level cursed spirits in the forest. If Arya is really unlucky, and these second-level cursed spirits cannot protect her, it can only be said that she will die. But staying by his side was even more impossible. When the tiger succubus roared, Arya would definitely die. It depends on her luck. Call. Li Guanqi no longer thought about Arya, but focused all his attention on the cave ahead. Tiger Banshee. Different from the fourth-level cursed spirit he encountered 2 hours ago, and different from the many enemies he had encountered before. The Tiger Banshee is a real demon species that can use soul attack techniques. Good at using the soul attack technique Tiger Roar. But just like humans, the soul strength of most demon species will be lower than their own cultivation level. Of course, there are also particularly powerful demon species, such as the giant dragon clan, whose cultivation and soul can be equal to each other, just like the children of wealthy human families and top geniuses. But the Tiger Banshee is obviously not one of them. This tiger-shaped banshee is a 4-elephant level demon species, but her soul is probably only at level 3. At most LE35 and LE38. And unlike humans, humans don't dare to attack with third-level souls for fear of backlash. Even some demon species with high intelligence don't dare. But the Tiger Banshee is different. This kind of monster has extremely low intelligence and can be called a beast. It is not afraid of this or that at all. If it were in the past, Li Guanqi would have turned around and run away when faced with an enemy like this that could use soul attacks. But it's different now. Now he also has a third-level soul. And he also has a divine armor to protect his soul. He just took this opportunity to verify the defensive strength of the divine armor. Superior. After thinking about this, Li Guanqi no longer hesitated, made a secret with one hand, and cast the 3-level spell, Shadow Concealment. He directly turned into a flowing shadow, taking advantage of the night, slowly flowing into the cave ahead. There were corpses everywhere in the dark cave. Among them, there were many dead corpses piled on the ground after just 2 bites, including cursed spirits, demon species, and even human mercenary groups who came here to adventure and hunt. The piles of putrid corpses emitted an unspeakable stench in the cave. Tiger banshees are cruel by nature, and hunting is not only for food, but also for fun. They like to kill creatures and then pile them up in their lairs. Suddenly, the shadow transformed by Li Guanqi stopped on the ground, 50 meters ahead, above a fairly open rock formation. A large creature that was 5 meters tall, with the lower body of a purple tiger and the upper body of a naked woman, was lying in front of a goat-like demon species, gnawing at the flesh and blood, eating her supper. His face was covered in blood. Tiger Banshee. Its upper body is indeed very beautiful, but the prerequisite is to clean it. If it is not cleaned, the blood stains and residual flesh strands on the face of the Tiger Banshee will definitely make any human with special XP feel scared. Especially the mouth of the tiger succubus, which looks tempting with red lips, but is actually a mouth full of sharp fangs. There are also barbs in the mouth to facilitate tearing the flesh and blood of food. This is one of the reasons why it cannot be called a half-man tiger, because this kind of creature with low intelligence is completely incomparable with the centaur family and cannot be regarded as a centaur family. Boom! Suddenly, the tiger-shaped banshee dropped the goat demon seed in her hand on the ground, turned around, and stared straight at the direction of Li Guanqi with her blood-red eyes. Oops. Found. Roar! The tiger-body succubus didn't hesitate for a moment. She opened her mouth and let out a thunderous roar like a tiger's roar. The sound shook an area of 800 meters. Soul attack technique Roaring Soul. Buzz. Almost the moment it performed this soul attack technique, Li Guanqi's soul was directly hit. There is no escape from attack and defense at the soul level. There is only hard attack and hard resistance. Knowledge C. Circles of lines like sound wave ripples are continuously transmitted in the sea of consciousness. In all directions. In an endless stream. The entire surface of the consciousness sea was undulating violently, creating turbulent waves. The center of the sea, Li Guanqi's body of a god and demon, with 3 heads and 6 arms, was sitting cross-legged on the ground. He was wearing a heavy dark gold armor called the Royal God Armor. He blocked a huge full moon soul shield in front of him, and faced the sound wave ripples around him without any concern. Move. Tiger Roar. This soul attack technique was shaking Li Guanqi's sea of consciousness, trying to shatter his soul into pieces. However, let alone being shattered, his soul body was protected by the God Armor, and had no impact at all. Test completed. A 3rd level soul using the Divine Armor can be completely immune to soul attacks of the same level. He even suspected that with the current ease of the God Control Armor, he would most likely be able to block an attack from a 4th level soul. But that's another story. As for now, it's his turn. Call out! The 3-headed and 6-armed spirit body of the god and demon stood up. With a wave of his right hand, boundless sea water of soul power gathered and turned into an invisible and qualityless soul sword. It shot out at an astonishing speed and flew towards the sea of consciousness. Outside, supernatural power. God-killing sword. Call out! The God-killing sword reached its peak in an instant and entered the depths of the sea of consciousness of the tiger banshee. In the center of the azure sea, a blue soul with a tiger's lower body and a woman's upper body looked horrified. 3rd level soul. Facing the flying God-killing sword. It had no power to parry. The soul body was directly smashed into pieces and turned into blue light all over the sky. The banshee with the body of a tiger. Her soul is shattered and her body is dead. 3rd level soul. In the dark cave, a shadow slowly emerged, taking the form of Li Guanqi. The soul of the tiger banshee is a 3rd level soul, and it is an undefended 3rd level soul. The tiger banshee has a natural soul attack technique, but they have no natural soul defense. Without defense, Li Guanqi's God-killing sword can crush even a 4th level soul, let alone a mere 3rd level soul. This is why humans can become overlords. Li Guanqi stood in the cave, looking at the body of the tiger-bodied banshee in the distance, his eyes twinkling. There are living beings who are born with soul attack skills. There are living beings who are born with soul defense skills. Only human beings are born knowing nothing, but they have unlimited possibilities. Through acquired learning, they can learn these things that other creatures are born with one by one and adopt them as their own. Knowledge and learning are the reasons for humankind's longevity. Li Guanqi took a step forward and used the plunder technique. Black mist emitted from his body, plundering the disintegrated soul power of the tiger-bodied banshee. Soul, LD 32, 32.832.9. Increased strength by 0.1. After transformation, this little soul power is better than nothing. The 4-elephant level tiger-bodied banshee was directly killed by Li Guanqi without even using the spiritual power of the law of wind. 3rd level soul. God refining realm. 4th level soul. Virtual realm. 5th level soul. Reality. The reason why the words virtual and real are used to distinguish 4th and 5th level souls is to indicate that the 4th level soul is not yet strong enough. Not to mention 3rd level souls. Under normal circumstances, humans would not dare to use even 4th level virtual souls to attack the enemy for fear of backlash. Only those who have reached the 5th level of reality soul can sit back and relax and use it with confidence. But Li Guanqi is different. The magical god-killing sword allows him to directly use the 3rd level soul to attack without having to worry about being backlashed. It is a magical skill. Everyone is a 3rd level soul. Others are careful not to use it, for fear of bumping into it and turning themselves into lunatics and fools with incomplete souls. But he can use it crazily and unscrupulously. I don't know how much a 4-elephant level tiger banshee can be sold for.
Li Guanqi stepped forward, stacked the body of the tiger body banshee, tied it with ropes, and put it into the space ring. The demon species is full of treasures. What's more, he was killed with a soul-destroying attack, and his body was not harmed at all. So he was destined to be sold for a good price.
Bring her back.
Li Guanqi turned to look at the entrance of the cave, and gave orders to the cursed spirit in the distance. Soon, the figures of several Liangya-level cursed spirits appeared, and carried the sleeping Arya back to Li Guanqi. This woman's luck is pretty good. Although Li Guanqi solved the battle very quickly, taking less than a minute from start to finish. Given the danger level of this forest, she was truly a
daughter of great luck.
If she could avoid being targeted by demons or cursed spirits at the level of 3 talents.
Wake up!
Li Guanqi waved again, dispelling Arya's sleeping spell. Arya's eyelashes trembled. After all the cursed spirits around her left, she finally woke up completely. She looked at Li Guanqi blankly.
Why did you just? Don't ask. I'm too lazy to explain.
Li Guanqi turned and walked deeper into the cave.
All you need to know now is that the tiger banshee in the cave is dead. What we have to do now is to find your teacher's bones from 7 years ago among the corpses and bones everywhere.
This thing is quite difficult.
Very easy to find.
Arya quickly followed him, and said seriously,
These corpses all have signs of decay. And if my teacher was really not eaten by the Thunderhorn beast, then he will definitely not be decayed at all.
Oh! Li Guanqi glanced at the woman in surprise.
Why? Your teacher often drank preservatives during his lifetime?
No. Arya stomped her feet speechlessly.
My teacher is a 7-star magician. 7-star. He can harness the power of stars. He has the ability of a natal star, which is to enhance his physique. And he has tried, cut off a piece of his own flesh and blood. And it has not decayed even after 20 years.
Li Guanqi's eyes narrowed. 7 stars. The reason why this realm is called 7 stars is because practitioners in this realm can choose up to 7 stars as their own natal stars, thereby possessing special star power.
What level of physical strength did your teacher gain with the help of that star?
Li Guanqi asked Arya.
3rd talent level body refining realm.
Arya scratched her head.
The teacher's friends often say that his choice of this is a complete waste. A waste of a star. But the teacher said that they can't even imagine how good a 3rd level body can be.
Li Guanqi was speechless. Of course this is really cool. A Sansai level body is fully capable of
fighting for 3 days and 3 nights in a row.
In the true sense. Of course. The premise is that the issue of whether the man and the woman are tired of it, and whether the woman can bear it is not considered. This Mars is really interesting. 7 stars are divided into 7 small stages. And you can choose 1 more star in each stage. A carrot and a pit. Once you choose, you won't have any regrets. But he was willing to use such a precious opportunity in exchange for a body that, to a 7-star conjurer, meant nothing more than playing poker intensely in bed. After all, a 3-level body really has no other meaning to a 7-star conjurer.
Let's go. Since you say so, it's easy to find.
Li Guanqi stepped forward and began to search around the cave. It is not difficult to find a fresh corpse from a pile of rotting corpses and bones. Of course, that's assuming it's still there. Buzz? Arya casually released a white light ball for illumination. After all, she was completely blind in this dark cave. Li Guanqi did not use the lighting technique. His night vision ability is even more powerful than the visibility brought by the light ball. After a few minutes,
there's no point in looking for them together.
Li Guanqi kicked several corpses on the ground away, then glanced at Arya beside him.
There are no other dangers in the cave. Let's look for them separately.
After that, he walked towards another path.
Good.
Arya had no objection. She held the lighting ball in her hand and nodded slightly. Chapter 273 The 5-Element Magician takes action. And the senior sister finally appears. This cave is huge and full of corpses. Moreover, the tiger-shaped banshee's roar just now killed too many insects, making Li Guanqi's talent for secluded secrecy difficult to use. But fortunately, the tiger banshee only roared to death the bugs within a radius of 800 meters, while the bugs outside the area were still alive. Soon, with the help of insects, Li Guanqi finally found what he wanted to see in the deepest part of the cave, after going around more than a dozen bends in the cave. It was a corpse, under the stone wall entangled with many purple-red vines. A bloody corpse lay there quietly. He has flaxen hair and a handsome European face, even though he has died long ago.
His incorruptible body still makes him look like a sleeping handsome man. The blood stains on his face make it even more. Manliness. 7-star new magician. Mars Clinton. May you rest in peace. Li Guanqi stood there and bowed his head slightly in greeting. Mars is a playboy. But he is also a real man. And he is also an excellent 7-star magician and alchemist. Next to the body of this 7-star magician, on the stone wall, there are English writings carved on it. And there are dried blood stains on it. Sure enough. I guessed it right. Li Guanqi approached the stone wall and looked carefully. Mars was indeed seriously injured due to space turbulence. But the skinny camel was bigger than a horse. He was a 7-star magician after all. And he finally killed the 4-elephant-level Thunderhorn beast. However, he himself was seriously injured and could not recover. He finally climbed to the stone wall and carved his last words on the wall. Mars was a tulip man, so his last words were naturally in Western language. First row. I finally finished the real monster blood evolution potion. Li Guanqi read it out softly and tried to translate it using his English skills. I finally completed the real monster blood evolution potion? He frowned. Monster blood evolution potion. Monster blood evolution potion? No, that's not right. The word monster blood evolution potion should be translated into what Arya said, a different blood potion. Li Guanqi's eyes suddenly condensed. Before Mars died, he actually completed a real different blood potion. Call. Li Guanqi suppressed his excitement, looked at the carvings on the stone wall next to the corpse, and began to translate word for word. I finally finished the real alien blood potion. And the funny thing is, I'm dying now. The strange blood potion is my life's work. I have struggled for it all my life, even cooperating with the Witcher headquarters, just to obtain their knowledge about the potion. But I have never been able to succeed there. I need a material that can neutralize the effect of the alien blood potion on the pineal gland of the human brain. I have been searching for a long time, searching all over the Western continent, looking through countless alchemy books, and trying countless medicinal herbs, but I have never found this material that meets the requirements. Interestingly, I was chased here by the Holy See, but before I died, I saw this material on this stone wall. Where is this place? What is this purple-red vine called? I have never seen it before. I was delayed for a full 287 years due to the lack of such a piece of information. My name is Mars Clinton. If future generations come here, please remember the recipe I wrote on the wall on the left. It is the formula of alien blood potion. This potion can allow any human being to directly evolve into a different blood warrior, and only need to add a little bit of these purple-red vines to make the different blood potion without any side effects. This is a great invention, greater than the secret method of alien blood incarnation of the great Luo dynasty. And it is enough to put my name, Mars Clinton, in the annals of history. It's a pity that I don't have time. I still have so many words to write. Damn it. There is no room for me, Mars, to write my last words on such a wall. My life has been so wonderful and romantic. Finish. The last words of the 7-star magician, Mars Clinton, ended abruptly. Li Guanqi turned his attention to the left. There was a wall full of writings on the formulas for different blood potions. The strange blood potion can 100% turn an ordinary human into a different blood warrior and a superhuman. It is a magical potion that has no threshold for use. This is a great invention. Once the different blood potion comes out, it will inevitably lead to the emergence of a large number of different blood warriors, turning a large number of ordinary humans into superhuman beings. From this point of view, the strange blood potion can be said to be of great benefit. However, the nature of this invention, like the spell plundering technology, is not a good thing for the spell world, and can even be said to be an absolute bad thing. A large number of different blood warriors appear. With such a huge base, the top warriors of the different blood warriors will emerge one after another, and even completely overwhelm the magicians. At that time, the magicians can really only be reduced to the foil of the different blood warriors. Why does the magic world hate the Daluo dynasty so much? Because the Daluo dynasty only focused on the development of different blood warriors. They even developed the most advanced method of adding different blood to the body, which could reduce the mortality rate to 0%. But even so, the Daluo dynasty failed to turn all humans in the country into warriors of different blood. Because this method also has thresholds. It only allows people to not die if they fail. But it cannot allow everyone to succeed and become a different blood warrior. But Mars' strange blood potion can. So of course the magic world must be killed. That's why the Holy See of Fire of Night is hunting down Mars. As for the so-called nobles creating an army, the so-called Mars is unwilling to let his invention become a tool of the nobles. And is unwilling to let innocent people become the killing tools of the nobles? Fake. It was Mars who said nice things to the female student Arya slept with. Behind this incident, in the final analysis, is the suppression of different blood warriors by the magic world. Mars' previous semi-finished different blood potion would make people lose their minds after becoming a different blood warrior. Even so, the magic world cannot accept it. If you really want to make up for this flaw for him, what's the point? Therefore, the magic world's pursuit of Mars was extremely vigorous, and the Holy See's actions were even more thunderous. From the day Mars developed this potion, his death was destined. But man's calculation is not as good as God's calculation. Even the Vatican did not expect that Mars would actually pass through the teleportation array and arrive in this remote cave. Under some circumstances, he would even find these purple-red vines, and find a way to make up for the shortcomings of the potion. The last material. Since then, before Mars died, he announced that the strange blood potion was officially completed. Then the complete formula of the potion appeared in front of Li Guanqi 7 years after Mars died. Is this a coincidence? Yes and no. Li Guanqi came to Moxie Gu village under the special arrangement of the strange world. Otherwise, he would not have come into contact with Arya, who settled in Moxie Gu village. And he would not be here now. In a strange world, conjurers suppress different blooded warriors. So this potion is destined to remain hidden. But Li Guanqi walked to the stone wall and wrote down the contents of the formula one by one. But in reality there is none. In reality, there is no suppression of different blood warriors by magicians at all. He could definitely bring the formula of this magic potion into reality, and then collect all the materials required for the formula in several copies, and bring them back to reality together, so that Lin Xianbai and the others could try to cultivate them in large quantities in reality. Once successful, a large number of different blood superhumans will appear in reality, starting from scratch and increasing the overall power of the world. Susu! Li Guanqi waved his hand, and dark blue spiritual power emitted, erasing all the writing on the wall, including last words and formulas. Gray-white stone chips fell to the ground, traces of destruction. From now on, only he knows the formula of this strange blood potion. If the magic world knew of the existence of this magic potion formula, they would definitely eradicate it by any means necessary. Of course, Dalyua dynasty will definitely not do it. If Li Guanqi takes this magic potion to the Dalyua dynasty, he may gain glory and wealth, or he may be silenced. But regardless of whether he is silenced or not, he will not do this. The Dalyua dynasty was also in conflict with the powerful, and the 8 kingdoms pillars made the entire dynasty a mess, which was not a good thing. Of course, the most important thing is that he is not a Dalyua from a strange world at all. He is a real Chinese. The formula for the strange blood potion will only bring him back to reality. Then, several copies of all the ingredients for these formulas must be made, and then brought back to reality. And Lin Xianbai and the others are asked to find a way to cultivate mass production in reality. You have to find a way even if you have no choice. Tear. Li Guanqi raised his hand, pulled down all the purple vines on the wall, and put them into the space ring. This is the most important material to ensure that the strange blood potion has no side effects. If he read correctly, this should be a unique vine in southern Xinjiang. Its scientific name is Jaya purple blood vine. It is said that it was first discovered by a southern Xinjiang man named Jaya. And because it is only found in southern Xinjiang, it grows in Xinjiang. So it is also called southern Xinjiang purple blood vine. In fact, people in southern Xinjiang have not yet discovered that this thing has any medicinal value. Perhaps it is precisely because of its worthlessness that it has no visibility. Eventually, Mars, far away on the other side of the ocean, in the Tulip Empire, is completely unaware of the existence of this vine. Well, it all comes down to destiny. Fate plays a trick on people. Then, Li Guanqi squatted down and touched Mars' body and found that there was nothing. Think about it too. People who have space rings basically put everything into the space ring. And then a space turbulence appears and everything is gone. At that time, Mars was being hunted by the Holy See. In a life and death crisis, it was even more impossible for him to think about taking out his valuables first. His mind was full of thoughts of escaping in the teleportation array. So how could he think about such things? Arya! After confirming that there was nothing to take around, Li Guanqi turned and shouted towards the cave. Arya. Leah. Ya. In the empty cave, Li Guanqi's echo was extremely clear. What's the matter? What? La. Soon. Arya's response came. Li Guanqi was too lazy to shout anymore. Less than a minute. Arya's figure appeared in the darkness, with the lighting ball still suspended in her hand. You, teacher! Arya approached the place and immediately discovered Mars' body. Tears immediately burst out of her eyes. She rushed to Mars' body and cried loudly. She had always known that Mars was supposed to be dead. But after all, no body was seen. You want to see people when you are alive. And you want to see corpses when you are dead. Without seeing the body, there was still a glimmer of hope to live. But after seeing the body, this last glimmer of hope disappeared. What? Arya fell to her knees, trembling, over Mars' body. The sad cries continued to echo and spread in the empty and dark cave, making those who heard it feel sad. Li Guanqi said nothing. He just stood aside, waiting quietly for Arya to release her emotions. A long time. Arya's crying gradually became quieter. She raised her head and looked around blankly, her eyes obviously lingering on the two stone walls nearby. Teacher, did he mention me? The blonde sorceress was obviously not particularly stupid. It was clear that Li Guanqi had destroyed the handwriting. But it wasn't the formula that she cared about. It's about whether his teacher mentioned her before he died. The truth is, of course, absolutely nothing. Mars' last words were almost all about the strange blood potion. And other things were not mentioned at all. But, sometimes, a white lie can actually be a better thing. He wants you to do well. Li Guanqi looked at Arya and said seriously. He said that the three of you were the ones he worried about the most before he died. And among the three of you, you were the one who worried about him the most. He said that he was the one who harmed you. He also said, I hope you can find a good man who loves you for the rest of your life. He really said that? Arya wiped her swollen eyes away from tears and looked at Li Guanqi blankly. I have no reason to lie about this kind of thing. Li Guanqi looked calm. Teacher. Arya lowered her head and looked at Mars' body. Mars' body is incorruptible. And even though he has been dead for 7 years, he still looks like he is asleep. Teacher, woo-woo. Arya seemed to want to hold back her tears. But in the end, she couldn't. She lay on Mars' chest and cried loudly again. It's strange. I haven't even taken action yet. Why is someone crying? Suddenly, a man's voice sounded quietly from not far away. Buzz? Li Guanqi activated his 3-headed and 6-armed body almost instantly. With white hair and blue eyes, he sealed with 6 hands at the same time, and released 6 3-level spiritual shields one after another, like facing a formidable enemy. Talent. Dark Insight, green. This talent made the hairs on his body explode, and his scalp became numb to the extreme. The opponent's terrifying murderous intention almost condensed into substance, so that he directly showed the most comprehensive defensive posture without any hesitation. The man's voice continued. A conjurer in the Liangyang realm is also a different blood warrior in the Liangyang realm. Isn't it a bit rare? Huh? It seems that he is a 3-level different blood warrior? In Li Guanqi's solemn gaze, in the depths of darkness, 5-color brilliance quietly emerged, turning into a multicolored spiritual shield. Within the colorful shield, a figure slowly condensed, turned from virtual to real, and turned into a young man wearing a platinum robe. Daluo face. Introduction. My name is Yen Chumping. I come from the Violet Council and am a 5-element level Dzogchen, magician. The man in white robe was hiding in the colorful shield, looking at Li Guanqi with 3 heads and 6 arms, with a smile on his face. It's this aura. You are Li Guanqi. Someone asked me to kill you, but I feel that people like you you don't deserve to dirty my hands. So can you please commit suicide? 5 elements level magician. Sent from Zhuang Yuan? Li Guanqi clenched his teeth and his face turned extremely ugly. He couldn't figure out how Zhuang Yuan did it. But in this strange world, besides Zhuang Yuan, who else would want his life? I'll give you 3 seconds to think about it. Yen Chumping, who was wearing a platinum robe, looked at Li Guanqi and said with a smile, either commit suicide, or let me kill you 3,600 times, and then let your soul be tortured and die in extreme pain. Li Guanqi's mood dropped to rock bottom. 5 elements leveled Dzogchen. A magician of this level must have 4th level soul and soul defense skills. How to fight this? 3. Yen Chumping has already started the countdown. Forget it. Let's start Ling Qi directly. However, before even counting to 2, This 5-element leveled Dzogchen magician waved his right hand and condensed countless golden lights out of thin air. Buzz! The dazzling golden light instantly illuminated the entire cave into a brilliant golden light. And in the blink of an eye it condensed into countless golden swords, exuding an extremely sharp and chilling aura. The golden rule. Boo-hoo! Countless golden swords shot out, as if it was exactly what Yin Chumping said, that Li Guanqi would be killed with 3,600 swords. Boom! However, before these golden swords could get closer, a blood-red spear fell from the sky. The blood-colored spear plunged diagonally into the ground, smashing the earth into pieces. At the same time, the majestic pressure that burst out instantly shattered the lightsaber in the sky into countless pieces. For a while, in the cave, golden light filled the sky and gravel flew. Teacher! Senior sister! Li Guanqi's eyes widened. In his blue eyes, the reflection of a man dressed in red quietly appeared. Tall and slender figure. Straight and slender legs. The willow waist that is full of hands. Her long hair is tied up in a single ponytail with a red crown. The red clothes danced with the surrounding wind and sand. The tall woman turned around, revealing a slightly smiling side face. 5 elements level. Wang Yanqing. You're not scared, are you, junior brother? This female martial artist dressed in red looked at Li Guanqi with a smile. Senior sister? Li Guanqi couldn't hide his shock, and couldn't help but have a bright smile on his face. In just a few seconds, his mood felt like he was on a roller coaster. First, when he saw Yin Chumping, his mood hit rock bottom. Then I saw my senior sister arriving, and my mood immediately soared. Why did you come at such a coincidence? Li Guanqi couldn't hide his joy and walked to Wang Yanqing's side. Skillful? Wang Yanqing smiled and said, I actually found you 2 hours ago. As she said that, she pointed to Arya, who was not far away, holding Mar's body with a look of fear on her face. It's just that I don't know what your relationship is with her, so I don't dare to come out and disturb you too. Hello. At this time, Yin Chumping looked at Wang Yanqing, who suddenly appeared, frowned and said, That alien blood warrior. Get out of here now. I can still spare your life. A different blood warrior? When Wang Yanqing heard this, he immediately frowned. The female martial artist casually picked up the blood-colored spear that was inserted diagonally into the ground, glanced at Yin Chumping, and said coldly, Listen up. The person standing in front of you is a martial artist from the Daoyuo dynasty. Daoyuo Wufu. It's the same. Yin Chumping laughed mockingly. They are all vulgar non-human beings. Hybrids of different blood. Ah. Wang Yanqing said nothing more, just held the blood-colored spear and smiled calmly. She's not bad looking, but she's certainly not a beauty in the traditional sense. But it was this face that was obviously not beautiful. But because of the smile at the corner of her mouth and the murderous intent in her eyes, she fell in Li Guanqi's eyes and was so stunning. Woofless don't like to argue with their mouths. Li Guanqi, who had 3 heads and 6 arms, took a step forward, stood next to Wang Yanqing, and took out some snow guns from the space ring, as well as the water moon sword used to display his sword intent. His white hair was flying, and his blue eyes stared coldly at Yin Chumping. On your deathbed, you will understand what it means to be a martial artist. I like this saying. Wang Yanqing glanced at him sideways, with a smile in her eyes. Come then, fight side by side with senior sister? My little junior brother? Li Guanqi held the water moon sword in his left hand, and the snow spear in his right hand. Hearing these words, he couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth and smile brightly. Okay, senior sister. Chapter 274, Demon Wang Family. Succubus King Yanqing. Boom! The forest under the dark night suddenly erupted with a loud noise, and the entire cave exploded, turning into countless rubbles and flying out. 2 figures rose from the ground and shot towards the sky. One of them, surrounded by 9-colored brilliance, hovered in the sky, and countless laws of power manifested, condensed into attacks such as flames and ice, violent winds and thunderstorms, and attacked the opponent. Wind, thunder, light and darkness, metal, wood, water, fire and earth. The power of the 9 laws was fully displayed in his hands. 5 elements leveled Dzogchen Master, Yin Chumping, and his opponent, the female warrior dressed in red and holding a blood-red spear, was also not to be outdone. There was a crimson disc attached to her back, and 2 crimson wings extended out to provide her with the ability to fly. Boom! With the help of the red wings, Wang Yanqing moved around in the sky. Every time he swung a gun, The terrifying power would shake the night sky with a radius of 1 kilometer, and forcibly turn the clouds and mist in the sky into a cloudless one. This is a 5-element level confrontation. The 5-element level Dzogchen magician, and the 5-element level Dzogchen master de Luofu. The entire dark forest, including the demon species and cursed spirits, were all trembling and fearful under this terrifying pressure. Flying magic weapon. Among the ruins on the ground, Li Guanqi, who had 3 heads and 6 arms, raised his head and looked at the winged figure of his senior sister in the sky. When a conjurer reaches the Liangyi level, he can use wind attribute spells to fly. At the level of 4 elephants, one can directly control the law of wind and the law of thunder. Under the combination of wind and thunder, not only can one fly for a long time, but also at extremely high speeds. What about the alien blood warriors? In addition to special powers, the different blood warriors can only fly with their own power after reaching the Liuhe level and being able to control the power of heaven and earth. But human wisdom is infinite. Where there is a need, there is a demand. Flying magic weapon was born due to luck. This is a magical weapon made from flying demon species, which allows people to directly have the ability to fly. The quality ranges from low to high. Some of the top flying magical weapons can even make 7 stars fly when their speed increases. Even the most advanced practitioners are far behind. The red disc and red wings on Wang Yanqing's back are obviously flying magic weapons. It's too dangerous here. I'll take you away first. Li Guanqi withdrew his gaze and looked at the corpses of Arya and Mars beside him. Thank you. Thank you. Arya held Mars' body, her face pale. The blonde sorceress was really confused. The body of the teacher was successfully found. But suddenly a 5-element level Dzogchen magician appeared and wanted to kill someone. Then he thought he was dead. But then a 5-element level Daluo female martial artist appeared. It was simply exciting. Gone. Li Guanqi raised his 2 arms, grabbed the bodies of Arya and Mal, and then took steps, running fast through the forest, towards the outside. With his current physique at the peak of the 3rd talent level, running is like an invisible gust of wind. Taking Arya away was not just to protect this innocent woman. More, it is a tactical requirement. Just before the war started, Li Guanqi and Wang Yanqing quickly discussed the tactical details. The battle between Wang Yanqing and Yin Chumping was at the 5 elements level, and it was at the pinnacle of the 5 elements level. No matter how high up Li Guanqi is, he will never reach that level, and it will be difficult for him to get involved. Moreover, Yin Chumping is a 5-element level Dzogchen, mastering the 9 laws of the 4 images and the 5 elements. Law means suppression. In front of this person, Li Guanqi's spells that controlled attributes such as wind, thunder, light, darkness, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth were ineffective. Even if it is cast, Yin Chumping will use his understanding of the law to directly control his spell. In front of Yin Chumping, Li Guanqi couldn't use these 9 attributes of spells at all. The law of water can pass through ice. This means that the ice power of the snow gun has almost no effect. Therefore, if he wanted to intervene in the battle between his senior sister and Yin Chumping, Li Guanqi could only choose a sneak attack. Because of this, he now needs to leave Yin Chumping's spiritual perception range. After Yin Chumping and his senior sister used real fire, and the battle became intense, he sneaked in and got closer. At that time, Yin Chumping, who was in the key battle, could not be distracted and naturally could not detect it. Brush. Li Guanqi ran like thunder and quickly rushed out of the forest, sending the bodies of Arya and Mars to the official road outside the forest. Let's go! Li Guanqi looked at Arya and said solemnly, follow the official road and return to Moxie Gu village as soon as possible. There are 5-element level spellcasters from the Moxie family there. The battle will not affect them there. How about you? Arya looked at him anxiously. Will you come with me? Your senior sister can't win. How can a different blood warrior defeat a spellcaster of the same level? Huh? Li Guanqi smiled. I can't possibly leave my senior sister and let her fight alone. Besides, we are not different blood warriors. We are warriors of different blood. Rumble. Over the forest, layers of dark clouds covered a kilometer radius, and purple-blue thunder exploded from time to time in the clouds, making earth-shattering sounds and exuding terrifying power. Yin Chumping was dressed in a platinum robe, standing under the thunder clouds, his whole body shrouded in thunder light. From a distance, Yin Chumping looked like a thunder god, majestic and powerful. Among the 9 laws, there is no one that is better or worse. The order of the 4 images and 5 elements of the conjurer is actually based on the mutual complementation and implication of the law. For elephant level, wind, thunder, light and darkness. First the wind, then the thunder. If, after comprehending the law of wind, the comprehension of the law of wind is level 1, then after comprehending the law of thunder, the comprehension level of both the law of wind and the law of thunder becomes level 2. Once you understand the law of light, the laws of wind, thunder, and light will all become level 3. This is the law of mutual reciprocity. The same goes for the 5 elements level. When a spellcaster comprehends the 9 laws of wind, thunder, light and darkness, metal, wood, water, fire and earth, his understanding of these 9 laws has all reached level 9. There is no high or low between laws. In battle, which method to use to attack the enemy depends entirely on the situation on the spot and the personal preference of the magician. It is obvious that Yin Chumping, like Qiuyu and Lei Cheng, likes to use the law of thunder the most, because this is the most violent law power. Boom! Yin Chumping's eyes burst out with purple-blue thunder, and he raised his hands high, triggering thousands of thunders and smashing them hard at the red figure in the distance. Thunder poured down, and the purple-blue thunder light instantly illuminated the entire night sky. Thousands of thunders form a thunderstorm. Boom! However, Wang Yanqing did not even hide. The crimson wings on his back were gently flapping, and he was actually suspended in place, accepting the thunder baptism calmly and letting the terrifying thunder light pour down. The thunder continues to fall. Purple-blue lightning flashed continuously. But as the thunder struck Wang Yanqing harder and harder, Yin Qingping's expression in the distance became increasingly ugly. Demon King's family? The thunder gradually dissipated in the night sky, after the purple-blue lightning completely disappeared. What appeared in Yin Qingping's sight was no longer the tall woman in red, but a 3-meter-tall female devil with a hot figure. Her skin turned lavender, with 2 blood-red spiral horns growing on her head, and a thick layer of black scales covering key parts such as her chest, lower body and buttocks, which served as both cover and natural protection. First, on the left arm and chest, a blue pattern appeared, like runes or tattoos, and it also emitted flickering light, adding a bit of wild beauty. The flying magic weapon disappeared. A pair of purple wings grew out of its back. There is even a slender devil tail extending from the hip. Wang Yanqing at this time was completely different from her before. The previous Wang Yanqing, even if he ignored the scar at the corner of his eye, could only barely be considered handsome. But now Wang Yanqing's skin has not only turned lavender, but her face has also undergone tremendous changes. She has become extremely beautiful, and can be called the most beautiful person in the world. In particular, those eyes that turned into amber were even more charming. Just one look at them seemed to be able to capture your heart. The so-called beautiful temptation is nothing more than this. Sure enough, it is the demon Wang family of the Daluo dynasty. In the distance, Yin Chumping, standing under the thunderclouds, looked at Wang Yanqing, who was now transformed into a female devil, with an increasingly solemn expression. One of the 16 surnames in Daluo, Wang. According to legend, the descendants of the Wang family will turn into demon bodies as long as they fully activate the power of the different blood and activate the 2 forms of the physical body. But it never means ugly. In fact, the males of the Wang family transform into demons and become extremely handsome, and the females of the Wang family transform into demons and become alluring and almost succubi. The nickname, Devil King family, is just one of them. In fact, in private, most people prefer to call them the succubus family. After all, in the history of the Daluo dynasty, the Wang family has produced the most princes and concubines. The ancestors of their family initially rose to power with the body of a succubus. Bastard Zhuang Yuan! Yin Chumping gritted his teeth, and a flash of light flashed in his eyes. Even if he could really defeat this woman, with the Wang family, one of the 16 surnames in Daluo, let him go. Damn it. This Li Guanqi is actually protected by the Wang family. Zhuang Yuan never mentioned this. Buzz? While Yin Chumping was thinking about whether to fight or retreat, he made secret gestures with his hands and formed a 9-color shield around his body. The female devil of the Wang family opposite is indeed eye-catching. But this is not a good thing. The Wang family's activation of the Liangyi form of the physical body and transformation into demons means the full force of the different blood. Which means, that woman is finally going to take action. Boom! The 3-meter-tall female demon King Yanqing flashed and made a sonic boom, holding a blood-red spear. She rushed outside Yan Qingping's 9-color shield in an instant, and stabbed out the 9-color shield with one shot. Trembling violently. This is a spiritual shield formed by the fusion of the power of 9 laws. The top 5-element spell. But it is shaking under the power of her gun? Call. Yan Qingping was shocked, but did not panic. He made a secret with one hand and directly attracted the boundless wind. While Wang Yanqing was blown away, he was also blown thousands of meters away, widening the distance from Wang Yanqing. Well? But at this moment, Yan Qingping, who was in the 9-color shield, stiffened and his pupils suddenly shrank. Forest below. In a remote corner, Li Guanqi, who had 3 heads and 6 arms, came back and stood next to the bush, looking up at the sky. The compassion on the left opens its golden eyes. Supernatural power, God-killing sword. Call out! In Yan Qingping's sea of consciousness, an invisible soul sword flew past. However, Yan Qingping is a 5-element leveled Zhaojun conjurer. Although he does not have a 5th level soul, he does have a 4th level soul, and is protected by soul defense. A shield like a honeycomb structure firmly protected Yan Qingping's soul. Li Guanqi's God-killing sword, even if he tried his best, could not penetrate the defense of the hive shield. At most, it only made the shield tremble. Within the shield, Yan Qingping's soul breathed a sigh of relief. A false alarm? No! It's not over yet. Boom! The next moment, a majestic soul power poured in from the outside world again. It did not attack Yan Qingping's soul shield, but instilled all the power into Li Guanqi's God-killing sword. This is the soul support provided by Wang Yanqing from the outside world. Buzz! The God-killing sword began to erupt with dazzling golden light, burst out with powerful pressure, and began to spin rapidly in a spiral, as if it wanted to break Yan Qingping's soul shield in this way. The golden light became more and more dazzling. The pressure is rising steadily. 3rd level. 3rd level peak. 4th level. 4th level peak. In the end, with the support of Wang Yanqing's soul power, the soul power of this God-killing sword reached the peak of the 4th level. And with the blessing of the special form of the God-killing sword, it exploded with extremely powerful penetrating power. The God-killing sword is Li Guanqi's magical power, and Li Guanqi's sword. But now, the hand holding the sword has become Wang Yanqing's 4th level soul. Click. Under the full penetration of the God-killing sword, a crack finally appeared in Yan Qingping's soul shield. Boom! The next moment, the shield shattered. Boom! But Yan Qingping's soul body did not let it be slaughtered. Instead, it erupted with dazzling blue light and turned into a sea of souls. It set off a tsunami and slammed down hard, directly smashing the God-killing sword into golden fragments. The soul attack technique of the 4th level soul. Facing the soul attack technique, one cannot only use defensive techniques to counter it. Attack against attack can also cancel each other out. The God-killing sword shattered. Li Guanqi teamed up with Wang Yanqing to launch a soul-to-soul confrontation with Yan Qingping, which ultimately ended in a draw. This is what happens at the soul level. But the outside world is not. Bang, 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 bang. Outside world. When Yan Qingping came to his senses, he found that his 9-color shield was full of cracks. The female demon king Yanqing outside the shield was holding a blood-red spear at this time, and was attacking the shield crazily. The attack was as intensive and violent as a storm. Yan Qingping's 9-color shield is about to collapse. Die! Wang Yanqing's amber pupils were full of murderous intent. He held a blood-red spear and stabbed the 9-color shield with the last shot, preparing to completely shatter the shield. By then, the conjurer without his spiritual shield will definitely die in the face of her attack. Buzz! However, just a second before Wang Yanqing completely shattered the 9-color shield, around Yan Qingping's neck, a black jade pendant suddenly shattered, and then black light erupted, covering Yan Qingping before Wang Yanqing's spear arrived. The black light quickly dissipated, and Yan Qingping's figure has long since disappeared. Wang Yanqing stabbed him in the air with a spear, a look of anger on his lavender face. A sacrificial vessel for space transfer? Damn it! Because of this, her and her junior brother's tactics failed. Etc. The female devil's expression changed dramatically. Junior brother? Puff! The forest below. Among the ruins, Li Guanqi knelt on one knee, with a compassionate expression on the left side spurting blood from his mouth. And his head in the middle also looked pale. The feeling of deficit caused by excessive consumption of soul power, even if it was the second time, was still extremely uncomfortable. Buzz! Suddenly, a few hundred meters behind him, a space crack tore open, and Yan Qingping's figure flew out. Kid!
Yin Chumping glared at Li Guanqi, his face extremely ferocious. Purple and blue lightning erupted all over his body, and the pressure of the Law of Thunder exploded. The black jade pendant used for space transfer is a 6th-level sacrificial weapon. He spent a lot of money to buy it to save his life. But he spit it tonight. His murderous intention towards Li Guanqi now even rivals that of Zhuang Yuan. Li Guanqi turned around. His originally pale face turned purple and blue. Oops. Looking at the thunderous light in front of him, he wanted to run away. But he was too late. Facing a 5-element leveled Dzogchen magician, his current strength is still too weak. Too weak. About to be hit by thunder. Feeling the power of the thunder law and feeling the fear rising deep in his soul, Li Guanqi was unwilling but unable to do anything. Dying? Boom! Just when thunder was about to hit Li Guanqi, a purple figure fell from the sky, blocking Li Guanqi's eyes at a speed that could be called teleportation, and hugged him into his arms. And the raging and violent thunder directly hit the back of this figure. See law! Thunder pours. In the thunder light that is enough to illuminate the night, the 3-meter-tall female demon Wang Yanqing firmly protected Li Guanqi in her arms, then spread her wings to completely cover Li Guanqi, using her body to block all the thunder for him. Sister! Covered by the devil's wings, Li Guanqi raised his head and looked at Wang Yanqing's lavender face. His pupils narrowed. No! Are you okay? Wang Yanqing endured the severe pain in her back, forced a smile, and said with a trembling voice, Senior sister, is she ugly now? Ha! Ha ha! She wanted to use words to laugh and comfort Li Guanqi. But in fact, Li Guanqi could even smell the burning smell in the air. The large areas of flesh and blood on Wang Yanqing's back had all been burned by thunder. Senior sister! Senior sister! There were tears in Li Guanqi's eyes. He was biting his back teeth and his eyes were about to burst. Ever since he became a transcendent, he has been saving others and protecting others. He has never been so firmly protected in the arms of a woman as he is today, and even needs this woman to sacrifice herself to protect him. He has never felt so powerless. Chapter 275 The Secret Technique of Martial Arts. For pillars reaching the sky. See law! Thunder poured down, and purple-blue lightning illuminated the night. However, this terrifying thunder attack was firmly blocked by Wang Yanqing's 3-meter-high demonic body, which also spread its wings to protect Li Guanqi. Even though a large area of flesh and blood on her back was burned, the body in her arms was not affected. Li Guanqi was slightly injured. Sister! Li Guanqi lowered his head, gritted his teeth, and his body was trembling. Powerless. Li Guanqi, who could only hide in his senior sister's arms, was filled with a deep feeling of powerlessness. This powerlessness made him feel an indescribable sting. A sting coming from the depths of his soul. He is Li Guanqi. People in reality call him the Extraordinary King. Right? He should have been the one to protect his relatives and friends. He hates such weak people who need protection from others. Junior brother! What's wrong with you? At this time, Wang Yanqing suddenly raised her right hand, gently touched Li Guanqi's face, wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes, and then rubbed the white hair on Li Guanqi's head, with a gentle smile on his face, as if she could see through Li Guanqi's thoughts. She smiled and asked, What's the matter? Is it shameful to be protected by a woman? Not me. Li Guanqi looked up at her with a complicated expression. Fool? Wang Yanqing looked at him and smiled softly. You are my junior brother, and it is your senior sister who should protect you. Also, don't worry. Senior sister is a 5-element level martial artist of different blood. So what does it mean to be injured? It healed quickly. Moreover, your soul attack technique is very powerful, and the tactics you arranged at the beginning were also very successful. But by all calculations, this magician still has a space transfer sacrificial weapon. So although the plan failed, it doesn't matter. Wang Yanqing smiled with crooked eyes, and her voice was very soft. But the more this happened, the more it made Li Guanqi angry and ashamed of his weakness at this time. He lowered his head, not daring to look at Wang Yanqing. He has been independent since childhood. At the age of 16, he lived alone in China and handled everything by himself. At the age of 18, after becoming an extraordinary person, he became the real, extraordinary king. He saved Han Mengyao, all the teachers and students in the high school, and saved Lugui village. He has always been the only person to protect and save others. He wasn't used to being protected. He hates being weak and needs to be protected, and feels even more ashamed of being weak. Hey! Don't look down!
Wang Yanqing held Li Guanqi's face with both hands, forcing him to look at her. Never bow your head. Wang Yanqing looked into his eyes and said seriously, Senior sister, I believe that you will become more powerful than senior sister in the future. Really? But now, let's leave it to senior sister. Say it. The female demon's hands turned into afterimages, and she clicked on her limbs several times, as if she was opening some secret method. Call. Then, Wang Yanqing took a deep breath, gritted her teeth, and with a hard look in her eyes, she suddenly opened her demon wings, shouldered the thunder bombardment from behind, turned around forcefully, and raised her right fist towards the thunderous light in the sky. Boom! She punched out, and the terrifying power shook the ground 800 meters in front of her, while shattering the sky with thunder. She also leveled a large forest to the ground. Junior brother, watch carefully. After smashing the thunder, Wang Yanqing's eyes were gloomy, facing the sky full of grass, trees and dust. He stood up slowly, and the injury on his back healed instantly, when the demon wings behind her were completely stretched out. The 3-meter-tall female demon also clenched her fists tightly. Her left arm, right arm, left leg, and right leg all exuded blazing white arrogance, and the pressure on her body rose instantly. Junior brother, soon I will teach you this secret martial arts technique that is both a pulse-opening method and a method for attacking enemies. Its name is 4 Pillars to the Sky. Boom! As Li Guanqi looked up, Wang Yanqing stood up from the ground. The 3-meter-tall demon body turned into a purple afterimage and rushed towards the sky at an alarming speed. At this time, Yin Chumping had already condensed a large black thundercloud in the night sky. Bursts of purple and blue thunder light flickered in it, vaguely forming the appearance of a thunder dragon. In fact, the most perfect way for a spellcaster who has mastered the laws of the 9 systems is to use the laws of the 9 systems together to attack the enemy in conjunction with each other. But this is just a theory. In actual combat, most conjurers do not have that much spiritual power to use multiple laws of power at the same time. Instead of being miscellaneous but not perfect, it is better to focus on one series. And what Yin Chumping chose to study was thunder. Rumble. The thunder was rolling, as if a giant blue thunder dragon was roaring in the dark clouds. Wang Yanqing was not afraid at all. Holding the blood-colored spear in his hand, the demon wings behind him flapped wildly, and flew straight towards the thundercloud. Zi-La! Thousands of thunderbolts shot out from the dark clouds and hit her hard. At this time, Wang Yanqing's limbs were burning with blazing white arrogance, and he was overwhelming. After activating the 4 Pillars to the Sky state, her limbs are far more powerful than before. With a wave of the blood-colored spear, she can shatter the thunder in the sky, smashing the thunder into countless electric snakes and scattering them in all directions. Boom! Boom! Wang Yanqing was moving around outside the dark clouds, and from time to time, he fired a shot to shatter the thunder in the sky. But the interference from the thunder to her was not small. It would take some time to get close to Yin Chumping in the center of the thunder cloud. Call. In the center of the thunder cloud, Yin Chumping stepped on the void, looked at Wang Yanqing who was getting closer, and slowly exhaled. Then, this 5-element level new sect magician took out a bottle of scarlet blood from the space ring. What's inside is a copy of the Liuha level dragon's painstaking efforts. Boom! Yin Chumping crushed the glass bottle, released his spiritual power, and condensed the dragon's blood into small blood cells, which were condensed on his right hand and suspended out of thin air. Boom! Yin Chumping raised his hands and used the dragon's blood to slowly seal the secret. At the same time, purple-blue lightning erupted from his body, and his spiritual energy reached its peak. Before that, he had always used the most energy-saving method to fight. Directly rely on spiritual power and pull the power of law. It is equivalent to using 1 point of spiritual power to draw 10 points of law power. This certainly saves energy, but the power is not strong enough. But now, Yin Chumping finally decided to take action. Buzz! Yin Chumping formed a seal with his hands and used the dragon's blood to start casting spells. Pieces of blood-red spiritual power gradually appeared all over his body. In the end, all these blood-red spiritual powers poured into the dragon's blood. Soon, the dragon's blood changed form and turned into a small blood dragon, flying back and forth between Yin Chumping's hands. Go! Yin Chumping raised his right hand high, and the little blood dragon also jumped high from the fingertips of his right hand, swaying its dragon body and flying towards the black thundercloud above. Roar! The next moment, the dark clouds covering a kilometer radius began to shrink sharply, and turned into a gray western dragon, covered with gray and black dragon scales, and its whole body was flashing with dazzling thunder. This giant thunder dragon was entrenched in the sky, and let out an earth-shaking roar towards Wang Yanqing below. Roar! The thunder dragon's body swayed, and turned into a dragon-shaped thunder. It descended from the sky with the power of destroying the world, and launched the last and most powerful offensive towards Wang Yanqing. The pinnacle spell of the 5 elements level, Dragon Thunder. Ugly lizard! Wang Yanqing's face was expressionless, and he advanced instead of retreating. The demon's wings behind him flapped wildly, and he held a blood-colored spear in his hand, turning into a rainbow and hitting the thunder dragon at high speed. The white flames on his limbs ignited fiercely. For pillars of heavenly dew. On Wang Yanqing, the coercion of a warrior of different blood is rising steadily. At the same time, the white flames emitting from her limbs almost condensed into substance, making her look like a white sun emitting white flames from a distance. After a moment, the purple-blue dragon-shaped thunder collided fiercely with the blazing sun. Boom! The moment the two collided, a shocking loud noise instantly spread across the land tens of thousands of meters in radius, and the terrifying aftermath completely razed the forest below to the ground. The earth is cracking and the grass and trees are flying. Countless first-level cursed spirits and one-level demon species were directly crushed into blood mist under the pressure of this aftermath. Soon, the dragon-shaped thunder was smashed into pieces by the incandescent sun. But under the raging thunder, the incandescent sun was also powerless. Finally, purple and blue lightning splashed in all directions. The white arrogance collapsed and disappeared. The aftermath gradually dissipated. The night turned pitch black again, as if only the flattened forest and the grass clippings and dust flying in the air could prove what had just happened. Senior sister? Among the ruins of the forest, Li Guanqi looked at the empty night sky with a panicked expression, and quickly shouted, Senior sister, where are you? Senior sister? Teacher? Junior brother? Suddenly, in the silent night, a woman's weak voice came from the distance. Senior sister? Li Guanqi quickly followed the sound. Thousands of meters away, among the ruins of the desolate forest, he saw a demonic body lying there, covered in blood, motionless. Senior sister? Li Guanqi's pupil shrank suddenly, and he rushed over quickly. The distance of 1,000 meters is reached in an instant. Senior sister? Li Guanqi fell to the ground and knelt beside Wang Yanqing's body. He looked at the senior sister, who had her eyes closed tightly, and was as angry as a silk thread. And her face suddenly turned pale. Senior sister, don't scare me. Senior sister, wake up, wake up. Li Guanqi quickly leaned down, put his ear on Wang Yanqing's chest, and listened carefully. Heart arrest? Different blood? Different blood will no longer flow? Senior sister? Tears burst out of Li Guanqi's eyes in an instant, and he couldn't hold them back at all. Senior sister, senior sister, senior sister. He grabbed Wang Yanqing's right hand and cried sadly. Above the ruins of the razed forest, the land was barren, and the cries continued for a long time in the dark night. Before this, Li Guanqi always felt that crying was a very meaningless behavior. However, when the incident happened to him, he realized that crying was not a behavior, but a kind of emotion that could not be controlled by subjective consciousness. Ha ha! Suddenly, Wang Yanqing, who was covered in blood and furious, sat up from the ground. She pointed her left hand at Li Guanqi, who was crying uncontrollably. Her eyes turned into a pair of crescent moons. You're still crying! A 2-meter-tall man is still crying! Are you ashamed? Eh? Li Guanqi was stunned. Ha 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 ha! Wang Yanqing laughed heartily, and the wounds all over his body healed in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he was restored to his prime from bruises all over his body. It took Li Guanqi a long time to come back to his senses. Where is this serious injury? It was clear that he had enough life energy, but he deliberately suppressed his injuries and refused to heal himself. He was just lying here pretending to be dead to scare him. Ha, senior sister! Li Guanqi, who knew he was being tricked, covered his face with his hands and wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes with his palms. He smiled bitterly and chuckled with joy from the bottom of his heart. All right. Wang Yanqing, who still maintained the body of a demon and was about 3 meters tall, took Li Guanqi into his arms with his big hands, rubbed his head, and said with a smile, Don't cry. You're senior sister. I am a 5-element level Dzogchen martial artist. A Daoyuo martial artist. How could I be killed by a mere magician? Don't underestimate me. Senior sister. In front of Wang Yanqing at this time, Even the 2-meter-tall Li Guanqi looked particularly little bird in love. Sister, don't scare me. Li Guanqi leaned in her arms and smiled helplessly. I can't stand being scared. As he spoke, his body slowly changed, exiting the state of 3 heads and 6 arms, and his white hair and blue eyes gradually changed back to black hair and black eyes. Did Yan Chengping run away? Li Guanqi broke away from Wang Yanqing's embrace, sat on the ground opposite her, and asked calmly. Well, he ran away. Wang Yanqing nodded lightly, spread his hands, and said helplessly, after he cast the Thunder Dragon spell. He ran away immediately. There is nothing we can do about it. Senior sister, I am a martial artist after all. To be objective, it is extremely difficult for a martial artist of the same level to defeat a spellcaster of the same level. As for killing, that would be too difficult. This is the truth. Under normal circumstances, between practitioners of the same level, it is always easy to decide the outcome. But deciding between life and death is even more difficult. Li Guanqi was not surprised by Yan Chengping's escape. Yan Chengping didn't have 100 refined spiritual power. From the beginning to now, he and his senior sister had been fighting for so long. And coupled with the last Thunder Dragon spell, the spiritual power in the 5-element level magician's body was probably on the verge of bottoming out. If your spiritual power is about to bottom out, you won't be able to run away. When it really bottoms out, you won't be able to run away even if you want to. A spellcaster without spiritual power is a complete cripple. His spiritual power is about to be exhausted, so he naturally has to run away quickly. But Yan Chengping will come back eventually. If he will come once, is there any reason not to believe that he will not come a second time? Senior sister will protect you. Wang Yanqing looked at Li Guanqi and said seriously, as long as I am here, no matter how many times the conjurer comes, I will protect you. Believe me, senior sister. She didn't even ask Li Guanqi why Yan Chengping wanted to kill him, because it's not needed. Senior sister protects junior brother, regardless of the reason. Uh-huh. Li Guanqi and Wang Yanqing looked at each other for a few seconds, but suddenly their faces felt a little hot, and they quickly turned their heads. There is no other reason. Facing Wang Yanqing at this time, almost no man could look at him calmly. The Luo Wang family. Devil Wang family. It is also known as the succubus family. The male of the Wang family, who has turned on the devil's body, is extremely handsome and has produced countless great Luo princes. The women of the royal family are well-deserved succubi, and some of them enter the palace as concubines in every generation. At this time, Wang Yanqing, who transformed into a succubus, was extremely beautiful, with a pair of beautiful amber eyes that were unparalleled in charm. And her figure was extremely hot. Although the magnificent chest is covered with black scales, it actually only covers half of the ball, and the other half is exposed. Especially with her current lavender complexion. Not only does she not look weird, but she has a special wild beauty that makes people daydream about her. In short, Li Guanqi couldn't stand it after watching it for so long. This is his senior sister? Ahem. Let's talk about senior sister. Li Guanqi looked at the sand on the ground and asked Wang Yanqing. You said you had found me a long time ago, but have you seen the last words in the cave? The foreigner's last words? Wang Yanqing looked strange, seeming to have recalled some unspeakable past events. Look, I saw it, but it must be violet language. Ah, what I hate most is learning foreign languages. When I was a child, my family was not willing to learn them at all. It was the most annoying thing, and was beaten several times by my father because of this. Li Guanqi was stunned and turned to look at her. In other words, you don't know what is written in Western language? Also recognize a word. Which means me. Right. Wang Yanqing blinked her big amber eyes and looked at Li Guanqi curiously. So what's written on it? Forehead. Li Guanqi was startled. That's the recipe for a different blood potion. But if senior sister found out, would she tell the Luo? Most definitely. However, if his and Lin Xianbai's guesses were correct, then in the near future, when the weird world and the real world border, the countries in the weird world will inevitably become real enemies. In this case, if he told the Daluo dynasty about the strange blood potion, wouldn't that mean he was seriously siding with the enemy? Sister. Li Guanqi lowered his head, gritted his teeth, and said with complex eyes, I don't want to lie to you. But this? Then don't talk about it. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Wang Yanqing with a smile. Ah? Li Guanqi looked up in shock. All she saw was a beautiful face with smiling eyes. If it's difficult, Just don't say anything. Wang Yanqing smiled and said, there is no need to say it. Anyway,
Senior sister is not interested in the last words of foreigners at all. Sister.
Li Guanqi hesitated for a while, and finally said softly,
Senior sister. Thank you. Thank you for what?
Wang Yanqing smiled brightly, waved her hand, and patted his shoulder hard.
I'm your senior sister. Don't be so outspoken.
Li Guanqi quickly turned his head and looked away, because Wang Yanqing waved his hand like this. The movement was so violent that it caused a surge in his chest, which was unbearable to watch.
Sister.
Li Guanqi couldn't help it anymore, and could only look at the ground and persuade him.
Your Liangyi form is indeed very beautiful. But there is no need to maintain it forever.
Right? Wang Yanqing is not very beautiful at ordinary times. But she looks very kind, like a big sister next door. Wang Yanqing, who has activated her succubus body, is very beautiful and tempting. But she is really unbearable.
No need to maintain it.
Wang Yanqing smiled and said,
Of course it is necessary.
Li Guanqi was stunned. The battle is not over yet. He turned to look at his senior sister, only to find that Wang Yanqing had stood up, holding the blood-red spear in his right hand, looking at the end of the horizon. His amber eyes filled with cold, murderous intent.
A powerful curse is approaching.
Wang Yanqing glanced around and looked at the desolate ruins that had been razed to the ground. She narrowed her beautiful eyes and raised the corners of her mouth slightly.
It seems that we destroyed its territory. So it was unhappy and couldn't find the spell.
Master, he came to settle accounts with us.
Li Guanqi's expression changed slightly. Powerful magic spirit? The overlord of this forest. That 5th level curse spirit? In the mouths of the surrounding cursed spirits. 1 against 2. 2 powerful men who killed 2 5-element level wind god giant eagles at the same time. Is it coming? Chapter 276. Senior Sister's Past. Rewrite it or cover it.
Senior sister. Wait. You don't want to fight with it, do you?
Li Guanqi looked at the back of Wang Yanqing's 3-meter-tall succubus and said anxiously,
If nothing else happens, the approaching cursed spirit should be the overlord of this forest. A 5th level cursed spirit. What? Level 5? You didn't tell me earlier.
Wang Yanqing was suddenly startled, turned around quickly, reached out to grab Li Guanqi, and picked him up in a princess hug. Then the demon wings behind her flapped wildly, turned into a gust of wind and flew to the sky, disappearing into the night sky in the blink of an eye. The cultivation level of the cursed spirit must be equal to that of the soul. A 5th level cursed spirit must have a 5th level soul. Although Wang Yanqing is a 5-element leveled Dzogchen, he only has a 4th level soul. Although the cursed spirit is not a human being and does not necessarily have soul attack and soul defense skills like humans. Maybe this 5th level cursed spirit has a 5th level soul, but it doesn't know how to attack the soul. If this is the case, then Wang Yanqing's 4th level soul with soul defense skills has nothing to fear. But as I said, it's just not necessarily. Just if. What if the magical power of the cursed spirit is a means of soul attack? What if the curse has been active for a long time, killed humans, and obtained the soul attack technique training methods from humans? Who the H.L. has nothing to do to risk his life on this? So after Wang Yanqing learned that it was a 5th level cursed spirit, he naturally ran away with Li Guanqi in his arms. Brush. The demon's wings behind Wang Yanqing flapped rapidly, holding Li Guanqi in both hands, soaring and dancing in the night sky, as if the bright moon was beside him. It's really a long time to see you. Li Guanqi never thought that one day he, who is 1.98 meters tall, would be hugged by a woman and princess. However, he didn't feel any discomfort, but rather enjoyed it. He even adjusted to a comfortable position in Wang Yanqing's arms, looked up at Wang Yanqing's lavender face, and looked at that beautiful face full of charm, feeling a little dazed for a moment. The senior sister, who has activated her succubus body, is really beautiful. But, Li Guanqi looked at Wang Yanqing, but remembered another thing. Soul. Logically speaking, it is normal that the cultivation base and soul of a strong civilian cannot be equal. Because of soul cultivation, soul power grows very slowly. If you want to keep up with your cultivation level, unless your cultivation level has been stagnant for hundreds of years, you will need a lot of resources to feed it. Civilians don't have so many resources. But Wang Yanqing shouldn't be without it. Wang Yanqing was born in the Wang family of Daluo, and was also one of the 16 surnames of Daluo. The demon Wang family, with her Liangyi form, which can be called a succubus. She had produced countless princes and concubines.
The Wang family may not be the strongest among the 16 surnames, but it is definitely the richest. Moreover, she is a direct bloodline of Zingerba Meridian. Daluo's contemporary official minister is Wang Yanqing's uncle. The current head of the Wang family is a bit distant in seniority, because the one who has lived for hundreds of years is at least her great-grandfather's generation. But he is still a direct lineage. Wang Yanqing can definitely be called a child of a wealthy family, and with her qualifications, she can also be called a prodigy of a wealthy family. She should not have the resources to cultivate her soul. But the strange thing is that Wang Yanqing is a Dzogchen martial artist at the 5 elements level, but his soul is still stuck at the 4th level. This is not normal. Even before tonight, Li Guanqi always thought that Wang Yanqing had a 5th level soul. Sister? Li Guanqi looked at Wang Yanqing, still unable to bear the curiosity in his heart, and hesitated. I have something. I don't know whether I should ask. You want to ask me why I only have a 4th level soul? Wang Yanqing smiled. Can I say it? Li Guanqi asked cautiously. Of course. There's nothing I can't say. Wang Yanqing hugged him and looked forward. Since she was far away from the ruins of the forest at this moment, her speed had also slowed down. This senior sister just held her junior brother in her arms and flew smoothly in the night sky. She looked at the silvery white moon on the horizon with her eyes wandering and said softly, Nothing can be accomplished without rules. The more powerful a family is, the more perfect and diverse the rules within the family will be. As one of the 16 surnames in Daluo, the Wang family is even more so. There are many rules in the clan, and you can only do things according to the rules. And you cannot do things based on love. Otherwise the family will perish. And I broke the rules. Many people in Daluo call us the succubus Wang family, saying that we rely on our faces to gain status. Oh, maybe. But the rule of our Wang family is that we never marry down or down. A man from the Wang family will never marry a woman from the Daluo family with a surname below 16. Except under special circumstances. Women from the Wang family never marry. And they aim to marry into the 8 major pillar families. Being a good match is the standard. Climbing up the relationship ladder is a requirement. And I am married to Yuanin. Shi Yuanin. The Qi family founded by General Scarlet Blood is a rising star in Daluo. But its rise is too short, and its foundation is too little. It cannot reach the 16th surname of Daluo, and cannot become the 17th surname at all. Girls from the Wang family never marry. But I, Wang Yanqing, just got married. So according to the rules, all the resources I have in the clan will be cancelled, including resources for soul cultivation. Without resources, without those elixirs and potions, I, Wang Yanqing, am actually not that powerful. My martial arts cultivation is not bad. Without resources, I still reach the 5 elements level great perfection at the age of 32. But the soul is not good. To this day, my soul has not cultivated to the limit of the 4th level. Speaking of this, Wang Yanqing's eyes dimmed. Obviously, she thought of her husband again, the young commander named Qi Yuanin. He must be very good as Commander Yuanin, Li Guanqi said softly. Huh? Why do you say that? Wang Yanqing was startled. Because senior sister, you like him very much, Li Guanqi said matter-of-factly. That's not true. Wang Yanqing shook her head gently, looked at the stars in the distance, and said with a smile, Love is just love. And liking is just liking. This should be pure emotion. Loving someone has nothing to do with anything else. The other person does not need to be very good or powerful. It may be a small action inadvertently. A small thing in life, which is enough to make you devote your sincerity to the other person and want to stay together for a lifetime. After saying that, she paused and added, But Yuanin is indeed very good. When Li Guanqi heard these words, he was stunned and thoughtful. What about you? Junior brother? Wang Yanqing looked down at Li Guanqi in his arms and chuckled. Do you have someone you like? Or someone who likes you? Of course. Li Guanqi also smiled, and gently broke away from his senior sister's arms. He used the wind control technique to levitate in the void, and followed Wang Yanqing to fly side by side in the night sky. I also have a girl who has eyes all for me. He looked at the bright moon and smiled brightly. Then where is she? Wang Yanqing asked curiously. Far, far away. Li Guanqi's eyes were gentle, and he said softly, I should say, in another world. Wang Yanqing's complexion changed slightly. Feel sorry. Her eyes were complicated, and she reached out to gently hug Li Guanqi, hugging his head, and whispered, I didn't mean to bring back your sad memories. I I didn't expect that. Junior brother, you are a pitiful person like me.
The smile on Li Guanqi's face froze.
Huh?
No. No. Li Guanqi was stunned. The other world he was talking about was literally another world. Because Han Mengyao still ignored reality. And Wang Yanqing obviously misunderstood, thinking that another world means the separation between yin and yang. This is a big joke.
Teacher. Senior sister. Actually
Li Guanqi quickly wanted to explain. But looking at the faint twinkle of tears in Wang Yanqing's beautiful amber eyes, his explanation words came to his lips, and he swallowed them. It shouldn't be explained now. If I explain it now, the meaning is a bit like,
No. 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 Don't misunderstand. Your husband died. But my wife did not die. Senior sister. Don't misunderstand.
No matter how euphemistic the wording is, the meaning is the same. This is so heartbreaking to say.
Do not be sad.
Wang Yanqing hugged Li Guanqi and patted his head gently. Li Guanqi was speechless. No. I'm not sad. A long time. Wang Yanqing then asked.
By the way, where are we going now? That Mo Xiagu's stronghold?
Right. Li Guanqi nodded slightly, then looked into the distance, and soon saw the outline of the tree city, and said seriously,
I still need to win the Gu King tournament and get the spirit refining worm. This senior sister can't help you,
Wang Yanqing said.
I'll do this myself.
Li Guanqi smiled, his face full of confidence.
Junior brother?
Wang Yanqing suddenly said.
Let's land. Senior sister needs to get dressed. Okay.
Li Guanqi nodded. The two flew straight towards the forest below and landed on a small hillside. Then Li Guanqi closed his eyes consciously, turned around, and turned his back to Wang Yanqing. Call. Wang Yanqing also exhaled a heavy breath. And the 3-meter-high succubus body began to shrink gradually, and soon regained its height of more than 1.8 meters. And its skin returned to fair. She turned back into a tall woman with black hair and black eyes. However, the scar under the corner of the eye makes the current Wang Yanqing feel a little reluctant to even use the word comely. After exiting the succubus state, the black scales covering important parts of Wang Yanqing's body quickly disappeared, leaving her snow-white body exposed without any cover. She subconsciously took out a set of red clothes from the space necklace.
Sister?
However, at this time, Li Guanqi, who had his eyes closed, suddenly said,
I guess, it's still red? Why don't you change into another one? I think you look good in white.
And cyan is also pretty, which matches your name.
It matches.
Red represents the Qi family and Qi Yuanon. It represents Wang Yanqing's unforgettable past. Changing a color of clothes is the beginning of a new life. This was not only Li Guanqi's idea, but also the original entrustment of Qi Yuanon's grandfather, Qi Gongming. Letting Wang Yanqing turn over the past was the task that the old man gave Li Guanqi. Wang Yanqing looked at the red coat in his hand and was silent for a long time. Change the color? She could hear the underlying meaning, but she didn't want to.
Let's keep it red.
Wang Yanqing put on this simple red dress with a smile.
Red looks better. Okay. Open your eyes.
Li Guanqi opened his eyes and turned around, looking at the senior sister in red in front of him. He didn't say anything, just smiled. It's still a long time. He still has plenty of time to let Wang Yanqing feel relieved.
Correct.
Li Guanqi looked at the scar at the corner of Wang Yanqing's eye and asked curiously,
Senior sister, what exactly is the scar on your face?
Different blood warriors have super self-healing abilities, and should not leave any scars in theory.
For memory.
Wang Yanqing touched the scar at the corner of his eye with complicated eyes, but didn't say much. Okay. Li Guanqi was non-committal. It seems that in addition to asking the senior sister to change clothes of a different color, she also has to take the initiative to erase the scar. These represent traces of the past. Once erased, it means that Wang Yanqing has completely turned over the past. Then he can be regarded as successfully completing Qi Gongming's mission. The road is long and difficult. The task is daunting.
Let's go, senior sister.
Li Guanqi turned around and walked towards the mountain path. Wang Yanqing followed closely beside him, walking side by side, without taking 2 steps. Li Guanqi used the transformation technique and restored the appearance of Xianli before, with a height of over 1.7 meters and an ordinary and simple appearance.
How ugly!
Wang Yanqing glanced at him and joked.
Not even as handsome as you. No way.
Li Guanqi shook his head pretending to be helpless and sighed.
My own face is too handsome and too high profile. You're so breathless after I complimented you. So shameless. Ha ha ha!
A man and a woman, a junior brother and a senior sister, walk side by side, laughing and laughing all the way. They didn't speed up anymore. Although Wang Yanqing once fought with the Southern Xinjiang army. In fact, she had never been to Southern Xinjiang. She was very interested in these unusually large and magnificent trees and plants in Southern Xinjiang, and she slowly admired them while walking. That's all. In the quiet night rainforest, Li Guanqi and Wang Yanqing walked side by side, walking slowly for a long time. Talk while walking. We walked for a long time and talked a lot.
Senior sister, I thought you would hate Nanjiang.
Li Guanqi hesitated for a long time and couldn't help but say,
Why?
Wang Yanqing squatted under the tree, curiously looking at a small tree mushroom that emitted colorful fluorescence, and said with a smile,
Because I fought with Southern Xinjiang. Because my husband died in the hands of Yunguozhu, Zhou Xuanwu, and the Southern Xinjiang army. Not like this.
Wang Yanqing shook his head gently.
Junior brother, you have to understand one thing. The wars in the Daluo dynasty, including the southern border, Ziluan and other countries, are actually not wars for the people of the countries, but wars for the nobles of the countries. Many people say that during the war, the common people were forced to pay heavier taxes to support the war, so they were also members of the war army. But in fact, they cannot choose not to pay taxes at all, and they have no right to choose not to support it. The right to choose is a luxury. Ordinary people have never had this kind of luxury. The war between nations is a war between nobles. Senior sister, I am also a noble of Daluo, so I know better than anyone else that the beneficiaries of the war are the nobles, while the common people, even if the war wins, they may not get any benefits. So I do hate Southern Xinjiang. But to be precise, I only hate the nobles of Southern Xinjiang, not the ordinary people in Southern Xinjiang, let alone this essentially beautiful natural land. After saying that, Wang Yanqing stood up and continued to move forward.
Sister, will you take revenge in the future?
That night, Li Guanqi talked a lot with Wang Yanqing. Until now, he could even talk to Wang Yanqing about these topics calmly.
Revenge? To whom?
Wang Yanqing said softly.
Yunguozhu, Zhou Xuanwu.
Li Guanqi's eyes were gloomy.
Compared to the Southern Xinjiang army, these two traitors, who colluded with the enemy and used the enemy's hands to kill their country's loyal generals, deserve to die even more.
Wang Yanqing was silent and just walked forward quietly. A long time. This female martial artist from the Wang family, one of the 16 surnames of Daluo, said sadly,
Junior brother, the 16 surnames of Daluo. The background of these 16 different blood families is beyond your imagination. As for the 8 Guozhu, any one of the 8 different blood families can single-handedly challenge the 16 families and easily wipe out all of us. Therefore, taking revenge on Yunguozhu is too fanciful.
Wang Yanqing comes from the Wang family, but because of this, she had a better understanding of the background of the 8 Kingdoms pillar, and she also understood that these 8 different blood families were so powerful that she despaired. It's despair. A despair that cannot give rise to any desire for revenge. Li Guanqi said nothing more. This kind of thing is not said by words. He has always believed that he would reach the Jiugong level, and it was not the limit. He even believed that one day he would reach the top of the immeasurable God realm. He will kill Zhou Xuanwu and Yunguozhu to avenge his senior sister. But this is not what he said with his mouth. Let's wait for the future. In the future, he will repay his senior sister with actions.
Arrive.
After passing through a forest, Li Guanqi suddenly stopped. A few hundred meters away is a tree fortress standing on a hillside, with giant tree houses and mushroom houses popping up one after another. Located in the village. Mo Siegu village.
Well, I was discovered too.
Wang Yanqing narrowed her eyes slightly.
I have practiced
sealing the aperture technique,
and it is impossible for my cultivation to be seen. So, it should be that our previous battle with Yan Chumping was paid attention to by these people, and they recognize me. Face. Think about it. After all, it's not far from here. The group of Southern Xinjiang spellcasters in the village are coming. And there is also a 5-element level 1. I don't know if there will be a fight. Will not.
Li Guanqi shook his head gently.
The Moxie family is not an official of Southern Xinjiang. They are an independent magic family, and they are very hospitable.
Anyone who comes is a guest, no matter who he is. This has been a rule of the Moi family since ancient times, and there is no reason to break it for his senior sister.
Squeak.
Before Li Guanqi and Wang Yanqing could approach the gate of Moxie Gu village, The tree gate slowly opened. Welcome, friends. In the darkness of the night, 7 or 8 Moxie tribesmen wearing traditional southern Xinjiang costumes and full of silver ornaments walked out of the door and stood outside the gate of Moxie-gu village with smiles on their faces. The leader among them was a handsome young man wearing a purple robe, covering his eyes with a piece of white cloth. Unqualified conjuration apprentice. Next to this young man stood a unique woman, wearing a pure white dress and a white veil on her face. However, from those enchanting and beautiful eyes, one can guess that this woman's appearance under the veil must be extremely beautiful in the world. 5 Elements Level Conjurer. Chapter 277. The High Priest full of questions. A poor apprentice of spells. A young man in purple robe who covers his eyes. A 5-element level conjurer. A beautiful woman wearing a white dress and a veil. Except for the young man and the woman. The few one-eyed dragon. Old men from the surrounding Moi family are all 4-elephant level conjurers. My Qingyan. Nice to meet you. Wang Yanqing immediately stood in front of Li Guanqi and greeted these Moi family members with a smile. My name is Imo Zealand. The young man in purple robe who covered his eyes and had the weakest cultivation, not even a good grade, smiled and replied, I am the young patriarch of the Moi family. On behalf of the Moi family, I welcome your arrival. You can have a strong person at the 5 elements level. Playing is an honor for our Moi family. I am Sikong Wei, the high priest of Moxie-gu village. The woman in the white dress with the strongest cultivation also lowered her head slightly and said softly, Moxie-gu village. Welcome to your arrival. High priest. Li Guanqi, who was standing behind Wang Yanqing, looked calm. But in fact, there was a turmoil in his heart. Is she the high priest? According to the rules, the winner of the Gu King competition is expected to win the favor of the high priest and spend a night of love and pleasure with her. The Gu King contest is held once every 10 years. In the past 300 years, there have been more than a dozen men who have been favored by this high priest and have been lucky enough to fall in love with her. But Li Guanqi looked at the high priest in a white dress and frowned slightly. Strange to say, he once hunted thousands of cursed spirits and gained a very funny ability to judge whether human women are virgin or not. He had always thought this stuff was meaningless. But now, it has come in unexpected use. Li Guanqi's superpower told him that the beautiful high priest named Sikong Wei in front of him was still a virgin. If you ignore her age, she can even be called a big girl with yellow flowers, who has not been picked yet. High Priest Moi, who has received more than a dozen Gu King champions and had romantic relationships with more than a dozen men, is still a virgin? Ah, really? Li Guanqi narrowed his eyes slightly. He knew that the truth behind this Gu Village fascination mission was definitely not that simple. Moxie-gu village accepts all guests. The high priest named Sikong Wei looked at Wang Yanqing and said with a smile, but you have also seen that our village is actually not big. There are still many ordinary people living there. Those houses are their lifetime efforts. Please invite Qingyan when you are in the village. Girl, please restrain yourself a little. If something displeases you, you can always call us, the Moi family, to come forward and deal with it. The implication. You, a 5-element level warrior of different blood, can enter the village. But don't do it. If we take action and the impact is too large, then the Moi family will step in to solve it. But who will be the target of the solution? That's hard to say. I like to be friendly. Wang Yanqing smiled. Thanks. Sikong Wei nodded lightly, then turned around and left with the others beside her, including the young clan leader Imo Len. Back to Imo Gu's stronghold. Wang Yanqing stood there, looking at Sikong Wei's leaving figure in the white dress. Her eyes narrowed slightly. Senior sister, what are you looking at? Li Guanqi walked to her side. What a strong demonic smell. Wang Yanqing retracted her gaze and wrinkled her nose. That priestess has a very bad smell on her body. It is the smell of a demon species. Oh! Li Guanqi was not surprised by Wang Yanqing's speech. Wang Yanqing is a 5-element level Dzogchen martial artist with different blood, and her sensory abilities are beyond ordinary people. The very strong smell of demons, she calls it, cannot be smelled by ordinary people. In fact, even Li Guanqi, who is a peak martial artist at the 3rd level, could not smell the slightest smell. So, Li Guanqi looked at the family fortress at the top of Moxie-gu village. His eyes narrowed slightly. Is it possible that Sikong Wei is a beast curse master? Beast spell master? A spell master who specializes in controlling demon species to fight. Well, if it's a new type of magician, Maybe it needs to be called a beast magician? Strange. Maybe.
Wang Yanqing shook his head and said softly.
Although some people who hunt demon species all year round will also be contaminated with this level of odor. But it is indeed rare. After all, I don't think many people will do it every day. Hanging out with a large number of monsters of different races. Demon hunter?
Li Guanqi thought for a while and said.
Demon hunters will indeed come into contact with demons of different races. But they cannot hunt every day. Then, they are not called free hunters, but wage earners. They interact with different races every day.
A person who comes into contact with a large number of monsters can only be a beast spell master.
A conjurer is an extraordinary person who possesses knowledge. It is impossible for an insect spell master to only
use
insects. A true insect spell master must also be able to
create
insects and learn to cultivate cursed insects. The same goes for the beast speller. They are all scientists in the field of demon hybridization. They have extremely rich knowledge of demon creatures and have a considerable amount of research data on the reproduction and cultivation of different demon species. There is even a rumor that is widely circulated that is not true or false.
90% of the monsters in the world are hybrids of beast spell masters.
Li Guanqi didn't know whether this sentence was true or false, but he felt it was very likely, including the tiger succubus he met tonight. This kind of half-human, half-beast monster. To be honest, many perverted beast spell masters like to play like this. Then, when the hybrid species accidentally flowed into nature and was discovered by others, they quickly made up a legend about
X-type monster raping a woman and giving birth to an X-body succubus.
To cover it up, there are even rumors that the demi-human orcs are the perfect hybrids of the beast spell masters. Of course, if you say this to an orc face-to-face, the orc brothers will basically not quarrel if they can take action. Therefore, the beast speller who loves to play hybrids has the worst reputation. Insect curse master is second. After all,
a person who deals with disgusting bugs all day long
is not a good person at first glance. It is a pure magic school, and its reputation is not very good. After all, among the spells, those weird witchcraft-like spells that require the use of strange human body materials will also make ordinary people shudder. Among the spellcasters, relatively speaking, the one with the best reputation is actually the weapon spellcaster who specializes in sacrificial weapons.
Sister.
Li Guanqi dismissed the public opinions full of discrimination and prejudice in his mind, looked at Wang Yanqing beside him, and asked curiously,
Did you see anything different in that high priest?
No, the same? Wang Yanqing thought for a while, then smiled and said,
Oh.
Her smile was a little weird.
Do not worry.
Wang Yanqing patted Li Guanqi on the shoulder and said with a smile,
My eyesight can see through the gaps in the fabric of the high priest's veil. Senior sister has seen it, and it is indeed beautiful. You don't have to worry.
Obviously, Wang Yanqing knew that the Gu King champion had a chance to have sex with the high priest. Li Guanqi was speechless. He looked left and right, then approached Wang Yanqing, used the Liangye level spell that transmitted sound into the secret, and said directly in Wang Yanqing's mind,
But that Xikong Wei is still a virgin.
Wang Yanqing frowned.
Are you sure? How do you know?
The high priest who has slept with him a dozen times, or is he a virgin? There's obviously something wrong.
Anyway, I'm pretty sure,
Li Guanqi said solemnly. Wang Yanqing looked at the fortress at the top of Moxigu village in the distance, her eyes flickering.
Is there something weird? But don't worry too much. Right? It's possible that she just doesn't like to do this. But Moxigu village has the tradition of sleeping with the high priests of the past generations. And she can't, it goes against the group training. So you can only use spells like hypnosis to get through every time?
Ecstasy? So this is what Gu Village Enchanted Soul means? Wrong. I always feel it's not that simple.
Why does it feel like it's getting more and more chaotic? Li Guanqi gritted his teeth. Are you going to follow the simulator route peacefully and have a perfect ending? Or should we get to the bottom of it and come up with an unknown, special and perfect ending? If we get to the bottom of it, there will definitely be unknown situations. However, it was actually already in chaos. He had already completely messed up this trip to the strange world. For example, Yan Qingping's pursuit. He had never seen this person who suddenly jumped out before, and the simulator had never simulated it. Li Guanqi guessed that this should be the subsequent impact after rescuing Qin Lubai and 300,000 people in Leicheng, as well as Qing Yu, the last upper body man who forced Zhuang Yuan to death. Li Guanqi just has a simulator, not an
all-knowing and omnipotent device. Of course Li Guanqi didn't know that if it hadn't been for him taking Qi Gongming to Leicheng, Zhuang Yuan would not have killed Chen Yu himself and kept it secret. In this way, Zhuang Yuan will not lose his last upper body, nor will he agree to Yan Qingping's solicitation and join the whirlpool of the old and new struggle in desperation. And things like tonight will not happen. Of course, only temporarily. If Li Guanqi had not taken Qi Gongming to Leicheng, if Chen Yu hadn't died, then Zhuang Yuan will control Chen Yu, who has recovered the 5 elements level cultivation, to perform a sacrificial ceremony, summoning Xiao to come and help him escape from prison. At that time, it was not Yan Qingping who came to kill Li Guanqi, but Zhuang Yuan himself who had escaped from prison. After all, Zhuang Yuan hired the Dark Brotherhood to kill him before, just because he didn't want to get his hands dirty, and he didn't want to bear the suspicion of being a teacher who killed a student. But if Zhuang Yuan really escaped from prison, he wouldn't have to worry about one more charge. To put it bluntly, it was only a matter of time before the pursuit came. However, the current future has been completely changed by Li Guanqi. Without Chen Yu who had recovered his cultivation, Zhuang Yuan also lost the opportunity to summon Ning Xiao. He failed to escape from prison, and was still imprisoned in the magic spell prison. At this point, he is probably still in the cell counting on Yin. Taiping can succeed. These things, Li Guanqi is destined to remain unknown. Now he only knows one thing. If he hadn't brought Qi Gongming to rescue his senior sister, and without her protection, he would have game over tonight, declaring the end of this journey to this strange world. This is really indescribable. One cause and one effect. One drink and one peck. Everything is going on by itself. What on earth are you thinking about? At this time, Wang Yanqing interrupted Li Guanqi's thinking and looked at him with a half smile. Are you thinking about whether you can become the Gu King champion? Or are you thinking about whether you can win the favor of the high priest after becoming the champion and have fun with her? One game. Senior sister, don't make trouble. Li Guanqi shook his head and laughed. I think it's unlikely. Wang Yanqing seemed to have thought about it seriously and looked at his current face carefully. If you change back, it will definitely be possible. After all, my junior brother is tall and handsome. What woman wouldn't be moved by it? But your current disguise is really a bit bad. Are you sure you don't want to change it? Otherwise, even if you really become a champion, you won't be able to sleep with that priestess. Talk later. Li Guanqi waved his hand. I don't like her if I don't like her. Anyway, I don't really want to sleep with her. Now that things have happened, he is actually not very interested in the special and perfect ending of Gu Village Ecstasy. He just wanted to get the spirit refining insect as soon as possible and then break into the 3rd level of spells. Then, end the main mission. Quickly connect to the Ancient Ruins side mission, and go inside the Ancient Ruins to see what you can find. Compared with the truth about this broken village, Li Guanqi wanted to find out the truth about the past and reality. And, in the end of the world, what role does Han Mengyao, the evil Phoenix Queen, Han Mengyao, the Lord of Guanming Sanctuary, play in history? Isn't this matter much more important than the destruction of Moxie Gu Village? Sister, let's go and enter the village. Li Guanqi shook his head to disperse these messy thoughts. And together with Wang Yanqing, he walked towards Moxie Gu Village. Whether it is a perfect ending step by step, or a special perfect ending where everyone tries to find the truth, the first thing to do is to participate in the King of Gu tournament, become the champion, and get the spirit refining worm. Boss, I want to change my room to a double room. Mushroom Inn. Li Guanqi stood behind the counter and said to the owner in front of him, an old man from southern Xinjiang. Spellcasters don't need to sleep. Breathing out spiritual power can replace sleep. Under normal circumstances, martial arts warriors of different blood who have reached the 3rd level god refining realm do not need sleep, because the soul cultivation method can also replace sleep. Wang Yanqing is a 5-element level martial artist, so naturally he can do this. But tonight was unusual. Wang Yanqing had just had a battle with Yan Qingping, and her body had been severely damaged and had to heal itself several times. The life energy in her body must have been greatly consumed. Life energy is a very special kind of energy that can be restored by itself just by sleeping. Moreover, sleep is the only way to recover quickly. Just like Li Guanqi, when he came back from the simulated copy of Frontier Battlefield, his life energy was depleted and he was extremely weak. He also slept at home for more than 2 consecutive days, more than 50 hours, and then his life energy was replenished and he returned to full strength. Period. Senior sister naturally needs a bed to sleep on tonight. Double room? Before the innkeeper could respond, Wang Yanqing, who was standing next to Li Guanqi, interrupted. Is the quality good? I can pay more. I want the best room in the whole inn. And the softest and biggest bed. The best. The innkeeper pushed up the square-framed glasses on his nose and flipped through a few pages in a yellowed book. There is also a couple suite. Do you want it? Ah? Li Guanqi's eyes widened when he heard this. Love or couple suite? Couple suite? Wang Yanqing was lying on the counter. She didn't seem to mind the word. Couples. She just looked at the innkeeper in surprise. Specially for couples? Why do you recommend this to me? I want the best quality room. The couple suite is the suite with the best overall quality in my inn. And the bed is also the softest and largest. The innkeeper explained. Speaking of which, this couple suite was told to me by a passing violet businessman 2 years ago. He said that young people like it, so I spent a lot of money to decorate it. Here. As he said this, the old man from southern Xinjiang took off his square-framed glasses and said, This thing was given to me by the violet man, and it's quite useful. I digress. Old man, let's have a couple suite. Wang Yanqing waved his hand, then looked at Li Guanqi. Junior brother. Pay. Li Guanqi had a strange expression. Sister, you just said I can add money so loudly. I thought you were going to pay. I have no money. Wang Yanqing was not straight-minded, but he was very angry. Didn't I say before that after I got married, the family's resources were cut off, and so were the financial resources. From then on, I couldn't get any money from the family. As for my savings, they were all scattered. She cough. It was all used as a pension for the families of the dead men, and it has almost been spent long ago. It is best not to say the word Red Blood Army in southern Xinjiang. She used to take the teleportation array back to the capital from the southern border of Daluo, all relying on the army token and the free green light all the way. But this is a couple suite? Li Guanqi couldn't accept it. How could he stay in a couple suite with his senior sister? The boss said that the couple suite is of the best quality. Wang Yanqing spread her hands and said helplessly, I can't help it. I have been spoiled since I was a child. I am used to it. The bed is not soft or good enough, so I can't sleep. Li Guanqi was stunned. For the first time, he knew that the heroic senior sister could be related to the word pampered. But think about it. Wang Yanqing, who grew up in the royal family of Daluo, can indeed be called a spoiled eldest lady. Wait, then you were before. Before Li Guanqi finished speaking, he noticed something was wrong. He slept in Wang Yanqing's boudoir in the Scarlet Blood Fortress. I didn't feel anything at that time. But now that I think about it, the quality of that bed is really great. Yes, senior sister has never wronged herself in the military camp. Didn't you sleep in my bed? Wang Yanqing looked at Li Guanqi and stared. That's a Minglian brand bed. An imported soft bed from the Tulip Empire. Each one costs 3 million to 5 million gold coins. And it's priceless. The materials used to make that kind of bed, you can't just get whatever you want. You have to customize it. And it will take several years for the craftsmen at Tulip to find the materials to make one. And you can't even buy it if you have the money. Li Guanqi was speechless. God! 5 million for a bed. Damn! Is this the luxurious life of the Daluo nobles? Damn the aristocracy. Damn it! He also wants to be a spendthrift noble. There are good things that money can't buy. So why didn't you take them with you in the first place? Li Guanqi asked casually while taking out money in the space ring. That kind of bed is very special. It needs to be moved to a fixed position when it is semi-finished. Once it is completely manufactured, the bed board and the earth will take root together, which is equivalent to a living plant bed. The entire bed and the land in the area have spirits. They are connected by force and coexist. They cannot leave that piece of land. Otherwise they will be useless and will not be soft. It is better to leave it there and live. Wang Yanqing lowered her head, looking very depressed. She seemed to really like the Minglian brand plant bed. Li Guanqi had a panoramic view of this scene. A Minglian brand bed? Okay. He remembered. Couple suite. 2,000 gold coins per day. At this time, the innkeeper suddenly said, question mark. Li Guanqi, who was taking out the money, paused and raised his head blankly. But the single room in your inn only costs 1,000 yuan in 10 days. The couple suite is different. The innkeeper smiled and said, also, young man, listen to me. You can't be stingy in front of women. You have to be cheerful. Me. She and I are not. Ah, forget it. Li Guanxi didn't bother to explain to him, and took out 2 money tickets from the space ring.
Here, 2,000 gold coins. Rent it for 1 day. Hey.
The innkeeper put away the money ticket with a smile and walked towards the stairs.
Please come upstairs. You too.
Chapter 278.
Sealing the aperture.
Being honest with each other.
It's right here. The soundproofing of the couple suite is very good. Don't worry. You too. Here's the key. I'm going to leave first. Old man.
Li Guanxi and Wang Yanqing followed the innkeeper's footsteps until they reached the top floor of the Maguwu Inn. After the boss gave him the key, he turned around and went downstairs. Li Guanxi looked at the leading figure of the old man from southern Xinjiang and was silent for a moment. It seems that I need to sell the body of the tiger banshee quickly for money. Otherwise, he would not be able to support the
eldest lady,
named Wang next to him.
Click.
Wang Yanqing directly took the concierge key from Li Guanxi's hand, opened the door of the couple suite in front of him, and strode into it. Opened the door for a moment. A beautiful and strange scent of rose incense came out. Apparently some drugs used as aphrodisiacs were added. This is not surprising. After all, it is a couple suite. Li Guanxi and Wang Yanqing were not affected by this incense at all.
It's quite beautiful.
Wang Yanqing walked to the living room and looked at it with interest. Li Guanxi also entered the room, closed the door, and looked around. The boss really understands. The main color of the entire suite is very dark, basically composed of purple and red, with rose petals scattered on the ground.
The big bed in the room is even more outrageous. There are shackles and handcuffs at the 4 corners at the head and foot of the bed. On the bedside table next to it, there are toys such as candles and whips.
Ah, this is it.
Wang Yanqing leaned close to the shackles and handcuffs on the big bed, and said with a faint smile,
Junior brother, let me tell you the secret history of the palace. You can't tell it to anyone. There is a grandma in my family who was a concubine of the late emperor. I heard her say that what the late emperor liked most was to have my grandma turn on her demon body, then lie on the bed with her hands and feet locked, and then play with dripping wax. These tricks of the whip.
Li Guanxi was stunned. The late emperor was quite good at playing.
Junior brother, I'm going to take a shower. Don't run around and sit close to the bathroom door.
Wang Yanqing turned around and walked towards the bathroom.
Li
Guanxi was surprised.
Why do I have to sit close to the bathroom door? Aren't you afraid that Yin Chengping will come back again?
Wang Yanqing glanced back at him and said in a deep voice,
If he is a 4 elements level conjurer, then you can wander around this inn casually, and I can be by your side instantly. But he is a 5 element level conjurer. I'm afraid that my perception is not sharp enough. So you can't stay too far away from me. 5 meters is the limit. Understood.
Li Guanxi was shocked when he heard this and nodded heavily.
It's also a rose.
Wang Yanqing opened the bathroom door, and what came into view was a bathtub filled with rose petals.
Boom! Crash!
The tall woman closed the bathroom door, took off her clothes as she walked, and soon sat in the bathtub. The rose bath water overflowed the bathtub, making the sound of running water. However, the bathroom door is translucent. Think about it. After all, how can the bathroom door of a couple suite block the line of sight? It would be completely uncouth. Wang Yanqing seemed to be at ease with Li Guanxi. Without any warning, he just took off his clothes and washed himself in the bathtub. And Li Guanxi also deserves his senior sister's trust. At this time, Li Guanxi was sitting cross-legged with his back against the bathroom door, unmoved by the sound of water flowing behind him and the charming scenery. Instead, his expression was so solemn that he didn't look like a man living in a couple suite. All he could think about now was Yin Chengping. After the concentration of spiritual power reaches a certain level, it is visible and condenses into visible energy bodies of various colors. However, when many spells are in a latent state, the spiritual power will not be intensively gathered. That is, they will be invisible to the naked eye. The alien blood warriors cannot sense the substance of spiritual power. If they cannot see it, then they cannot directly detect the approach of spiritual power. But they can find it indirectly, because the humidity and various air conditions in the air, if nothing unexpected happens, will not change drastically in an instant. The sensory abilities of the alien blood warriors are very terrifying, and they can clearly detect subtle changes in the air conditions. Once external spiritual power squeezes in, the various conditions in the air will inevitably change in an instant. So the different blood warriors can use this to judge that there is spiritual power around them and make various responses. But in the final analysis,
The different blood warriors can only judge, indirectly, through these signs, rather than directly. As a result, there is bound to be a perceptual delay. That's why Wang Yanqing asked Li Guanqi to stay within 5 meters of her at all times. For the next period of time, I will be inseparable from my senior sister. Li Guanqi's eyes were gloomy. Isn't it good to be inseparable from senior sister? In the bathroom, Wang Yanqing was sitting in the bathtub, caressing her slender legs, adding bubbles of bath water on them, and smiling outside. Or, you have to become a demon before you like to talk to senior sister. Stay together? Of course not, and senior sister. To be honest, don't activate the demon body again unless you face a strong enemy. Li Guanqi smiled bitterly, and quickly begged for mercy. Speaking of which, do you men really think that looks good? Your whole body turns purple. And you also have wings and a tail. Does it really look good? Wang Yanqing asked again in the bathroom. Forehead. Li Guanqi hesitated for a moment. I personally think it's pretty good. More than good. It's almost unbearable. Isn't this something generally recognized? Li Guanqi added. After all, they are known as the succubus family, and they have long been recognized by the world as beautiful. Ah. Wang Yanqing chuckled in the bathroom. Weird man. Women also like male succubi. Li Guanqi said helplessly. Isn't it the Wang family that has produced the most princes-in-law in the past? That's true. Wang Yanqing was quiet for a while, but not long after. She continued to ask. Who is that Yin Chumping? And why is he chasing you? Did he claim to be from the Violet Council before? Or is he a new sect magician? Junior brother, can you tell me? I am also not certain. Li Guanqi leaned against the bathroom door and sat on the ground. After thinking for a while, he said, I used to be in the southern Xinjiang headquarters. With the help of Senior Qi, I sent a man named Zhuang Yuan to prison. The matter is complicated, but I guess that Yin Chengping was sent by Zhuang Yuan. Zhuang, far away. Wang Yanqing was silent for a moment. But then the conversation changed, and he suddenly mentioned another thing. Junior brother, according to the records of the Wang family's secret book, there are such people in history who have a physical body at the peak of the 3 talents level and a magic cultivation level of the Liangyi level. But they can be said to be rare. But if you break through to the 4th level of martial arts and the 3rd level of conjuration, then you will be the first person in history. Senior sister does not need to know your secret. But you should know how dangerous you will be if you are discovered. I will protect you. After a pause, Wang Yanqing continued. Whether it's Zhuang Yuan or these dangers, senior sister will protect you, and will always protect you until you become more powerful than senior sister. Outside the bathroom door, Li Guanqi sat on the ground, lowered his head and smiled. Yes, I know. Senior sister. Uh-huh. Okay. Make way. Senior sister is coming out. Crash. As soon as Wang Yanqing finished speaking, there was a sound of water overflowing, accompanied by a rustling sound of dressing. Click. Soon, Wang Yanqing opened the bathroom door, wearing a thin red nightgown. She rubbed her long, wet black hair with her right hand. A burst of white arrogance emitted from her palm, which quickly evaporated all the water droplets. White arrogance. Senior sister, what on earth is that? Li Guanqi stood by the door and asked curiously. When you used the 4 pillars of heavenly Jew before, I couldn't understand it. It seemed like a simple high-temperature gas. It's the phenomenon of burning qi and blood. Wang Yanqing smiled and said, after you practice the 4 pillars of heavenly art, you will naturally understand. Sister, when will you teach me? Li Guanqi was a little excited. Hold on. Wang Yanqing shook her head slightly, then looked at Li Guanqi and said seriously, the necklace you are wearing around your neck can help you hide your physical strength. This necklace is really good. If you don't take the initiative to expose it, even the senior sister can only tell through some subtle muscle changes that you are definitely a martial artist of different blood. But they can't tell your specific martial arts realm at all. But if you break through to the 4th level, it's hard to say. It's very likely that this necklace won't be useful. By then, your spell cultivation and martial arts cultivation will be exposed at the same time, and the consequences will be serious. Therefore, before practicing the 4 pillars of heavenly Jew, senior sister must first teach you another secret martial art. It's called sealing the aperture. By sealing one's own acupoints, the unique aura of the Liangyi and Sankai levels of the physical body can be hidden, including subsequent realms, which can hide these changes in the physical body. All in all, sealing the aperture technique can prevent your physical strength from being known to outsiders. In other words, as long as you have mastered the sealing skill, the necklace around your neck can be sold. Because from now on, as long as you don't take the initiative to expose yourself, even a Jogong level warrior will never be able to tell that you are a different blood warrior without touching it with your hands. So smart. Li Guanqi was slightly surprised. This sealing the aperture technique actually has such a magical effect? Even the Jogong level can't see it? Of course it's magical. But the problem is, Wang Yanqing looked hesitant. The problem is, senior sister, I really don't know if you can master it. Sealing the aperture technique is very difficult. Very difficult. This was unearthed from an ancient ruins by the Wang family 2,000 years ago. It should be ancient martial arts. Let's put it this way. Sealing the aperture technique has been stored in the Wang family scripture collection pavilion for more than 2,000 years. The number of people in the Wang family who have practiced it can only be counted on both hands. Even 500 years ago, due to an unexpected incident at that time and pressure from the outside world, the Wang family had to contribute the sealing skill to let the 16 surnames of Daoyuo and the Bagwuzhu family learn it together. But even so, all our big families combined, to this day, there are no more than 100 people who have learned the sealing skill. Of course, these 100 people do not include the emperor's family. Although the royal family named Ing cannot live long, their talents are really terrifying. Not only their training speed, but also all kinds of martial arts can be practiced at their fingertips. Sealing the aperture technique is not a problem for them at all. So they can't learn it. What we have learned has no reference significance for us. Anyway, let me tell you this. Sealing the aperture is very difficult. Very, very difficult. Senior sister, can you do it? Li Guanqi listened for a long time and finally asked directly. Uh-huh. As soon as he said this, Wang Yanqing immediately raised his head and said with pride, excluding the Ing family, there are no more than 100 people who have learned the sealing skill from ancient times to the present. And your senior sister and I are exactly one of these, the 99th in history, and the only one in the past 50 years. When Li Guanqi saw this, he suddenly smiled. He has the plunder technique, and if his senior sister knows it, doesn't that mean he knows it? Sister, show me, Li Guanqi said excitedly. Quickly show me the sealing technique, once. You don't need to worry about anything else. You only need to tell me the content of sealing technique, and then perform it on me a few times. Eh? Wang Yanqing was obviously stunned, and said with a strange expression, how can I show you this? Why not? Li Guanqi's face was full of surprise. Wang Yanqing was speechless for a moment. Oh, you will understand after reading the contents of sealing the aperture yourself. As he said that, Wang Yanqing grabbed Li Guanqi and put his eyebrows close to each other. The light blue soul power escaped, and through the transmission of soul information, he instilled all the contents of sealing the aperture into Li Guanqi. After slowly sorting out the contents of sealing the aperture, Li Guanqi suddenly realized it. No wonder Wang Yanqing couldn't show it to him. Sealing the aperture technique is a secret technique that acts on the inside of the body. This secret martial art requires sealing one's 108 acupoints in sequence, as long as one does not take the initiative to expose one's physical strength. A Jogong level martial artist will not be able to see these 108 acupoints, showing his physical strength. In other words, this secret technique can't tell anything from the outside. It's just acupuncture. But the complex and difficult part of cultivation lies inside the body, in the coordinated operation of the qi mechanisms in the body when the orifice is sealed. So, what do you think of this thing inside the body? Senior sister, try it. Li Guanqi looked at Wang Yanqing and said seriously, my martial arts talent is very good. I only need to watch others practice once or twice, and I can learn it directly. Don't make trouble. Wang Yanqing smiled helplessly. Do you think your surname is Ing? The martial arts in the world have a photographic memory. You can know it at a glance. You can understand it once you learn it. And you can become perfect and reach the pinnacle after practicing it. This is one of the talents of the Ing family. Senior sister, give it a try. Okay. Let me try it for you and see if you can. After saying that, Wang Yanqing's hands turned into afterimages, and he clicked on various parts of the body one after another. In just a few seconds, he finished tapping 108 acupoints. I have already set it to the slowest speed. If it is any slower, the qi machine inside the body cannot cooperate, and the performance will fail. So, Wang Yanqing looked at Li Guanqi and smiled helplessly. Do you understand? Obviously. She didn't believe that her junior brother could really know it at a glance. Call. Li Guanqi didn't speak. He breathed out gently and closed his eyes. In his mind, Wang Yanqing's gestures and movements just now were replayed crazily, as well as the faint flow of qi movement. Technique, plunder. Bang, 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 bang. Li Guanqi's eyes were closed tightly, and his hands turned into afterimages. Just like Wang Yanqing just now, he quickly tapped various parts of his body. At the same time, the energy in his body cooperated, and he quickly tapped all 108 acupoints. Call. But in the end, a force of energy leaked out, causing the work to fall short, and the 108 orifices that had been sealed were reopened. Failed. Li Guanqi slowly opened his eyes, looked down at his hands, and asked with confusion on his face. Why? It doesn't make sense. His plundering technique has been used so far, and as long as he has seen it, there has never been anything he couldn't learn. But he had clearly watched the entire process of his senior sister performing the sealing technique. Why did it fail? What about the qi mechanism in the body? Didn't he also directly learn the coordination of qi in the 3,000 ghost shadows, played by the old madman from Leicheng? Etc. That doesn't seem to be the case. How can the difficulty of 3,000 ghosts be compared with the sealing technique that has stumped countless wealthy families and even the 8 Kingdoms Pillars family? Junior brother. Wang Yanqing stood in front of Li Guanqi, his face full of shock. I actually learned it quickly. Did you almost learn it after just watching it once? No. This is not something that needs to be done over and over again. This is actually a problem that is not fully understood. If he had seen it clearly just now, wouldn't he be able to learn it once? Martial arts genius? Wang Yanqing gritted her teeth and walked back and forth in the living room with a tangled expression, as if she was troubled by something. Li Guanqi, on the other hand, did not believe in evil and continued to try the sealing skill on the spot. Not surprisingly, they all failed. Junior brother! Finally, after Li Guanqi tried 19 times, Wang Yanqing walked back to Li Guanqi, held his face in his hands, and said seriously, Remember, I am your senior sister. You can't think nonsense. Question mark. Before Li Guanqi had time to ask, his eyes suddenly stared. Wang Yanqing was actually standing in front of him. She took off her red nightgown, and her tall, snow-white body was exposed in front of him without any trace of hair. Don't be distracted. Watch carefully, Wang Yanqing shouted in a deep voice. His hands turned into afterimages, and he used the sealing the aperture technique. Again, unlike before when she was wearing clothes, Wang Yanqing's delicate body was naked at this time, and under her deliberate control. The flow of qi in her body was extremely violent, which actually caused the surface of her skin to bulge, forming countless raised lines. For a moment, it seemed as if there were countless bugs moving rapidly under Wang Yanqing's skin, crawling through every inch of her body along a specific trajectory. Li Guanqi's eyes moved rapidly, closely following the movement trajectories of these qi machine bugs, keeping in mind the timing of the increasing and weakening strength of the qi machines, keeping all the changes in mind. In other words, plundered. Soon, after Wang Yanqing finished using the sealing skill, he quickly turned around, picked up the red nightgown on the ground and put it on. With his back to Li Guanqi, his pretty face couldn't stop blushing. Bang, 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 bang. At this time, there was a sound of fingers hitting her acupoints behind her. Soon, 108 times, the curtain came to an end. Junior brother? Wang Yanqing ignored her shyness and turned around with surprise on her face. At this time, Li Guanqi's energy was restrained, and the aura that belonged to the physical body of a third-level martial artist was gone. The same goes for the auras of the Yin realm and Yang realm of Liangyi. There is not even any sign of the 1 yuan level, punching to open qi and blood. If he didn't take the initiative, even a Jogong level warrior standing here wouldn't be able to tell what Li Guanqi's situation was at this time without touching it with his hands. The acupoints are completely sealed, and the qi movement is restrained to the limit. Sealing the aperture technique. Perfected. Chapter 279. Refining the strange blood potion failed. Junior brother, you succeeded? Wang Yanqing hugged Li Guanqi and jumped up excitedly. 100! 100! In the past 2,000 years, apart from the Ying family, you are the 100th person to practice the sealing the aperture technique, and you still know how to do it. Just like the Ying family. Li Guanqi was held by Wang Yanqing.
He didn't struggle, but his expression was strange. As soon as he closed his eyes now, all he could think of was the snow-white body of his senior sister just now. That is a woman's body with extremely beautiful lines. It is not as soft as Han Mengyao, but more powerful and beautiful. Especially the mermaid line on the abdomen, which is extremely beautiful. And wait, what is he thinking? Ah, why compare senior sister with Han Mengyao?
Hey, don't think too much.
At this time, Wang Yanqing suddenly grabbed Li Guanqi's shoulders and looked at him seriously.
When we were chatting on the road tonight, didn't you say that you were only in your 20s? I am 34 years old, and I can be your aunt. And I am your senior sister. I just wanted to teach you martial arts. Also, my senior sister is from the army and is a child on the battlefield. She doesn't stick to trivial matters. You can't have random thoughts. Do you understand?
Li Guanqi was stunned.
Also, and still,
Wang Yanqing didn't know whether she was really curious or just to change the subject. She suddenly changed the subject and asked directly,
your terrifying growth rate and talent in martial arts. Guanqi, can you tell senior sister that you and Dazbing family really have nothing to do with it?
Li Guanqi was speechless for a moment. This is a nonsense question, obviously meant to change the topic.
Of course, it doesn't matter at all.
Li Guanqi shook his head.
Uh-huh.
Wang Yanqing turned around, pondered for a few times, and walked towards the big bed in the couple's suite.
Well, senior sister is going to sleep to restore her life energy. So don't run around. Senior sister sleeps on the left side, and you sit on the right side. Remember, you must not run around. Not even get out of bed. If you want to go somewhere, wake up senior sister first. Forget it. There is no need to wake up. Anyway, if you dare to get out of bed, senior sister will definitely wake up. As for the
pillars to heaven,
I will teach you after my senior sister wakes up.
With that said, she lay down on the bed, pulled the light pink quilt over, and covered her entire body and her head.
Oh!
Li Guanqi immediately came to the bed, sat cross-legged on the right side, and took out an alchemy book from the space ring. This bed is very big, and with 2 people on it, it doesn't feel crowded at all.
By the way,
Li Guanqi held the book in his hand and glanced at the human silhouette on the quilt on the left in surprise.
Senior sister, can you still protect me when I'm asleep?
Certainly. Wang Yanqing's voice came from the pale pink quilt.
Don't you understand? This is the difference between nobles and civilians. The torture, training we have received since childhood are beyond the imagination of civilian warriors. For wealthy warriors like us, the long-term training and medicinal liquids that stimulate the soul since childhood have long since formed a series of instincts in the body and soul. Our instinctive reaction, in many cases, is even sharper and more reliable than the subjective response. In short, don't worry. If there is spiritual power approaching, senior sister will wake up immediately. Stop talking. Senior sister is going to bed.
After saying that, the pale pink quilt twisted for a while, and she seemed to be adjusting to a comfortable position. Among the bedding, Wang Yanqing curled up, her face flushed with embarrassment. She told Li Guanqi not to pay attention, but now her mind was filled with the scene where she took off her clothes. Except for the wedding night with Yuanin. This was the first time she was honest with another man. And this person is still her junior brother. Junior brother. Wang Yanqing never expected that something like this would happen on the first day of traveling with his junior brother to southern Xinjiang. What about the future? Will you get it again in the future? This? Well, father-in-law. Wang Yanqing's eyes were lowered with complicated expressions. Is this why you asked me to protect my junior brother? At this moment, Wang Yanqing went with Qi Gongming to collect evidence of the southern Xinjiang army outside the Great Wall. When they returned together, the words Qi Gongming said to her seemed to still ring in her ears.
Yanqing, you still have a long life in the future. With your talent and bloodline, it is not difficult for you to reach 7 stars. Coupled with the average lifespan of the Wang family's alien blood, you will have a lifespan of 600 to 700 years in this life. It is inevitable. Is it possible that you have to remain a widow for 700 years? There is no such truth. You have such a long life. There is no need to always worry about the past. I am Yuanin's grandfather, and I know very well that he wants you to live well more than anyone else. The years are long. You can't always dwell on the past. You have to let go. You are still very young, and you will always encounter more things and more people. If one day you can find another spouse, please don't dwell on the past. Ha ha. By the way, don't forget to send me a wedding invitation and ask me to come and have a glass of your wedding wine. Yanqing. Remember, you are no longer the daughter-in-law of the Qi family, but you will always be my descendant.
Wang Yanqing held the quilt in her hands and closed her eyes. Yes, she is still young. Very young. So, talk later. Yin Chumping did not come again. Maybe he knew he was no match for Wang Yanqing. Or maybe, he knew very well that even if he tried his best and defeated Wang Yanqing, there was no guarantee that the demon Wang family in Daliao would not take revenge on him. The truth is unknown. But the result was that Li Guanqi and Wang Yanqing lived peacefully in the next 2 days. After Wang Yanqing slept for a day and a night, his life energy was restored to its peak. However, Li Guanqi did not rush to learn the
four pillars to heaven,
but accompanied by Wang Yanqing, went to the market square of Moxie-gu village. Before practicing, let's change some money first. He sold the body of the tiger banshee to a third-level conjurer. Sold 180,000 gold coins. But the 180,000 gold coins didn't last long. Li Guanqi didn't even cover himself and started spending money. The first thing is to change the hotel. There are still 5 days left until the Gu King tournament starts. His pampered, eldest daughter of the Wang family could not be aggrieved. After almost tossing and turning, the two of them left the Maguwu Inn and came to the finest inn in Mosiagu village and chose the finest suite. For 3,000 gold coins a day, he rented it directly for 5 days and spent 1.50000 gold coins. But I have to say that this top-level suite is indeed worthy of the price. It is much better than the Mushroom House couple suite that costs 2,000 gold coins per day. At least this top-level suite has real capabilities. It has a spirit-gathering spell array that can condense spiritual energy. You can even see colorful light spots floating everywhere in the room. They are the high concentration of spiritual energy, which directly forms the expression of spiritual power. In an environment with high concentration of spiritual energy, Li Guanqi couldn't explain why. Anyway, he just felt very comfortable. And he felt comfortable everywhere. The senior sister also praised this very much, saying that it was barely comparable to Daliao. In addition to changing inns, I just bought materials. The formula material of the strange blood potion. Li Guanqi directly bought 10 ready-made materials and spent more than 10,000 gold coins. These 10 ready-made materials were for his own use. He wanted to try to refine a bottle of strange blood potion. Considering the success rate, he bought 10 copies directly. I have to say that Mars' strange blood potion is really great. Not only because of the effect, but also because of the cost-effectiveness. The raw material price of a bottle of strange blood potion is only 1,000 gold coins. Even with the living standards in southern Xinjiang, a person at the lowest level in southern Xinjiang can afford 2 bottles after working for a month. Of course, this only refers to the price of raw materials. Li Guanqi bought 10 ready-made raw materials, but in addition, he also bought 100 non-ready-made raw materials, spending more than 50,000 gold coins. For example, among the ingredients of the strange blood potion, one of the ingredients is 3g of yaoyang grass powder. Yaoyankyo powder is a ready-made material because many pharmaceuticals use this material, and you can directly buy yaoyankyo powder prepared by merchants on the market. Li Guanqi also bought 100 seeds of yaoyang grass because he wants to try transplantation and cultivation. He wanted to bring these seeds back to reality and give them to Lin Xianbai and the others, so that they could try to grow this thing in reality and mass-produce it. Li Guanqi thinks it may be a bit difficult. After all, plant transplantation is easy to say, but in fact the knowledge involved is immense. But I have to give it a try. Anyway, just leave it to Lin Xianbai and the others. He doesn't need to worry about it. They are all contributing to the real world. If he produces the magic potion formula and some resources, other people will naturally be responsible for other efforts. In this way, after a day of shopping in the market, Li Guanqi sold the body of the tiger banshee and bought 10 ready-made materials and 100 non-ready-made raw materials. He still had 100,000 gold coins left in his pocket. The wallet is not bulging, but at least it is not flat. But according to Wang Yanqing, once you have the strength to kill 4 elephant-level monsters, there is no need to care too much about gold coins. Her advice, instead of saving gold coins, save supplies, because there are many things in the world that gold coins cannot buy. As the saying goes, there is a price but no market. Many special or high-level resource items can be bought directly with gold coins. In many cases, they cannot be purchased at all. You need to barter with resource items of the same level,
because the gold coin system only works among low-level practitioners and ordinary people. There is no problem for these low-level people to use the gold coin system. But in the circle of high-level practitioners, those at the Lyoha level to the Jogon level are completely otherworldly, similar to gods and demons, and are not the same kind of creatures as ordinary people. Those top experts don't recognize gold coins. For them, exchanging rare items for rare items, the most primitive form of barter, is the best way to solve their needs. For example, the spirit refining insect. Of course, there is a market price for spirit refining insects, which is 1 million gold coins each. But the problem is, if you walk around the market with a ticket worth 1 million gold coins, you find that no one is selling it to you. The forces that can sell spirit refining insects are used to trade resources and items with other forces in barter. Spirit refining insect is not a high-end resource. Although it is rare, its value is not that high-end, so it can only be regarded as a special resource. But it is almost impossible to buy it with gold coins. For example, Moxie Goo Village. Emosia Goo Village does not sell spirit refining insects at all, but gives them away for free, using the spirit refining insects and the high priest's sleeping reward. They hold a Goo King competition and directly call on the spellcasters in the area to come and drive the economy of the village also spreads the influence of the Moxie family. And they have friends all over southern Xinjiang. Squeak. The sun is shining brightly. The door of a mushroom house pharmacy was pushed open. Huh? Sorry. I remember I had a closed sign. Right. And the door is not locked. Arya, a blonde sorceress wearing a white dress, slowly walked down the stairs of the pharmacy. Then she looked at the two figures at the door and was stunned. A tall woman in red. An ordinary man in black. Wang Yanqing. Li Guanqi. Great! So you are still alive. Arya breathed a sigh of relief when she saw them, and then smiled. There was so much noise the night before yesterday that the forest was flattened. I was still worried about you. Fortunately, there was no danger. Li Guanqi smiled and walked into the room. By the way, where is Mr. Mar's body? It's been buried. Arya looked at him and smiled and said, Thank you. Really, it was you who gave me the opportunity to bury my teacher's body. Thank you very much. No need to thank you. Li Guanqi looked towards the second floor. There is the alchemy room. He wanted to refine a bottle of different blood potion immediately. In this way, plus the previous side mission rewards, he would have 2 bottles of different blood potion, which could turn both his parents into different blood superhuman beings. Arya! Li Guanqi looked away, looked at the blonde sorcerer in front of him, and said seriously, I want to borrow your alchemy room. But well, you know. Arya was confused at first, and then suddenly realized. Oh, I understand. I will do it myself. After saying that, she walked to a chair next to her. After sitting down, she raised her hand to perform a drowsy spell on herself. As soon as she closed her eyes, she fell asleep under the green mist. Buzz, however, Li Guanqi made a secret with one hand and released another piece of green mist that escaped into Arya's mind. He was a little worried, but he was most at ease with the sleeping technique he had cast. Let's go, senior sister. Li Guanqi walked towards the alchemy room on the second floor. Are you still a pharmacist? Wang Yanqing followed him up to the second floor, looked at all the alchemy utensils around him, and asked a question in surprise. Does De Luo call an alchemist a pharmacist? Li Guanqi replied while preparing the tools he would use later. But the title of pharmacist is not quite right. Alchemists are not just people who can make potions. They also have some items that do not fall into the categories of sacrificial and magical artifacts. It's called an alchemical item. For example, Wang Yanqing is playing with several beakers. Well, for example, a wooden sculpture of a talking owl. Li Guanqi cleaned an alchemy cauldron and chuckled. You only need to give the owl wooden sculpture a bottle of potion, and it will turn into a real owl. It can fly around, speak human language, and live for a few years. 100 years ago. Senior sister, should this be considered a sacrificial weapon or a magical weapon? There is such a thing? Wang Yanqing was shocked, put down the beaker in his hand, and approached Li Guanqi curiously. I've never heard of it. Junior brother, can you make one for me? I can't do it now. Li Guanqi shook his head and smiled bitterly. Making wooden sculptures into living things is the ultimate alchemy of turning death into life. How can I do this? Wang Yanqing suddenly became less interested. However, I can make the owl cutout talk. Seeing her like this, Li Guanqi couldn't help but laugh again. Sister, go and cut paper. You can cut whatever you want. It doesn't have to be an owl. Anyway, cut out a paper pattern. I'll do it for you later and let you do the paper cutting. Come over. Seriously? Wang Yanqing was talking, but he had already torn off a piece of paper from a record book nearby, and then sat aside, tilting his head, thinking about what to cut. And Li Guanqi no longer has the energy to care about his senior sister. He concentrated on setting up the alchemy cauldron, controlling the flames, and began to pour in and cook ingredients one after another. The alien blood potion is of course a great invention, but from an alchemical level, it is just a basic potion, and the refining method is very simple. It can be said that the simplicity of this refining method makes this potion even greater. As long as you master the formula and some basic alchemy knowledge, even ordinary people can successfully refine it using ordinary flames and ordinary cauldrons. High-level potions require a special high-level alchemy cauldron or a medicine refining cauldron. Facing the strange blood potion, Li Guanqi actually didn't need a pot. He could use his spiritual power to control the liquid to float in the air and complete the entire refining process. But how should I put it? This should be regarded as the first time that a different blood potion has been introduced in this world. Using the mouth to alchemy a cauldron always feels a bit ritualistic. Mars has never been truly refined. He just relied on his profound knowledge of alchemy and nearly 300 years of research and development of different blood potions. After finding the purple blood vine, he judged that this medicinal plant could become the last flavor of the different blood potions. Medicine. So if you really want to talk about it, a truly completely different blood potion has never appeared in this world. Today, it will be the first time. Gulyalu. Well, the blood is starting to boil. Put 2 buds of oya vine. There are also 3g of egg grass, 10g into yanhua powder. Besides, as time went by, Li Guanqi put more and more medicinal materials into the alchemy cauldron, until finally, he put in all the medicinal materials. Ding! You triggered the mission conditions. You've been given a new side quest. Special blood potion. Mission introduction. The famous alchemist of the Tulip Empire, Mars Clinton, completely determined the potion formula before his death. This is an epic-making potion invention. Will you be the first to refine it? Mission requirements. Successfully refine a bottle of strange blood potion. Reward for successful mission. A reminder that the refining is successful, so you don't have to worry about finding a living person to test the success of the potion. Penalty for mission failure. None. Li Guanqi was fully focused and was not disturbed by the sudden system notification sound. He was still carefully controlling the flame and boiling the potion in the pot. 10 minutes later. Puff. Suddenly there was a strange noise in the pot. Forehead? Li Guanqi opened the lid of the pot and saw black lines all over his head. A pot of dark green potion still exudes a rancid smell. The first refining failed, because the successful alien blood potion is scarlet. There is no need for the system to tell him whether it is successful or not. The color alone is wrong. Well, there should be something wrong with the size of the buds of the Aoya vine. If there is too much of this material, the medicinal properties of the Feng Yu Guo will be weakened. Li Guanqi was not surprised by the first failure. He learned from the experience of failure, and was soon ready to try again. Then, fail. The 3rd time, failed. The 4th time, the 5th time, the 6th time, 3 hours later. The 8th time, failure. The 9th time, well. Li Guanqi looked at the light red potion in the pot, and smelled it carefully. It was obviously different from the pungent smell of blood that Mars said. It smelled like cloves and gooseberries, and it was very fragrant. The problem was the incense has no use. It failed. Li Guanqi looked down at the last piece of information on the table, frowning. Why? The last 2 times, I followed the recipe exactly, without any mistakes. Is there something wrong with Mars' formula? Or is there actually a problem with the translation process of the English formula? Junior brother! Junior brother! At this time, Wang Yanqing, who had been waiting for more than 3 hours, finally couldn't sit still. He held a pile of various paper cuts in his hands and looked at Li Guanqi eagerly. Have you finished it? Are you ready to make the paper cutting come alive? Li Guanqi turned around and was slightly startled when he saw this. Commander Wang, who used to be dignified and solemn in the military camp, turned out to have a girl-like demeanor in private. Chapter 280. The Monument of Humanity. The 4-pillar heaven-reaching technique. Oh, I'm sorry, senior sister. Li Guanqi looked apologetic, and quickly walked up to Wang Yanqing, picked up all the paper cuts on her thighs, gently placed them on the table next to him, and separated them one by one. These are all messy paper cuts. Well, maybe it's an animal. Although Li Guanqi had no idea what these animals were. His ability to control paper figures is also conditional. At least the paper cutout must look like something. Li Guanqi looked at these speechless paper figures and was really speechless. Senior sister. Then, which one do you like best? If you want to say these are all ugly things, you can just say so. Cough. Li Guanqi shook his head and laughed, tearing out a page from the book next to him. Senior sister, let me cut one for you. Okay. Wang Yanqing's eyes suddenly lit up. What do you want to cut for me? Cut one for you. Li Guanqi put his index finger and middle finger together, turning his spiritual power into a sword, cutting rapidly on the white paper, folding and flipping the paper from time to time, and countless scraps of paper fell. He had learned the paper cutting technique when he was experimenting with his paper control power. Turn on the computer, find a video of a paper cutting master, and then use the passive ability of the plunder technique to easily learn superb paper cutting techniques. Then, less than 3 minutes later, a vivid paper female general appeared in Li Guanqi's hands. He even used the remaining pieces of paper to make a pair of armor, a spear, and a war horse. There are obviously no details on the face of the paper man. But luckily, at a glance, you can recognize Wang Yanqing's face. This is the ingenuity of the paper cutting technique. No carving, but imitate as God. Wait a minute. Senior sister. Li Guanqi found several liquid materials of different colors in the alchemy room, and carefully applied them on the paper female general to give it color. With an extremely serious expression, Wang Yanqing watched the scene from the side. Stunned. Buzz. Li Guanqi placed his right hand on the head of the paper figure female general, spread his fingers, and activated his control ability. His mental power spread out and poured into the paper figure. Soon, the thin paper body of the paper man began to swell, and in the blink of an eye it completely turned into a palm-sized living creature, galloping on the table, holding a spear, and charging back and forth. Kill! The paper figure female general's long ponytail hair is flying, and her face is full of high spirits. She looks very much like Wang Yanqing, who is charging on the battlefield. It's just that this little Wang Yanqing no longer wears red armor. Instead, he was wearing cyan light armor. Huh? Silly. Wang Yanqing couldn't tell what his expression was, but he turned his head and smiled with complicated eyes. I never ride a horse on the battlefield. Okay. I just said you are not suitable to be a soldier. Right. You are a commander at the 5 elements level. How can you still ride a horse? Yes. And, senior sister, look. The cyan color is also very good looking. Li Guanqi looked at the green-armored female general on the table and spoke softly. Wang Yanqing lowered his head and said nothing. He just grabbed his left arm with his right hand and responded softly. Li Guanqi was silent for a moment, then waved his hand to dissipate his mental power and powers, and the female paper general turned into a paper man again. It seems a little too hasty. Take it easy. Ding! The side mission, Special Blood Potion, has been completed. You have successfully completed the refining of a different blood potion. This prompt is the task reward. You do not need to find a living person to test the effect of the potion. This potion is fully qualified. Finished? Li Guanqi was stunned. No. Why is it completed? What's the situation? Full of doubts, Li Guanqi walked back to the alchemy cauldron again. This is his 9th potion. He had previously judged that the refining failed this time. But before he could pour the failed potion into the waste liquid bucket, the senior sister urged him with a pile of paper. So Li Guanqi did not pour out the pot. And now, the potion in the pot was much less than when he left the pot. Almost only 1/10 of the original amount. And the colors are different too. It was light red before, but now, it has completely turned into the scarlet color recorded in the formula, exuding a pungent smell of blood. So that's it? Li Guanqi was stunned. He finally understood what the problem was. Absorbent licorice. One of the medicinal ingredients in the formula for the strange blood potion is water-absorbing licorice. The geographical environment of the Tulip Empire is completely different from that of southern Xinjiang. There are many rainforests in southern Xinjiang and are humid all year round. The water-absorbing licorice growing in this area absorbs a large amount of water vapor over a long period of time. causing its roots to contain a lot of water. Because of this, after it is put into the potion, a large amount of water in the rhizome will diffuse out, diluting the alien blood potion and ultimately leading to failure. This is something Mars didn't mention in the recipe, because the water-absorbing licorice of the Tulip Empire is not like this. The alchemist from Tulip naturally did not expect this. Mars said nothing about dilution and concentration. Li Guanqi, a little apprentice who had just started alchemy, could not think of it for a while. And now, because he was asked by Wang Yanqing to get the paper figurine, the diluted potion in the alchemy cauldron was not poured out, and the flame at the bottom of the cauldron was still burning. Li Guanqi has been playing paper figurines with his senior sister. The big pot here has been burning. Eventually, the excess water in the potion evaporates rapidly in the boiling state. Due to the passage of water, the potion is no longer in a diluted state and gradually becomes concentrated, reaching the true standard of a different blood potion. At this point, the strange blood potion has been successfully refined. Senior sister? After thinking clearly about the cause and effect, Li Guanqi suddenly became excited. He turned around, picked up his senior sister, and spun around in circles in the room with great excitement. Lucky star! You are my lucky star! Senior sister? Wang Yanqing's sudden embrace made Wang Yanqing look a little unnatural. Her eyes were evasive, and there was a hint of shyness in her eyes. Wrong! Li Guanqi's expression suddenly changed, and he quickly put down Wang Yanqing, then rushed to the cauldron and waved his right hand to disperse the flames below. If you burn it again, it will be gone. But even so, there was not much potion left in the pot. Li Guanqi found a glass bottle, and after putting the scarlet potion in it, he found that it was just enough for one bottle. This bottle of magic potion, plus the bottle from the previous mission reward, makes 2 bottles. Mom and Dad, 1 bottle each. That's enough. Success! Li Guanqi looked at the strange blood potion in his hand, and was so excited that he couldn't wait to return to reality and send the 2 bottles of potion to his parents. Moreover, the advent of the strange blood potion also means that the real world as a whole has become stronger. And the truly extraordinary era of all superhuman beings is not far away. What's this? At this time, Wang Yanqing, who had finally adjusted her mood, walked to Li Guanqi and looked at the bottle of scarlet potion curiously. This is a great invention! Li Guanqi placed the potion on the table, then tore off a piece of white paper and wrote 2 strings of names, one in English and one in Chinese characters, and pasted the note on the bottle of the strange blood potion. Wang Yanqing looked at the name above and tilted her head in confusion. Mars Clinton. Mars Clinton. Junior brother? Wang Yanqing looked at Li Guanqi in surprise. Didn't you do this? Why isn't your name written on it? Who is this Mars Clinton? I was just the first to follow the recipe, but I was not the inventor of the recipe. Li Guanqi put the different blood potion with the name on it into the space ring, and put it together with his original bottle of potion. As for Mars Clinton, he is a great person. Yes, great. The current Li Guanqi has not been able to make Mars famous in this world. But in another world, this great alchemist will always stand as a monument to the extraordinary history of mankind. This is the glory that should belong to Mars. He cannot take it away, nor allow anyone to preempt it. And his teacher Xiaoholi, the old man who gave him hundreds of spiritual refinements, was equivalent to using his hands to truly push him to the road of invincibility. One day, Li Guanqi will tell the world and let the world return all the glory that these great inventors deserve. Speaking of which, Xiaoholi fought 2 5-element level thunder lizards 1 against 2, and successfully killed the female one among them, avenging the teachers and students of the Gushue branch. However, he died of serious injuries as a result. But the male thunder dragon lizard escaped with its seriously injured body, and its whereabouts are unknown to this day. Li Guanqi wanted to give an explanation to teacher Xiaoholi, and also to give an explanation to the centaur girl Misha, who lost her adoptive father. He must find that 5-element level thunder dragon lizard. Now the strength is too weak. There is no way to do it. And I don't know where to find it. But he will always get stronger. And he will always have that ability. So, it's all done? Wang Yanqing stood next to Li Guanqi, looked at him and asked with a smile. Is there anything else to do before the Gu King tournament starts? Have. Li Guanqi nodded. I want to buy another 100 ready-made ingredients that can be used directly for cooking. Although the seeds have been bought, he still wants to buy more ready-made raw materials. 2 bottles of strange blood potion are enough for my parents. What about everyone else? Han Mengyao also has parents and family members. Linseed Bai may also need it. Moreover, scientific researchers should also need some ready-made medicinal materials for analysis. Prepare the raw materials first, and then return to reality. If necessary, he can cook a pot in reality. It's okay to go out and buy the materials later. What happens after buying the materials? Wang Yanqing asked again. No more. Li Guanqi shook his head gently. Then let's get started. Wang Yanqing straightened her expression and said with a serious look. Start the practice of 4 Pillars of Heavenly Jew. Boom! 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 Miss Arya! Miss Arya! Before Wang Yanqing finished speaking, there was a sudden knock on the door on the first floor of the pharmacy, and anxious shouts could be heard from the sound. Li Guanqi and Wang Yanqing looked at each other, and both saw curiosity in each other's eyes. Go down and have a look. Li Guanqi walked downstairs, followed closely by Wang Yanqing. After arriving on the first floor, Li Guanqi easily lifted the sleeping spell on Arya. Dong dong dong! Miss Arya! My baby hasn't eaten since this morning, and he doesn't know how to open his mouth when feeding him. Come out and show him! At this time, the shouts outside the door became more and more anxious. Well, Arya had just woken up from her slumber. Not quite awake yet. Looking dazed, Li Guanqi walked to the door of the pharmacy and opened the door directly. Ellie, huh? Outside the door, there was an ordinary couple with anxious expressions. The woman was holding a baby in her arms. It's just that the baby's eyes are not as agile as ordinary babies should be, but are extremely dull. Maybe it's a bit disrespectful, but at first glance, Li Guanqi felt that this child seemed to be mentally retarded. What's wrong? At this time, Arya also completely regained consciousness. The blonde sorceress walked to the door and looked at the baby in the woman's arms. When she saw the baby's dull eyes, her expression suddenly changed slightly. Is this another case? Why? This is already the 3rd case this month. What happens? Li Guanqi asked curiously. Forehead. Arya glanced at the couple outside the door, cast a soundproofing spell, and then explained to Li Guanqi. Newborns have intellectual disabilities. This month, a total of 8 babies were born in Moigu village, but the congenital ones inside sexual intellectual disability. There are 3. Hearing this, Li Guanqi frowned slightly. So weird. Is there anything I can do to help? Probably can't help. Arya smiled helplessly. I think if this kind of thing is reported to the Moxie family, the effect will be better. There is nothing we can do. That's true. Li Guanqi nodded. He is not a professional, and there is nothing he can do about the baby's mental retardation. Moreover, newborn diseases occur frequently. This is a baby from Moxigu village, so naturally it has to be left to the Moxie family to deal with. Arya, we still have something to do, so let's go first. Okay, you two walk slowly. After saying goodbye, Li Guanqi and Wang Yanqing left the pharmacy. Seeking medical care for babies is not their business. What Li Guanqi wants to do now is to learn the pulse opening method from Wang Yanqing. Human beings have limbs. Humans of different bloods have veins in their limbs, which are called divine veins. Left arm, left leg, right leg. Each limb has veins. Humans of different blood, whether they are warriors of different blood, Dalyo Wufu, or those demon hunters and knights of the Holy See in the West, if they want to break into the 4 elephant levels of human beings of different blood, they must use secret methods to practice. The limbs open up the divine meridians. Opening up the divine veins of the left arm can break the first layer of physical shackles, LV42. By opening up the divine veins of your right arm, you can break the second layer of physical shackles, LV44. Opening up the divine veins of the left leg can break the third layer of physical shackles, LV46. Opening the divine veins of the right leg can break the fourth layer of physical shackles, LV49. All the divine veins in the 4 limbs are connected, which is the limit of the 4 images. Then came the breakthrough. All the divine veins in the limbs extend to the trunk, with just one opportunity to break through the realm. The veins in the limbs can instantly connect to the trunk and head. The meridians of the whole body can be connected in an instant, breaking the limit of the physical body at the 4 elephants level and entering the 5 elements level, LV50. Therefore, this secret method is also called the pulse opening method. There are countless methods of opening pulses in the world, and the 4 Pillars of Heavenly Access that Wang Yanqing is about to teach Li Guanqi is the top secret method among them, except for those meridian opening methods that require specific bloodlines to practice. The 4 Pillar Heaven Opening Technique can be regarded as the top of the pyramid of meridians opening methods. It is the top and most top-level method of opening meridians. Senior sister, if that's the case, then why are you called the 4-elephant level instead of the 4-meridian level after the conjurer? The sun sets. The brilliant red sunset hangs high in the sky, on the edge of a towering cliff. Li Guanqi and Wang Yanqing sat side by side, with their legs hanging on the edge of the cliff. Their clothes and hair were all blown by the cold wind from high up. After Li Guanqi left Arya's pharmacy and spent money to buy 100 raw materials for the different blood potion, he was taken outside the Gu village by Wang Yanqing to prepare for the practice of for pillars to heaven. Senior sister, the 4th realm of our warriors has nothing to do with the 4 natural phenomena of wind, thunder, light and darkness. Why do we need to use the word xiang? Li Guanqi looked at Wang Yanqing curiously. No. Wang Yanqing looked at the sunset on the horizon, her silky hair blown by the strong wind, and chuckled. The 4 elephant levels of martial arts are of course related to elephants, but they have nothing to do with the elephant of natural phenomena, but a powerful demon species. The word xiang. A powerful demon species? Li Guanqi was stunned. What is it? Dragon elephant. Wang Yanqing straightened his expression. Legend has it that in the old age when martial arts originated, a powerful demon species called dragon elephant lived in the Central Plains region, which is now the border of Daluo. They are hundreds of feet tall and extremely powerful. With their full strength, they can easily crash into a mountain. But dragons and elephants are not humans' nightmare, because they are good-natured. They eat grass but not meat, and they help people but don't harm them. This kind of monster with powerful power but gentle temperament was worshipped by our ancestors in the Central Plains. Later, the people of the Central Plains learned to practice and discovered that in the 4th realm of the different flesh body, the strength of human beings was enough to compare with that of dragons and elephants. In order to commemorate this kind of demon that helped us in the history of the Central Plains people, the Central Plains people call the 4th realm the 4-elephant level. This is unique to us Central Plains people, and later spread to the entire East. But there is no such term in the Western continent. Their 4th realm of the physical body is not called the 4 symbols or the 4 meridians. My senior sister refused to learn Western languages when she was young, so I'm not sure. But I heard from a friend before that the 4 elephant levels of the Western continent, if translated purely in Western languages, simply means 4th level. Li Guanqi suddenly realized. He just said that no matter whether it is a martial artist or a magician, the naming of the realm is not chosen randomly. Nor is it just to sound good. It must have its origin. So, are dragon elephants extinct? Li Guanqi looked at Wang Yanqing curiously. I guess so. Wang Yanqing nodded. There are legends of people in Daluo occasionally witnessing it, but they have never actually caught one. So it can't be taken seriously. Okay. The female martial artist stood up from the edge of the cliff, subconsciously stretched out her right hand towards Li Guanqi, and said softly, That's it for the popularization of knowledge. Junior brother, we should start practicing. Good. Li Guanqi held her hand, used his strength to stand up, and looked at her with a smile. Everything is difficult at the beginning. After Wang Yanqing's hand was held by him, his body trembled obviously, and then he quickly withdrew his right hand, crossed his hands across his chest, and said seriously, Ahem. Once you successfully open the divine veins of your left arm, you will be able to step into the 4 symbols level. But the problem is, no matter what it is, the beginning is the most difficult. The beginning of the divine vein on the left arm, which is the first section of the vein, is located at the tip of the middle finger. Learning how to open a pulse is not difficult. But the problem is, everyone has obviously learned it, but they just can't successfully open up this first line. Everyone learns the same method to open the pulse and follows the same steps, which is absolutely correct. But some people just can't open the pulse for hundreds of years. But some people, while admiring the moon at a certain time, drinking at a certain time, and killing an enemy at a certain time, their whole body chi and their heart chi have reached a breakthrough. Suddenly, all of a sudden, they naturally succeed and enter the 4 symbols level. I know. It's an opportunity. An opportunity to break through. Li Guanqi nodded slightly to express his understanding. These things are mysterious and mysterious. I have experienced them. Breakthrough opportunity is a feeling. You can't see it. You can't touch it. You can't tell it clearly. But when it comes, you have a very clear feeling that it's coming. Li Guanqi has experienced everything from the 1 yuan level of martial arts to opening up chi and blood, as well as the 2-level Yin realm form. It's just that the third talent level doesn't really need the opportunity to break through. He used the spiritual fire to refine his body in the Suzaku Blessed Land in Leicheng City, and then followed the body refining method step by step, and successfully broke through. But now that we have reached the fourth elephant level, it seems we have to find another way to find this opportunity. Even the plunder technique is helpless against this mysterious opportunity. Now I can only teach you the cultivation method of 4 pillars of heavenly Jew. First, as for how to find the opportunity to break through the realm, you can only rely on yourself. After saying that, Wang Yanqing took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and placed her eyebrows against Li Guanqi's. The light blue soul power spread out, surrounding the two people and shrouding them together. The information transmission this time was particularly long. It was almost the longest treatment Li Guanqi had ever received. It lasted for a full hour, from sunset to dusk until night fell and the bright moon rose. Because the 4 pillars of heaven is a very top secret martial arts secret technique, and the restrictions on the secret technique are also extremely strict. Wang Yanqing was also taught by his elders, using the soul transmission method in the Wang family sutra pavilion. The restrictions on this secret technique are too strict. Even if Wang Yanqing knows the method of cracking it, and does not need to fight head-on to lift it. Even so, it is still a very time-consuming and energy-consuming task to temporarily lift the restriction, and teach it to others through soul transmission. In 1 hour, she had already spent a lot of mental energy to achieve this. Under the beautiful night cliff edge, the light blue soul power gradually dissipated. Wang Yanqing and Li Guanqi opened their eyes at the same time with their foreheads facing each other. Due to the excessive loss of soul power, the female martial artist turned pale and gasped lightly. However, she didn't back down. Wang Yanqing looked at Li Guanqi, who was so close. His appearance was obviously disguised, but through those clear eyes, she could directly see the big boy's heart. Maybe the other person is already very strong, but in his early 20s. He is still too young and is still just a boy. Wang Yanqing looked at Li Guanqi's clear eyes, and suddenly there was a hint of reminiscence in his own eyes. She vaguely remembered that her husband had this look in his eyes a long time ago. But ever since Violet returned from studying abroad, ever since she joined the Red Blood Army and led the army alone, this clear look in her eyes no longer exists. His face is always expressionless. His eyes are as calm as ancient wells. Thinking about these, thinking about those, thinking about the various schemes of political opponents, thinking about the overt and secret struggles between branches and direct descendants of the Qi family, thinking about the family, country and people. But that man was obviously like his junior brother. He was once a high-spirited and sunny young man. Junior brother? Wang Yanqing raised her right hand and held Li Guanqi's face. Sister. Li Guanqi didn't retreat. He just looked calmly at Wang Yanqing, who was very close at hand. His face was not so beautiful, but it was so kind that he didn't want to look away. 4 pillars of heavenly Jew. Do you understand it? Yeah. I understand. Promise me. What? Promise senior sister that you will never get involved in court disputes. Let's not think about those rights and status. Okay.